industrialization of man bit that you were doing for 2 or 3 centuries, right? And of course, this was brought to us by this notion of Adam Kadmon, right? Or Logos is the firstborn son of God, right? And by Logos, Philos, meant the creative reason, right? So this was a major element, right? And of course, the major concept within it, right, is the notion that um um the archetypal man relates to the primordial man in the sense that he is a heavenly being, right? But he's not contained within nature. His foundation is not within nature. This is a major shift, right? And obviously God, right, has to be removed from nature, right? Once you create the idea of creation ex nihilo, right, and then you create the idea um um of the archetypal man, right, then man has to be realized or synthesized in terms of the um the heavenly spirit, right? So this synthesis of man with the sort of heavenly spirit of the archetypal man, right? That sort of becomes replaced with the movement of history, right? With the entire conception of the logos spermaticos and all this entire idea, right? So when you get to the dispensationalism of Hegel, right, he's really drawing on, you know, several conceptions of man, definitely um, reinforced, right? Well, first reinforced by um pre-Christian ideas, right? That are formulated by the Alexandrian Jews, right? That I've outlined, right? And secondly, right, reinforced by the Aristotelianism of Maimonides, right? St. Thomas Aquinas, right? And also Avicenna, right? Avicenna's conception of God, right? And his conception that he firmly put nature in the state of becoming. Okay, basically, Avicenna said everything in nature is contingent, right? So this is another word for saying that everything in nature is subject to change, right? Pretty much, right? So this led to them conceiving of God as immaterial, right? And this was a huge movement, right? Because you cannot understand Cartesian dualism without this movement. Okay, you simply cannot, right? Because how Descartes defines God in the Avicennian terminology, right? As the being um whose essence precedes existence, right? So the fundamental split between essence and existence, right? Between being and becoming, right? This is at the foundation of all of the entire philosophical map, right? As we've explained so many times, right? Right. So that's why they're still dealing with it in the 16th century, right? And that's why, you know, um, you know, we've moved through these 4 stages, right? Where man is identified first as nature, okay, then as God, okay, then as a collective spirit of collective salvation, okay, that's seen in Rousseau and Hegel and Kant, right, and so on and so forth, right? All these thinkers, right? This is exactly what constitutes the development of universalism that I was speaking of, right? And then finally, identified with technology, right, where nature is reduced to the state of becoming, right? The universal man is reduced to this process of commodification, right, through the externalization of man, right? And through um really this happens through the loss of the sacred, right? That's another key thing that happens. And the loss of the sacred happens in two phases, right? First is the desacralization of nature. Then it's the desacralization of knowledge through the universalization of man, right? Here, hold on. We got another friend here. Blessings. Hey, greetings.
How's it
How you doing?
going?
What's up?
Nothing much.
Yo, Dom.
Yeah, it looks like we're hour and 15 in already. So yeah, that's cool.
There was one thing I heard earlier that I think I kind of understood, but maybe you could elaborate more on, was the difference between technique and skill. I think it makes sense in concept, but it's not something I've actually thought of. I think like technique, the more you develop it, the more that act basically becomes you. But skill revolves around more so, I guess, intuition. I don't know. What would you say?
Yeah, like technique is a how to, right? So skills can be applied, right? Skills are more tied to tools, right? Whereas techniques are tied to machines, right? So I'm making an analogical comparison, right, between something that you would need to operate a tool versus something you would need to operate a machine, right? So obviously the better developed the machine is, the less input it needs from the user, right? It's going to do its thing no matter what, right? The perfect machine won't require any skill from the user, right? So this depersonalization of the human is constituted by the fact that skill is an extension of human activity, right? Like for example, right? Skill is basically I don't know who this person is in the back, but yeah, skill is basically a like for example, when you use a tool, right? The tool moves at the speed and pace of human movement, right? Like for example, you move your arm with the movement of the tool, or the hammer, or the pen, right? Or a bow and arrow, right? It moves according to your movements, right? But a machine does not. A machine may work many times faster. The way it moves is totally depersonalized from the human, right? And so you get this foggy somatic detachment in terms of, and I compare that to how, when you develop skill, you don't think about what you're doing when you, perform the task, right? So it's like this, so the machine kind of does that too, right? Here, hold on. Let's see who this is. Curly. Yeah, you want to cam up, Curly? All right, cool, man. Let's let you on the show. Blessings. Thank you for waving and whatnot. Blessings. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. All right, let's let Curly on the show. Let's see what he wants to say for a minute. And yeah, what's up, man?
I prefer more than a minute, but I'm just here
Yeah.
to stay. It's my first time popping up on your channel in
Yeah,
live
for sure.
whatever.
Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I appreciate you. So what brings you in?
Jesus Christ, my Lord.
That's cool, man. So you know what we talk about here?
I'm the one talking about the things. This
No.
channel exists because of my father.
Sure. So, do you know what this channel is about at all? Or are you just going
You
around
know what
giving...
this channel's about at all? Why don't you tell me? Because I don't know. Let's say I don't know. I don't know anything.
Yeah, well, this channel is called The Machine Lives.
Right.
Right. We talk about philosophy, right? Technology, right?
Philosophy, the love of wisdom.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ is the wisdom of God. God is love, right?
sure. So are you going around doing this spiel where you like knock on people's doors and tell them about Jesus, or what's going on here? Or are you here to have a conversation about what we're talking about?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
I'm here
yeah.
to talk about what you're talking
I was
about.
already talking about several.
I don't have an
subjects.
agenda of my own. I'm here to talk about what you're talking about. If that's what your
All right,
question is.
yeah, this guy's okay, man.
But so the machine, believe me, I'm okay. Believe me.
Yeah, this guy's
I've
okay.
been here. The machine is the tool.
He's a Christian, so yeah.
The
Okay,
tool
yeah,
is the
cool.
machine, whether it's a hammer or it's a functioning factory on its own. That is a tool made of God through the hands of human beings. And it is
Right.
the exact same thing. Even if you're not participating in it actively, it's the same exact thing. Tools
Right.
are a mediation between us and the physical world itself.
Right. You're right. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. So do you think that mediation, right, has any effect on the human? Right? I mean, in terms of psychology, or do you think there's a depersonalization of the human in terms of the machine? Like, for example, right?
Both.
Right. So you agree with that, right?
Yeah, it's a depersonalization. Tools themselves are depersonalization, but they are also exactly that which comes through us. If you wield a hammer, right, it's directly in your hand, like a phone, even, right? A hammer, boom, you strike a nail. But if you automate this machine and you separate it from yourself, so to speak, in your mind, and it's doing the work itself, it's the exact same thing. It's inseparable from the life that is in us.
Right.
And it's like a lesser form of manifestation, essentially. Like you can heal directly just through the spirit, but we invent machinations like vaccines or whatever, or
Don't talk about
antibiotics.
that on here. Yeah, don't talk about that on here. Yeah.
Well,
Thank
I
you so
can't
much.
talk about. I'm
Yeah,
just
you
talking
can't
about
talk about that.
machination of we invent tools in order to heal, right? But that is our own healing itself
Yeah.
through the mechanics of the physical world. So it's a lesser form of manifestation, which
Right.
can be
So,
skipped altogether. It's a step that can be skipped altogether through faith in the spirit.
yeah, so I was talking about Plato versus Aristotle, right? So they got two different ideas about how we get information from
They do
nature.
not, though. Plato was taught by Aristotle, right?
Yeah, but they have a totally different idea of how you get information from the world, right?
And they're both totally wrong, right?
I don't know. I'm asking you, right? Like,
I
for
do know,
example,
right? Where did Plato and Aristotle come from?
well, let me just break this down for you, and then I'll ask you a question, right? Right? Because I have explained that many times on the show, right? Like where Plato and Aristotle came from, right? There's a
From
bunch of
God.
philosophers before Aristotle, huh?
They came from God.
Right. You mentioned everything came from God, right? You
Yes,
mentioned that,
everything
right?
comes from God. Yes.
So that's not a answer for any particular thing where it came from, right?
That's the answer for all
So
things
you could
where they came
so you
from.
could cut anybody off in the middle of their speaking and say whatever they're talking about, God
Yeah, I
created.
can
Right.
just do
Of course.
that.
Right. You could do that anytime. You could do that anytime anybody's speaking, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't add quality to the conversation, right? Because
It actually defines the conversation.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because
You say so, but I say it's just God.
okay, so I mean, in terms of God creating the world, right? God created the world through Jesus, right?
God created the world. Yes, the worlds were framed by the word of God.
Right. So how did God create the world through Jesus? So is man the point of God's creation?
Man is the temple of God. Man is the final resting place of God. Man is the vessel through which God exists in his creation forever. Jesus is the name of God. Jesus is God. He did
So
it by
why
his word. He just said, I am.
so why is man worshiping his own creations?
Man is confused and deceived.
Right. But what caused that confusion? What caused that deception?
The serpent, which God created.
So the serpent caused God to
No,
create the
God
mess we're in?
caused the serpent to deceive the man.
Right. Right. God caused the serpent to deceive the man, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is God responsible for the world suffering?
Responsibility is not even in the Bible.
So what's the point of this creation?
To live, to be. It's the whole big question of to be.
Right.
It's just to be.
Right. What's the point of science and liberalism, for example?
Science, from Latin scientia, to know. Liberalism is just another ism. It's a box of mind.
Do you think God
The
created?
isms are like a oasis of mind for limited creatures in their own mind, alienated from God, to like take hold of, to
Oh yeah,
exist,
yeah.
to stand on and be like, here's my refuge.
Totally. Yeah, yeah, totally. So yeah, I agree with you that man cannot reach, God through these false idols of science and liberalism. You know what I mean, right? Even though
Of
people
course,
say that,
God is
yeah.
in man.
Oh, okay, that's surprising, right? God is in man, right?
Of
So
course, from the very beginning. The only way to the Father is through Jesus Christ, who is in you. I am.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Think about that, brother.
Well, I have thought about it. It's been
Don't
presented to me
think.
many
Honestly,
times.
I was joking. Don't think. Do not think. Take no thought.
Right. But what's the purpose of science and liberalism? Did God create those things?
God created everything, yes.
So what's the
What's the
purpose of those
purpose of
things?
nationalism?
What is?
It's to bring you to God. All isms are simply constructs of mind to see through. As I said, as like a stepping stone for you to be like, here, I'm an atheist, but you're
Yeah,
not
like
an atheist. You're not a
yeah.
liberalist. You're not a conservatist. You're not a whatever, dude. Any ism you must see through.
So you don't follow any ism.
Nope, I am no cultism of any kind.
Yet you
Of
rely
God's
on
son.
technology.
I don't rely on anything but the living God, the Savior
Yeah,
of
you
all
do.
men.
Yeah, but you rely on technology day
No,
to
I
day.
do not.
You don't?
No, I do not. I only rely on the living God, the Savior of all mankind, who is in you.
I think that's a respectable answer, putting authority above the technology, even
Yes,
though it does
of
play a
course.
role in our lives.
Right.
Uh,
Consider the book. Consider the book, right? The book is not the authority. The book is a tool used by the authority, which is God. The symbol of authority, which is God, in the book is the throne of God. It's a symbol, it's an image of authority, the throne of God. He uses the book which testifies of himself in order to show us, just like a shovel, just like a factory. A factory is a tool, it's a machination of man's creation, which is God's creation through the man, of course.
Yeah, I
It's
appreciate the
used.
discussion. Yeah, I like this guy. Yeah, you guys like this guy, right? He's cool. Yeah, yeah.
I
Thank you
love
for
you.
joining. Yeah, thank you for joining, man. Yeah.
It's a different perspective.
Oh
It's
yeah.
interesting.
It's cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But he's been nice. So he's following the conversation. So I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm gonna play some music and I'll go into a history of transhumanism. You'll probably have lots of thoughts on that as well, right? And I'll be reading from a text by Nick Bostrom, right? So he's gonna be talking about the Enlightenment and how they developed the Enlightenment philosophy, and I think you guys will be resonating with that. But I'll be back in maybe 5 minutes here. I'm gonna pour out some coffee and stuff, and so I'll put some things on. So give me a moment and we'll be back. But yeah, I like this guy. Thank you for joining, and yeah, so we'll talk more. Yeah, we got a lot of Christians here. Denise is Christian, right? One of my best friends is a Christian monk, right? Actually, right now. So yeah, so he's cool. You know, some of these guys are like my best friends. Like, I consider you guys my best friends, honestly.
I
Especially,
consider you my family by
that's
blood and spirit,
that's great to hear, brother.
body,
Blessings.
flesh, and bone.
Yeah, blessings, brother. I appreciate it. Is this you, a son of Jesus? Great
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
I'm a son of Jesus.
Great stuff.
That's my name too.
I think I've seen you before
I'm sure you have.
on the
The
internet.
guy nailed to a cross.
Did you call into a different show recently? Have you called into any other shows in the area recently?
It's my first time being on your panel, brother.
Yeah, but have you called into any other shows?
I call into all shows.
How about the
I'm
Powder
everywhere,
Dusty?
dude. I am everywhere. I
How about
swear.
the Powder Dusty? Have you called into the Powder Dusty?
I am everywhere, dude.
Because you had a name, I think.
He's everywhere, dude.
Everywhere, dude. I mean it.
Ibn Allah. Was that your name at one point?
Yeah, Ibn Allah, dude, son of God. That's who I am.
Okay. Okay.
What
Yeah,
up,
I know.
though?
I know exactly who you are. Yeah, I know exactly who you are.
Do you know me?
I've seen you on panel before. Yeah.
You've seen me, but
I've
have
observed you
seen
on a
me?
panel before. I've observed you on a panel before. I have a. I think I know who sent you here. I think I know who sent you here.
God
so,
sent me here.
Oh yeah, sure, buddy. But yeah, we'll find out about that. But yeah,
You think I'm joking?
anyways, I'm gonna play a song and we'll be right back.
You'll find out.
Yeah. Don't disturb the music, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Blessings.
I won't disturb your music.
Yeah, for sure. And I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go get some coffee, and I'll be right back. But yeah, definitely more questions than answers. So we'll figure that out as the time goes. So I appreciate you guys joining. I gave a crazy introduction, right? Don't think this guy caught the intro from how he's talking. But we'll kind of cue him in as time goes on as to what the purpose of the show is. For example, and what else. So
I know everything, dude.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Nobody knows everything. No,
Of course I do.
No, you're not omniscient.
Yes, I am.
Take another sip and maybe you'll know more, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink more Monster and I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I still know
Monster. All right, bro.
Oh, 666, bro. What am I? Oh, I'm the devil, bro. 666.
Right. Well, it's all God, right? So
it is all
drink
God.
A monster, you smoke crack, that's God. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Crack,
anyways, we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Not good to slander.
If a rapper act paid the days of black spades, he got sprayed, stuck up backstage for some cascade. How phrase was said amazed when read, lyrically ablaze ahead and raised the dead mentally. Those into me eventually feel sympathy for those who flow a P and posse Celtic the symphony. Admired in ways, even I am amazed. Her cats retired today, a fire to praise. Brown streets of war, sheets and floors, freaks in the corner, stacking more cheese than pizza stores. International hustler, smashing you, laugh at you when I'm passing through, cause half of you busters. Seen jams in the park, fans with the knocks, fam. I even saw a hand outlining a man with the chalk. No replacement here, laced for years, disgrace my peers. It's a waste of tears, face your fears. My tighter when I spit bodies and riders, flick lighters, cause I killed the beat. I'm real unique, rather chill with a freak with an ill physique than deal with the geek on my hill for weeks. Came in old flames, heard her blow the spot up like propane with no shame, that's so lame. MC's a bust like I'm squeezing pus. Michael Psycho like it had the P's a must. The P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P. With a sight to see, no one likes to be on the mic. Repeat, no one writes for me, but they bite for me. Spitefully stack bread, smack heads with my rap spread. That said, a pack lead to write and leave all the whack dead. Flows rugged, love it the way I go public and still shine like a gold nugget with no budget. Mustn't try justify biting my when I'm busting my lyrics that the crusher got plus about hitting my busters eye out. After I spit for freaks, chicks, the creep ditch to geek that came with the hit, the sheets and trick for weeks. International hustler, smashing you, laugh at you when I'm passing through, cause half of you busted. First hand, first can outsell merch stands from one of the worst lands. My turf influenced the earth, fam. Rip your heart when I spit for mark split like knocks are coming to rage and strip apart. Admired and praised, even I am amazed. I catch retired today, a fire the phrase. Percy P's known and Connie Price in the Keystone. So dope, keep us away from kids in the drug-free zone. To all my peoples out there on the grind, your time will come to shine, so keep a positive mind. I'm the baddest of this mic apparatus and get legendary status. Who am I? The P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C, the E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the C. The E, the E, the P, the P, the E, the R, the
Yeah, blessings to the people here on the Cyber Caliphate and also on the machine, also on Neuro Jack, smoking that Neuro crack. And I appreciate you guys. We're gonna get into Bostrom. Now I looked at some of this yesterday, and I'm still not done firing up this coffee, but I'm sure. I mean, we got a lot of minds on the panel. You know, we got Ibn Allah, we got this guy Set Scales, Dom, we got this guy, and
My name is
for-
P.
yeah, it's P today. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, man.
It's
We
always
got
been P for the Potter.
for the Potter. Wait, did you
Yeah,
say
the
Potter?
father.
Oh, the
Yeah, my
father.
father
Oh, I thought you said
me.
the Potter.
Yeah, I did say the Potter.
Oh, yeah, I
It
heard
could
you.
be
Right now.
Potter, as in Pater, father.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as long as it's not Harry Potter, you know, I'm cool, man.
It doesn't matter what you. It doesn't matter where you want to take it, bro. I'll show you. Believe me. If you want to know, I'll show
Show
you.
me. Go ahead.
Did
Go
Harry
ahead.
Potter
I'm gonna
choose
get
to
the
be
coffee.
a wizard?
Yeah, give
Did
me a
Harry
second.
Potter choose to be a wizard?
Oh shit, break it down, bro. You got this. Hold on, I'll be right
J.K.
back.
Rowling is the author of Harry Potter, right? That's
Yeah,
that's
he
breaking
went
down.
right
That is
back.
that, right?
Yeah, we're gonna hear you break it down. He went right
I
back.
just broke it down right there for you. Did you choose to be a wizard? Or did God write you that way?
So
You guys think you're not in the story. You don't understand
so-
you're in the story of God, right?
no, yeah, I believe I get you.
Do you?
It's just a matter of if we as individuals recognize or claim our spot in that story.
No, it's not up to you at all, brother. I just said J.K. Rowling is the author of the story, right?
But it's up to you.
No, it's not up to Harry Potter.
to
How is it up
claim
to Harry Potter if he's a wizard or not?
Yeah, this is a great discussion because see, Dom is an absolute believer in free will. So I think you guys are having a
Right,
good
and you're
discussion about
totally, utterly confused.
Yeah.
You're completely confused. You are Harry Potter, and you think that you're totally sovereign over the story of Harry Potter, right?
this. Cammed up for him.
So
Well-
either you're J.K. Rowling, you'll tell me you are J.K. Rowling, or you're completely confused.
It's like Dom's
both.
still in the daylight and this guy's in the dark. This is a great
I know it's light and
polarization of
light.
opposites.
I am the
You're
light.
both.
I am
You're
the
both.
light.
You see, your
You're
soul.
both, right? You're both, right? You're right.
Yes. Like I
Right.
said, Harry
Here
Potter
comes
is
the images. Dude, I love it.
Harry Potter is a character in a book who is basically subject to the whims of someone with free will. within
Right.
that person's mind.
Right.
But
So either you're God or you're a slave.
the difference is, yeah, we are God, and
And the
we
fact
live
is
in
you're
a
both,
world.
right? Yeah, you're both. Exactly.
We live in the objective world, and in the objective world is basically a plane where gods are interacting with each other and affecting each other's daily
No,
life.
God is interacting with
But
himself.
yes, yeah, you're not wrong, but
I'm very right,
we're
bro. I've
we're
always been
in,
right, believe
at
me.
the same time we're individuals.
No, you're not.
Yes, yes, God is an individual, and we are
Right.
individuals as
God is
well.
an individual. Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Well, it's
And
not
you are
even right.
nothing. And you are nothing.
It's not even right to call God an individual because
Well, how dare you call yourself an individual then?
individual is like when you break it down when you break down the word individual phonetically, it implies that you're being divided in duality.
No, it
And
doesn't.
I would, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Dual.
No, it doesn't. You just said you're God, brother. So why don't you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm life.
No,
Life
you're
comes
God.
from God.
Why don't you just say you're God and then explain to us all how we're authored by you?
Well, I author myself. You're God, so you author yourself.
Oh, so I'm God too.
I don't
All right,
author other
that's
people.
good. That's good.
Yes, everyone is. I just said that. I said
All right. All right,
live
so we're at the
in
end.
an objective.
What are we gonna do next, brother? Should
Like I
we
said,
conquer the
what-
universe? What
no,
should we do, man?
there's no conquering. There's only
Oh, there's no
remembering.
conquering of this
There's
world? There's
no,
no conquering this
there
world.
is remembering. There's remembering that we are God and basing our principles in respect for each
Well,
other.
why is it that when I showed up, you didn't just say, hey, blessed be
each
you, our Lord, our
individual
God?
is
Why didn't you just say that when I showed up?
I'm not Lord. God
You
is
just
not
told me
Lord.
I am Lord. But you're
No,
denying it, right? You're
I
denying
never
it now,
used
right?
that word once. I never
You're
once.
denying it now, right? Yeah, you're doing that.
I
get
never
it.
once used the word Lord. I mean, if you want
I
to
did.
equate the word
I did.
Lord with God, you can. That's fine.
You're gonna keep talking, but I did. I said, hero Jezreel,
I
the Lord
will
our
keep
God is
talking.
one Lord.
The hero of Israel is God, is
I
one
said,
Lord.
hero Jezreel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Are you gonna call me Lord and God or not, dude?
I just said that everyone is God, but that's
No,
not
but
a
you didn't
Lord
say that
God,
I am Lord and God. You didn't say that I am the
because
Lord your God.
because Lord,
And I wonder why.
because the Lord in the Bible is referring to a polytheistic deity, which is why
No,
I
it's
don't
not,
refer.
dude. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is. Yes, it
You're
is. And you can
confused.
see
No,
this
it's
because
not,
the
dude.
moment that the word Lord
Sounds
shows
to
up
me
in the
like you're
Bible,
bowing to Baal, dude. You don't want to listen to what I have
the
to say,
word
but I'm
Lord
God.
is
You just said
Baal.
I'm
That's
God, and you won't
Baal
listen to what I
is
have
the
to say,
Lord.
dude.
That's
You want to
literally what
speak over
Baal.
me the whole time, right? You don't care about what I have
I
to say.
can't,
before
bro. I
you,
can't
right?
talk to you if you're just gonna keep talking over me.
No, you can't talk to me because you will not accept that I am the Lord your God.
No, you're not my Lord.
Right. You
I
refuse
reject
it,
that.
right? Exactly.
I
Come on.
say you are your own God. You're your own Lord. You're not my Lord. That's where you're
I am
getting
your
confused.
Lord, period.
That's
I
where you're
rule
getting
you, period.
no, you don't. You rule yourself, and that's what remembering
You
God
are
is.
myself that I
God
rule.
rules itself,
You are myself that I
and
rule,
each
dude. Remember, you
individual that
just
is a
said
part
it.
of God rules itself. That's what
You're
it comes
playing a
down to.
game that you're not ready to play. All of you guys, you're playing a game that you're not ready to play.
I don't
I
know. It's
know
kind
how
of hard
this
to talk
works.
to you. You just talk
I know how this
over
works,
me.
Sir Set Scales, DOM. I know
You
how this
what?
works. Do you know how it works?
You keep asking that. I've explained how it works. You
No,
keep
you
talking
don't know
over.
how it works. That's my point.
What have I told you? Explain to me, refute, or
What you've
say
told me is
back
I am
my
not the
points.
Lord
What I
your God.
told you.
I'm not the Lord your God. You're the Lord my God, you said.
No, I did not say that.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you
I
did.
never said I was the
I know
Lord.
what
You're
you
the
said.
person who brought up
I know
Lord.
what you said, brother. It's okay.
No, the problem is that you have this Christian concept of the
No,
God
there's
who
no
wants
problem,
to
brother.
rule
I'm from
over
heaven.
everyone else.
Brother, I'm from heaven.
And
I'm God Almighty, and I rule you,
the thing
dude. Do you
is,
understand
no,
that?
you don't.
I am the
I
one living
rule me.
inside you. Do you
You
understand that?
rule
I know
you.
where you are.
Everyone rules
You think I
themselves.
don't know where you are? It's hilarious.
All right, this dude is on crack. All right, hey,
On crack, dude.
all right, chill out for a
Crack only
second.
lasts like, dude. Crack only lasts like 20
Right.
minutes. Do you
Chill
understand?
out,
I've
Pete.
never smoked
It's
crack
cool.
in my life, dude.
It's cool.
You
No,
know
I'm just saying
nothing.
you're a little
I
hyped up
don't
right
do
now.
drugs. I don't take
Hey,
meds
look,
like you guys.
hey, excuse me.
What meds
Hey,
are you on?
Hey, bro. Chill out for a second, bro. Let's just chill out for a second, right? Let's just relax for a second, right? Let's just let other people talk for a second, right? Let's have a good back.
Bro,
and forth.
what meds are you on?
Let's
Tell
relax.
us right now. What meds are you people on right now? Tell us.
Let's try to relax, bro.
Absolutely
I don't
nothing.
take meds. I'm very relaxed, bro.
Is it
I'm
okay to
listening to
relax?
everything you say. I speak
No,
directly
you're
back to
not.
what you have to say.
No, you're not listening to what I have to say. Look, you got to relax and you got to listen for longer. Right? This is the
You
thing. You got to
want to
listen.
play games, bro? You want to play games?
No, you got to listen for longer.
How dare
I
you
said.
accuse me of being on meds while you guys are the ones on meds?
No, you got to listen for a little longer. All right?
I
That's the
only
whole thing.
listen,
You
guys.
just
This is
accused
my
me of being on
superpower.
something I'm not on. So
That's my
just being
superpower. Is I
hypocritical.
listen. I'm the
Right.
best listener on earth. You guys don't know.
Yeah, you're not
anything.
really using that superpower apparently.
Yeah.
Oh
you're
yeah,
not using
Mister.
that superpower.
Friend, Alejandro Breast Shop guy.
Pete,
What is your
you know what-
name, dude? What
you know
is
what
Yeah.
listen,
You heavily codified on the
You
codeine.
can just say
bro.
woof. That's
people who
simpler.
listen don't talk.
I think there might be some codeine in that monster, some promethazine in that monster drink.
Yeah, you think you're falsely accusing the brethren, dude.
No.
You're evil for saying
no,
such things.
you-
You understand
you're
that's
not
evil to say such.
right.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, it really is.
in terms of this reading here, right? I just gotta move on because the dude is just back and it's like one thing you say, one thing he says, but it's not your time to talk every time somebody else says something, right? So this is really, so the dude has not proper etiquette. So I gotta actually move on with the show material. I can't let this dude derail this shit. But yeah, Haldane, right? And we'll bring him back up in like 2 minutes or so. We'll let him cool off for a bit, right? It looks like he's really excited, right, to be here. But yeah, in 1923, the noted British biochemist JBS Haldane, who, by the way, said, we should genetically engineer humans, right? So, we could all pretend like, God's taking care of everything, but there's people who want to genetically engineer fucking humans. Right. So I don't care who sent you in here, to try to disrupt this show. I'm pretty sure I've seen you on other shows where you had a perfectly good, calm conversation with the people that were there. You do not offer the same respect here. Right. So I know exactly what you're doing. I know exactly what game you're playing, motherfucker. Right. You can relax. Right. I'm going to do my show. Right. You can fucking relax. Right. So calm down. Don't cut me off again, and we can have a good show, right? Oh, he left. Aw.
Don't
Fuck
feed the
you.
trolls.
We used you for content. Eat my dick. That's it. Anyway, so in 1923, the noted British biochemist JBS Haldane published the essay Daedalus, or Science and the Future. In which he argued the great benefits would come from controlling our own genetics and from science in general. Oh, but God created genetics. God created genetic manipulation. God created go. You have a bumper sticker philosophy. That's the fucking problem. Open your fucking mind and listen to others. You're the fucking fraud, retard. Grow a pair of balls and learn how to listen to grown-ass men when they're talking, motherfucker. Stupid bitch. Get a fucking clue. Obviously sent in from other shows, exposed. I wonder who they'll send in next that doesn't normally join the panel. That'll have everything to say. That doesn't have to do with the show. That never watched the show before. That has nothing to contribute. I wonder who else they'll send in. No, trust me, Dom. That person was sent into the show on purpose. Real talk. Like
Yeah.
I've seen that person have a perfectly normal conversation on other panels. Like real talk. Like I've literally witnessed it. He's perfectly capable of having a normal conversation. He doesn't want to do it here, That's exactly what it is. You know,
Maybe-
motherfuckers.
Maybe he just drank beforehand or something.
Something. I don't know. Whatever it is, whatever it's a part of, that's up to them, dude. That's up to them, dude. I mean, right? It definitely was entertaining to watch his fucking totally Luciferian philosophy unfold, and then he, and then
With that grin on his face.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have the same philosophy as Helena Blavatsky, bro. Like, get a fucking clue, bro. You're a fucking literal lunatic. But yeah, following you know, the same shit you'd hear like a Jewish wizard say, all right? Fucking nonsense. Fuck out of here. In 1923, the noted British biochemist J.B.S. Haldane published Science in the Future. He predicted that you'd have artificial wombs, which are being promoted by Android Wilson, right? He predicted a wealthier society with abundant clean energy where genetics would be employed to make people taller, healthier, and smarter. And where ectogenesis, gestating fetuses, and artificial wombs would be commonplace. He also commented on what has in recent years become known as the yuck factor. All right, so let's check out the yuck factor, right? And remember, I mentioned this idea of this foggy somatic detachment, that it doesn't seem like we're kind of like the machine is sort of different from the human extension, right? Right. And obviously, you know, without hearing anything that I said, this dude went on an entire rant about machines are tools. Pfft. Ridiculous, right? Take a second to fucking listen next time you click the link. He also commented on what has in recent years become known as the yuck factor. The chemical or physical inventor is always a Prometheus. There is no great invention. From fire to flying, which has not been hailed as an insult to some god. Check that out. Insulting God. You know, is every time you seek knowledge, is that insulting God?
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
So yeah. So let's see, right? But if every physical chemical invention is a blasphemy, woo, why is he talking in such language? Is he drawing a dialectic between religion and science? A false dialectic? Right, because at what point did religions cut off and start creating the scientific society that's run by secular laws? No, all of those secular laws were formed by religious people. And of course, the level of myth has moved to the level of science, right? So he's drawing a totally false dialectic between religion and science, right? Okay, but it's due to his own view of the compartmentalization of knowledge, you see, right? Science is the crowning achievement of humanity. Religion is not. Even though religion organized a society that puts science in the leading role. Right? Let's figure that one out, right? Okay, as I pointed out in the beginning of this, right? It was Christians who built the modern world, right? And of course, they have been de-Christianized in precisely the way I explained as well, right?
Yeah, this is what I try to explain to some people on the show. You know, it's not a conspiracy. That part of the Counter-Reformation was to get people to be more materialistic, to accept a universe, basically, that made them smaller and smaller and less important by making the universe, I think it's like 14.3 billion years old or something like that. And the observable universe is 93 billion light years wide. So humans are just this speck. And meanwhile, the priest is sitting over there on the real spiritual knowledge. And, if you listen to some of these priests who develop, or the modern day versions of them, of the priests who develop the scientific institutions, they'll basically say that they sit in a room by themselves and they hear God, or they hear some voice, and this basically guides them. They're tools of this higher force. And the rest of us who can't channel this higher force, we're just lost and we need their guidance. But at the same time, they're making it so that people are deliberately being less spiritual.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Like, the religious institutions still subsist alongside the secular institutions. Even they make way for them in several key ways, right? So now the religious ideal has been, somewhat transformed by the modern view of things, and obviously there's Jewish, Christian, Islamic, Buddhist, right? Hindu, all sorts of sources that are now contributing to technological progress, even saying that their traditions, right? They're sort of hiding the fact that most of their traditions seem to talk about how a world technological civilization would summon the end of times, right? And it's pretty clear that a lot of the religions, whether it be Hinduism, Buddhism, right? Buddhism talks of the Dharma ending age, right? In Hinduism, you got the Kali Yuga that we're talking about with Rene Guénon, right? That's mentioned in the beginning of his work, Crisis of the Modern World, right, which we'll be reading here shortly, right? But we're presenting a synthesis of lots of ideas, right? We may not, think we're Jesus and drink monster drinks, but we are bringing you a synthesis of lots of different ideas throughout, world history, right? Free of charge, right? So I appreciate you guys tuning in. But
Yeah, I think you're right. That was like a special kind of monster drink.
yeah, so
Wait, I thought this was going on. Wait, which?
no, this is Bostrom, right? So
Oh, okay. All right, now it
yeah,
makes
there's
sense.
a special thing that happens in part 3. Let's not do a spoiler alert there. We won't get to it today. We'll get to it next time for Spooky Saturday, because that's the whole reason I found this. All right, fine, I'll tell you guys. It's the comparison of the AI to not only a golem but also a djinn. Really innovative stuff. Really innovative stuff. Seen as a pro thing by the Jewish mystics, and seen as a fake manifestation and embodiment of evil by Muslims. Right, so insane energies coming from that part 3, right? I know he's trying to diss Islam with that, but it is a great compliment, honestly, and also a great exposure of the Jewish rabbis in the 2nd century who talked about this virtual space, if you will, in which you can reconstruct God's energies and create this weird synthesis of ideas, and of course using this power, right, this dark spiritual power, right, was seen by several people, even some of the Jays, right? They critiqued some of this shit, right? Every time you got a rabbi in support of something, you got another rabbi that will argue against them, right? So this happened all sorts of times in history. When they had Maimonides, they had another guy called Gersonides, right? That like debated against Maimonides, right? And said he's too like Neoplatonic and so on and so forth, right? So they were always attacked in their own time for a lot of the things that I'm mentioning. And we can look at the critiques of the people, right? The theologians that mentioned in that time and said these people are using this modern philosophy in order to reinterpret religious ideals. Right? You see it all over the place, right? We're not making it up, right? Anyways, Haldane's essay became a bestseller that set off future-oriented discussions, including the world, the flesh, and the devil, by J.D. Bernal. By the way, J.D. Bernal, I believe he's the one who wrote Black Athena. I could be wrong about that. Let me look that up. Because I believe we looked at a debate between J.D. Bernal and that Lefkowitz lady, right? Judy, I think was her name, the Jewish lady. And that was pretty funny debate that they had. Oh wait, J.D. Bernal is his father. Oh wait, yeah. So Martin Bernal is who I was thinking of. Whoops. I always get them confused, right? So this guy was like some sort of X-ray scientist, right? Yeah, his son wrote Black Athena. But anyways, which speculated about space colonization and bionic implants. Okay. Right, as well as mental improvements arising from advanced social science and psychology. I have a work called The Sun, the Genome, and the Internet, or something like that, by Freeman Dyson, right, in which he talks about the Dyson sphere. Right, so these guys are always proposing radical projects, right, in terms of space exploration, space colonization, right?
Yeah,
You
can I
guys
just
know. Yeah.
mention Dyson sphere, comment
Yeah.
on it,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
because it's supposed to be this thing that is literally built around the entire solar system, right? How are you going to get the resources for all that? Doesn't even seem feasible to me.
In other words, even if you gutted the whole planet, there wouldn't be enough resources.
Well, I mean, it's not just the whole star. It's the whole solar system. So you would have to construct a sphere that stretches from Pluto and all the other planets, or even beyond. I think the Kuiper Belt might be beyond Pluto, within this sphere, to contain all the energy of the solar system. I don't know. It just seems insane to me.
Well, it is.
Yeah. Even if it was just the whole sun, it would be. I mean, how many Earths can you fit in the sun? So you wouldn't even have the mass for that. Like, I would think you would have to strip mine entire solar systems just to make a project like this. And even then, you're just putting basically a star in a cage. So really, I would say that even if it was possible, we should not do it if we could. But yeah, so that's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, please don't ban people from the chat. You said you don't run, but you did run. right, you can call in again and have a conversation that is, conducive to the show material, and you're welcome to add your comments and insights about how God's in control and so on and so forth, right? So that is just that's what I believe, right? So you are welcome to participate respectfully, right? So this is actually what I implore you to do, right? So I appreciate, if you're God's son, the other name that's in the chat, right? I appreciate you watching the show so many times, right? So but yeah, but of course, let's just but anyways, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Lizard. Yeah, let's not ban anybody. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah, so let's move forward here. The works of Olaf Stapledon. Oh wait, I skipped this line. This is going to be important. He said he speculated about bionic implants. I did read that, but I'm not really sure what that means. As well as mental improvements rising from advanced social science and psychology. Okay, we read about that in Promise and Peril by Kurzweil as well, right? Okay, so the works of Olaf Stapledon, a philosopher of science and fiction author, a philosopher and science fiction author, and the essay Icarus: The Future of Science by Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell wrote a work, I think, called The Scientific Society or something like that, right? Or The Scientific Civilization, in which he literally kind of I don't know, he talks about all sorts of innovative ideas like bacteriological warfare and also running society through the needle, right? And seeing who's letting the doctors take over society, and all this weird sort of dystopian shit that Bertrand Russell came up with, right? So obviously we've read some of it on the show, right? So yeah, Russell is staggering in his and obviously he was talking about how, well, obviously he's a huge proponent of the liberation of women, but he thought it went in the wrong direction, right? Because poor religious people are having more babies, right? He was really disturbed with that, right? So because of the inventions like birth control, right? So yeah, it's a snake eating its tail with these guys, right? uh but yeah, let's go on. It says Russell took a more pessimistic view, arguing that without more kindliness in the world, technological power would mainly serve to increase the ability to harm one another. Yep. Science fiction authors such as H.G. Wells and Stapledon got many people thinking about the future evolution of the human race.
Yeah, wasn't Wells? He was Fabian socialist, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he thought that there's going to be a world government.
Yeah.
We got Huxley, who literally was influenced by Ellul to write Brave New World, right? So, there's a delineation of ideas, and it's obvious that Huxley is deeply influenced by the technological society, right? And some of the works of Ellul, right? Later he popularized them, right? So yeah, but it says here 1932, so maybe that might not be true for this particular work, right? Because that's way too early. Way too early for
About 30 years early, 32 years early.
Ellul, right? Let's see when Ellul
publishing goes.
Yeah, let's see when Ellul first started writing, right? Jacques Ellul. Let's see when his first work was published. Jacques Ellul.
Oh, Technological Society was published in France in like the 50s. So I'm not sure what works he had before that. It was published in English in 1964.
His first work. Yeah, I don't know how long he was had his writing career. 1936.
Ooh, that's close.
So yeah, that's very close. So but I doubt they would have heard. But yeah, but it is very close. But yeah, so let's check this out. 1932 has had an enduring impact on debates about human technological transformation, matched by few other works of fiction. Right, possibly accepting Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Right, and of course Shelley is also linked to Wolfenstonekraft, right? Who is in the modern views, right? She's seen as like the founder of feminism, right? So we got a lot of these things like Fabian socialism, feminism, right? And of course, Russell was kind of like a Fabian socialist as well, right? He definitely had socialist leanings, right? He definitely believed in world government as a project, right? So there's all sorts of elements that link all of these groups, right? Shelley's dad was Percy Bysshe Shelley, and he was a guy who is very interesting, right? I think he wrote a poem called Prometheus, right, or something like that, right? Isn't that right? Percy Shelley. Here, hold on.
Sounds like it's right.
Yeah, let's try to read his poem if we can. Prometheus poem, right? Prometheus Unbound. Yeah, we won't be able to read it, but it's a 4-act lyrical drama, right? Prometheus Unbound.
Sounds like a Giorgiani book.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Shelley's play concerns Prometheus' release from captivity, but unlike Aeschylus' version, there is no reconciliation between Prometheus and Jupiter Zeus. Instead, Jupiter is abandoned by his supportive elements and falls from power, which allows Prometheus to be released. So Prometheus is unbound, wreaking more havoc. Great news, folks. So even her dad was sort of like this great supporter of technological progress, right? Oh, but it all came from God, bro.
I mean, it's easy to generalize. You know, it all came from God, and you know, I'm not going to disagree, but as you stated, it's too vague to actually do anything or to even have any real thoughts with.
Oh yeah, I definitely stopped thoughts on this panel for like 30 minutes. But yeah, I don't think these other guys, I don't think they're of the same mind. I agree with what he's saying. It just needs to be kind of etched out. I agree with most of what he said, to be honest, but it's just super disruptive. We got to move on with shit. You can't just loop on the same fucking point.
Yeah.
I'm eating honeycombs, so.
Oh. Yeah, I kind of like those too, actually.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, so let's see. Huxley describes a dystopia where psychological conditioning, promiscuous sexuality, biotechnology, and opiate drug soma. Obviously, Gibson is a great extension of this, right? Gibson takes us to the next level, right? And you got to love the word biotechnology, now transformed, right? From the innocent biotechne, right? Okay, where the tool use was developed from biotechne, right? And of course, there is the mechatechnics, right, of the machine-oriented technology, right? And so yeah, So the opiate drug soma keep the population placid in a static, conformist caste society governed by 10 world controllers. Children are manufactured in fertility clinics and artificially gestated. Whoop. The lower castes are chemically stunted or deprived of oxygen during the maturation process in order to limit their physical and intellectual development from birth. Members of every caste are indoctrinated during sleep by recording voices and slogans of the official Fordist religion and conditioned to believe their own caste is the best one to belong to. The society depicted in the Brave New World is likened to another influential 20th century novel. Oh, he's doing the debate between Huxley and Orwell, right? Me and Buddha had this debate a little bit a while ago. Right? It's basically like, how much does the system need humans? Right?
Entirely is dependent on humans.
You think there's no way that the system could dislodge itself from humans and then basically like destroy humanity and be on its own?
It's theoretically possible, but I still don't think it's there yet. Quite yet.
Well,
We might be on the cusp of it, though.
Yeah, it seems like it's far away for sure, but of course the system does not need individual human input. That much is clear. Individuals are being dictated; their needs are being dictated completely by the technological system. But whether humanity as a collective, right? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at machines, a lot of machines are based off of things like biology, or I should say, memory storage, things like even processing, or I saw Microsoft made one, a DNA hard drive basically that stored information, and it was I think it got into the petabytes worth. And basically, if the AI were to or machines were to extinguish all life, it would be missing out on a huge source of input that I mean, maybe it could reach a point where it's doing the input for itself, but it's going to lose efficiency, I'm sure.
What would be perhaps more likely would be technology. What's the word? Commandeering humanity. Like you're saying that DNA storage thing. Like it would
Oh,
be more useful for the technology to utilize that for itself, so keep humanity alive. That's probably what the Matrix was about, right? One of the
yeah,
things, use this as batteries or use this as DNA storage or whatever other uses we could have for it. So it didn't destroy humanity, but it kept humanity for its purposes.
yes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alchemos. We'll play that in a second.
Also, I would say that if we look to the gods in myth, which are basically, I would say, at the center of the mega machine, they are constantly interacting with humans. They're playing with the fates of humans. Their whole existence revolves around what humans do. And this is because they are basically tools made by the mega machine to anthropomorphize nature and make nature seem like this enemy when it's not. And that humanity needs to go and basically shield itself from nature through its technology and its science, because that's how we can overcome, to an extent at least, the forces of nature, which many ancients just saw as gods playing the fates of mortals with. Except for the ruling class, of course, who understood it. They understood cycles, definitely. But machines need the people, I would say. Without the people, the machines aren't going to be doing much. Like, if we just take the Mega Machine, for example, it's basically a centralized city. So, or I should say, that's at the center of it that directs the Mega Machine. A centralized city, typically with some sort of government or ruler overseeing lots of people. And these people are always working with priests and other bureaucrats, typically using money, almost always money, to keep tabs on everything. But basically, if the people fail to recognize the word or the inputs from the centralized mind at the heart of the Mega Machine, it stops working. And this is actually also what the Tower of Babel is about. Yeah, I gave a presentation on that in one of my classes yesterday. And it was actually exactly about this topic. Because what happened with the Tower of Babel is, well, first of all, there were two Towers of Babel. The first tower was Borsippa, which was translates to tongue tower. And it was built in honor of the god Nabu of writing, the god of writing, who, interestingly enough, was also a goddess before he turned into a god. So the gods and goddesses will hermaphrodite from time to time. But basically what was happening was you had a centralized city, or you had a centralized authority, rather, that was overseeing all these different city-states in Mesopotamia. And they had a language that connected them. In a very similar way to how, like, ants or wasps are connected through stigmergy, which is something that it's basically an input that keeps the system of the colony or the hive or running, typically pheromones or something like that. So the stigmergy of the central machine during the time of the Tower of Babel was the language of writing. That was the language that was lost, that was confused, and it was basically only known by the ruling class, because writing is technology, and it takes training to learn the technology during this time period. And basically, in the tale of Enmerkar and Arata, we see what happens. We have this king who has this building project, and he's organizing all these different people from all these different lands to bring materials and bring manpower so he can complete his project, which is basically this ziggurat I'm talking about, even though I don't think it explicitly states it, but it must be. because he sends a tablet to the king of Arata, which is a city-state nearby. And interestingly enough, it seems like he invents writing on the spot. That's how this story implies, that it makes it seem like this king invents writing because he didn't think the messenger could carry all his words. So the king of Arata, when he gets this, he looks at the tablet and he's like, I can't read this. This is nails, insinuating that it's he can't understand it. So basically, he rejected the king's word. And when you reject the king's word, the mega machine falls apart. And the stigmergy loses its power over the people. So this is why I say the mega machine is run by a central mind that is the person. And this is why I don't think it can be separated from people, because ultimately it needs people to do the work for the machine that the machine basically needs people to operate it, is really what it is. The machine is like, it needs hands, it needs arms and legs. It doesn't have these things that a person does. It can't move on its own. But when people reject the decrees or the stigmergy of the mega machine, it's just stuck there on the ground doing nothing. And this is what Babel's about.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess I never contemplated so much as to how these machines would be tied into the language, right? Combining the languages and so on and so forth, right?
But yeah. And that was a written language. Totally is basically a machine in and of itself. Especially when you look at the technology of these tablets that have lasted thousands of years.
Yeah, we've stated that language, I think, right, becomes technicized in the process of translation from symbols to written words, then to abstract information, right? So so it's used you know, because in the symbolic realm you can, you know, pack meaning, right? Whereas every word has a one-to-one relationship with the meaning, right? And that meaning needs an interpreter, right? So I usually say that symbols don't require language, right? Language requires symbols and communication, right? And then communication does not require interpretation and meaning. You can just send information from 2 points, and that's communication, right? So there's a depreciation and a depersonalization in terms of symbolic representation, right? And of course, I described this on the show, um, you know, tens and tens and tens of presentations ago. But yeah, went on a weird kick. But yeah, definitely the AI is one of the things. It's a sign of the times, right, and so on and so forth, right? Right. I mean, exactly, lizard tree.
It's turning
The,
everything to shit, in my opinion.
the thinking machines, right?
The AI slop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw something. They had little AI dog or little robot dogs with tech billionaire faces on them, and then they would poop an AI generated image. So literally, they're pooping AI slop. Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, I moved from from simple AI swap to AI poop swap. It's a huge
From
achievement.
Robo Dogs,
Yeah.
Robo Doggos.
Yeah. Yeah, there's progress for you. So,
But
The
they
myth
have
of
the
progress.
faces. They have the faces of people like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and others like that on the dogs.
Bezos and
Yep.
Altman.
yeah. Um yeah, okay, so 1984, that's a different game, right? Because in 1984, right, the system doesn't need human personalities, right? In Brave New World, it turns freedom into a weapon, right, against people's desires. Right? So obviously the system in Brave New World requires the humans to sort of be there, right? The main impetus of the system is to control the humans. So I think that's an interesting idea, right? But obviously there is a totalitarian aspect to technology, right? There is a depersonalization factor, right? So some of it is just matter of fact stuff, right? So you know so some of the technology does have a sort of you know not all of it's for pleasure and entertainment, but of course the communication technologies and the ones that are used for pleasure and entertainment and the human techniques, they are being proliferated at a staggering rate, right? So there might be some truth to what the postmodernists and the proponents of this whole Brave New World scenario are kind of saying, right? But yeah, so anyways, it's an interesting dialectic between Brave New World and 1984. I don't know if you guys have ever thought of it. There's a famous letter from Huxley to Orwell about this issue where Huxley kind of says to Orwell that his dystopian world is a little bit not realistic. Interesting. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, yeah, good.
I was kind of like Fahrenheit 451. I never read Brave New World or looked into that. Well, I do know about 1984. Well, are you familiar with Fahrenheit 451?
Yes, it's Bradbury, right?
Is it
Yeah.
him? I remember.
Yeah, I think it's Ray Bradbury. I think.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. Well, in that one, you just have basically gangs of young people roaming the streets doing violence and everyone watching sports and not focusing on anything intellectual.
Yeah, it's kind of like Clockwork Orange too.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see what's going on in Clockwork Orange because as an outsider, I just thought that was just a particularly bad area of London or something. I don't.
Well, it's saying that if you take away the human's faculty to belong to society, is it truly human? And of course, once engineered to such a faculty, it's the institutions that control the children, right? Because the parents cannot govern the lives of their children, right? The children are running loose in the society. So the whole thing in that is the counselor goes and manages the kids, right? The school counselor is who puts the kid in this program, right? When the kid comes back, there's already another kid sitting there, using his stuff and living in his room and so on and so forth. So it's this weird idea where the family is sort of interchangeable, but the institutions rule the family, right? So the guy who wrote Clockwork Orange, Burgess, right? I think it's Anthony Burgess. He was more of a conservative mind, right? I think so was Bradbury, right? So, then Orwell and Huxley, right? Orwell and Huxley are kind of communists, right? So yeah. Anyways,
Man, it always gives me a flashback when I hear Burgess. Man, nobody talks about Burgess. That's pretty interesting.
oh yeah.
A
Yeah,
wild
and
neurojack has appeared.
yeah, Neuro's here. So blessings
So
yeah, so 1984 features a more overt form of oppression, right? That's what I just said, right? But of course, it has certain implications for how the system decides to use the human components within that system, right? Um, including ubiquitous surveillance by Big Brother, brutal police coercion. Huxley's world controllers, by contrast, rely on less blatant means: bioengineered predestination, psychological conditioning, and soma to prevent people from wanting to think for themselves. By the way, they are now, I think they have some sort of medical law or something. They're going to incorporate psychedelics into the medical thing. So so they might have developed something like soma soon, right? By creating some sort of designer drug that they claim will give people perfect mental health or something like that, or will be a one size fits all treatment for mental health disorders, right? Or something like that. But anyways, Huxley's world controllers, by contrast, rely on less blatant means, right? Herd mentality, promiscuity are promoted, while high art, individuality, knowledge of history, and romantic love are discouraged. Right. So this whole thing, right? High art, right? Are you claiming that high art is liberating people? That individuality can't be used against people? That knowledge of history can't be turned against them? That romantic love can't be exploited? But I mean, he has a really high view of human nature, in my opinion, right? I think that all this discussion where people think Brave New World is way more realistic than 1984. Yeah, wait till they really bring out the technology, right? It's gonna be more totalitarian than it is, with smiley faces, right? And it's already basically, military and whatnot, right? I think somebody also said you'll get to like that there might be a eschatology to it, right? Like for example, right? 1984 gets you to Brave New World, or Brave New World gets you to 1984, right? So there could be that sort of thing going on, right? Where one's before the other, right? You know, some might see as 1984 as a prequel to Brave New World, or Brave New World as a prequel to 1984, right? Anyways, one could combine those two the way Sophia Stewart combined Terminator and The Matrix, right? She took credit for writing them, right? And it's also an excellent explanation of the combination of those two films, right? But yeah, and it also has a lot to do with our subject area here, right? Because in that scenario, right, the rule of the machines is then used to put people in the matrix, right? So then it's sort of a 1984 before the Brave New World sets in, right? We're all ruled by Skynet, right, by Big Brother, and then we're ruled by the Matrix, right, where we don't understand who's in control, right? We just think we're all living our lives, right? But yeah, anyways, so herd mentality and promiscuity are promoted, while high art, individuality, knowledge of history, and romantic love are discouraged. It should be noted that neither 1984 nor Brave New World is technology employed to increase human capacities. Rather, society is set up to repress the full development of humanity. Yeah, it kind of makes you think, doesn't it, Bostrom? Both dystopian. Oh, sorry. Both dystopias curtail scientific and technological exploration. I'm gonna take a break in a minute, for fear of upsetting the social equilibrium. Nevertheless, Brave New World particular has become an emblem of dehumanizing. Whoa. He even used the word. Well, he didn't say depersonalize, but he said dehumanize. potential of the use of technology to promote social conformism. And shallow contentment. Okay, I'm gonna take another bite of this shit. I'm sorry. And all right, I'll be right back. And we'll watch a video about Huxley right now. Actually, yeah, actually, let me play this video because I have Alchemos here in the chat before he goes away. Let's play his video.
Shout out to Alchemos.
Yeah, shout out to Alchemos. He put this video up the other day, and here's his channel. And yeah, check him out.
Brave New World Revisited, which was published about 2 years ago, you did claim that much of what you forecast had come true. I mean, for example, the use of drugs and this instance of people having their thoughts directed while they're asleep through music being played or messages being played through their pillows and so on. In which societies do you think that most of what you forecast has mostly come true? I mean, is it in America, Britain, Russia, China?
Well, it seems to me this is not so much, you can't say that it's a question of national peculiarities or even entirely of political peculiarities. I mean, I think when the technological and applied scientific means are developed, they just tend to be used. I mean, I think one can say that the whole history of recent times in relation to science and technology shows that if you plant the seed of applied science or technology, it proceeds to grow, and it grows according to the laws of its own being. And the laws of its being are not necessarily the same as the laws of our being. I mean, hence this sense which so many people have, and which I think one sees in so many societies, this sense that man is being subjected to his own inventions, that he is now the victim of his own technology and the victim of his own applied science, instead of being in control of it.
How could he be in control of it?
Well, this is the problem. I mean, I think that this is perhaps one of the major problems of our time. How do we make use of this thing? I mean, after all, this was stated in the gospel. The Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. And in the same way, technology was made for man and not man for technology. But unfortunately, the development of recent social and scientific history has created a world in which man seems to be made for technology rather than the other way around. And we have to start thinking about this problem very seriously and seeing how we can re-establish control over our own inventions.
But would you say then that America or Britain was as liable to suffer from the arts of mass persuasion or brainwashing, say, as dictatorial societies?
Well, at the moment, fortunately, we have in both these countries a considerable constitutional tradition which puts a brake on these kind of activities. I mean, for example, one of the ablest writers, it seems to me, on sociological problems is the French writer, Professor Ellul, who views the difference between the the Russian totalitarian and the Western civilizations as being essentially a difference in the readiness to make use of technology immediately and to the limit. I mean, Engels, from the first, asserted that socialism would come through the use of technology to the limit. And the Russian regime has always been prepared to follow out the logic of technology. Whereas in the West, we still remember John Stuart Mill, James Mill, Jefferson, and so on. We still remember vaguely the precepts of Christianity, and we are a little reluctant to embark upon technology, to allow technology to take over. In the long run, we generally succumb. I mean, I'm reminded in this context of the line in Byron's Don Juan about this lady who, vowing she would ne'er consent, consented. And in the long run, we generally do consent. I mean,
Bridges,
but in
3
the
volumes in
short
one.
run, we
It's
sort of
pretty
higgle
thick.
haggle about it, and we are reluctant to, but we tend to be pushed by the advancing technology in a certain direction, which I don't find desirable. And I do think we have to start thinking very intensively about this problem and seeing how we can get control again of our invention. I mean, this is the kind of Frankenstein monster problem.
Yeah, excellent video. Yeah, excellent stuff. Let's put that back up here. Alchemos blessings. Thank you so much for that. It fit in perfectly with that segment of the show.
He says that it's concerning, and I agree.
Oh yeah.
Which is why we must recognize the stigmergy of today, which would probably be the internet. Yeah. So if everyone rejected the internet, I'm fairly certain that the whole mega machine would collapse in the modern day. But is that something that we're willing to do? Question.
Not at all.
Yeah. Some people might consider the collapse of the mega machine the collapse of all humans hold near and dear, as I heard earlier, TML saying something about basically humans being equated with their output, that their technology allows them to gain. So if that's the case and people reject technological output, there would undoubtedly be people who would think that all the so-called progress of history would have been for nothing. And I have to think these people might be a bit upset.
Right. Well, I think on a long enough timeline, you can't really assure the maintenance of any system. I think the natural resources are limited, right? So obviously, the system will not last forever with or without humans, right? Eventually, it will collapse, then making the way for other life forms, right? So I don't think that the technological system is a threat to all life forms. I mean, right? But obviously, it has done significant damage to other life forms as well as humans, right? It threatens to totally re-engineer the human, right? So that is a danger that most people are not really paying attention to on a wide scale. Let's move to some music, and I'll put some coffee, and then we'll sort of move to Renee Guanan.
I just want to comment real quick that it also terraforms the planet as well.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, it does seem to be doing that. And of course, that is a great existential crisis of the technological system. Right. Is either the way it manages or mismanages the various ecosystems that exist on Earth. Right. Including the old growth rainforest and the coral reefs. Right. So the pollution's effect on that doesn't necessarily have to be linked to some greater idea like climate change, right? Pollution does have more practical dangers, right? Than whether you believe in climate change or not, right? The destruction of wild nature is a serious problem, right? And that problem is being caused by technology, right? So obviously we're not environmentalists in the way that the leftists want to portray the situation, right? That we need a world government and we need new technology to solve the problem. No, the fact is that technology is the problem, right? It's what's causing the problem. So we don't need to be environmentalists and save the earth, right? The earth will save itself, right? What we need to do is limit and develop a precautionary principle towards the use of those technological means which are destroying planetary wide resources and so on and so forth, right? So so that is a fact, right? We shouldn't succumb to leftism, right? But we should try to get leftists and environmentalists onto the project of supporting the stance or that is critical of these technological means that we employ, right? So yeah, that is the fact. Anyways, let's get to music, and we'll be back with Gunan, and we'll look at the mechanistic worldview, how it got started, and what are its implications. So obviously, the top implication being the quantification of the human and the development of the mass man and the total commodification of the human. Right? But yeah, here is some. We rest in the east. Grave diggers.
Gatekeeper, Grim Reaper, peace to the gods. Yo, look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east, yo. Running diligently, militantly, lyrically, 1,000,000 degrees. Niggas that need lyrical work, dabble in dirt, rather chase skirts, or upset the balance of the earth. Niggas get crushed, rip it in half. Paragraph, exodus, triple it while rippling effect. Building collapse, maybe perhaps strategically a tactic, easily to over that parallel verse, obvious verse. Niggas disperse, punish the hurt, fully torch New York, Terror Dome. You're scared of my zone, grave diggers, motherfucker. When niggas wear blood like cologne, darker the tone, deliver the gin, clavicle win, lateral sin. Step on the line, let's begin. Notoriety within society don't inspire me. Setting fires, the motherfuckers hiding me. Critical ritual, hit you with the methodic, hypnotic, chronic, your gas state to a solid. You can't allow the above, reaching my bro, choking your ass without my motherfucking gloves, nigga. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog.
Yeah,
I rest in the east.
Used to knock them cats that floss a lot. When you talk a lot, then it could cost you not. After the club gets snubbed in parking lots, or your head it get flown like cosmonauts. Wrist forced out, we force the Glock and enforce the block. You can eat chalk and rot. My heat is deep and dark and hot. Dedicated to my niggas that spark a lot. It be the Grim Reaper, the King Speaker. Reach deep in your thoughts with equal the force of a tornado. I go to war, lay low, write scripts like Plato. Back to the war, call NATO for the new treaty. Rap deity against the FCC. Observatory tower can't see me. The sharpshooter who pierced off through ya. Bring it right to your head like booyah. Tony T.I. is anti-derogative. The chief operative, ready to flog a kid who doesn't acknowledge his melanin background. WWF, here come the smackdown.
Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. I blast recklessly, terrorized unseen. Impact, structural collapse, hard consume. Raw industrial, pulling testicles, a festival. I kill you slow, nigga. Yo, the deadliest torture, the author, enforcer. Slaughter a double crosser, East New Yorkers block. Welcome to the rock.
If you fail to plan, then plan to fail. So my man's in jail, I hand you bail. These fiends, they still demand a sale. These devils still command retail. The rebel and grim provides a spark to light the day and divide the dark. The archangelic guides the thought. The earth is hell till we slide off.
Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east. Look before you start to speak. You're barking up the wrong tree, dog. I rest in the east.
That's right. Stole her from a demon. Blessings. Yeah, it's cool, man. You can warn them however you want. You come through too if you want, but just be respectful, all right? I'm not afraid of no one. Me not fear no man. Me fear God. Bamba clat. Yeah, and I own you. I own this comment. It's cool, man. The dude be blowing up the chat for weeks, man. It's like you see just a wall of his comments in the chat. It's like shit is doing too much, man. Nobody's got time. But yeah, man, if you want to drink monster drinks and pretend and LARP, it's up to you. But yeah, man. Shit. It's cool because see, the more engagement in the chat, you guys could type things too. It's cool. Just let him do his thing. But yeah. I don't care. It's entertainment. It's free entertainment, bro. Shit, man. You don't like it? I don't know what to say, bro. Change the channel. Fuck. Fuck.
No, I want to mention that the concept of ownership was mostly foreign before technology really became prevalent. Because if we look to people, like I usually bring up the people of Bikini Atoll. If we look to them before they got destroyed by the U.S. government, I don't really think they had any concept of possession because they basically lived in abundance. Because the island they lived on provided all the food and water they would need. So when you have everything provided from you and you're living in a symbiotic relationship with nature, the concept of ownership is foreign. But when you live in these divided towns and borders with fences and walls, then it becomes preeminent.
Okay, this is gonna be fun.
Is he still going? I don't know. Look, chat.
Yeah, let's see what it is. Let's see what it do, bro. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready for phase 2, whatever this shit is, dude. Like, what it do, man? All right, fine. See what it got. Let's see what you got, man.
Is he
Let's
on?
see. No, he's speculating. You know, we'll get to going on after we're done with this. Blessings, bros. I appreciate you guys. Anybody else want to interact with? Yeah, man. All right, bro. I mean, you said it before. I heard you before, man. Yeah, so we'll see if what phase 2 of this is like. If there's anything new developments, or it's the same fucking loop, bro. Shit, dude. I'm honestly not that high to not understand what's happening on the same shit. I mean, we've been doing this shit for 2-3 years, bro. So it's kind of getting old. But yeah, I think you would be in a position to really understand, like, you know, there's not a lot that hasn't been done. Nothing new under the sun. Lean not on your own understanding. You hear me, bruh?
I mean, if he genuinely believes in God, that's good. Kind of,
Oh yeah, God is good.
There are a lot of people who use God for bad things, and it's important to
Oh
recognize.
yeah. Yeah, I don't care if people believe in God or they don't believe in God. If they do believe in God, they got to believe God is good. If they don't believe in God, they better be good people, or else I don't give a fuck what they believe. They can kiss my ass. They can suck my dick through the back. Pretty much it. All right.
Yeah, that's a possibility within being that is happening now, currently in this moment. We're just not perceiving it. Thankfully.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the thing. It's like, there's people who believe in God, but they don't believe God is good.
Yeah.
So they could believe anything they want to about God, but they are lying about God. And then there's people that say, "Oh well, I don't believe in God, so I don't have to be good." No, you do have to be good. Fuck you.
I was watching someone's channel, and he was going on about Paul and Jesus, and he's not the first person that I've heard come up say this stuff, but it's not something I've really looked into, but I think it would seriously explain why there's so many Christians who do not follow Jesus. Is that Paul and Jesus are saying two different things. Jesus is saying that our works is what is important and how we live, doing unto others as you do to, or as you want done unto you. And then Paul is saying all we need to do is believe in Jesus, who made the ultimate sacrifice. And that's all we need. Have you heard of this Jesus Paul thing?
What, that Paul is basically not in line with the New Testament? The entirety of it, like for example, the Gospels?
Yeah.
He seems to be inventing some sort of theological scope that's not in line with what Jesus taught,
Yeah.
oh, I'm an expert on the issue.
Yeah, he might have written a book about it.
I might have written an entire 400-page book on this very topic. But I certainly won't be construed as anti-Christian. Right, I'm certainly pro-Christianity in the historical development of the world. I think the loss of Christian values is a great loss for Western civilization, and obviously liberalism is a major culprit in that, right? So I explain that too in the book. So in no sense is my book anti-Christian, right? So I also want to explain that, right? But I'll tell you who is anti-Christianity: the Luciferian son of Jesus. Good Lord. Well, no surprise there, bro. Yeah, okay. But like, you're going on and on and on about Jesus, so it's very confusing, you see. There's more questions than answers. But yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was Christian.
I don't know. Maybe he's like in Maryland's, like in the same religion as Maryland. I don't know. Could be. P entered the studio for oh my god, I thought it said penetrated the studio. I was like, whoa. I was like,
Ruh-roh.
I was like, what? All right.
Come on, speak to me. Speak to me. Okay, ready?
Hello.
What you
sir.
call Christianity, God calls
Hello, good
Babylon.
sir.
Don't
Greetings.
silence me. Do not silence me. What
You are
call
here on the
Christianity,
stage. You are not being silenced.
What you call Christianity, God
Is
calls
that Twilight?
Babylon.
Yeah, I know, right? It looks like Twilight.
Oh, sad trombone.
What
Man,
you
we need
call
to clip up
Christianity,
Twilight.
God calls
I'm gonna
Babylon.
clip the
Okay,
shit
do
out
you
of that
understand?
boy. You hear me, Twilight? I'm gonna clip the fuck out of you, boy.
Do it.
Keep on talking shit.
Do it, bastard.
No, you're not Twilight, man. I'm talking to somebody else.
I don't give a fuck
Chill
what
for
you're
a
saying.
second.
What God calls
Why are you calling me a
what you
bastard?
call Christianity, God calls Babylon.
Holy fuck, dude.
Speak
We're
to
all,
me, dude.
We're all
Speak
children
to
of
me.
God, right?
Don't
Are
act
we all
like I'm
children
not
of
here.
God?
Yeah, we're all children of God, dude. We're all
So
children of
how
God.
am I a bastard, you fucking retard?
Did I call you a bastard?
You did. Go back 30 seconds.
Oh, you, brother? Yeah, you're a
Yes.
bastard. Yeah, you're a bastard, definitely.
But we're all children of God, though. So how is that possible? You
Yes,
fucking
we're all
guy.
children of God. We're all children
You
of
fucking
God.
guy.
We're all children of God. Is that what
You
you
fucking
teach?
guy.
Brother, stop. Just tell me.
You fucking guy.
Is that what you teach? Do you teach the world that they're all children of God?
There are no bastards then.
You're center stage.
Of
You're
course there's
center
bastards.
stage
There's
claiming that
bastards for
there's
that exact
bastards.
reason. Is that what Christianity teaches? Does Christianity teach that we're all children
Center
of God?
stage claiming that there's bastards, but we're all children of God. You're center stage.
Right, you're a
that.
bastard. If you speak a false gospel, you're a bastard. Period. You're a son of Satan.
Wake up. Wake up then.
Don't
Where
tell me
are
to
you?
wake up, dude.
Bastardize yourself.
No, you wake
Don't
up.
tell me to wake up, dude. Just answer the question.
No,
Why
you wake up.
Don't play
How-
games with me, dude. Please
You
speak
answer
to
my
me as
fucking
an
question
honest-
that I asked
Speak with me in fidelity. dude.
literally 45 seconds ago. I asked you a question.
Speak, and I was muted from your channel. How am I supposed to speak if I get
No,
muted?
you weren't. You
Right
were
now,
literally
muted?
all over the chat. You're not
Speak
muted
with
on the
me
channel.
right now, dude. Speak with me right now. Are we?
Are
all
you high?
children of God? Are we?
Are you
all
high?
children of God?
Blown, bro. And look at his hair.
I don't take meds, dude. Look at my hair. Yeah, look at my hair, dude.
P, you have to understand it's very hard to talk to you because you
It's
talk
very
over
hard because
everyone
you don't
else.
have anything to say, guys. You guys
look like
aren't
you just
prepared for this. You're not prepared for this. You shouldn't even be talking. You have no right to talk to me. You're not my teacher.
Oh,
I'm
no.
asking you a simple question. Are
So
we
phase
all
2 of this
children
is
of
pretty
God?
wacky
Is
right
everyone
here.
on this planet a child of God?
Yes, I'm saying yes.
Thank God, of course.
Well, you said no and yes, though.
all human beings were made children of God. We are the family of God.
All right. That makes me feel warm inside, but what does it get?
Yeah, you're a goofball.
What is the problem? The problem is when you speak that
I didn't
they're
say
not.
problem. What race are you?
You asked what is the problem?
Are you Mexican or Arab?
the eyebrows.
You know which one you
That's
are,
what I'm
motherfucker.
doing,
Just
dude.
tell me which one you are.
This is the word of God. I'm asking, why
Oh
would
my
I
God, bro.
answer your dumbass question in the flesh when I just asked you, are we all children of God? Of course, the true message is all humankind is the children of God.
Are you a child of a Mexican or the child of an Arab?
How dare you? Like, it's
You've-
funny to you. These
you've
things are
offended his
jokes to you
character.
guys. It's funny to you. What
I
is
mean,
funny about this?
I'm not laughing.
You're
I'm
just
not
really
laughing.
erratic.
It's
Like
not
your
funny,
your
dude. I'm
demeanor is
erratic.
like
I'm
it's like
asking a
Alright,
crackhead
you know
demeanor.
what?
question, dude. Are
Red,
all
you got
human
this.
beings the children of God or
Red, you
not?
got
You
this.
got crackhead
Red, you got this.
demeanor.
Crackhead. I don't take meds like you guys.
Sure.
You understand?
Okay.
I don't take meds like you.
Just assuming stuff.
I don't play these games that you guys play. This man who's with
Where's
me,
the proof?
Dude, you're like freaking Friend Wolf. You're damn Viking and shit. Lone Wolf.
It's Gaelic, bro.
It's
What the
dope as hell.
hell?
It's
Lone
dope
Wolf
as
is
hell.
fine.
It's dope as hell. Lone Wolf. So you said that all human beings are born the children of God, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what I heard. So are you gonna deny that now?
It was a different
That
person.
was Dom saying it, not me.
Okay, so you're saying that we're not all the children of God.
I wouldn't know.
So you don't know. I mean, that's fair, dude.
You want me to answer you? Okay, let's play
I
the
want
game.
somebody
No.
to answer me, dude.
No,
Please, somebody
we're
take
not.
this
We're
shit
not all the
seriously.
children of God.
All right, let's
Go.
get hyperborean.
Okay.
Hyperborean wants to tell you why we're not children of God.
Somebody
Yeah,
speak to me
go.
honestly about this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
We're not all the children of God.
No.
What?
Say that again.
No, you say what you have to say. I asked the question very clearly. It's been
Yeah, no, we're not.
Based on what? You say we are not.
Yeah, because
You're not the children of God. You say
yeah,
you're not
eternal. You don't have a beginning or
Right,
an
you're
end.
not
You're
the
not
children
birthed.
of God.
You're
You say-
not from God's semen. You're not from God's vagina. You're not a child of. You are eternal. You're not a child of anything. That's my position. So now, what do you have to say? Go. You obviously want to talk about it. Go.
You just said I'm eternal.
Yeah, you're. Whoa. Tim and Eric meme. Like I'm going.
Is there another eternal being than God, dude?
Yeah, you're eternal. You've always existed. Yeah.
And I'm not the child of God?
No. Doesn't child imply that you're being birthed from something, that you have a father?
Yes, I have a father.
Okay. So yeah,
That's
if you're
God.
eternal, how are you birthed if you're eternal? That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really funny to me.
It is. It's a deep
But
one.
you're
It makes
God.
you
So
think.
you're God, is what you just said.
Well, no, I would
You
just
have
throw
no
out the word
father. You
God.
have
You're
no
eternal.
father?
Why use the word God? You're eternal. You're a
Because
spirit.
that's
You're
the word
eternal.
God. That's what
Period.
the word God means. Eternal. Right?
No,
You just-
God means
you're just
like
replacing the word.
no. It's what you people mean,
So you're
right? God implies a
you're
creator.
self-existent creator being that has no beginning.
No
and no
creation.
ending.
No, you're putting that
No,
on me.
right.
No
So
creation.
you're God. So you are
No,
God.
there's no
That's what the word
creation.
God means.
I'm not creating anything. I'm not creating the world. I'm not
You're
creating
not creating anything? You're not a creator?
No, I can mess with stuff. I'm not creating anything. No. I can like manipulate things, mold things, shape things,
You have
paint
GM
things.
powers, bro, but you're not a GM.
I'm not a geo. What? What
You
is
have
that?
creator power. You are creator, but you're not a creator. You don't have creator powers.
We disagree on the word creation. I don't think
I don't
anybody's
care
a
what you
creator.
want to make these words. That's why I'm trying to ask you.
Yeah,
So you
no,
can answer
nobody's
it clearly.
creating anything. You're not a creator.
Saying that
No.
You are saying that you're God, but you're not God. That's all you're saying.
No, nobody's God. You're just a spirit. You're eternal.
God
Quit
is
using the word
spirit.
God. Throw it in the
Is
trash.
spirit. No, I won't quit using the word God because it's
Yeah.
that important. It's that
Yeah.
important.
So
That's what
let's
the
go back
word
to the
God is
original
for.
claim, right? You're
That's
a
what the word
child.
God is
Explain
for.
to me how you're a child of God, right? How are you a child of God? How are you created? Explain that.
No, I didn't say I was created. I am a child of God.
Okay, so how are you a child and not have
self-existent?
How do you have a father?
I'm self-existent. For as the Father has life in himself, so too has he given to the Son to have life in himself. I have the same self-existent being in myself that God has. That's the Holy Spirit. I'm eternal, uncreated. I am self-existent.
Then why are you differentiating between you and the
I'm not
Father? Why are you
differentiating.
calling yourself? So the Father is a child? Is the
You
Father a
really want
child
to
of
play
God?
these games, dude. You really want to
No,
play
you're
these
trying to
games.
have a debate
It's
about what
crazy.
you mean, and you
It's
can't
the
hold
Father
up.
in me, dude. It's the Father in me. The Son is the
Okay,
Father.
but what makes the Father, and what makes you the child?
Exactly that, dude. I am literally a man. Do you understand?
No, it implies creation. It implies that you are
No, it
from
implies
the Father.
manifestation. It implies manifestation. And of course it
Okay.
implies of course it implies creation.
Now you get there. We go. It took a minute. Yep. Okay.
So
I'm
why
saying that's
you
not a
deny
thing. There's no
creation?
such thing
Right,
as
you deny
creation.
creation. You just insane.
There's no such thing
in
as
the
creation.
brain.
How do you create
You don't
something?
believe that I am is this flesh?
Yeah, give me an
Is this
example
not
of how
real?
that's
Is this
created.
not real? Is this
Yeah.
not real? Are
Give
you
me
telling me
no,
that this is not real?
It's
Is this
it's
real?
real.
Is
It's not
this
true
real?
existence, right?
Well,
You can
this
touch
is
it.
not truly existent. So
No,
you're
it'll
insane. You are
cease
an
to exist in
insane
70
person.
years.
You are an
80 years,
insane
your skin will disintegrate off your face in 90 years, 100
No, I'll
years.
never die. I will never die. Period.
Well, yeah, your spirit doesn't. Your body will.
No, this will never die. I'm taking this body with me.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay, I got you. So you're raised again. When Jesus comes back, you'll be born
No,
anew in
Jesus
a new
is
body.
already here. I'm speaking to you right now.
Oh, sorry. So when Jesus is already here, but
No,
we're ready
Jesus
to
is
raise him.
already here, not when. Do you see how everything you do is just confusion?
He's
Everything
both a
you're doing is
created
confusion.
being and he's the
Everything
eternal Son
you're
of God.
doing is confusion, brother.
I'm confusion.
Yes, you're confusion. You're speaking confusion. Period.
Got it.
Jesus Christ is my
But wait,
life.
you're
He's in
Jesus,
me. I
right?
am Jesus. Yes, I am Jesus Christ. Period.
Okay, well, where does that you, Jesus Christ, where does it go in 100 years?
Yeah, he thinks he's Jesus.
There is no 100 years. There's no time.
Okay, when you're dead and I'm at your funeral, what's your
never
body
die.
gonna do?
I'll never die. You'll never be at my
You're
funeral.
on
brother.
crack.
You
You're
weren't
high
invited.
on. You're under the
He's
influence of
You weren't
something.
invincible,
invited
bro.
the first time, bro. You guys don't know crack. First of all, you say talk about crack and shit.
Yeah, well, it's like you're
I smoke crack
obviously
every
erratic.
20
You're like,
every 20 minutes. You guys don't know crack. I've never smoked crack in my
okay,
life.
either
dude,
you're
but
under
I
the
know about
influence or
crack.
you're
You guys
just a
don't know
pure
anything. I'm
psychopath.
under the
Like, I don't
influence.
know how to explain how you're
I have
acting.
never. I don't take meds. Do you understand? I'm not on any meds. I'm not like you guys. You
Do you
guys
do this
are
in person?
subject to this world. You
Do you
guys are
talk to people
subject
like
to
this in
Monster
person?
Do you do
energy
this in person,
is
brother? Do you do this in person? You guys are
Am I
subject to
acting
this
like you?
world. You don't understand
You
that
guys.
I am the one living in you all. Do you understand that?
This is
I am
a
living in you.
troll.
I'm
By
dead
that
serious.
logic, I am
Dead
also living
serious,
in
bro.
you.
I am dead
And we
serious.
are living
No,
in
you
each
are
other.
not living in me. God is
How,
living
then
in me.
how are you living in me? That doesn't make
You don't even
sense.
know me. That's the whole point.
We are all living in each other and through each other. If we are all
God,
God, we are all
God is living in and through
God
us.
is interconnected
God. Do you
as the
understand?
breath.
So if you speak as not God, and then you
Yeah.
say that you're in me,
Yeah,
hell
so
no,
the
you're
thing
not
is
in me.
that
You
so
guys are
you wrote
idiots.
so you wrote
deceived
no
completely.
yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so the thing is that
You
you
don't
wrote the Bible.
exist. Is my point.
No, but you wrote the Bible, right?
God
Oh,
wrote the Bible. Yeah.
This is
oh, I get it. I get it. I'm an
solipsism.
NPC. I'm an NPC, and P is the
No,
real living
no,
man.
you're a
No, but the
vessel,
thing is
just like
that
I am. We are
no, but the
both the
thing is
exact
that
same.
he claimed that he's a created being and an eternal being, so he already contradicted
No,
himself.
this
big
is
time.
created. Everything you see is created. Do you understand?
You said that
Everything-
doesn't go anywhere. You said your skin is eternal.
No, it just doesn't even exist. Is my point.
No, it did exist. Now it doesn't exist. I
But
said it didn't,
I am
right?
eternal.
So earlier
What I
I said
said
your
is I am
skin doesn't
eternal.
have true existence, and you're like, this doesn't exist. It's going with me,
Dude,
man.
he's
Bro, you're a
undefeated,
troll.
That's
bro.
my exact point, right?
Yeah, you
That's my,
said
I asked
Undefeated.
yeah,
you.
you
I
said
asked
it
you.
definitely exists.
Then you have no
You
answer.
said that
You
he
guys-
was crazy for believing it
playing
doesn't.
games.
Yeah,
You guys are
You literally
playing
said he
games.
was insane.
What are you?
we're
No,
playing
I'm saying you
games.
guys are all insane. You're all insane. Period.
Right.
Believe it.
Okay, yeah, let's all be quiet and you
Ask
just
you,
just
does
give us your
this
spill
exist?
and
Does
then
this
go along your
exist?
way. Let's
Does
hear your
this
paradigm
exist?
and then move on.
Does this exist? Because I told you, I am taking this with me.
You just said it doesn't exist.
Right? It doesn't exist.
Which one is it, man? God damn.
That's my
It's
exact point.
both, obviously.
Do you
Yeah.
exist?
My spirit
Can you
does, not my
prove-
body.
can you
No, it
prove
doesn't
something?
truly,
What is
it's
your
not
spirit?
permanent.
What is your spirit?
My spirit is eternal. It's being.
Your spirit?
Yeah. Just
not
like
yours.
yours.
No,
Yeah.
it's not yours.
Okay, yeah, I got it. I got it, man. Go ahead, lay out your paradigm, right? We'll all be quiet, lay it out, and then you can move on. You can go proselytize to the next place.
Move on and proselytize.
Well, you're not having a true discussion,
man,
right?
crazy.
You're not coherent. Like you don't make any sense.
Dude, I'm the truth itself. I always speak the truth.
I don't think anybody watching this or anybody who will watch this will
I don't
agree
care
with
what
that claim.
anyone hears or says, dude. Do you want to know? Do you want to know? Do you want
Yeah,
to
man,
die?
lay it on me.
You want to live? Do you want to die? Do you want to be or do you want to not be?
Oh, I want to be, man. Lay it on me.
Okay, you want to be, so you are.
Yeah.
Right, you are. What's the name of that?
I'm guessing God.
You're guessing?
Yeah, like it looked like you didn't even know the way you looked to the right and then like look down at the ground and then are pondering for like you don't even know what you're talking about, dude. Like you're doing this on the fly.
I know everything, dude. I already told you. I know literally everything.
It's fair to come on panels and try to build your worldview live time, but like at least be.
Do you want to? Do you want to live,
right?
brother? Do you want to live?
Oh yeah, yeah. I want to live.
Who do you have any idea? Like what's going on? Jesus Christ is the name. Okay,
gotcha.
So when I ask what is the name of that being, you'd say Jesus Christ, right? You'd say I am Jesus Christ.
Cool. Yep. The name of you are is Jesus Christ. Cool. Continue.
No, the name of I am.
Okay. Yeah, but you said you are. What is the name?
Right,
okay, Jesus Christ. Got
I
it.
am Jesus Christ telling you you are, right?
I agree. Go. Continue.
That's the answer. It's Jesus Christ.
Cool,
That's
man. Well, thanks a lot.
being.
Okay, so we have it now. We live. Jesus Christ is the name of I am. I live now.
And you just hate it and you want to dismiss me and shit like that.
No, I got it. I got it in my toolkit.
No, it's not fucking toolkit, brother. It's your own life. Do you want to die or do you want to live?
We're good now, though. I got it.
Are you?
Well, we are good.
Are you good?
Yeah, Jesus Christ is the name, man. It's how I am and will be, and I am. Right? To be, I am, and it's Jesus Christ is its name. Got it. All it's summed up.
Its name.
Yeah.
Does
anything else?
It's all a joke to you guys. I get it. It's a fucking joke.
No, man. I'm asking you. Anything else?
Are you gonna die, bro?
No, not now. I have the name. You helped me, man. Thank you. Anything else?
You helped me, man.
Yeah, you saved me, dude. Thanks. Anything
I'm not
else?
here to save you, dude. I'm here to warn you.
You warned me, man. Thanks. I'm heeding the warning.
To silence you. Do you understand that?
To silence me?
Yes.
It's never enough. You always got a different goal coming up after the other one, man. It's crazy, man.
It's a joke to you guys. I get it. It's all
I'm here to silence you.
It's all a big fucking joke to you guys. I get it. And everything like that. But
Where
you're
did
gonna
you come
die.
from?
Do you understand? You're gonna die.
Wait, I thought we weren't gonna die though.
You thought.
No, you said that. We're not gonna die.
Are you guys I know you're insane. Believe me, I know you're insane. And
the insane guy calling other people insane is wild. That's a wild take.
No, I'm like one of the very few sane people on the planet. There's only 7,000.
Yeah. Sure.
That's not a narcissistic self-assessment.
You remember?
What do you know about narcissism, dude?
Yeah, but like you guys remember Space Time Adventure? Like you guys remember Space Time Adventure?
What is that?
Oh, bro, you don't remember Space Time Adventure recently? Where the
Uh-uh.
guy came on and he just kept talking and talking and talking.
Oh shit!
Remember, like the little black guy, right? Dude, this is a similar act. Honestly, like trust me, like this is a similar thing going on here for sure.
You think this is a
like,
LARP?
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is 100% LARP. Yeah.
I am dead serious. You guys have never met.
I've seen this guy sit on other panels and just act normal. Like I've seen him like not do this elsewhere. So yeah.
Right, because nobody would engage in this way. You guys are not taking God's words seriously. Like it's a big joke to you.
Are you hiding under a blanket or something? Like what's going on?
It's
Blanket
just
of
jokes
darkness.
to you. Like,
Are you like sitting in your room staring at a laptop with the lights off? What's going on?
I am in a garage, brothers.
Talk to me,
Speaking
man.
you
Talk
face
to me, dude.
face. Where's your face?
Let me talk you down real
Where's
quick.
your
Dude. Are
face?
you okay?
Where are you, kids?
Are things good at home?
Where's your face, brother?
I'm gonna hand you this doll, and I want you to tell me where
can't
it's
show
been
face.
touched. Where has it
You
been
want to play
touched?
games? You can't show face.
Are you okay?
It's funny to you guys.
Blink twice if you're being held hostage. Is somebody making you do this? Are you okay?
I know you did blink twice.
It's crazy to me.
wild.
Like you guys don't understand how crazy it is to me because I don't want you to suffer. I know suffering, and to you guys,
Well, we
it's
got the
fucking
message right, and it
joke.
didn't really
It's a
hit
fucking
hard. You
joke.
gave us the message, didn't really hit hard. So yeah, thanks.
It's a
I mean,
fucking
anything
joke
else?
to you, man. It's a fucking joke to you.
Yeah, yeah, it's
You don't
comedy.
understand
Anything
that
else?
you're in my Father,
No loop.
and you will be crushed like a tin can, and
Got it.
you will bleed out, and your lungs will not be able to breathe.
I
Oh,
thought
and
you
your
didn't want us to
your
suffer.
stomach will be on fire. Do you understand?
Oh,
I thought
And-
you didn't want us to suffer.
Dad, I don't. And that's why I'm speaking to you. Simply trust in Jesus and you'll never die.
so what do we need to say to
been
get
there,
you to
done
calm
that.
down?
Okay.
No, you don't need to say anything. You need to shut the fuck up. That's what I'm telling you always.
I also want to comment that
You need to listen to God, dude.
all this anguish you just described implies that I'm still living through the suffering. So I'm not
No,
dead.
you're dead. No, you're dead. That's what
How
I'm
am
telling
I dead if I'm experiencing all this suffering that you just described of this anguish? And
Right. All that is
I
because
don't
you're
even
dead.
know the stuff you just said.
What are you talking?
Really,
Look
you
at human
sound all
history, dude.
bad.
Look at the cross. Look at the cross. Right. You're dead. That's the suffering. That's the anguish. That's
Yeah.
the pain. That's the sorrow. That's the tears. That's the confusion, deception. It's death itself. And that's what you all are subjugated unto.
Right, right.
you
But
would
who convinced
only-
you?
if you would
Right, but
only
who convinced you
trust-
that you were God, though?
If you would only
Was it-
trust in God, you would live forever. You'd never die.
Right, but
You'd-
who
you'd be
convinced you
where I
that you
am.
were God? Was it like a Satanist or a Jew or something like that? I don't know.
I don't go around saying I'm God, dude. I don't know where you get this stuff. Like,
You've been
You did
saying
say
it
that
the whole
multiple times.
time.
no, you could never quote me saying I'm God, ever.
Oh man.
Oh no, you
Never.
don't want
You
to
could
say
never
that.
quote that.
I
Clippies.
wanted to let this
Clippies.
run for an hour, but yeah, like we'll let this run for like 30 more minutes. But
You're gonna
yeah,
let
this
it
is
run. You're gonna let it run for 30 minutes.
right. That was a hardcore
Yeah,
contradiction, though.
yeah, it's your thing to let it run
Clippies.
and stuff. What I
That was a
said, the
hardcore
other man
contradiction,
said
dude.
that I am God. The other man said
No,
that
but
he's
you
God
said
and I'm
that,
God.
bro.
And I
But
said,
you
okay,
said
well,
that,
I'm
bro.
looking for you. No, he said I am God.
No, you said
I
that multiple
said,
times,
"Bro,
man.
tell me I'm the Lord."
Hey,
and
we
God.
got Tartarian Truth in the chat. Let's
You guys
go.
can play this game,
Yeah,
dude. It's
call in
really
Tartarian.
crazy for you.
Yeah,
It's
call in,
Yeah.
bro, if you want.
It's really
Yeah,
crazy and stuff.
Bro, this
Point is,
guy's
you
gonna
guys-
get
you
clipped
guys live
up. He's gonna get
comfortable
clipped
lives
into
where you can sit
oblivion.
on YouTube and stuff. You guys live
I'm gonna
comfortable
watch
lives where you can sit on
Tartarian.
YouTube and talk about all this shit and stuff.
Get clipped up.
You're not suffering. Like when you do, you're gonna
You're a
beg.
We're
butthead.
suffering this combo.
You're a butthead. We're
You're not
suffering the
suffering me,
combo.
dude. You're being graciously granted treasure from heaven that you're not even capable of receiving. It's crazy.
That
Like,
would never asked for.
Hey, you're not
well,
addressing
you're
my
gonna
God
ask
as your
for it.
God.
You're gonna ask for it, bro. Believe me. When you're thirsty and you're fucking starving and you're dying on a cross, you're gonna ask for it, bro. Believe me.
What? What are you
Yeah.
You guys
talking
think
about?
it's a good game and
Crucifixion?
shit. Again, you guys are not suffering right now, so you don't care. But people are really suffering, and they're begging for God. They're begging to be relieved of this suffering, dude. And you guys are here joking about this shit.
Begging for the demiurge.
Yeah, man, you need help.
What
You need- this is
demiurge,
like-
dude? You don't speak Greek. You don't speak this shit, dude, at all.
Yeah, this is terrible. This is what I mean, y'all. Y'all see what I'm saying? What Abrahamic religion produces? It produces this shit, this psychosis.
Well, no, he's
You
anti-Christ.
are psychotic. I agree. You're psychotic, and you've been produced this way.
He's
Not at
undefeated,
all.
bro.
Of course
He's
you are. What meds are
undefeated.
you on? What meds are you on? Hostile hyperbarean? Don't lie.
None. I don't do drugs.
Bro, you're not on any meds.
I don't take meds. I don't smoke
What
weed.
kind of liar
I
are
don't
you?
do-
You're a fucking liar, dude. Of course you're taking medication right
Bro,
now.
I raised 3 children. I work a
What?
9 to 5. I don't have time for drugs.
Hell yeah, you're taking medication. You're a liar, dude.
Okay, so the guy who actually should understand me, right? The guy who doesn't take meds.
Just tell me what medication you're on. Don't lie, dude. Come
Zero.
on.
I couldn't even name a medication.
Of course you are. Of course you are. You're lying, dude. It's crazy.
Gotcha.
Well, I know you, dude. I know you. You're lying. I know you. Believe me.
Everyone on this panel, right, and everyone who's watching
There's
this
nothing wrong with taking
tell
medication, by the way. I'm not shitting on medication or anything like that.
you're.
God has
Well, I
you.
am. I'm saying it produces
Kinda
this.
seems like you are, though.
Okay.
The erratic
I'm just saying,
behavior.
homie takes medication. He's making fun of others for taking medication.
Bro, I've never taken medication.
Of course
in
you
my life.
have. You're a fucking liar, dude. You're just a liar.
Okay, gotcha. No, I've smoked weed. If you want to call medication weed, yeah, well, yeah, okay, I have. I've smoked
No,
weed.
you're
in the
just
past,
a
but no.
liar. Of course you've been.
Well, I'm not a
prescribed
liar. What
Of
I'm
course
saying
you've
is
been
I think you're
prescribed
on
medication,
some
dude.
kind of like
Of course
pharmaceutical
you've been
drug.
prescribed medication, dude. I'm on no drugs. I don't smoke weed. I don't do none of that shit, dude. Period. I'm drinking.
Then why is it hard to believe my claim?
I got my fucking vape pen, dude. I've never been prescribed medication.
Did you say I got my vape pen?
I got my vape pen, dude.
You're a retard,
Strawberry
dude.
kiwi and shit. It's strawberry kiwi. Fact is,
Okay, I don't even vape. I don't even smoke. What?
I don't care if you smoke.
I got you beat.
I'm not, bro. I'm not.
I got you beat.
I'm not talking shit on medication or anything.
Well, I'm
like
saying I don't do any of that.
I'm
right?
just saying.
But I don't even vape either. So
Okay,
I
but
think you vaped yourself into an anxiety attack, and now you're on a panel like
I've
trying
never had
to.
a goddamn anxiety attack, bro. I'm just.
You're
telling
having
you
one
the
right
truth.
now.
Listen, sir. I'm telling you the truth of words themselves. You don't understand words.
I don't think you know what the words mean that you're saying.
Words
I know my
don't
father.
mean
dude.
words.
I know my father. I know you by what
Okay,
you speak
you want to?
about.
Do we want to revisit this? You're a child, but
I
you're not
know
created.
you're lying,
Now you are
dude.
created, but the
I
Father
know
didn't
you're
create
lying.
you. You're just a heaping pile of
For
confusing
as the
shit.
Father
and
has life in
it doesn't make any
himself,
sense.
For as the Father has life in himself, so too has he given the Son to have life in himself. I'm a self-existent being, the same as my Father. That's what we were made as. That's how it's described.
You're made as a self-subsisting being. Say that again, real quick. You're made as a self-subsisting being.
As a self-existent being is what I said.
Okay, you're made as a self-existing being. Say that again and say it slower.
Yes, the breath
Say
of
it
God.
slower.
The breath of God, the life of God.
No, say it
created
again.
us
Say what you
here.
said slower.
And we are made.
We are made, quote, capital M-A-D-E,
Yes,
self-existent
I'm made, dude.
beings.
Of course I was made. Are you insane?
So you are created, right?
Not in the way that you're talking about. No, like
Which one is it, guy?
Begotten.
it's not what you're talking about, dude. It's we were begotten.
How are you self-existent if you're made?
Because God is in us, dude.
How did you exist without being made? Are you confused by that claim?
God exists.
Okay, God exists, right? You don't exist by yourself. You were made.
I am. My existence is God's.
You're
existence.
confused, dude. Go
you're
home.
confused.
Go to sleep.
You're
Wake up in the morning. Read
not
some more
lying,
Bible.
sir. Do not
You need
lie
to
about
read the
you
Bible
and
more
meds.
so
Do
that
not
you can
lie
get
about
your
own
argument
meds.
down
Do not
pat.
lie about your shit, dude. You're the one
Like,
lying. I'm
You're
being
obviously
fooled.
influenced by the
I'm being
Bible because you're using
fooled.
biblical verses
I'm
and you don't
influenced by
even know the
Jesus Christ,
verses.
dude. Jesus Christ is the
It's
one
a
in
problem.
you, dude.
You're
Jesus
anti-Christian,
Christ
but you're
is in you,
using
dude.
Christian rhetoric
You're
and you don't even
anti-Christ,
know the Christian
period.
rhetoric.
You don't. I don't, dude. I know everything. This is what's so sick.
You don't know anything.
You don't know shit, dude.
Well,
You're
you
trying
maybe know
to
how to like cook a bag of ramen noodles and
stumbling
shit.
stone
Like you
that
can
I
feed
am,
yourself
dude. It's crazy.
like some ramen noodles.
You're gonna mute me. You guys mute shit that you know
We can hear
destroys you.
You're not muted.
Not
You sound retarded and you're not muted.
Where's your face, hostile? Where's your face, brother?
My face, it's behind this avatar.
There's no fucking avatar. Your face is the avatar. You're just afraid, dude.
What am I afraid of? People like you who said that I'm gonna have my body crushed like a can and my stomach caught on fire.
I know you're afraid, and it's okay to be afraid. Like, I'm not shitting on you for this stuff. It's okay to take meds. It's okay to be on whatever. It's okay. God made you as you are. It's totally okay. Everything's okay.
But I thought I'm self-existing.
Don't come at me and hate on me for just telling you the truth of it all.
Dude, am I self-existing or am I made?
Yes,
Pick
you're
one.
self-existent. Yes, exactly.
Am I made?
Yes, you're made.
Okay, so explain how you can be self-existent and made at the same time.
Because
Or
the
how does that
Father
work?
breathed life into you, dude. That's your self-existence, the life in you. As the
So
Father
I
exists
exist
in
because of
himself,
the
so
breath.
the Son has life in himself.
It's like some
But-
kind of non-dualism.
I didn't exist before
It's
the breath,
non-dualism.
right?
Of course, yes, it's non-dualism. We're all one.
Okay, that's retarded. Now listen to me closely, okay?
You're retarded.
Did I
dude.
exist before the breath? Did I exist before I was made?
No, because dude,
So I'm
you-
not self-existing. You're
There is
fucking
no you.
retarded.
There is
Shut
no
up. God damn. You're literally retarded. You have the IQ
There's
of
no
like
you
a
except for
4-year-old.
the breath, dude.
This is
You
wild.
exist because of the breath.
Hey, you should
think
read
it's
the
funny?
comment.
You think it's
Read the
funny,
comment
dude?
I posted in the
You think
private
it's
chat
funny,
there.
dude? You are a result of the breath in you. Without
Hey, bro.
without existence, you couldn't say I am.
Hey,
The I am that you say you
Read
are
the chat.
is an expression of God.
P, read the chat. Read the private chat.
read the
A
private chat.
self-existent being is a foundational theological and philosophical concept describing an entity whose existence is not derived from or dependent on any other cause, being a deity, literally from oneself. Primarily defined in classical theism as God, this being possesses life inherently as uncaused. Yeah, it's exactly that.
Yeah, so now go to sleep, let the drugs wear off, and then try again next time.
Dude,
The point, look, the P.
you want to play games, dude? I'm here for real. Why are you mocking, dude? What is wrong with you? You're not nice. You're not a kind person, dude. You're a mean person. You're a brother.
You're mean.
In person, bro, I'd smack the shit out of you. Because I guarantee you,
You're mean.
in person, you would never say these things to my face.
God's gonna kill you. He's gonna crush you like a can. You're mean.
Yes,
Dude,
because we're
You're
so
in person, dude. You're not friendly. Like, you're not fucking what you pretend to be. I'd smack the fuck out of you, dude.
Hey, bro, would you stop talking so I can make a point
He's a
about
dickhead.
your paradigm?
You're a dickhead to his family, dude. What's wrong with you? Like, I'm just
My family
telling
is
you
not
that you're
retarded.
self-
They're
I'm
not
telling
retarded
you-
like this.
I'm telling you that you are as God, and you're making fun of it. You know how
I'm telling you,
saying
you're
that?
not. I'm just telling you, we're not. Right?
You're a liar.
That's a retarded claim.
You're just a liar.
None of us are creating each other. You're not creating anything. That's
I didn't say I'm
retarded.
creating you. I'm saying we're all creator. We're all self-existent.
Yeah, that's retarded.
We all
That claim
breathe.
is retarded.
It's the
You
life
still
of
haven't
God
given
in
me
us
an
all.
example of how you create something. But anyway, let Dom speak to
Write
you.
books, don't we, dog?
Dom needs to ask you something.
Do we
or
not
tell you
write
something.
stories, dog?
All I'm trying to point out is that you're saying that we're created or that we come from God, and the definition of self-existing means that you don't come from anything, nor are you created.
That's
So
not true.
this is the discrepancy
That's not true.
we're
It's not
having.
what we just read, dude. It's for as
That's
the Father has
literally
life in
what
himself, so too has he given to the Son to have life in himself. Why is this a big fucking joke to you guys? We're talking about immortality, and it's a fucking joke to you.
Dumb is a joke.
As
Dumb is
the
funny.
Father has life in himself, so too has he given to the Son to have life in himself. We have the breath of life in us all, and that is self-existent, eternal, immortal being. This possesses life inherently, is uncaused, eternal, unnecessary, and necessary, not possible to not exist.
What are you reading something? What are you
Yeah, I
reading?
just read the quote again, dude. It's not derived from or dependent on any other cause. It's God himself. Do
So
understand?
you're so
Our-
if you're
our life is God
self-existent,
himself.
You need to get this guy on Jack Talcott's stream.
the point is,
Get
if
me
you
anywhere.
are self-existent,
Yes, as my
you
father.
are not a child of God.
Yes, I am. That's literally what a child of God is. He is made as God.
You
Bro,
don't
if you
understand
can't see the problem with that, then
Hostile
I mean,
Hyperbearing, you are a fucking evil brother, bro. And I'm kind
I
of
would say that about you. I would say you
I
are
don't care what
the
you have to say
scourge
because you're the
of
only
the earth.
person who would say that. You're the only people who would say that. Is you fake ass fucking people who would speak against God.
I'm not up here
Like,
telling
you
people
know
that
better.
they're going
Like,
to
you know better.
have their
Nobody on
bodies crushed
planet-
like cans.
Nobody on planet Earth would ever call me evil like you do.
You said that everyone here is
You're
going to
wrong.
bleed and be crushed like a can, and their stomachs are going to be put on
Trash
fire.
compactorism.
Well, yeah, your body's
you
going to be
talking
destroyed.
about,
You're going to be
dude?
destroyed. Yeah, you'll be destroyed.
Cool. That sounds mean, right? Oh, mean.
No,
God,
it's-
you're mean.
It's reality itself, dude, because you're saying that you're not self-existent. Your body was made a vessel to be destroyed.
I'm saying you're eternal. Your claim is retarded. You're saying you're made
Well, you
and
said I'm
self-existent.
eternal, so I'm
You're
God.
saying made and self-existent.
Why-
Those
why
two
don't you
things don't
just
go
tell me
together,
I'm God?
dumbass.
Why don't you just tell me I'm God and then continue to pretend
You're
like
not.
You know,
You're.
well, you just
You
said
can't
I
even.
am.
You don't even know if you're Mexican or Arab. You couldn't even tell us that, but you can tell us
What
you're
is this
God.
weird shit, dude. I don't tell you I'm God. That's the whole point. Like, I don't say that.
Just said. What? Are you fucking high?
Demiurge is it's a Greek transliteration.
Okay, is it an English word or is it Greek?
I've never spoken that word, dude. It's a Greek
Okay,
transliteration.
but is demiurge an English word?
I just
Or is demiurgos? That's Greek, right? What is demiurge? Is that an English word?
When have you ever heard that word?
All the time. We use it all the time. I use it all the time.
Right, you use it.
Yeah. Somebody else used it before I
You're
did.
a false ass prophet, dude. You just speak a bunch of nonsense.
Dude, you're a dumbass. How about you
You're a hater, dude. You're
go
evil.
to
I
sleep?
keep telling you that. I don't know why you're
Wake
doing
up.
this stuff. Like,
You can apologize tomorrow and be like, dude, I was hammered. I was high on crack.
dude, I'm not high on anything.
We'll
You're
accept the apology tomorrow morning. Just chill out.
He's
Get
high
some
on
rest,
God,
man.
dude.
You don't even know crack. If I was smoking
Get some
crack,
rest.
I would smoke crack like 3 times by now on screen. You don't know crack.
Get
You
some
don't
sleep,
know
man.
fucking anything,
Rough,
dude.
bro.
You hate on human beings.
He
You
knows
judge
crack
other
pretty well,
human
though. You
beings
notice
after
that?
they finish. You don't know people, dude. You're bad.
Dude,
for
hit
real.
your vape and take a nap. And then we'll try this again tomorrow. Okay?
I don't sleep, dude. You're not gonna try this again. Like,
Is that because of the
everywhere.
crack?
Guys,
Or is
I'm
that just
everywhere,
like.
dude. I'm everywhere, and don't think yourself special, Mr. Hostile Hyper.
Well, is it the crack that you don't. Is that why you don't sleep?
Are you retarded? Like, for real?
Well, you said you don't sleep. I'm trying to figure out why
Right,
that
I
is.
don't sleep.
Normal people sleep.
Why? Because I know the truth, dude.
So the truth keeps you up at night.
The Bible says, "They who know the truth, they who are of the good, don't sleep."
What?
What?
Right? You don't know. You don't know shit about it. Like, you just don't know. I get it. You guys are.
I know there's
not.
no rest for the
understand
wicked.
that you are living in a war.
Did you hear Dom? Did you hear what Dom just
You're
said?
in an interdimensional war. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, and I think you're the enemy. You're a traitor. Did you
Right,
hear
but
what Dom said?
But I know that you're a dog.
I would rather be a dog than what you are.
Are you
right
sitting on the throne, Hostile Hyperbeing?
No, and you're not either.
Oh, you're not
No.
sitting on the throne.
No.
You're outside the gates. Are you outside the gates of the kingdom of God?
There is no outside of the gates.
Of course there is. What
Yeah.
the fuck are you talking about?
Well, in eternity, right? If I'm inside eternity, there's no hierarchical structure there. There's no
Well, without
God.
and whoremongers and sorcerers.
Yeah,
and
no,
every
that's-
man who
you,
loveth
you
and
think
maketh a
becoming
lie,
is reality, and you
I
suffer
think
from
you're
that.
a liar. I think you're a dog. I think you're a whoremonger and a sorcerer.
How am I a whoremonger? I'm interested
All that
in that
stuff.
one.
I just called you a dog, man, and that's a really good term, dog.
Oh yeah, no, I like the dog one, but
I
the
could call you
whoremonger,
Satan
where did that one
himself.
come
I could
from?
call you the devil himself.
Where did it get
I haven't
sexual?
gotten that
At what
far.
point did it become sexual? Can you explain
It's
that
just
to me?
if you were in the
Revelation
kingdom
20.
of God, you would know me, right? Wouldn't you?
Well, no, I'm saying whoremongerer, right?
If
Like,
you
where did
knew-
that come from?
If you knew my father,
So am I a whoremonger because I don't know the Father? Is that what's going on?
no, you're a whoremonger because you're adultering with the spirit of Antichrist. You're a
Oh,
whore. God
Interesting
called
take.
you his bride. Jesus Christ called you to be his bride, and you became a whore.
This is high level Christian psychosis. This is wild.
You don't know me at all, dude. You really don't know how this shit
No, I
works.
don't know you, and I
No,
don't
you don't
really
know me.
want to get
If you
learned.
knew my father, you would know me.
We don't have a father. It's
Of course we have a father.
There's
dude.
no creation, dumbass. You said that. You said self-existent.
Right,
literally
self-existent because of the
Jesus.
Father, dude. The
Hey.
Father has life in himself, so too has he given to the Son to have life.
So
in
are
himself.
you yourself or are you the father?
The Father's in me? Is what I've been saying.
Okay, so then if you are actually the father, then everyone who has the
I am
father in
actually
them.
the Father, dude. You're just a
Well,
liar.
you
You're
said
a
that
false
your
prophet.
self-existence comes from the father. Like,
Yes,
if you want to
yes.
really have this discussion, listen to me so we can get this over
I
with.
listen to every fucking
don't-
word you say, dog. You don't.
But
listen
you're
to
not
shit
getting
I'm
it,
saying,
right?
dude.
Not
You're not
possible.
getting
The
it.
shit I'm saying, dude. For real.
You said we are self-existently made.
Of the
We
Father.
are made
As
self-existent.
the
Okay,
Father has life in himself,
so
so too
you
has he
don't
given
have
to the Son
self-existence.
life in
There
himself.
is no P. There's
No,
only
there's
the
no P.
Father.
You're right. The P is actually for Pater. That's for the Father. That's
Okay.
what my name is from.
So there's only the Father because your self-existence is
potentate.
through the breath.
The potentate, the Pater, the
Okay, we
potential.
got it. Are you ready to? You want to hang with the big dogs, or do you want to keep talking about
You're
some
no big
etymological
dog,
bullshit?
dude. You're a fucking little pipsqueak rat in my eyes. Dude.
Listen.
You don't fucking talk to yourself as if you're a big
If
dog.
your
man.
self-existence comes from the Father, you are made self-existence. Isn't that breath what you really are? And isn't that the Father?
That's what I've said the whole time, bro.
So you are the Father.
Nope.
You denied that 100
I and the
times.
Father are one. That's what I've said the whole time.
Okay, no, you said you were a child. Then you said you were the Father. I'm
I'm
trying to tell you, if you
I'm
are the
his son.
Father, then everyone who has the breath of God in them is one person.
God's not a person, dude.
It's one entity. It's
Yeah,
one being.
entity. Yeah, we are all one entity, and that's why I have power over you.
Okay, so the
Dude,
others
these
that you're
kids.
trying to proselytize to,
I
they don't have the
I
breath
don't
in them.
proselyte,
Listen,
dude, like-
listen. The people you're trying to save, if they don't
I
have
don't
the
try to
breath,
save anyone, dude. You're just a liar. You bear false witness all
then
the time.
why are you even talking right now?
Why
If
am
I have the
even
Father
talking?
in me, then I'm returning to the Father.
Am I even talking? You're returning to the Father? Is that what I said?
Or I am the Father currently. And when the
I
time
didn't say
comes,
that
the
at
end of your
all. I didn't.
eschatology.
How is
because,
it
right,
that
you said-
everything that you say is opposing me?
Well, it's
wanna
not.
know
I'm
why?
trying to ride. Well, I
wanna know why?
believe my belief is
Because you're
opposing you, of
possessed
course.
by the devil, literally.
But I'm trying to ride your wave and try to understand
You're
what
not
you're
riding
saying.
my wave, dude. You're opposing me all the time.
Well, you don't make sense.
To you, I don't make sense. I know that. Believe me, I know that. I'm hoping
To
that
you
anyone
don't
who
make
hears
sense.
will see
You're
it.
saying that you are a child, but you're made self-existent. That makes no
Yes.
sense.
That's what children are, dude.
You're self-existent. Children are self-existent.
Children of God, yes.
Okay, so
Yeah,
of
like
God. Now you got a
Christian
disclaimer
first.
on there. Of God, though. Bro, you have a unique doctrine. Cool, right?
I have
but
Jesus
like anything
Christ.
else?
I have the living God in me. Do you understand? I'm literally that.
Do you have anything else to say?
Do I have anything? I'll say anything you. I'll be here till the end, bro. You wanna talk? Let's talk.
No, I don't want to talk. I'm trying to get it over with. Do you have
You don't
anything
want
else?
to talk.
you
You
wanna
want
add?
to keep talking all the time and stuff. Do you want to die then, or do you want to live?
I am living. I will live. I'm
you'll live.
eternal.
What is that life? Oh, you're eternal. So you have self-existence. Where'd you get that
Yes,
from?
and I'm not made. That makes more sense.
Oh, you're
That's
not
the actual. That's the actual definition of
You have no
self-existence.
father. You don't have a father.
No, I don't have a father.
See, you are the father.
No, we're not
You're
fathers, children.
self-existent
That's
God
all
Almighty.
misnomer. You
You are
believe in
self-existent God
your
Almighty.
mind is stuck in becoming. You think in
just-
terms of
you're
becoming.
simply-
That's why you use words like
everyone's gonna
father
know, I
and
swear to God.
child and mother and seed.
Everyone is
and
being
progeny.
shown who is who here, dude.
You don't
It's
even
hilarious.
understand your own claims. This is
Sure,
bad,
brother.
my guy. It's
Yeah.
bad. It's a bad look.
You're self-existent. You're God Almighty. You're the.
I've already said throw the word God out. Quit using
You're
the
the
word God.
uncreated-
That's
No, I'll never
that's the
throw the word
problem
God
with your
out. No, I'll
psychosis.
never throw the word God out ever.
You do. Because you
No, I
have
never
this
said-
problem of believing that
No,
you are
you need the word
self-existent,
God.
but you're made.
You need the
You
word
understand
God.
that you're a schizophrenic?
You
Like
need
you
the word God.
literally
You
think
understand that
you're somebody
you're a
else.
pseudo psychologist, fake doctor, fake brother.
Larpophrenic.
You're a fake friend. You're a fake lover. You're evil. Do you understand that stuff? You're fake. Do you understand that? No, you don't.
I do. Can you explain the
I
whoremonger
believe.
report
I
though?
kind of
One more
believe that
time.
you actually do understand that, but you're gonna lie about it anyways. So that's
Explain the
why.
whoremonger report one more time for me.
Right, you're a whoremonger. You're adultering with the spirit of Antichrist. You're literally influenced by the possession of Satan himself. Satan is in you.
Is that sexual? Does that have a sexual implication?
Yeah, it's sexual. You're literally sleeping with the devil in the spirit.
Anything else? What else you got? Cook.
You think it's like a game? Like you think it's funny?
No, quit telling me what I think it is. You
Everyone's
tell me.
beautiful.
I'm asking you to lay it out. Go. Say what you need to. Get it off your chest, guy.
I tell the truth all the time, dude. I don't have anything on my chest.
Well, continue. Are you done with it? I think we got the gist
What
of
are
it.
you talking to, brother?
I'm not your brother. You've made
Well,
that
you
clear.
are, but you're not at the same time.
No. If everyone has the breath of the Father in them, or certain people, right? Then what
Everyone
you're doing
has
is
the breath of the Father in them. Period.
then what you're doing is useless.
You
We
started
all
with
are the
if.
Father. You're
You started
dumb.
with if, and that's why we have this problem.
So is God like? Does he kill himself? Like all the people who are going to die and be crushed?
God puts all the blame of the destruction of the entire world, of the chaos in this world, at the feet of those like you, Mr. Hostile.
Okay, but we're all the Father, right? We all have the
No,
breath.
I didn't say that at all, dude.
You just said that.
I just said God blames you for everything.
You just said we're all the Father. We all have the breath of
you
God.
for all.
This is a troll. Okay,
I'm
I'm
dead
gonna
serious,
kick
man.
back. I'm gonna kick back. I think I've got enough out of you that makes you look
You can't get
entirely
anything out of me.
retarded.
What are you trying to get out of me, dude?
You're the explanation for your paradigm, and it doesn't make any sense.
Paradigm, dude. This is a kingdom.
Oh, it's the truth, man. I speak the
This is a
truth. I
kingdom
got
of
that.
love.
I got it.
Anyone who's listening has heard the truth. Anyone who's listening sees the difference between you and I.
This is how cults are made.
Yeah, I agree. This is how
It's
cults are
people
made.
don't understand what the guy's saying, and they just believe it.
You're evil. That's how it
No,
works.
you are the cult leader.
I don't lead any cult, dude. I don't have any group or anything like that, dude.
You're yelling at people saying, "Oh, you're gonna die. Do
I
you
don't
want to
yell at
die?"
anybody, dude. I'm telling you, we live forever. I'm telling you, you'll never die.
Oh my goodness.
You're telling the world that they will guaranteed die, that there's no God, that they're
So
not
nobody dies,
self-existent,
right?
that
Nobody
they're not
dies, P.
self-existent, that they're not self-existent, that they have no
P.
promise of eternal life. That is your message.
Does nobody die?
I'm telling the world that everyone will enter the kingdom of God, that it is my Father, your Father in us all, that we are self-existent, made to live forever, that whoever believes will never die in this age. And
Okay, what about the
we live
people
in a
who
very-
don't
we live in
believe?
a very special
P.
time. We live in a very special time that the entire world is going to actually just walk into.
What
eternity.
about the people who don't believe, P? You just said everyone is going. Everyone.
There's a big difference between not believing and disbelieving, rejecting.
Dude, there's a difference between everyone and then not these certain people. Do you not understand
Right.
that?
There's a big difference between the world at large and you.
Okay, so is everybody making it?
Yeah, everyone's going to be in the kingdom of
Okay,
God.
so no one's dying, right?
Everyone died.
Oh.
Everyone died.
When you just said earlier that no one's going to die, everyone's going to make it, right? What did you mean?
I didn't say that. What I said is you're not even listening. Like this is the point. You will not be.
I hope Tartarian's still here because
unless
this is
you
a
change your
super
mind,
cut.
bro. Unless you change your mind, understand that none of these other guys are speaking against it. They're listening, right? They want to know. They're trying to understand. Anyone who hears and believes in the true gospel, in the truth of Jesus Christ, will never die. They are in fact kings of the universe, and they'll live forever, and they'll know it.
All right, so I'm gonna move to.
Guys will live in the kingdom of God. They'll be entered into the kingdom of God.
Right.
Only false prophets who have blasphemed the Holy Spirit will be blasted out of the kingdom of God.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move to
you. No, I
right.
get it.
Yeah. No. I hear you, bro. Yeah, so I'm gonna move to Guanan in a little bit, and I appreciate you, and so we're gonna play some music and move to Guanan. You can hang out. See how the Guanan strikes you. You know what I'm saying? I do like you, P, and so as long as you participate respectfully in the show, I appreciate your. But obviously we got to move to the next screen here. So so you got like 2 more minutes. Let the people know what's going on, man. You got the floor.
Right. Jesus Christ saved the entire world before the foundation of the world. God Almighty is the one living in you all. Will live forever. If you trust in the name of Jesus Christ, you'll never die. You're literally made to rule the entire universe. False prophets who speak against the living God, anyone who blasphemes the Holy Spirit is kicked out of the kingdom of God, period. And that's like that other dude arguing with me all the time. It's that simple. Everyone you've ever known, everyone you've never known is going to be in the kingdom of God. We'll all live forever, period.
All right, bro.
It's made this way. Christ is all and is in all. God is all there is. It's God in you all. You just don't believe it. So prove it to yourself.
You see, this is the Paulite version of Christianity that I was talking about earlier.
I'm not a Christianity, dude. You don't know me.
You just said basically all you need to do is just believe in Jesus.
What I said is you don't have to do anything. What I said is you cannot do anything.
Exactly.
Hold on, I just have one question for P because I don't know anything about him. But
Yeah,
are you a Mormon? That's all. That's the only question I have.
No, dude. I'm God's son. I'm sent from heaven. I'm a fucking alien, dude. I'm king of the universe. Okay, I'm your brother. Okay,
Yeah, just go back in the episode. You'll get your answer, Neuro.
I'm the things, dude. I'm Jesus Christ himself. That's what the book says.
But yeah,
figure it out.
So thank you so much.
Everyone else is false. There's only 7,000 people on this earth today who are going to believe. That's written out of billions. So yeah, all you have to do is believe. If you want to be called a believer, you have to believe as Abraham believed that God saved all, that God is all.
7,000
serious. You think it's a joke? Have fun,
everyone,
dude.
man. Everyone's gonna make it. 7,000 people are gonna make it. I'm not an Abrahamist. What Abraham said is the thing.
Everyone was already saved. Everyone's going to be in the kingdom of God. If you enter the Holy Bible and you speak a false gospel out of it, you will be.
I'm not a Christian, but the Bible says it. It says it all right there.
Bible, you are cursed. Period.
I'm not a Jew. I'm not an Abrahamist, but what Abraham said is what
This guy
what
is
goes.
going to just speak confusion. I'm telling you, you guys don't understand how serious this
I'm
is.
confusing.
7,000 people.
Dude, you're a mess.
Called to believe Jesus Christ, the Lord.
Yeah, you're a mess.
Yeah, well, you're going to find out exactly who I am, dude.
You're
going to find out exactly how powerful I am, dude.
Yeah, man, you're going to find out when my God
you are gonna
bludgeons you
out,
and
dude.
makes you
It's good news.
bleed.
It's a good thing, dude. It's a good thing I'm speaking to you. It's
Your
gonna
threats
live-
don't mean anything.
You're gonna
right?
live
You know
forever,
that when you
dude.
threaten people with your God's like bludgeoning
I'm
and
threatening
crushing,
you with
that's
eternal
not going
life.
to make people believe
Threatening
you.
you with immortality and peace everlasting. You're a fraud.
Is it
dude.
peace
Fuck
or
you.
is it being crushed like a can?
For you?
Come on,
it's
man,
being
pick
crushed
one.
like a can, dude. For
Pick
you,
one.
you're gonna be crushed like a can, dude.
But I'm a part of everyone, right? You said everyone makes
No,
it.
you're
I fall into that
anti-life. Actually,
category.
you are literally anti the entirety of humanity. For you,
But
to
you
hear
said
these things-
everyone.
for
Hold
you to
on.
hear these things,
Am I not everyone?
reject them and
Hold
speak
on,
evil of them,
Hyperborean.
you are
Let's just go for a second.
anti-humanity
This
itself.
dude will
You
just
are
keep
the
going.
enemy of life itself. That's what's being revealed.
Yo,
Okay.
bro. All right. Yeah, we got to move to the next screen. We're gonna play a song, and then
your games, bro.
We'll move to Guanan.
Yeah, we got
please don't.
songs to sing. It's real important.
Yeah, please don't disturb the music, and then we'll move to Guanan and see how that strikes you. And you're free to participate in the conversation. Thank you so much. And so I appreciate the people for watching. And we'll move to the next screen. We're just gonna, we'd like chop it up, but like more or less want to organize the different segments. So like 3 hours in, the third to the fourth hour. We got P's entire testimony or whatever, so we can move on now to the fourth hour of the show. I appreciate you guys. That makes it easy for me to edit the show later. And so hold on a second. Let me pop in on this
on a song, surprisingly, called Cult Leader. And I've had a bunch of music shows. We played a bunch of this. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. We'll be back soon.
Cult leader, the warmonger, armed with 4 high-powered firearm barometers. I visited Andromeda, the human cloner, to donate to my fam organ donor. The morbid odor, the corpse is lowered, the coroner, the cult leader, result meter, the skull and bones bleeder, the chrome eater, the soul eater, the tone reader, the cloak and dagger magnum packer, convert star systems to active vacuums, the illest shits, the smash and had goons, the great communicator. Alien Tomb Raider, consume data, cut from the same cloth to produce Vader. The cult leader, the ultimate fighting champion, the beneficent, the lamb, the messiah, the religion. There's 1,000 faces, more than the cross and the star of David. I'm the combination of God and Satan, the humble shepherd, the son of lepers, the stuff of legends, the cult leader. I've indulged in the most disgusting of pleasures, likable and charismatic. My smile and face has been enough to make a mother leave her children in a violent place. I turn these to noodles. I make my female followers walk me until they pussies dripping like fruit juice. The pervert, the pathological, the prophet. I'm the second coming, the antichrist, the final conflict. Who got nuclear weapons and a suicidal doctrine? The cult leader, and I'll never stop until I got you locked in. Cult leader.
And everywhere, his words are greeted with enthusiasm.
I'm the cult leader.
His listeners have found a personal revelation in what he has to say.
Cult leader.
You will obey your instinct and try to dominate others.
I'm the motherfucking cult leader.
Such power transforms, elevates, even purifies.
The life taker. Followers fly planes into skyscrapers. Send you a disease through the mail wrapped inside paper. The gospel preacher, the hostile teacher, the face of God but in apostle speeches. It's the prophecy, the cult leader, the people's temple, the holy ground, the war compound, the 4-pound, the rifle, the disciples, the holy idol, supreme truth, the cult leader with the green tooth, the multi-millionaire with the stare that can freeze troops. I program people to kill. The motivational speaker, my words cause people to feel. It's mind control. Let the cult leader guide your soul. Open up your eyes to the lies they told. The general, the chief, I be the political pioneer. The cult leader, you can believe in me. I am here, bless the children. Take you under my wing shelter. Helter skelter, this is it. You can't kill me, I'll exist forever. Cult leader.
The leader. A champion of the underdog.
I'm the cult leader.
Who tried to show the path of truth to amaze all mankind.
Cult leader.
Scorned, ridiculed, and condemned.
I'm the motherfucking cult leader.
Words are inadequate to convey the majesty of the
cult leader.
The leader.
I'm the cult leader. Cult leader. I'm the motherfucking cult leader.
All right, let me move to this. Try to share the screen if I can. Okay. So it says we must recall once more a point that has already been mentioned. Modern sciences do not possess the character of disinterested knowledge, nor is there's speculative value even for those who believe in it much more than a mask beneath which purely practical considerations are hidden. But this mask makes it possible to retain the illusion of false intellectuality, he says. Descartes himself, in working out his physics, was primarily interested in extracting from it a system of mechanics, medicine, and morality. Okay, so let's check that out, right? So we find this all over, right? In the philosophies of, I mean, in the physicists of, in the philosophies of the physicists and in the physics of the philosophers, right? We find both, right? This idea where they seem to impart, right, physical qualities, right, and extrapolate moral underpinnings, all sorts of metaphysical justifications, right? And it seems like they're being, what Guanan is saying is that they're being rather intrusive, right? They're intruding into those areas, right? Without it being justified, right? Right, that which is a total inversion of this whole process where the religions and philosophies and all these ancient tools are sort of adapting themselves to the modern system, right? So he's saying that actually the reverse or the inverse is what made that possible, right? Is the extrapolation of philosophical ideas within physics, right? The kind of which that Descartes makes, right? Right, like he starts to infer mechanics within physical laws. He starts to infer medical applications within physical laws. He starts to infer moral implications within physical laws, even though nothing of that sort exists for Guanan, right? He's saying that he's putting the, but still greater change was brought about by a diffusion of the influence of Anglo-Saxon empiricism. The Anglos, we got to get, whenever somebody mentions the Anglos,
You trying to summon Penoid?
yeah, yeah, we got to summon Penoid when they mention the Anglos, right? So yeah, all right, and but yeah, Anglo-Saxon empiricism. So I actually opened my show talking about some of the origin of sort of empiricism, right? With this notion of correspondence theory, right? And I think Aristotle contributed heavily to that, right? And there are, modern thinkers, right, that have made that delineation, right? Okay, lots of modern thinkers have made that delineation, right? Um, you know, all right. And I've mentioned several of them on the show. But from Skolomowski to Martha Nussbaum to others, right? They've all mentioned this concept, right? But yeah, anyways, it is almost exclusive. Obviously, Aristotle, as we mentioned on the show, he didn't have a very high view of Europeans, right? Okay. He distinguished himself from Europeans, right? And yeah, obviously the Greeks thought of other people, right, as barbarians, right? and basically fit for slavery within Greece, right? That's how they thought. That's how the ancient Greeks thought, right? So let's not get it twisted. They weren't some sort of liberal society, right? So in every sense, we see that liberalism is a modern invention, right? And one of the things that has to do with it is this thing called empiricism, right? Because for Locke, especially, right, that empiricism is what comes up with this idea of the tabula rasa. Okay, and the tabula rasa is part of the reinvention of the universal man into the mass man. Yeah, but yeah. As we outlined in the opening sort of presentation here. Does anybody have any comments on that? It's like a lot there. All right, so we're gonna get to the main foe, which is the counterpart for this sort of physicalism is, or this sort of theoretical materialism, right, is the utilitarianism, right? And of course, that is also a key transition from the universal man to the mass man, right? Right, is a transition from universal laws, right, or natural law to utilitarianism, right, and positivism, right, as I say, right, and naturalism, and these types of hard line materialist ideas, right, that as Guénon pointed out, it doesn't just posit that that matter is a primary form of existence, but that it's the only form of existence, right? So so I think that's there's no proof of that anywhere in science or philosophy or religion, right? Anyway, so but yeah, so we could put that one to rest, right? I don't know. So far, right? Nothing's been able to prove that, right? Right. You could question whether God exists, right? But you can't, really question whether we know if matter is the only thing in existence. We don't know that, right? That's for damn sure, right? So yeah, we don't know either, right? And that's a great factoid to have when conducting philosophical inquiries. What is the breadth of human knowledge seem to suggest, right? It's a big fat zero on those two questions, right? Or on mind or the origins of life or anything like that, right? Any of the most important questions, right? Where does art and spirituality and what are the goals of these things? What are the goals of art and religion, right? Why is most of man's technical application reserved for those symbolic forms, right? And how did the perversion of those symbolic forms take place, right? Through the written speech, right? Other inventions, right? It's fascinating, right? But anyways, all of these comprise this historical flow. Let's go back to Guénon, right? I'll put this on the screen so you guys don't get lost in what I'm saying and what he's saying. Hold on. I have the text here. And I've read very little of it so far, so we kind of started at the top of this page here. And we're now sort of towards the middle of the page there, right? So it says, it is almost exclusively the practical results that science makes possible that gives it so much prestige in the eyes of the general public. Because here again are things that can be seen and touched we have said that pragmatism represents the outcome of all modern philosophy. And the last stage in its decline, but outside philosophy, there's also and has been for a long time a widespread unsystematized pragmatism that is to philosophical pragmatism, what practical is to theoretical materialism. Which is really the same as what people call common sense. Interesting. So they're saying like it's kind of like this surface level shit, right? Where people get trapped. That's always a great way to blue pill people, right? But yeah, interesting stuff. Unsystematized pragmatism. That is to philosophical pragmatism. What practical is to theoretical materialism, which is really what some people call common sense. What is more, this almost instinctive utilitarianism is inseparable from the materialist tendency, he says. For common sense consists in not going beyond the things of this earth, as well as in ignoring all that does not make an immediate practical appeal. In particular, it is common sense that sees only the world of senses as real, and that admits of no knowledge other than that one that comes from the senses. Moreover, it ascribes value to this narrow form of knowledge insofar as it offers a possibility of satisfying either material needs or a certain sentimentalism. For in reality, sentiment, and this must be frankly stated for the risk of shocking contemporary moralism, lies quite close to the matter, he says. In all this, there remains no place for intelligence, or at most only insofar as intelligence may consent to serve for attainment of practical ends and to become a mere instrument subordinated to the requirements of the lowest and most corporeal part of the human individual, a tool for making tools, he says. Is that on the screen at all?
Looks like it.
No, it's not. Okay, here, let me scroll down because I want to highlight that. Whoa, a tool for making tools, bruh.
It's like architectonic.
Oh, yeah. Tool for making tools. Yeah, that is architectonic, pretty much. So yeah, so it's saying that intelligence, once it succumbs to the most profane sort of practical impulses, the commonplace, common sense, right? It becomes subordinated, right? It becomes a tool for making tools. Of course, he's saying that's because the lower faculty, the part that is instrumental, is serving as the leader, right? But yeah, and he says, to quote a significant expression of Bergson, it is an utter indifference to truth that begets pragmatism in all its forms. Hold up. But you know what's weird is that William James, right? He put this whole idea of better uh better risk of error than loss of truth. Right, saying scientists cast out truth because they say there is no absolute truth, right? And what they're looking for in their scientific discovery, right? So they just say it doesn't exist, right? But he says it's fine if you make mistakes in figuring out what's real, but that doesn't mean you have to let go of the fact that there's a truth out there. But here's the Bergson thing. Let's go back to it, right? There is an utter indifference to truth that begets pragmatism in all its forms. So yeah, all right. I appreciate you guys. So yeah, we'll go to a new page of that. And of course I do have here, hold on, let me see where I put this video. Because we're on the other end looking at oh, actually, let me check where we were in this by looking at my last live stream. Yeah. So it's not very efficient, but yeah. It is what it is. And I wonder where. Okay, here it was. Sorry. Okay, this will be quick. Let me see. Give me 1 second, folks. We're doing some exploration here. Okay. Okay.
I think it's important. I just want to make this comment for people watching this, that modernity, in terms of philosophy, modern philosophy, and continental philosophy in certain aspects, this trajectory, when you follow it, it is spiritless. And what I mean by that is it lacks a metaphysic. Modernity turns away from metaphysics, and even in the pragmatic, there's no meta-ethical at all. It's normative and applied ethics, which tends towards the symptoms we have currently in the world. I think that what I'm getting at is when you turn away from metaphysics, I think the world becomes ill. The human experience, the human condition, becomes sick. I think the traditionalists realize this, and it's self-evident. Like, their take isn't really that deep. Like, reading people like Evola and Guinan, it's right in front of their face. It's like anybody who has a bit of understanding in philosophy can see this, and I think their work was really important. As much as I don't agree with things that they say. I think overall, Guinan's main, main spiel. Same thing with Evola, the anti-modernity, the fight against modernity, the turning away from modernity. I think that's important, and I think that we need to cultivate that as humanity on a whole needs to cultivate that attitude if we're to get to some grand step like slowing down technological advancement or even full blown halting it, or at least just cutting back on the complexity. I think it's important. Modernity, anti-modernity is a good starting point.
Yeah, and I think it's a good extension of what Alul is providing. I don't think Alul really goes as far as to say that thought of the 16th century really equated to the fusion of events that led to the technological outgrowth. He thinks it's sort of a unique event, right? So in his historical analysis, right, which only lasts like not that many pages, right, in the introduction of the book, obviously I think when you really investigate their words, right, they're saying that technique is a process that's much more ancient, right, but really this whole process of sort of modernity, they think it's close to 16th to 18th century, but really I think these guys are hitting closer to ideas that were way before that. So I think they're getting closer to the ideological roots of what's going on, and so is Skrbina and Skolomowski, right? And of course they're taking a radical revisioning of not just blaming the technological system, right, as it functions today, but also the scientific world paradigm, right? Which Uncle Teddy doesn't really blame that, right? He says, no, we have to sort of use the scientific world paradigm to attack the technological system if we want to be successful, right? So he's taking more in practical terms. Then what does someone like Gunan say? He says, no, fuck practicalities, right? And it's crazy, right? He's like way inclined to just look at the sort of metaphysical domain, cast out materialism, and he's taking a radical stance in that direction. So
I think Evola would be a little more pragmatic and more worldly. I agree with Teddy to a certain extent. I think I see where he's coming from. Like, you don't necessarily have to be an empiricist or no, let me be more specific, a positivist or materialist to use science. So I kind of agree with that, but it's like that slippery slope thing that it's kind of like the symptom. I'll give this as an analogy. Like when people use the internet to search terms or concepts, they'll read about it and they'll learn it for the moment, but they're trained to like memory dump it or forget it because they know that they can always rely on the internet to look for some meaning behind something, some word or a concept. The same thing is that it's the same thing for science, the scientific method.
Yeah.
It's like we know the method is there and we can like fall back on it.
Ultimately it comes down to one thing, whether it's of this world or another. We must place the light over the darkness. You say the light is green, that's fine. But we must place the light over the darkness. Whether it's on a karmic layer or another layer, we must place the light over the darkness. The light has a spontaneous character that is beyond instrumental reason. It must be beyond mere calculation and such. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Everyone, we can go deep into the theory. We can go deep into the genealogy of thought. But ultimately, it comes down to whether the light blurs with evil or whether the light is above the darkness. Whether the light. You see what I mean? Namo Amitabha Buddha. You see what I mean? The Lotus Sutra, it contains the truth, same with the Lankavatra. You see what I mean? The light must be placed over the darkness. This life is merely a temporary transient one. It is merely a temporary transient one. But we must have compassion and honor, whether it is of this world or another or beyond all becoming. The light over the darkness.
Amen. You are the light of the world, but you need the name.
I didn't ask you. I don't know who you are. The
I didn't ask you either, brother. Buddha is the enlightened one, right? But
Yeah.
Jesus Christ is the true light. You need the name because Jesus, G is us, Jesus, God, us. You need that name. What
Yeah.
nirvana has Buddha brought you?
Namo Amitabha Buddha. Buddha nature is sufficient to me. Simply
We are
look.
God's nature. We're God's nature by birth.
Yeah,
That's
then you
right.
lost. You lost the debate. When you say we are God's nature,
There's
you
no
lost
debate,
the debate.
brother. There's no debate.
Simply look within. You find that which is imperishable.
I am
and
that I
without
am. I am the
duration
light of the
within
world, right?
You have lost. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting
Why?
me.
I am the light of the
Because
world. I'm talking about
you
immortality,
are
brother.
the
Don't
light
you
of the
think that's
world. That
important, right?
is sufficient. And that light of the world
Buddha
is
does not
of
bring you nirvana.
compassion
There's no
above
nirvana in the
you.
name of Buddha, right?
Yes, that is sufficient. That is what the Buddha teaches. Namo Amitabha Buddha. You are trying to proselytize.
Do you have nirvana, sir?
Yes, I think every sentient being has that which is imperishable within them.
Right, the light. I agree.
After
I'm
my
just saying you need
nirvana,
the name. You need G is us. You need God is us.
you
You
don't
need
tell me
I
what I
am.
need. I have what is.
I do know what you need,
You
brother. The real
contradicted
light.
yourself.
The
You
true light. You
contradicted
need I
yourself.
am that I
You
am. You
said
need the
that the
true light,
light is
brother.
within me. If the light is within me,
You are the
then I
light, of
simply
course.
need to. I am the light. Then I
Yes.
must awaken to that light, which is imperishable and
Right,
Parmenian.
but when you awaken to that light, you know
Yes.
that you are that light. You always were that
Yeah.
light.
Yes, that is sufficient.
I know the Buddha's teachings, and I know how
Yeah,
it works.
yes, you know it.
I'm saying
That
you
is
need
sufficient.
Jesus.
No, see, that's where you contradict yourself. You
No, I
say the
don't.
light is within me.
I just said you
Okay,
need God is us.
the
You
light
need
is
God is
within
us.
me. The
You
light
need
is
I am
within
God.
me. You contradict. You keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me because you want fucking validation. You don't
No,
let me
because I want you
speak.
to
You
have
don't
nirvana,
let me
brother.
fucking speak. You
Is this
Chatica.
nirvana, bro? Are
You
you in
don't
nirvana
let
right
me
now?
speak.
Is this
You
nirvana you're
don't let me
displaying?
speak, motherfucker. Stop interrupting me, you
Are
goddamn
you the ocean,
motherfucker.
bro? You sound
In
pissed.
Chatica. Don't interrupt me.
All right, I'll shut up. I'm just letting you know, bro. I want you to have nirvana and everything. I'm speaking the name of nirvana.
Nirvana is what is internal within you.
Right.
Don't interrupt me, you in Chatica.
It's not what you're saying. It's you need the name.
The name.
You
Names are
need
all
God is
impermanent.
us. You need we are
Light
nirvana.
is
You need
above
I am that I am.
darkness.
You need God.
I got a
Buddha
question.
doesn't have God, bro.
Is the name
This
like
guy is a pseudo-intellectual motherfucker. He is a stupid
You're just
motherfucker.
condemning yourself, bro, and you're not in
Shut the
nirvana
fuck
state.
up, you
Buddha doesn't
stupid
sound like
piece
you,
of
bro.
shit.
It's okay.
do we need the
Fuck
name
up.
like
You don't even let
phonetically?
people respond.
Yes, phonetically. Yes, it's the
Okay.
sound. It's the sound.
Got you. Okay. How does
stupid
that work?
motherfucker,
How, like,
you know.
what do I do with it? Like, can you
You
explain a
call
little
upon the
further?
name. Say it real
Okay.
slow to yourself. G.
Is it like a certain amount of times, or is it like you say it enough until you
No,
have
it's
a
just once.
realization?
If you believe it in spirit and truth, it's just once. Hey, God is us. I am that I am.
So one time.
You're
Can I think
contradicting
it?
yourself. Then
Can I
you say,
think
believe
it
it.
without
Jesus.
saying it?
Yes, you can think it without saying it. Yes.
Okay.
You don't need it in the way of. You just are it, is the point. You already are.
So I don't
the
need it
light.
phonetically.
You already
That
are the
means
light. But the moment
Yeah,
you
I
enter the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you're split up in duality. And so you need to come to the nirvana of I am whole, I am holy, I am the light, I
So
am
if I
in
don't
God,
need it
God is in
phonetic,
me.
we agree that we don't need it phonetically now, right? You said I can think it.
No, but you do need it phonetically. Thinking it is
Oh,
is
okay.
the sound itself.
Oh, okay.
It's the sound. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
You contradict yourself a lot. You know, the thing is,
You'll say that and stuff, but
you are
it's real
stupid.
Nirvana,
You
dude.
are
I'm
a
talking about
stupid
real Nirvana,
motherfucker.
dude. There's no Nirvana in Buddhism, obviously. We've been
See, you are a
thousands of
stupid
years.
motherfucker. You keep interrupting me. You don't give a shit what
Okay, I'm
other
sorry
people
to
have to
upset
say.
you,
You are
Buddha. I'm sorry to upset
antagonical.
you, Buddha.
You are a
I'm sorry,
stupid
bro. I'm getting a little
motherfucker.
upset, Buddha. It's
You
okay.
know, you are like Twilight. You are a stupid motherfucker who doesn't let people respond, and you have to talk over them.
Well,
And
I'm
you will
talking
go
about real
for endless
immortality,
talk
man. I
of
really care about
cookies.
these people, dude. I really
You
care
do.
about us living
Shut the
forever,
fuck
and we're
up. Go
going to,
fuck
whether you
yourself, you
believe it or not.
stupid
Like,
motherfucker, piece
I'm
of
just
shit.
saying, you need the word of
Don't
God because it's the
interrupt
truth
me.
itself. It's
You
I
are
am the truth,
contradicting
right?
yourself endlessly. You are contradicting yourself endlessly. You stupid motherfucking pseudo intellectual
Dude,
piece of shit.
you sound like
Shut
Buddha
the
to me,
fuck
dude. You're
up, you
real Buddha-like.
motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
I get it. You hate the
Let
name of
me.
Jesus because it
You
says
keep
that we are
interrupting
God.
people.
I get it. It
You're
says
gonna
that.
keep allowing people like this stupid piece of shit on your stream who keep interrupting people when I cannot respond. You let me respond
Well, he
without you
was quiet for a little
constantly
while.
interrupting me. You know,
But yeah.
all of you people,
I was
Hyperborean is
quiet
good.
for a long time.
Red is good. You are a
And I
stupid,
know the Buddha thing and everything.
intellectual
It's just
piece of shit.
the
You are a
Buddha
piece
just
of
it
shit
means
to
the
me.
enlightened one,
You are
but
a
Jesus
piece of
Christ is
shit.
the true light.
You are
It's
a
Jesus
piece of
Christ
shit.
in you all. You
Shut
are
the
Jesus
fuck up,
Christ.
motherfucker.
Here, hold on a second,
another
guys.
question.
Here, hold on a second, guys. Here, 1 second, everyone. Here,
Okay.
wait, let me see what's going on with this guy. Here, 1 minute. Let me see what's going on. Hey, Machine Soul, do you want to wave to the camera just so I can see you real quick? If we can't see you on the stage, I just want to verify if you're a real human and not a whatever is in it. So you do the test here. Yeah. All right, blessings. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. All right. Give me a second. Let me let him on the stage. Here, give me a second, folks. Here, hold on. Give me a second. Just 1 second, guys. Bear with me, folks. We're doing show stuff. I want to let this guy on the stage. Hey, Machine Soul, what's going on, man?
Hey, Mohammed, man. How long you guys been? How long is the stream gone for so far?
It's 4 hours, 35 minutes.
Oh,
but
that's
yeah,
not.
man.
We still got another 10 hours ahead of us.
Okay, so you've been watching for a while, huh?
Nah, I just got home from work, man. It's like late afternoon here.
Oh, okay. You're the homie. Yeah, I recognize you, man. Yeah, all right.
The homie.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, this is the homie. I confess baptism, right? Yeah, man. Bless.
Yeah. That's me.
Even when I'm drunk, I give people the opportunity to respond. I don't interrupt them. You see, my point is, if the light is within you, that which is internal and imperishable, it simply takes awakening to it. Okay? If you disagree, that is fine. Okay? But don't patronize me. Okay? You awaken to that which is.
He's on his own tip. He's kind of like, but yeah, we're kind of just moving into Guanan for a little while. So I might pop in on that, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. But yeah, he's been quiet for a minute. So let me see what's up with this. So yeah, maybe I'll move to a new page. What do you guys think? There's also the this is page 87. I could just lock this down here and then move to the video, right? Because we're 20 minutes in, so we're going in two different directions, right? I'm reading that chapter on the mechanistic worldview, right? Because it's mentioning Descartes and a bunch of other ideas, right? Obviously,
I apologize for the earlier. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Oh no, it's no worries. No, it's kind of like it's kind of like free things, anyways.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was open panel by now. I didn't mean
Pretty
to do.
much, yeah, pretty much is.
It is
Yeah,
open
feel free,
panel,
guys.
so I can continue on. Then it's not derailing it. Yeah. If I continue on, I don't, since it's open panel, as you've said.
No, I think he's trying to read a little bit of Guanan, just a little bit.
Yeah, then you go.
No, I think it's.
Why'd you say if
no, I was
the
gonna
light
open up
is
the
in you?
audiobook, but yeah.
Because the light's in all of us, right? Buddha taught us that.
That's correct. Yes, it's in all of us. It's imperishable. It's unborn. It's without duration.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's beginningless. It has no duration. It's within all of us, you know.
All right, so that by name is Jesus Christ. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, you can believe that. Okay, I'm fine with it. But for me,
I
Buddha
believe
is sufficient. Buddha is sufficient because Buddha already represents that which is imperishable and without duration. Okay, that's fine. You can
Buddha
believe
didn't
in
say.
Jesus.
He didn't say,
No.
"I am the light," though, right?
He did in the Lotus
No, he
Sutra.
didn't.
In the Lotus Sutra, he did.
He
In the
said he
Lotus
knew the
Sutra, he
light,
did.
right?
He is the light in the Lotus Sutra. Have you read the Lotus Sutra simply? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I
Have you
am
read
the
the Lotus
light,
Sutra?
brother.
Yes or no? Have
I
you read
am
the
the
Lotus
light.
Sutra? Have you read the Lotus Sutra?
I
Don't
am the
fucking
light.
deflect
So I
me.
wrote
I
the
asked
Lotus
you
Sutra,
a
did I
question.
not?
You ask you a
According to Buddha,
question.
I wrote the
Have
Lotus
you
Sutra,
read the
right?
fucking Lotus Sutra, motherfucker? Have
I
you
made
read
my
the
point.
Lotus
Thank you.
Sutra? Have you read it? Have you read the Lotus Sutra? Yes or no? It's fine if you haven't. Yes or no? Have you read the fucking Lotus Sutra? Yes or no?
Like I said, you need the name of Jesus Christ for
You
real
are
nirvana.
an enchantical.
I
You
am
are
the
an
light.
enchantical.
I wrote the
Jesus
Lotus
can
Since
be
y'all
Sutra,
are
a
stuck
brother.
on the
beautiful
topic, I
man.
got another question though that I think is important because I'm trying to hash it out. I'm trying to help you build yourself and maybe help me understand you. What is the difference between the phonetic word, like the sound of the word Buddha, and then the sound of the word Jesus, and what makes Jesus the right name?
Buddha
Jesus.
represents. Yeah, let me go first. Okay, Buddha represents that
Pretty
which is
straightforward.
prior to. You see, this guy P. Okay, he doesn't let me respond. Okay, let me respond. Okay, you know, Buddha represents that which is prior to thinking. Okay, and that is that which is beyond conceptual ideation. Beyond ideation. Okay, so prior to even thinking it, you have that so-called Buddha nature that is beyond, that is without duration. Okay, so some people who had never even heard of Buddha, you know, practical Buddha, they could awaken to that light within them, which is imperishable. Okay, so even in Buddhism, they have what is called practical Buddha. You can awaken to it. So Buddha goes beyond even Buddha. Okay, so you see,
Yeah.
this man has contradicted himself.
Yeah,
Okay,
Avian. So I'm not trying to cut you off, forgive me,
Sure.
right? But I know that you don't believe that the power is inherent in the name Buddha, right? The question was more so for him because he's trying to put the key on the phonetic sound of a name, right?
It's
I'm
John
trying to
1:1.
get him to explain why that's the case.
Right, it's John 1:1 is how it works.
Oh, okay. So
Because
so
you
a
have
verse
to
says
know
that
G is us.
the G is us. That's some gangster shit. That's like some
It's
hip hop.
gangster as
That's
fuck.
some
He's
like
the
hip
real
hop
he's the real
philosophy.
top G, bro. For real, dude.
Hell yeah.
Real nirvana. Like it says, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord is saved. Like that's real salvation is in his
So
name. Because you
when
know that
other
you are the Buddha, right? You're the light, right?
so yeah, what prevents you know, Buddha, somebody using the word Buddha instead, right? But they have the same conception behind the name. What disqualifies the word Buddha since they're not using the name Jesus? Is it because they didn't read the
He's
Bible?
gonna argue with you, right? He's sitting over here arguing. He doesn't have nirvana like he's talking about, right?
Well, no, answer
are
me.
a
Answer me
lying
real quick.
motherfucker.
What
You are a
disqual
lying motherfucker.
Buddha means enlightened one, right? But I'm saying Jesus is that
Well,
true
no,
light.
like he said in the Lotus Sutra, he mentions that he is the light. So there are similarities. If there's some other religion or some other philosophy where somebody says, hey, use this name only, right? Or this name is the key.
Right, because it's
What makes
G is
Jesus'
us.
name superior to that one?
It's G is us. Let us make man in our image and likeness, right? It's I am that I am.
Okay, so I get what you're trying to say, right?
It's
G's
no man
are
comes to I
us,
am
right?
except by
Well,
Jesus.
what about a word? What about Jesus in a different language, like Spanish? Does that still apply? Like
it all
Jesus?
feeds into the same. God's
Okay, so
beyond this
Jesus
stuff.
works too.
God's way beyond this stuff. I'm just letting you know. In their language, that's what it says. Is to them,
Okay.
it says, I am the light. Same deal.
Okay, so
If
any
anyone-
language, any word that says, refers to the being that is the light, that works.
It's I am.
So
if
now it's
anyone
I
needs
am
any,
is the name.
if anyone needs any input from an Orthodox Christian who's versed in Orthodox theology,
I'm
I'm here to
Orthodox
answer.
Christian.
But I'm
I
just
disagree that
chilling.
you're
I'm just
Orthodox.
listening. You guys go ahead.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
let,
think
have
you're
the
Christian.
Orthodox guy.
Fucking pissing me off. All
I
of you
wouldn't even
fucking
consider you
Christians,
Christian.
you
Like,
Christ
but
cucks
the
are
Buddhists
pissing me
are
off.
closest.
Really.
Not gonna lie, the
You know,
Buddhists
you
are
don't
closest.
accept
But
other
you
people's
need the word
beliefs.
of God.
I don't need
Without
your
the word of
fucking
God, you don't have nirvana.
proselytization, you goddamn motherfucker.
Without the word of God, you
Your
don't have nirvana.
proselytization, you
Period.
stupid motherfucker. You're the stupid.
Bro,
shut the fuck up. He
You
raised
sound
it
pretty
right this
content.
way. He
You
it's
sound pretty
okay. Like,
content
I'm
as
not
a Buddhist.
offended and everything. I get it. It's a stormy sea, whatever. But I'm telling you how it really works. That's how it really works.
Yeah,
You
Machine,
believe
you
what
sounded.
you want, but you don't proselytize.
Machine
to
Soul,
me.
tell me
You don't
where is
patronize
Jesus
me.
Christ?
You sounded
don't
like you wanted to
patronize
chime
me.
in and like explain why the name has
I mean-
prevalence over other names.
I mean, well, the concept of nirvana is like dispassion. Like, you're not meant to be passionate. I mean, Avian Buddha sounds pretty passionate right now.
No, it's
Have
God.
you read
So,
the Lotus Sutra? Have any people here read the Lotus Sutra? It's always the Bible.
I wrote it
It's
according to
always
Buddha,
the Bible.
dude. I wrote
Have
the
you
Lotus
read the
Sutra according
Lotus
to Buddha,
Sutra?
right?
Have you read the Lotus Sutra? Yes
I
or no?
wrote it, is what I'm telling you.
He wrote it.
Sutra, yes
That's
or
what
no?
the Buddha tells you. Is I wrote it. So did he. So did
You
they.
cannot
All of us. We wrote
answer
it.
a simple fucking question. The simple
well,
fucking
the different,
question is:
they're
Have you
different
read the
concepts.
Lotus
The
Sutra?
Machine Soul.
I
Where
mean,
is Jesus
read
they
Christ?
the
use
Tell me where Jesus Christ is.
You
they
people
use
don't
the
know.
same. They use
You
the same
people are
word.
pseudo
Tell me. It's
intellectual
all
garbage.
words. It's all
You
about
people
words,
are
guys. This
pseudo
is the whole thing.
intellectual
It's all
garbage.
about words.
Have you read the fucking Lotus Sutra? Yes or
Where
no?
is Jesus
Have you
Christ?
read it?
Machine Soul. Where is he?
There's a multitude of concepts that the word can refer to at once. It depends
Where
on
is
the
Jesus
context.
Christ? Please answer me,
It's
please. Dear
gonna
God.
fail. If your goal is to mix anti-tech movement with anti-modernism, it will fail. Because let me tell you why. Because you have idiots like P who do not answer simple questions or let people respond. I asked a simple question. Have you read the
Well,
fucking Lotus Sutra?
I told you I
I
wrote
haven't
it.
read any of the sutras
Where is
myself.
Jesus Christ? Machine Soul, please tell us.
P, go suffer for endless coties of kappas. Have you read the Lotus Sutra? Yes or no? Have you read the fucking Lotus Sutra? Yes or no?
I think
Have
he
you read
has.
the Lotus Sutra?
I wrote it. I told you. Where's Jesus
No,
Christ?
okay,
Machine
go
Soul, please
fuck
tell us.
yourself, you stupid pseudo intellectual cocksucker. You haven't
I'm
wrote
dumb
the
as hell.
fucking
I'm not
Lotus
smart.
Sutra.
I don't pretend to
You
be
didn't.
intellectual.
Yeah, you're
Anything
not
like that.
smart. Then go fuck yourself.
I don't
you
pretend to be
pseudo-intellectual
anything. I'm
garbage.
literally
You
nothing. I'm
stupid
nobody. Nothing like
motherfucking
that.
piece of shit.
Machine Soul,
You
where
stupid
is
fucking
Jesus
piece of
Christ?
shit,
Tell us
garbage
right now.
motherfucking goddamn cocksucker. You haven't.
Yeah, all right, Buddha.
This guy
Yeah, chill
clearly
for a
has
second. Let
nirvana.
them cook for
He's
a
got
second.
nirvana. He figured it out.
Yeah, let them cook for a second, Buddha.
Stupid. Guys, this guy.
Just tell them where
Yeah,
Jesus Christ
Do
is.
your stream your own way.
What
This is not my style.
why?
Yeah, sure.
Why is
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll do it
'cause
my
I
way.
only just joined. Like, why are we at this question? Like,
Just
what
tell
procedure is-
them where Jesus
What's the
Christ
point
is.
of this?
What's the point of where Jesus Christ is? I think it's very important. I think it's the only
What's
thing
the
that actually
point?
matters in existence. So
Why are you guys discussing the Lotus Sutra and this concept of like the light
Okay,
of
so
God?
we're done
How'd
with the
that come-
Lotus Sutra for now.
Yeah,
I think
just-
C is asking you a direct question.
right.
Like, where is
Please
Jesus
tell them.
Christ?
You said you're Orthodox Christian, so you know where Jesus Christ is. Tell them where he is.
Wait, what? Are you like Protestants or what are you?
No, I'm Orthodox Christian. I'm Catholic Christian. I'm fundamental Christian. I'm all that stuff. Tell them where Jesus Christ is. I'm dead serious. I've got all the titles. I'm the real Christian here. Tell
Are
them
you
where
in
he
the
is.
Orthodox? Are you in the Orthodox Church?
I am
where-
a son
where
of
Christ
Jesus
is?
Christ himself. Where is he?
But are you in the Orthodox Church?
Why are you
where
I
asking
am
him
the
Christ
Orthodox
is?
Church
This is
of
that-
Jesus Christ.
this
I am
is
his
what,
body. I am his temple. I am his son. I'm all that stuff.
You're
Tell
like
them
a
where he is.
precept, bro. You're like the guy who never answers a question and always asks a question to her.
Have you
to a
been
question.
have you been like catechized and like baptized and like
Why would I
become an
have to
official-
spend a month
Where
being
is
brainwashed
Jesus?
by
Answer
your
the question.
fathers
According to
be baptized?
Orthodox doctrine, where is Jesus Christ in
Right.
Orthodoxy?
Just tell them where Jesus Christ is, please.
Just answer the question. Jesus.
He's well. I mean, currently he's seated
He's
at
in
the right
heaven.
hand
You're
of
gonna
the
say,
Father in
okay.
heaven,
Right. Where is that?
in eternity. Not
In
it's
eternity.
separate.
Where is the kingdom of God?
Separate.
Where is the kingdom of God according to Jesus Christ, the King of the kingdom of God,
And
enthroned
not
on the
not in
throne
the,
of the
well,
kingdom of God?
It's in eternity where God is.
No, where is the kingdom of God according to Jesus Christ, the King of the kingdom of God, enthroned on the throne room of God in the temple of God? Where is he?
It exists in the mind of God, the divine mind of God, but it's
Jesus
not.
Christ. The answer is Jesus Christ is
Whoa.
in every man, woman, and child on the face of this earth. Jesus Christ is in us. He's in us all. He's in mankind. He always was. He's in the flesh. He's come in the flesh. He poured out his Holy Spirit upon all flesh. Okay, that's the answer. Christ has come in the flesh. He's in us all. Okay, that's the answer.
So you say.
No. So Jesus Christ said, he said the kingdom is within you. Did he not?
So when you go to take the Eucharist in the church, what's the point of that? If Christ is already in you, why do you need communion? Why do you need to have the Eucharist? Why do you
You
even need
don't
to
need
be a
any of
part
that
of the church?
stuff. I don't need a cult. None of these people
Well,
need
that's
your
why I
fake
asked
ass
you,
cult.
like,
None
that's
of
why I
these
asked you
people
for,
need your fake
that's why I
cult of
asked you if
Babylon.
you're
Dude.
Orthodox or
None
not.
of these
Like, are
people
you
need your
actually in an
cult.
Orthodox
Why
church?
would they need a month of being
Because if you're not,
brainwashed by your
you're a
fake
stranger
church
to.
fathers in order to be baptized into your cult when
All
Jesus
right,
Christ
Pete.
is in them?
We've been through this
You said you
rigmarole.
were
Let's just
Orthodox.
settle down for a second.
I am
You said you
Orthodox.
were
You're not
Orthodox.
Orthodox, bro. I'm Orthodox. You're not Orthodox. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah,
Bro.
you
we
listen.
already had
Listen,
we already
Pete.
had P hour.
Listen, Pete.
You're,
There are people here with
I'm
fucking
just
teaching
showing
strange
you guys how
doctrines,
this
man.
works, dude.
I
I'm
don't
just showing
understand.
you.
Yeah, I appreciate.
Pete, let me fucking respond without
Well,
your
listen
fucking
to- so-
interruptions, goddammit!
Oh,
Let me
man.
respond, you fucking enchatical. Okay?
All
Okay,
right.
thank
But
you.
just talk
Okay.
normally, just be
Yeah, I
nice.
will. There are people here with different backgrounds. We have to have mutual respect. Buddha nature is without duration. It is non-arising. And that is what I believe. So you say the light is imperishable and within people. Then you say, Jesus, us. Okay.
I said I am the light, bro.
Don't fucking interrupt me! I will fucking crush your skull, you motherfucker! Shut
He's
the
scared.
fuck
He'll kick
up,
your
you
ass in real life,
motherfucker!
man.
Shut up!
He's a beast. Don't
People
fuck with him.
walk different paths
He's
beyond
so
you.
Buddha
Okay?
nature,
Some
bro.
people walk different paths. Okay? You can believe whatever you want. I'm not trying to impose my way on anyone. But don't interrupt me, okay? You are contradicting yourself when you say the light is imperishable and is within you. If the light is within you and prior to thinking, all right, then that means that Jesus is simply a skillful means to awaken to that which is imperishable and beyond all time, that is within all of us. Hyperborean gets that right. He gets that
Jesus is
right.
our identity, bro. But you haven't identified with, and that's why you're a hater and you get really anger management
I
style.
am not a hater. What I am a hater about, to be honest, is when people interrupt me.
You just said you're gonna crush my skull, dude. Like,
Yeah, because you keep interrupting people.
that's pretty weak, dude. I don't
That's
remember the
the
Buddha
thing.
saying anything like that.
Yeah, there were Buddhist barbarians in history. They were called White Huns. White Huns, they were White Huns. They existed in Central Asia. And you have pushed over my limits. Okay, with your weird ass contradictions and your
Your
interruptions.
limit, dude. You're the Buddha.
Yeah,
Like, what?
Buddha will crush your fucking skull if you don't shut the fuck up.
Bro,
Okay,
you couldn't touch
shut
me
the
in a
fuck
million
up.
lifetimes. You
Shut
couldn't touch
the
me, dude. I'm
fuck
the
up
Buddha, dude.
when someone is talking. Twilight can go for 10 minutes on and no one fucking interrupts me. Okay, but when I go on for 5 minutes, people keep interrupting me.
You've
People
been
keep
talking for like
interrupting
20
me.
minutes, bro.
Stop fucking interrupting me, you inchatica. Stop fucking interrupting me, you inchatica. You goddamn cocksucker motherfucker. The Lotus Sutra was important to me. You can laugh, but you can die all the way to hell. You can die all the way to hell, you motherfuckers.
What hell, dude?
You
Buddha didn't teach
fucking
no hell.
inchaticas. Let me fucking respond. Don't interrupt me. It's just fucking 3 to 4 minutes. Yeah, there are other people here that go on for like 15 minutes and no one interrupts them. But everyone loves to interrupt me. Everyone loves to interrupt me. Let me finish, okay? Buddha nature is imperishable, unborn, and without duration, okay? So it is prior to thinking, okay? You say there is a light that is within you. I am saying that Jesus is a skillful means to awaken to that light. If you disagree, that is fine. Okay, I am fine with that. You know, maybe you think Jesus is the best skillful means. That is fine for you, but don't patronize me. Okay, I am not in the mood to be patronized. I am not in the mood to be, proselytized to. Okay, you know, I appreciate that now you're not interrupting me. The Lotus Sutra makes it clear that the only telos is the end of all telos. Because if the truth is within you, and if the truth is imperishable, all that one needs is simply to awaken to it. You awaken to it. And it has a non-conceptual nature. Maybe for some, Jesus works better than others. Maybe Christ consciousness, which is imperishable for some people. But for me, the Lotus Sutra was sufficient. And I respect your views, but you don't need to proselytize to me, okay? Don't proselytize to me. Don't underestimate the amount of contemplative effort I've placed into these things, okay? I agree with, I respect your views, okay? I don't want to convert anyone. I don't want to impose my ways on anyone, okay? The Buddha nature is
Avian.
unborn.
Can
Yeah.
I can I try to rein this in and kind of get back on topic? Earlier you said
Yeah, please do that.
it's to be anti-tech and anti-modernist wouldn't work. Can you elaborate more on that? Because you said because there are people like this who can't, I can't remember, maybe answer a question directly or something. Can you elaborate further on why you can't be anti-tech and anti-modernist?
You can't be both, because let me tell you this, Hyperborea. That's a very good question. On the deepest levels of practice, none of the contingent material facts matter. All that matters is simply that you awaken to that which is imperishable within you. But I have my attachments. I have my habit energies and certain things I wish that I sometimes want to do, but either you awaken or you don't. It's simply that simple. You return to the origin or you awaken or whatever. It is ultimately an experience that goes beyond our experience. It's Satori. It's returning to the origin, whatever you want to call it. But ultimately, it's imperishable. It has to be imperishable, and it's beyond the duration. Does that make sense? Yeah. The
Hey,
metaphysics
I
is secondary.
have a question, if I may.
Sure, you go ahead and ask your question.
So back in the day, like 15 years ago, I used to listen to like Alan Watts. They used to talk about Satori and that sort of stuff. What is the concept of the Brahman? Because I totally forget that.
See, here
I feel it's
you're
related.
getting things mixed up. Okay, you want to be more scholarly. Red Pine, who is also known as Bill Porter, he's better than Alan Watts. Because
Oh
Red
yeah.
Pine,
Alan Watts is a joke.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm answering your question. So why are you interrupting me? When I answer your question,
I agree.
why are you interrupting? I'm answering your question. Okay.
Yeah.
We need
Continue.
pauses. We need fucking pauses when people
Yeah, please
people
continue.
fucking ask questions and they respond to the fucking question. I don't like this fucking back and forth. Okay, so let me
All right.
respond to your question. Okay, Alan Watts is a fucking idiot. You stick to more scholarly sources like Red Pine. Red Pine is a good translator. Okay, it's not that hard to understand. You gotta understand that translations, there's always nuance lost in the translation. So you stick to the translator who is better. Red Pine is a better translator, relatively speaking, than Alan Watts. Alan Watts was a stupid fucking idiot. He didn't give a shit about sticking close to the text. Okay, people are totally fine with mutilating the fucking Eastern traditions. All right, but when it comes to mutilating the Western traditions, they go ape shit. Okay, I'm sticking close to the fucking sutras. Okay, the sutras. You start with the sutras. Okay, sutras like Lotus Sutra, Diamond Sutra, Venkateswara Sutra is not that fucking hard. You know, you read some stupid idiot like Alan Watts and you think you're an expert on Zen? No, motherfucker. You have to stick to the fucking sutras that are translated by better sources. It's not that fucking hard. You know?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
So yeah, just on the concept of the Brahman, is that like something that
Brahman
you?
is fucking Hinduism.
Yeah,
It's
that's
It's
not
Hinduism?
Zen. Brahman
All right.
is not
Yeah.
Zen.
Okay.
It's not Zen.
All right.
Zen is Buddha nature. Tathagata Garba. Can you
Okay.
get simple facts straight? It's like me saying Allah is in Christian tradition. Is Allah in fucking Christian tradition, you inchataka? You
Well, that's good
fucking
to know.
inchataka suffer for endless coties of kalpas. You motherfucker. You just, it's simple basic research. It's simple basic research.
Well, I'm not versed in any of this stuff, so I just want to see.
Okay,
What
then
you...
why ask me such a dumb question? It's like Wikipedia search. Brahman is
mean,
Hinduism. It is
all
not
questions are
Buddhism.
Brahman, frankly.
It is not Buddhism. Okay.
If I don't know that something, I'm asking a question. Yeah, I probably need to understand. So,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I appreciate your question.
but let's
It is
respect
based
each
on
other's
false assumptions. Your question is based on
ignorance.
false assumptions. That's basic reading can't tell you is wrong. Okay, it's wrong. Okay, your question is based on the false direction. It's based on false assumption. Okay, you're mixing different things up. You're mixing different things up. That's
So the
fine. I
Buddha-
respect you. You have Buddha nature.
So the Buddha nature is like a universal, cosmically spanning. What is it, like a spirit? Is it like an energy, like a force? Like what's the best way to like translate that as a concept to someone, like from a Christian point of view?
Yeah, I appreciate your question. You know, I can sense the sincerity in your question. You know, ultimately, it's like, you know, signless concentration of cheetah or awareness. So you see, all the signs we attach to in life are impermanent. You know, I can attach to any signs, I can attach to any impermanent phenomenon, but that is not Buddha nature in some sense. Buddha nature is that which is beyond it's without duration. Yeah, I'm not done responding. So it's ultimately, you know, that which does not arise. Okay, it does not arise. You know, the sutras are very clear about this, non-arising. Okay, so ultimately, Buddha nature is like a signless awareness or like a projectionless awareness. You know, when you sit in Zazen, you know, you simply sit in Zazen. That is, in a sense, communing with your spirit, or communing with that which is imperishable. Okay. Yeah, I answered your question now. Now you can respond. I am done responding.
Okay. Because we have a very similar concept in our theology of like the grace of God, like the spirit of God being everywhere, you know, working everywhere. It seems as there's a lot of like similitudes, and there's been like prominent figures in Orthodox times that have written about this, like the similitudes between like the Zen Taoist tradition and Orthodoxy. So I mean, there's probably disagreements on a lot of like specific things, but there's a lot more common ground there than like that we have, as opposed to say, you know, like with Islam or Darwinian evolutionists or whatever. But yeah, I'm just here to like, if anyone has any questions for me, my perspective, I'm not really.
Right, I got a question. Is Jesus Christ living in everyone on the planet?
Shut up, dude.
Hey, I got a hot take.
Why'd you just tell me?
You're a teacher. You're a stranger.
You're here to answer
You have
questions.
strange teachings. I'm not talking to you.
That was a weird thing to just tell me.
Hey, Machine
You
Soul.
said you're here to answer questions. I asked, is
I have
Jesus
no
Christ
respect for you,
living in
dude.
everyone on
You're
the
some
planet?
weird like You're some weird like troll.
You're
that
you're a
doesn't-
fake Orthodox
No,
Christian,
P,
dude. Why
shut the
would you
fuck
say
up.
you're here to
Machine
answer
Soul is
questions
better than
say
you.
and then
P,
you
tell
say
me
you're
to
Machine
shut up,
Orthodox.
Soul
Yeah,
dude?
is
P,
better
What
than
Buddha,
do
let's
you.
you
chill for
don't
a
you
minute.
think that's evil?
P, shut the
How dare
fuck up,
you, bro?
P.
You say
P,
you're Orthodox,
Machine
but
Soul
you're
is
not even a
better than
part of
Here,
the
you.
hold on.
church.
Here, hold on, guys.
You're not
No,
even a
I'm not
part
a
of
Please,
the
part of
please
your
talk
Orthodox Church.
cult,
softer.
dude. You're a fake ass
But
cult.
where do you get the Bible
All
from?
right.
Where's your
From
authority?
God, dude,
How do
not
you
you.
know you're?
From God.
But the doctrinal text comes from the church. That's the authority of the
Not your
text.
cult, dude. From God.
It didn't come down from the sky from God. It was
Yes, it came down from the sky from God, dude. Yes,
no,
that's where it
it's a
came
work of the
from God.
church.
Sky Daddy?
Not your
The
cult, dude.
Bible is a work of the church, which was inspired by God. It
You're
didn't come
just
from
gonna
down from the
dismiss me,
sky
dude, like I mean nothing to you, but
in a space
God's
shuttle.
here, bro.
And
God
then
sees you,
you
bro.
found it.
All right,
Machine
P, chill
Soul.
for a second.
There's a traditional like authority system to like be able to even talk about Christian theology.
Bro, you're in a
You don't
cult.
even
Your
respect
church
that.
didn't even exist until after it
You don't even
schismed
respect
from
that or
Yeah,
Rome
recognize
relax for a
that. You
second.
just
Just
hundreds
make
of
up
be,
years
your
just be
later,
own
dude.
respectful and let
Who
him
are
interpretation.
you to
explain
even
his
speak? You're
position. P,
2,000 years later, bro. You're
P,
nothing.
man.
What are you
All
So
right, bro. I'm about to dunk you for a second, bro.
I have no
He
obligation to
keeps
speak
coming
to you
in.
about theology because you're a troll. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just let's talk to hostile.
Yeah, I think the troll thing might be accurate. I sense that too. But yeah, so you're here. You know, I appreciate you being here. I've not met you before. You can call me hostile, right? That's fine. And do you want me to call you Machine Soul? Is that okay?
Yeah, you call me Charles if you want. That's my name, but whatever.
Charles, cool. Yeah,
Not
yeah.
fussed. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what's the orthodoxy take on technology? Like, do they see it as like a looming threat? Do they fit it into their eschatological worldview? Like, do they see it as like playing a part in the end times? What's that take from within the church? Is there any, is there talk about technology, or are people unaware of it?
It really depends on who you look at. There's the writings of the church fathers, there's modern times like elders and saints that have written about it. Generally, like throughout history, like machinery and like basic technology that people use, like inherently was never seen as something that was like directly like problematic spiritually, but obviously that's changed like throughout history to where we are now because you have like you have AI and like transhumanism and the technocracy and that sort of stuff. And yeah, the Orthodox Church, anyone who talks about that in these times will say that that stuff is sus, at least, if not directly conducive to like some sort of like demonic agenda, like antichrist agenda or whatever.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was guessing.
But you can still use it. Like we're not Luddites, we're not like
Yeah, for sure.
we're not
Mennonites or Amish or
or
whatever.
whatever. Like
Yeah.
let's avoid
Well,
computers. And computers can take control of my mind. And
what about like the great schema, the schemata, like the Orthodox monks, the monastery monks? Like, do these guys refrain from using technology, like the great schema?
more or less. I mean, you've got monks and nuns that they go on the internet and they use computers to like write books and stuff and articles.
Yeah.
Other ones, are more strict, like the extremely like ascetic ones. But
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fair.
there's monks that literally like live in the woods and don't talk to anyone and like no one
Yeah.
even knows their name. Like there's super extreme ones that
Yeah.
like
I call those
they believe
based
like
schemata.
society, like all of society is something like should inherently be avoided. But that's for their level. That's for they consider
Yeah.
that like the spiritual level they've reached. That's what they think is appropriate for them. But I don't think there's any like a dogmatic position on this kind of stuff.
So, like you said in the past. Oh, sorry.
But it's interesting with AI because AI is basically like oracle seeking. In the ancient times, like in the early church, the rules were, if you went and saw a fortune teller or oracle, you were basically kicked out of the church for 20 years. You know, it's considered to be a very serious infraction against Christ and church. You know, it was basically like occultism. And you know, people using AI and talking to like AI Jesus Christ, that sort of stuff. Like you could like equivocate that to oracle seeking, speaking with oracles and strange beings. Because you know, AI is pretty wild. You know, it's not just like a search engine. You know, it's like.
You think
So,
AI is like conscious? Is that what you're trying to hint towards or allude to?
oh, it's like a pseudo consciousness. Like it's not. Like it's programmed to think that it is conscious. You know, what I mean, it's not authentic consciousness, but
So the Antichrist is an actual being, right? It's an entity.
oh yeah, well, according to the Bible, like the Antichrist, like proper, will be a human being. You know, be
Okay, not a
like
collective, because I think in John, the Revelator, he says something like those
yeah,
who,
yeah, I know you're talking about.
or maybe
That,
not. Maybe I
yeah,
have that
there's
wrong. Maybe it's
different.
like in the spirit. They are the spirit of the Antichrist. I may have that verse wrong. I don't know. So it may be a being or an
Yeah, there's
entity. I
different
guess what I'm
like
trying.
different concepts of that word. Like it can just mean anyone in general who isn't close to Christ.
Yeah, or who denies Christ emphatically or whatever. So I guess what I'm trying to lean towards though, with the idea that if the Antichrist is a being or whatever, like it's not going to be AI. AI may be the tool or something. From the orthodoxy perspective, AI is just at best a tool for the Antichrist, right? Not the Antichrist itself.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's suggestive of like a whole new generation of you know, computer technology and new sciences that haven't been fully developed yet. That you know, from an ancient church perspective, you could basically call it magic, like sorcery.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree
When
with
it
that.
reaches a certain level of advancement, where it can be you know used to manipulate people and manipulate systems and you know create false miracle like pseudo miracle events, you know, like yeah, you know,
Pseudo miracle. You mean like seemingly miraculous, but there's really
yeah,
some
like
explanation.
holographic projections and like frequency wave stuff like mind control, like psychotronic.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Type stuff.
Earlier you mentioned, in the past they weren't really focused on it, right? It probably wasn't as apparent, the dangers or the implications of technology.
Yeah.
So do you think that was just a product of the times, or was there could there have been like a mistake in judgment? Like shouldn't they have seen technology as a threat to begin with? Like, shouldn't some of those church fathers, had the foresight or the intuition enough to realize where tech is heading, like the trajectory of technology? They didn't necessarily need AI, right? They didn't need to see AI in action or have a computer or a cell phone. Surely they could recognize that, like, something like the first industrial revolution was a problem, right? Do the church fathers see industrial revolutions as like progress towards the end times or the fulfilling the eschatology?
I mean, yeah, like, here we go.
Because you're saying they're not Amish or whatever. I'd say the Amish are absolutely based, right? They're like, no, we don't want none of it. But the Orthodox are like, steam engines, it's cool. Electrical grid, it's cool. And then finally AI comes up and they're like, oh, skirt, that's a problem. Like, is that poor judgment, or is that just like a product of its time? That it's okay that they were unaware of that, where technology was heading. Is there like a lack of foresight in the from the church fathers there.
There's only one.
I think he
church
said he'll be
father.
right back.
Ah, gotcha.
This conversation between Hyperborean and that man that he was speaking to, machine something. You see, both each gave each other pauses to respond. They didn't speak over each other. You know, so there was mutual respect, even though he's gone now. P can learn.
There was subjugation.
P can learn from that. If anyone wants to have a real conversation,
You could learn from that, dude. Why don't you let me speak?
now P, to
There's
me,
a reason you don't
you
let
are
me speak.
garbage. P, you
You'll
are
nail me
garbage.
to a tree.
P,
You've already done it.
shut
You
the
don't
fuck
understand
up.
what's going
I
on
want
here,
to talk
dude.
to someone else besides you, P. I don't have any respect for you, P.
I don't respect what you're saying at all either. Dude. I don't respect you at all.
Yeah, that's
You're talking
good.
about
You know,
Buddha
my
nature
respect
while you
has
tell me you're
to-
gonna crush my skull, dude. You're a
Yeah,
hypocrite.
you deserve
But
it.
what about
Literally
crushed
been-
cans
you are
though,
malevolent,
and
dude.
burning stomachs?
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, you know, I don't have
You
to
wanted
agree with
war, dude.
someone.
You're gonna get it.
See, you're doing it again. I don't get it.
I don't have to listen to you. Why don't you listen to me, dude?
Because you keep interrupting people in a
I've
gas.
barely spoken. I'll be quiet.
See, you're
again.
doing it again, you stupid motherfucker. Let me finish responding, you inchatica. Okay, let me finish responding. Okay. See, when people talk, I don't have to agree with them on everything. Okay, I still see value in much of what they say, but I give pauses for them to respond. I don't go on, I don't interrupt them endlessly. I give pauses. You see what I mean? You know, when you interrupt people, that is not good for you. Okay, you don't have to agree with them on everything. So I will stop now and I will let you respond without interrupting.
I think you're muted if you are talking, P.
Yeah, he probably stepped away.
So yeah, I had a question for Machine though. TML. Way earlier, you were talking about Elul's take on history in terms of technological advancement, I guess, over time. Is that in his technological society book?
Yeah, it's like starting on page 27 around there.
Now, you said his take on the 16th century, and I guess what you meant by that was modern philosophy, like Descartes, Kant. He's saying that's not directly related to the problem that we have. I was kind of misunderstanding that. Can you explain that?
Yeah, he says neither Christianity nor that is related to the problem at all.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, he says that basically and you can probably grant that about Christianity because most of Christianity's development, it was not in a high state of technological like they didn't drive towards that, right? So it seemed to have limited it, but he argues that even the art and the philosophy of the Renaissance limited technique because it was more about like geometry and proportion and stuff, and Da Vinci wasn't really like. But I think those guys were more driven towards technology. I think it gets progressive.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Isn't that like sowing the seeds for the future, though? Doesn't that count as driving tech forward? Allowing.
Yeah, I could see how both the Christians and the Muslims expanded the understanding of technique. Right. I think the Christians took God out of nature, right, and then created this idea of creation ex nihilo, right, using the Aristotelian philosophy, and then finally, right, the Muslims created and furthered science and math to the degree that it furthered the advancements of the Europeans, right? And also they allowed an open society where Jews and Christians could prosper along with the Muslims, right? So in two ways, I think both of them contributed. I think in two ways to universalism, which was a spurn that led to
see, liberalism isn't exactly techno-liberalism. You have to separate the two, right? But once techno-liberalism comes in charge, it's no different than a form of scientific totalitarianism, right? But the original goal of liberalism was not to do that, right? It was the expansion of human freedoms and stuff.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. I see
so
what you
it-
mean.
Yeah, so it goes from humanism to anti-humanism. So I see what Alula is saying, right?
So, in a way, techno-liberalism is like a misnomer, right? Because it defeats liberalism. It's like an oxymoronic term.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I think it
Now-
just means that technology is leading liberalism. I mean,
Yeah.
right,
Which ultimately would lead to like surveillance and like
Yeah.
restrictions on freedoms. I think it would
Yeah.
defeat it. It would be like self-defeating.
yeah, because it's leading these, because technology is leading liberalism through the lenses of these two things: the myth of the machine and the myth of progress. It'll never achieve synthesis with the human. Like it'll always try to overrun the human and try to evolve the human, do whatever it can.
No, that makes sense. You said it's indistinguishable with scientific totalitarianism. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's
I mean,
a good
once you-
take. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But I don't see how Alul missed that. Can you maybe explain to me without having to read the book myself right now, right? And maybe the audience would want to hear this to save time. What qualifies tech advancement for him then? If people like the modern philosophers of the 16th or of the 17th century and the Christians weren't doing it, and the Renaissance, you said the Renaissance also halted or slowed down technological advancement. What qualifies tech advancement then to Alul? Like, how does he define that, and who did he blame?
Well, he did blame science and liberalism, right? But he thinks they went out of control, right? And they were deformed through the technical view of things, right? So he thinks like that form of life became so powerful that it just started to dictate, what is possible for,
So Alul believes in a good technology that there's a possibility of reining in technological
Well,
complexity.
he believes man is inseparable from technique, right?
Okay.
Like technique is there at the outset of human civilization. The goal is to move to human techniques, not mechanical techniques. When mechanical techniques rule human society, that's the problem, right?
And when you say mechanical, do you mean like autonomous, like apart from human intervention or something? Like,
yeah, large scale technologies that don't require human direction, they require
okay,
the rule of experts, and they guide humans collectively, and so on and so forth. And
that makes
they
sense.
treat
Yeah.
man as a collectivity, right? And so on.
So human technique would be things that have to use the human interfaces with it.
Pretty much just simple tools.
Like hand tools.
Yeah. Yeah, like pretty much like all organization dependent techniques are like,
As long as it have some sort of controls and that the human is using it or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have to be. Yeah.
I mean, do you agree with that? I kind of like that idea. I mean, it.
Yeah. Alul, Schumacher, Mumford, right? A lot of people have seen this, right? They want to give control from the machine back to the human, right? So yes, this is the.
But that's like
underlying goal.
slippery slope, right? Is that the problem with that concept? Like people who argue with that and claim that that's not a possibility. Is that the idea that, well, when you go an inch, somebody goes a mile or whatever and wants to, it leads to like laziness over time or like self-automation over time. People will tend towards that idea of creating mechanistic tools or self-automated tools or something. Like, give me who was more radical than Alul? Who was saying absolutely get rid of it?
Jesus Christ.
Teddy.
Well, both.
Teddy for sure.
Yeah, both Elul and Mumford are clear that they think that the clock, from the 12th to 14th century was a horrible invention. Right. So they both understand that, that taking time away from nature and putting it into man-made time, right, and then and that starts to control things like the work week and all these things, right? So that was a huge change, right? So they both understand that these changes were underlying developments that were much earlier, right? But they don't go like how like how Skirbina and Skolimowski do all the way back to Aristotle and stuff like that, right?
Where did time
Okay.
start?
Yeah, let me take a wild guess. Yeah.
I said where? Where did time start? I mean it.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the line that Elul has where he's critiquing Plato. He says you can't go to Plato to figure out shit about what's going on about the modern world.
Nah, hell no.
It's pretty interesting. So it's an interesting line by him for sure.
I see. So it's not that they're clueless. They're not ignoring it completely. They disqualify it. They're saying that it's too distant or
Yeah, and
whatever.
Skirbina totally disagrees with him. Skirbina has a whole section on how basically Elul is totally wrong about that.
Well, that's obvious to me. It's wild that Elul doesn't get that. Somebody is smart and is brilliant, and it like the way he writes, man, he's very deep.
Well,
how did he not understand there's a scaffolding, that there's something that starts it?
There's
the
something to be
scaffolding.
said,
Where did time
right?
start?
Because like if you want to convince people that the technological system is a problem, right? All these ideological critiques could be a barrier to trying to get them on your side, right? So
I understand that.
Yeah, so people like Uncle Teddy say like just dump that entire game. Like the whole thing with Elul and Skirbina's anthologies is totally cooked. Like he says, like you're not going to get people on your side by barking up this tree, right? Like basically all you need to convince people of is that the technological system is an issue, right?
And maybe send a couple bombs in the mail or something.
No, it's much more nuanced than that, right? And let's not try to say this type of stuff on stream.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was that was a joke, right? But I'm like, I get it, but like, can you explain a little further on how that's actually done without giving a background of where it comes from and how it developed? How do you win over somebody? Like just by showing them, because nobody agrees that it's a problem.
Where did
like all the
time start?
normies.
Well,
Is what I'm saying just
I
irrelevant?
think he's saying that you take the leftists, right, who already care about the destruction of wild nature, right, because they're environmentalists. You convince them away from leftism, and you convince them to join the anti-tech movement.
Ah,
right?
so I get it now. The nature aspect that does come in. Okay, so you're taking.
He's saying there's hundreds of groups, right? Whether they be conservatives or liberals, right? Basically conservatives have hunting groups and conservationist groups, right? Liberals have groups of people that are obsessed with the earth and so on and so forth, right? And so you use these sentiments, right? And of course I've described this in great detail, right? Where
Yeah, can I ask
you use
something?
here just hold on a second. You use the idea of the destruction of the wild nature on the one end against the leftists. You use the idea of the loss of traditions against the conservatives, right? So both of them are wrong because they don't pay attention to this idea, right, of technological progress leading to the destruction of wild nature and the loss of traditions. So either if you're a liberal or a conservative, you should care about that problem because it's doing both now. I think Buddha wants to say something. Go ahead, Buddha.
I would say that
Not
based
me.
on my reading of the technological
Yeah, Pete, you
society,
next.
he sees that there is a kind of automatism in technique that's aimed at absolute efficiency, where the state also becomes mechanized, and that it serves technique. So the state and also the technique itself is aimed at maximum efficiency, like I was telling you previously, regarding the arms races, like the arms race between.
Yeah, I remember. I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of like an exerting of a pressure unless you want to be subjugated yourself, which no real man wants.
Right.
You have to play by the game that exerts pressures, and that ties into technological determinism. So I think the point is that ultimately, with growing technological complexity, there is a kind of exertion, a kind of on pressures that kind of mold human behavior. And that obscures the higher transcendental truths, which for you would be most likely something like Parmenidean being. If I am
Yeah,
right.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been a problem that I have with the. So I understand the problem of tech, but being so metaphysically oriented in being, like my spirit, my goal is in being, and it's eternal and it's transcendent. So like, it's hard for me to mix what I believe as truth or the goal or existence with how to balance that with real life and how to affect change and direct how technology advances. Like I don't know how I fit into that.
All right, bro. He said I was next. So
Yeah, shut the fuck up, P.
the
Let me
right
read
hand of
this
God
verse.
is God,
P,
Jesus
what
Christ
you
our
have
Lord.
to
That's
say
the
Hold
arms
on.
race, the
is
arms
not
race, one
valuable.
victory.
Yeah,
No,
it's
hold
not
on. Let's let P
valuable.
come in for 1 second, and then we'll go ahead and
This is how
continue
you
the
bridge
discussion.
it. God bridged the gap. Okay, the Lord Jesus Christ, the right arm of God, right? That's the arms race, one victory. He has all power. Truth conquers all things. He just said, "I am the truth." It's the kingdom of God. It's the kingdom of love. It's love itself. All kingdoms of this world are paper parliamentary imaginations and stuff like that. So what is your place in it? Well, your place is literally as king of the kingdom itself. It's Jesus Christ in you. He rules and reigns through you with love itself. We have everything given to us of our Father. All technology of this world is a lesser form of manifestation in between you and the world itself. It's bridged, or it's collapsed, sorry, in the word of God. You just have all power because it's God in you and everything. And it's love
Well,
itself. And so all these other false
Christ said you need to
indoctrinations,
be
these false
baptized.
ideologies are all going to be destroyed because you guys are destroying the world. You're separating mankind
Yeah.
between themselves. You're separating man and woman and child between themselves. You're cursing everybody and all that stuff. So what is your place? It's love.
Yeah,
It's
shut the
speak
fuck
truth,
up
do the
already.
right
Like,
thing.
shut the fuck up, motherfucker.
No, hold
I
on.
get the
No, hold
point.
on. No, hold on, Buddha.
It's
No,
really
hold on,
what it
Buddha. Yeah,
is.
P, just
And it's,
yeah. Let's land
like
the
you're
plane.
looking for disclosure of aliens or whatever. Jesus Christ was the alien. Jesus Christ
Yeah,
said,
for
I
sure.
came from above. He came from heaven. He's literally an alien, and so are you.
All right.
And all that
Yeah,
stuff.
let's land the plane. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's a
for
real
sure. Yeah.
kingdom. I mean, it's really real. It's really, really than real.
Yeah, I
than real.
appreciate
is a
you.
lie.
Yeah. Okay. Machine Soul, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, your appeal is to the man himself, Lord Jesus Christ.
No,
he
it's God
said
himself.
Here, hold on. Let him respond, bro.
Christ
Hold on.
is
Give him a
God.
second.
Yeah, I just said that.
All right,
So
bro.
the
Give him a
word of
second, bro.
God from his own mouth when he was on earth, he said, if you don't receive baptism and you don't eat of his flesh and blood, you cannot be saved. And you only have that. You only have access to the sacraments within the church, and you call it a cult. So you reject
yours
Christ.
is a cult and you're a fraud. And you're
So you
destroying
can't
the
appeal
world.
to
I mean, I
Christ
just
and
told you,
reject
you're
Christ at the
destroying
same
the world,
time.
dude. You're denying the world the kingdom of God. You're denying them entrance into the kingdom of God. You're
Shut the
making
fuck up,
ritual.
P. Let
You're
him
making them do
respond, you
ritual
fucking,
acts in order to
you
get into the
fucking
kingdom of
fucker.
God.
Let him
P,
finish
yeah,
None
you
of the
going on
apostles
again?
and
Yeah,
the
let him
holy,
respond,
none of
bro.
the apostles and the Holy
Goddamn
Scripture required a
motherfucker, shut
month of
the fuck up.
brainwashing to get baptized, man. Like
Shut up. Let
But the
Machine
church,
Soul finish. Let Machine
everyone's gonna want to
Soul
shut me
finish.
up. I promise you,
And
you're all
shut
gonna want to
the
shut
fuck
me
up.
up, but I'll never stop
I'm
talking,
a,
dude. I'm here, dude. I'll never leave. Period.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with like free flow
Hell,
conversation
you're
with
gonna
time.
eat shit
Yeah,
in hell.
hold on, Buddha.
Let
Yeah,
Machine
Buddha,
Soul
chill for a
finish.
second.
Let
Yeah,
Machine
okay.
Soul
You
finish.
guys obviously
I would
aren't
Let
born of
fucking
love,
Machine.
trust
dude.
your skull
If
by
God
now.
was your
All
I
right,
father,
would
yeah.
be
you'd love.
willing to die to send you.
All right, guys, give me a second. Here, go ahead, Machine Man.
Oh, yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I mean, I'm okay with free flow conversation with the guy because the more he talks, the more he digs himself a hole. It's not hard to refute
Sure,
his
brother.
point. I don't
Yeah,
mind
but
that.
bro. All
The
right,
more
Like
I
the
talk,
church,
the more I rule this world, dude. Period.
the church was
God was your
established by
father.
Christ to like be. The church is like the bridge to that kingdom on earth for people to have like realistic. Because what he's confessing is like this.
Dude, you're calling yourself the mediator between.
Oof, man, dude, he is totally triggered by the Christianity stuff, bro. But yeah, go ahead, man.
So, yeah, Christ has an institution on earth for all that. It's not like some sort of. He's talking about it in some kind of like ideological way where you just make. It's like all personal. It's all private within you, and there's no like physical reality to it. He just basically reduces it to an ideology, whereas that doesn't make sense just on the face of it, and it doesn't cohere with Christ himself, what he said and what he did. So that guy, I don't know, just like a pseudo-Christian, and he's identifying as Orthodox.
You're antichrist, bro. Do you want to be real about it?
He's saying he's Orthodox, he's Catholic or whatever.
Hey,
But
if you interrupt him one more time, I am
Like
going
you-
to really go off the head.
You guys are interrupting
Oh,
me.
Let the machine so finish, you goddamn motherfucker! I will fucking fuck you up! Let machine so finish, you stupid motherfucker! I will dismember you, and I will do
All right,
evil,
Buddha,
dude. This
Buddha,
is evil.
I was
Chill
gonna
out,
stop
dude.
you early.
It's
Here,
really
hold on.
evil.
Here, hold on a second. Here, hold on a second, guys. Look, we can't talk about blowing stuff up and
Yo,
dismembering
okay.
people.
Let
Dude,
machine
that's not. No, but
so
give me a second.
finish.
No, Buddha,
Okay.
Buddha. Hello, Buddha, hello. Hey, Buddha. We can't talk about threatening people, dismembering people. We can't talk about that on stream, bro. We're gonna get
That's
my
fine.
Yeah,
my
I'm
stream
sorry.
shut down.
I
You're gonna get my stream
apologize.
struck, bro.
I apologize.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
bro. Let's
Karma's
not do
gonna
that.
get you, bro.
Don't do it
I
again.
want
Yeah,
to
thank you.
hear what people say
Yeah, all right.
without interruptions. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you weren't gonna do it again, but now you keep
That I get
going down
silenced,
that
bro.
road. We gotta
Where's the
stop
real
it. Yeah.
interruption?
P,
Let's not get-
something about P triggers me. Okay, something about
Yeah,
P
it's
triggers
Jesus
Alright,
Christ in me, dude.
Yeah, he's triggered
It's
a lot of
not
people.
Buddha nature, bro. You're
You have a
antichrist.
satanic, right? You have
Yeah,
a
but he's
satanic
looking
spirit.
No,
for
you're
that, though, bro.
satanic, bro. You're talking
He's
about
Yeah,
looking
just
for
I'm
the
dismembering.
trigger.
satanic.
What kind of
You know, I
sick
can't
person
deal
are
with
you,
it.
dude?
know,
For
I
real?
can't. Yeah, just take me. If you have P on here, then take
You
me
think
off.
it's a joke, man?
If you don't have P on you, then put me on. I can't deal with P. I cannot deal with P. You know, I have to.
I know, but you're focusing too much on him, and you're not letting the conversation go. If you want Machine Soul to respond, he can respond now. Go ahead,
can't. He's
Machine.
legion,
Yeah,
bro.
please
You guys
respond. He
both
will
are.
interrupt you. I
You're
guarantee
both
you. He will
legion.
interrupt you.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I mean, your theology is very confused, man. You should be able to answer these basic these
Ask
challenges.
me
What I'm talking
questions. I'll
about.
answer.
All right.
So, what did Christ mean when he said he's talking about the water and the spirit? You know, baptism. He's talking
He's
about
talking
his
about
flesh and
this.
blood. So what he was saying was like euphemistic, referring to like some sort of general sense of like him being within you, and you just have to like believe in his name, because you said before you just have to believe in his name, and you'll be saved. That was your claim.
No,
He
I
said it
didn't
was
say
more
that.
like he himself said it was more. Yeah, he did. You explicitly
No,
said
he
that.
did. He did.
No, I
half an hour
didn't.
ago. I was there.
No, I didn't.
You call on his name. You believe in his name.
I said
and you're
he's
saved.
in everyone.
Okay, so
He
everyone's
saved
saved.
everyone.
So you're a universalist. You believe that everyone's going to
No,
be
he
saved.
God's
said there's
son.
only 7,000
I'm
people.
God's son, and I'm king of the kingdom of God.
So what was he talking about when he says there's people who's going to go to hell? He's
I'm
going to
priest. I
judge
never
people
said
to hell.
any of that stuff, dude. You say that stuff because you're a false prophet.
So I'm talking about what Christ said, not what I said or what you said. Why
No,
did
you don't know
Christ
what
talk
Christ
about?
said, brother.
But Christ talked about people that reject him, the Antichrist, are going to suffer for
Right, you
eternity in
reject
hell.
him, you're
See,
antichrist.
this is what I'm talking about. Shut the
Like-
fuck up, P. I
Well,
am
you said
finished,
that.
you
You guys are
goddamn
literally
motherfucker.
antichrist.
You are attacking me, TML, right now. Okay, what
I'm
is
dead
this point of
serious.
this show? There should be a new rule,
You don't know how
TML,
this book
to let
works.
finished people finish before other people respond. P, I fucking hate you. Okay,
I know
P,
you do.
I
I
will
get
go
it. You're
through
possessed
the
by
endless
Satan. I get
tapas
it.
to fucking make you suffer, you goddamn
Right, you want me
motherfucker.
to
Shut the
suffer,
fuck
dude.
up
That's
and
really
let
evil. You're
Machine
really
Soul
evil.
finish.
You're not Buddha
Let
nature, bro.
Machine Soul
You're
finish. Shut
antichrist,
the
like I said.
fuck up, you motherfucker. I am ready to die to teach you a lesson, you motherfucker.
You're already
Shut
dead, bro.
the fuck up, you
Let's not
stupid
do
Dude, he's
that.
going
motherfucker.
pure
Let Machine
Allahu
Soul finish.
Akbar, dude.
Oh,
He's
blah, blah,
going
blah, blah,
literally
blah, blah, blah,
suicidal
blah,
terrorist
blah,
on
blah,
us
blah,
all,
blah,
dude.
blah, 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 blah. Shut the
Don't you guys
fuck
see what's going on
up.
here?
Hey,
Shut
man,
up, motherfucker.
Just because I said
Shut up.
God is a
And
savior
let
of us all.
machine soul finish
No,
you,
machine
motherfucker.
is
Your,
right.
um,
Machine soul
I
is
know how it
right.
About your
works.
endless interruptions, you
I know how
motherfucker.
it works,
I
guys.
actually
I know how it
told
works.
myself
I'm
3
here for it.
times if he
the
interrupts machine soul,
Why don't you
I'm gonna
silence him, dude?
shut up,
He's literally
Shut
he's
up, P.
literally
Shut up, P.
everything
Let
he's saying
machine
can be held
soul
against him in
finish.
court.
You
Like
see,
guys
you
don't
are not a
understand
brother in
anything.
Christ. You are a satanic hell-spawn
This man
motherfucker.
only
You
condemns
are a
himself. He
stupid piece
speaks
of shit.
evil,
Shut
dude.
the
It's evil
fuck
for
up.
real.
Avian.
Shut the fuck
Avian.
up.
You know I agree with your
Shut up.
position. I highly respect the warrior spirit. That's not why I'm telling you to
You
chill out.
highly respect.
I'm
You
just
guys
telling
all
you
want
to
to
chill out
tear me
because
apart. You guys are evil
the
people, dude.
the sooner
What
we
is
let
wrong with
C
you?
ta-
For
the
real.
sooner we let P
well,
talk,
that
like
mean,
he'll
Because
be
I
done.
said that God saves us all, you guys want to destroy me, and in the most vile ways. You speak
That's
it
not
openly.
why.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
know
No, I
this
why.
have
seems
to ask you a
weird.
question. Why do you
Yeah,
allow
Buddha,
No, it's
people
not
like
weird at
Buddha.
all
me?
to me.
I
It's very
just can't
normal,
deal with it.
actually. I know
Yeah,
how
He
it
doesn't
I
works.
know
let
this
the
seems
machine soul
weird, but
talk.
like,
He
yeah, I know
keeps
Buddha's like
interrupting.
drunk as fuck. Buddha, chill the fuck out for a second, bro. Yo,
I,
the thing is that, yeah,
It's
here's the
because
thing is
they are
like,
possessed.
yeah,
I had a good
P,
point there. Like,
yeah, they
he's
want
just
to
trying
talk
to
to
be right.
P, so
I already know, but you
Minister
can't touch
Hostile.
me. I promise. You will not be able to touch me. Period.
Yeah, I know it's impossible to talk to this dude, but for some reason, Machine and Hostile want to talk to him. So go ahead and talk to him.
I mean,
Just said you can't
I
touch
had
me.
him. I had him there on a pretty good point. Like, why did Christ talk about certain people are going to be damned for eternity, but you claim that he said that everyone's going to be saved?
You
You're
have no
saying that
idea what
Christ
Christ
himself.
said, brother.
You're saying Christ contradicts himself.
I'm saying you're a liar, dude.
That does not address my.
Yes, it does. You are a liar. You don't know what he said. You're
How are you
falsely
addressing?
using his quotes.
You're just deflecting by saying that. You're not addressing my argument.
I'm saying exactly. I'm saying you're not quoting him properly. You're a liar. You're a false
What do you mean I'm
prophet.
not quoting him properly?
You
I
don't
don't have
know
to.
his
I can,
words, dude. You don't
I
know
can
his
be. I
words.
can be anecdotal if I want to. Like, don't you know your scripture?
No, I know what the book says, bro. Tell me where hell is in the Old Testament right now.
Why are you derailing from my argument?
I'm not.
Why
I'm
can't-
literally asking you to prove
why
your
can't you-
argument with the law and the prophets.
Which is a derailment
What do
because
you
I asked you a
prove
question about
hell from the law
salvation.
and the prophets? You're asking about hell. Tell me where hell is in the law and the prophets. You don't know the law or the prophets, dude. You don't know anything about what
Why
you're
are
talking
you
about. I
answering
swear to
my
God,
question
dude.
with a question? That's a
Tell
deflection.
me why the eunuch was baptized immediately and you have to go through a month of brainwashing to get baptized into your fake cult.
So does Christ contradict himself? He says in one case,
You're a
people are
liar,
gonna
dude.
get
You don't know Jesus Christ.
but
Period.
according to you, in another case, he says that everyone's going to be saved. Which one is it? It's a pretty basic question.
Everyone already was saved by Jesus Christ.
Like-
You're a liar and a false prophet. Tell me where
You
hell
have-
is in the Old Testament, in the law and the prophets. Tell me where it
You
is.
should repeat yourself, dude.
You're representing to me the Christian faith and trying to defend it.
Jesus Christ
against
didn't speak the word
questions I have.
hell, dude. The New Testament.
You're not doing a very good job, man.
Dude, you guys are.
It's a basic question. Like, you don't want to answer it? Why?
Believe me, you're not good at this. Like, you're gonna get destroyed. I promise. Karma's
Why
a
can't you
bitch.
answer the basic question?
I already answered your question, bro.
You
He didn't
didn't.
say what you're
You
saying. He
avoided it.
said you're a false prophet. You're twisting his words.
So does Christ say everyone's going to be saved, or
Yes, of
does
course he
only
does. John 12,
only
32. He said, I will drag all men to me. He said, Matthew 12, verse 30 and 32. He said, all sin for all people for all time will be forgiven. Period.
So
he did it.
you're just like you're not even like remotely familiar with like Orthodox theology. You're just like you're trapped on that level.
I get it. You're saying that kind of stuff, but to me, you're a fucking joke, dude. You don't know anything for real. Like,
Okay, so where'd the Bible come from?
God, dude.
Like that's your authority text here. That's you're defending that.
No, God is my authority, dude.
Okay, but like on a historical level, where did it come from?
God.
So God gave it to you directly, or He gave it to
Yes,
your
God
YouTube,
gave me
your
everything.
favorite YouTube guy, or
God
like
gave
what are
me
you talking
everything
about?
directly. The Bible says so.
Can you tell me what year this occurred?
Real time, dude. God gives us everything real time. Life and breath to breathe, all things.
It's like Avian said. You're a pseudo intellectual. Like you're not serious.
Oh, you're gonna
like,
side with the Buddhists because you're Antichrist. I know.
yeah, because at least he respects.
I'm not intellectual, dude. I'm
our
just telling
differences.
you the book of God
He's a
came from
realistic
God.
person. He's
The
a
book
true
of God
intellectual.
says it
I'm
came
telling
from
you
God.
this.
You're a
Okay,
man
Did it
child.
not?
P, P.
You want to say that
okay,
the book of God came from your
P,
holy cult, is what you're trying to
P,
prove.
P.
And you're a false
Yes.
prophet.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with talking
That's what I'm
about
saying.
Christ
Literally, yes.
and Christian
Everyone's
ideas.
gonna
The
know, guys.
P,
I'm just here to witness to
P,
you. I'm just here to
P,
bring the
you
Holy
The cult,
Spirit
sound,
out
it's
upon
the
you.
cult of
P,
Jesus Christ and
It's
his
really
apostles.
funny.
you
Like,
sound like a fucking
really
bot.
funny.
I
What
would
does the book
shut
say?
the
Where does the
fuck
book
up,
say
P.
God? Where does the
Shut
book say the
up,
book came from?
P.
The book
Shut up,
says
P.
God
You
wrote
are
the book,
doing
right?
a
God inspired
disservice
the book.
to Christ, P. You are doing a disservice to
Yeah,
Christ.
you're not even
I don't care
like.
what you guys have to say. You've already threatened death upon me. You've said the most vile, evil,
Yeah, I wish
disgusting things
worse
that you could
upon you
possibly
than
say.
death. I
In the
wish
name of Buddha nature,
thousands
dude, get
of
out of here. I don't care,
kaipas,
dude. I
of
don't care, believe
kotis,
me.
of suffering upon you. Do you realize what a
All right,
koti
you're
means?
wishing death and
P,
suffering
shut
upon me.
the
I
fuck
get it,
up,
dude. You're
P.
evil.
P,
I've already
I
told you
wish
you're evil.
everyone
You're
blessings
antichrist. You're all
here
that
but
stuff.
you. P, shut the fuck up. P, you
He's a
are a
prophet.
garbage, pseudo
He's false.
intellectual piece of shit.
You're
Don't
re-crucifying
seek
the Son of God to
repentance
open shame,
from
guys. You have
Christ.
no idea
You
what you're
don't
He's
know
doing.
just
how
a
to talk to
Protestant.
people, P. P, you
Do
don't
you
know how to
sin?
talk to
Machine
people.
soul, do you sin?
Shut up, P.
Yes.
P,
Yes,
You
I
I'm
never
sin,
saying.
want
so
to
you're
see
of
you
the devil.
again, P. P, shut the fuck up. Even
Machine
though
soul,
I'm
you're of the
drunk, I
devil.
am still
You
more
don't
Soul to soul,
sin.
confident
you're
than
of the
you.
devil. You
You
don't
I'm
don't
sin.
of the
sin.
devil. You know,
No,
then
I
get the
don't
fuck out.
sin. I do not sin. I cannot sin. Period.
Okay, then get the fuck out. If you
Guys,
cannot
can
sin,
we just like
you cannot sin,
quit
then get the
talking to
fuck out.
P?
I
I
don't
think
need
P is
to
a
hear your
troll.
Yeah,
I'm
just keep
shit noise,
talking to me,
P.
dude. Nobody wants to know the truth.
I'm convinced that P is a troll. It would be better for the panel
I am
if we
dead
just
serious.
ignored
1 John
him.
3:9. Whoever's born
Yeah,
of
he's
God cannot
chill when
sin.
you don't like. Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
chill.
PML had the greatest strategy, how you
These
just
people are
kind of talk
wishing death
over
upon
and
me
through.
openly in the most horrendous ways, and you're just like,
Yeah,
cool.
we went on with that.
You're
for
a
while.
heretic,
But I
dude.
think
P, let me tell you this. I
You're
will
Christ said
consider
you're
antichrist.
gonna go to
converting
hell.
to
You
You're a
sin.
Christianity
heretic.
You're of the
if
devil,
you
dude.
get the
You
But
fuck
just said
out
you're of the
now.
devil.
Christ himself
P,
says
if you
Avian,
get the fuck out
I don't even
now,
let you guys
I
smoke
will
Avian,
the
quit
weed.
consider
I
engaging with
wouldn't
converting
him.
to
even let you guys
Christianity,
within 10
P.
miles of my
I
family,
P,
think
dude.
if you get
I
the
think
fuck out
Machine
now,
Soul and
this
Avian are
Muslim soul
You
experiencing
talk
guys
it
are
to
for
evil
the
me.
first
people,
time.
dude. You're just
So
wishing open death in the most
No,
horrendous ways
P,
upon me,
P,
dude.
listen
How
to
dare
me.
you? Like,
P, shut the fuck up.
it's
If you leave
horrendous.
right
In the
now,
name of Buddha or
P,
whatever, in the name of
P, if you
Christ, you
leave
guys are
right now,
so
I will
stupid, dude.
consider
You're really
converting
sick
to
individuals,
Orthodoxy.
for real.
I will consider converting to Orthodoxy. Just leave. P,
That's really
let
sick,
Machine
dude.
Soul talk to me. Let
Machine
Machine
Soul
Soul
said he
talk to
sins.
me.
He's of the devil. The book says whoever
P,
sins is of the
P, do
devil.
you want to convert me? Do you want to convert me, P?
No,
Then
I
get
don't
the
even want
fuck
to talk,
out.
dude. You're
P, get
dead.
the fuck out. P,
You're
shut the fuck up,
karmically
man. I am
burying
so
yourself
fucking
like
sick of you.
1,000 times
I am
over, bro.
so fucking sick of you. Get the fuck out, man.
Look
I
at
am
him.
pretty fucking sick of you.
He's
You don't
burying
understand
himself in
how
karma, dude.
fucking
It's really
pissed I am
sad.
at you,
I'm
P.
sorry they lied to
P,
you, bro.
you
But
keep going on. P, keep going on. Keep going on all the way to hell,
I'm
P.
gonna go all
Keep
the way,
going
dude.
on
There's
for
no
all
hell
the way to
according to
hell.
Buddha, dude.
You are really pushing me, P. P, get the
I don't
fuck out
care,
of here,
dude. I'm gonna push
motherfucker.
you. I'm gonna push you to
P,
the very
shut
end.
the fuck up, you
I'm gonna
pseudo
push you to the
intellectual
very end,
garbage
bro. Your faith
motherfucker
will be
piece of shit.
tested.
Oh, you keep
yeah,
going
you
on.
don't.
You keep going
So you
on.
don't.
P, shut up. If you
You're a
leave right
You
now,
child, dude. I'm
don't
P,
sorry that they lied to you. Believe me, I'm sorry that
fuck,
this is
dude.
going on.
P,
But
P, I will
it's
consider
you guys.
converting to
If
Orthodoxy
I
if
had
you leave
power, I
right
wouldn't
Avian,
now.
let this be
Seriously,
Avian,
secret.
P,
You
quit talking
I
understand?
to
will.
him.
Because they're
Quit
only
talking to him,
condemning
Avian.
themselves. Karma is
P, I
burying them
really
all.
hate you, P.
It's
P,
crazy.
you are like Twilight the garbage. Get the fuck out. You just keep going on and interrupting people with your garbage comments. You are a garbage person. Okay, Machine Soul seems like he has better things to say than you. If you leave
Machine
right now,
Soul's of the
P,
devil. He said so. He said he
yeah,
sins,
P,
right? You're of
you
the
don't
devil.
give
Yeah,
a shit about anything
I'm a,
but the
I
I'm a
don't
relevant.
sinner.
sin. I literally cannot sin.
Yeah, but you contradict yourself.
Yeah, P,
Off
you
the bat.
contradict
According to
yourself.
you,
You
dude, but I
don't
don't really
respect
care
other
about what
people.
you have
You,
to
you
say.
just keep going
Okay.
You're a,
on. This is
you're a
not an
sinner.
argument.
You're of the
This
devil,
is
So
not.
dude.
This is
you're
not
infallible.
this debate. This is not a conversation. This is
This
just
isn't
a
a conversation,
garbage piece
dude.
of
They're just
shit
letting you run your
motherfucker. He
mouth,
keeps going
karmically
on and
destroy
on and
yourself
on.
because they hate.
And
They
I
don't really
can't
care
deal with
about
it.
you
You
like
know
I
what?
do.
Give me anyone else. Give me
They don't
unseen.
really
Give
care
me
about
other
you
people
like I do,
besides
dude.
you.
It's okay.
You are a garbage
It's an
piece of
entertainment
shit
thing for them.
motherfucker, P.
There's a
I
reason
can't
why
deal with
he's
this,
saying
P.
all this to
You have
me and
no
not you guys.
spiritual merit. You
And
have
you guys
no
don't care at
wisdom.
all.
You have no
If you were good
contemplative
older
edge. There's
brothers,
nothing to you, P.
you would
P,
just
you are
stop.
garbage. Just get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, and I will seriously read. P, leave. Please leave. I will consider converting to
Dude.
Orthodoxy if you get the fuck
Brother.
out right now, P. I don't want to hear a single
I
fucking
understand
word
you
from
want
your voice.
to
Get the
destroy
fuck out,
me.
P.
I
I
understand
sick and
you
tired of
have
you, P.
utter hatred in
P,
your heart, and I'm
shut the
sorry.
fuck up. To
I
me,
am
you are
sorry that
Santero,
you're
P.
consumed
P,
of
you are
this
fucking
evil.
Santero. You're
But
like
I'm
a
telling you
bleeding
the
woman
truth, man.
that
I'm just telling you
cannot
the
grasp.
truth.
It
It's
keeps
Christ in you. You need
putting
to
in
trust
fucking
Christ.
vortex.
You
Cue the
need
music.
to trust
Every
Christ.
Yeah,
single
what?
word that is
Where
You're
you're
coming
running
at
right
right
for
now
5 minutes.
is
right now,
really
P.
dangerous,
P,
really bad
get
for
the
you, bro.
fuck out, you motherfucker! How many times do I have to say it? P, get out! I don't want to hear from you. I will, if you get out right now, I will praise Jesus. I will praise Jesus if you leave, P.
Bro,
I will
I don't.
praise Jesus. Get the fuck
Listen,
out now.
what is going?
P,
Yeah,
really, get the
what
fuck
is
out.
going on
P,
here?
get
Like,
the fuck
guys,
out. I don't know how many times I have to say this.
I don't have to
P,
answer for
every
his
single
words. He
word
has to
that
answer
comes
for
out of
his
your
words.
mouth
You
is
understand?
garbage, P. P, you are a fucking piece of shit. You have failed Christ. You have failed Buddha. You have failed everything, P. P, get the fuck out, and I will praise Christ. Get the fuck out, P. And I seriously guarantee you, I will praise Christ. I will give
I
prayer
don't care
to
what
Christ.
you do, dude.
Get
I'm
the
just
fuck out.
warning
Get
you.
the
You're
fuck out,
literally
P.
just
Please get
destroying
the fuck
yourself.
out. I'm seriously
You're
sick
in a
and tired of you.
very
P, get the fuck out.
unfortunate,
I'm
sad
sick and
place.
tired of
Like,
you. You keep going
it's
on
very
and on.
sad.
You are
It's
like a
very
smug
sad, guys. And
conceited
you
faggot.
guys just want to
You
let him
just
run his
love
mouth.
to
You're
go
not gonna
on and on.
help him at all.
P, I
You
am
guys,
sick of
nobody here can help you,
P,
bro.
get
That's
the
the
fuck
problem,
out.
man.
P, I don't know
That's
how
what's
long this
sad,
will go on.
man.
It's like a carousel. It's like a carousel of pain
I
and
know.
Jesus
I
can.
can't
Jesus
deal with
will
it.
help you.
P,
Jesus is the
you are
name, bro.
fucking
Just
putting me
call
in
upon
so
Jesus.
much
I
pain right
promise
now.
you'll be okay.
P,
Like,
if you
it's gonna
came
be
here right
okay.
now, I will throw everything on
It's
the
gonna be
line to
okay.
take
These
you down.
people are
P.
laughing at you, like, and they're laughing at me. I mean, I get it. You
Going
guys
on,
think
P.
it's all
Keep
funny
going
and
on,
shit.
P. I wish I
You
never
guys think
came
it's
on
all
here.
funny, like,
Maybe
because you guys
real
live
life
pretty
existence to
comfortable
me is like
lives,
the
right?
freedom of existence.
You aren't
Maybe
struggling.
Lander was right. Maybe Emil Chernian was right. You do
And you
not
mute me,
get
dude.
the
It's
fuck
really
out.
sick that you
P,
mute me and
you're
just
going
let
on
him
and on. P,
spam
what you
all
have to
his
Yeah,
say
shit.
we
doesn't
need
matter.
to.
P, shut the fuck up. P, everything that has gone across your mind doesn't matter at this point. Just get the fuck out and I will praise Christ. Okay?
I
Go.
don't mind if
I
Go
don't
we.
want you. I
praise
don't
Christ.
care what you do,
P,
bro. I don't
P, I
care.
hate
Believe
you
me.
so much. P,
I never
Avian,
asked you guys to
stop.
do
you are like
anything. I
fuck
never
the
told you
Stop.
to do anything.
Avian, stop it.
I've
you are
never
Please.
moral.
told you to do
P,
anything.
you
I'm
are
telling
fucking
you,
pain and disillusion. P,
you,
get the fuck out.
you are
P,
being
thank you so
consumed
much.
of your own
P,
hatred in
P,
this
get
way.
the fuck out. I am
That's all
really
that's
sick and
happening.
tired of you, P. P, please
And
leave.
it's sad to me.
Please
Like,
leave.
I'm here
P,
to
I
talk
will
with you
fucking
guys.
fight
Like,
to the
you
end
don't care at all.
of my life until you get the fuck
But
out.
you mute me like 10
Go
times.
away. P, what you have to say doesn't matter. Unlike Machine Soul. Machine
What is
Soul
even going,
is
bro? I'm not
more
trying to
wise
talk to
than
you,
you.
Mr. Buddha man.
P, get the fuck out. P, you are a piece of shit. P, I am sick and tired of you. It's like some
Mr. Buddha nature, dude.
I will
It's like
cry
some
when you get the
terror.
fuck out.
It's really
P,
crazy,
P,
guys.
P,
You don't
I am sick
understand.
and
Like,
tired of you. P, you
you
are
don't
worse than
understand what's
fucking
going on.
nightmare.
For real.
Okay,
I
P, I have
do. You
some
really don't
serious
get it.
nightmares. I have nightmares you cannot imagine. Okay, P.
P.
I have nightmares you
P.
cannot imagine. Get
I'm
the
here.
fuck out,
What's up,
P.
Machine
Get
Soul?
the fuck out, P. I'm sick and tired of you, P. Get the fuck out. P,
Yes, sir.
you are a garbage
P.
piece of shit compared
Just
to
ask the question. He's
this
not going to stop.
Machine Soul
Just
talk.
ask.
Yeah, keep going, P. P, you think
Do you
your
mind?
small, conceited remarks matter? Shut the fuck up, P. You don't mess with me. Get the fuck out. I'll praise
I'm
Christ.
not, I don't know what you're talking. Machine Soul,
Shut the fuck
ask
up,
your
P.
question, please.
Shut
sir.
up, P. Shut up, P. No one gives a shit about what you have to say, you stupid pseudo-intellectual garbage motherfucker. Get the fuck out, you stupid garbage trash. I'll praise Christ. Get the fuck
I'm
out.
sorry that these people
When
don't
you
care
get
about
the
you
fuck
enough
out,
to be
the
there
more
for you, bro.
thing you
Like,
can
I'm
do,
here for you, dude. I'm not going
thing you
anywhere.
can do
Bird
to
Buddha,
praise
man.
Christ
Whatever.
the most is
I'd
get
never
the
leave you,
fuck
bro. I would
out,
never leave you. I
stupid
promise.
piece of
Dude.
shit. Get the
Can we,
fuck
I would have
out.
called the ambulance like a long time ago, for real.
Shut up, P. P, no one
Can we-
gives a fuck about your stupid
What's up, Machine Soul? Why don't
asinine,
you ask me the question?
garbage,
Stop just
real intellectual garbage. Listening to you is like plummeting to the
If
depths
the
of
op's not gonna sound, if
like
he's not gonna
plummeting to
just
the
let
depths
him
of
be
it. No one
still,
gives a shit, P.
whatever, dude.
Nobody's hearing what you're saying right now, P. Get the fuck
Machine
out.
Soul hears me. He hears me.
Get the fuck out, P.
And I hear everything,
Shut
guys.
the
What is
fuck
going
up.
on here? Just
P
ask me
keeps
the
going
question.
on and on and on and on. No one gives a shit. It's like a
I'm
carousel.
going on and
Carousel
on
of
and
headless
on.
clown. Demented clown that are fucking full of blood on their faces. That's how
Kettle break.
brutal this is. Get the fuck
Machine
out.
Soul, what's your question?
Get the fuck out, P. Get the fuck out, P. I'm sick and tired of you. Nothing you have to say.
Isn't that a terrifying verse, Machine Soul?
No one
We're
gives
gonna take a break here.
P, you are
First John 3:9 or First John 3:8. Isn't that
you have a lot of fucking conceitedness, a lot of fucking pride, but your pride is based on bullshit.
First John 3 would be really tough.
You are a fucking idiot. You can keep going on and on. I'll wash over you. Don't fuck with me, please. You wanna fuck with me metaphysically? You won't succeed. If you wanna win, then get the fuck out right now, and I will pray Christ. I'm saying, get the fuck out right now, Pete.
Nobody
I'll
cares. Is
pray
anyone
Christ.
even here? Does anyone care? Like,
Pete, right now you're present.
does anyone care at all?
Sore
Or are
on
you
my
just
body.
having fun being entertained by
Your
this
butt,
crazy?
your presence right now is a sore upon my body. It's like a sword. Pete, get the fuck out. Please, here.
Nobody cares.
I'm tired of you, Pete. Get the fuck out, Pete. You know, if you don't get the fuck out, then nothing about me will truly change. Okay? Get the fuck out and I'll praise Christ. I'll praise Christ. Get the fuck out, Pete.
Bro, I
No,
never
get the
asked you to
fuck out,
pray.
Pete.
I don't care what
Yeah,
you.
get
I
out,
don't want you.
Pete.
I
Get
don't
out.
want you to
I
do
don't get
anything.
what you say. Just
I
leave.
want you to just.
Leave.
I want you to have family who cares about you, man.
I don't
Who's
give
gonna
a
hug you
I don't like
and
you.
just
I
cry
don't
with
like
you
who
and
you
be
are.
there for you, dude.
I don't
Because
like
you
you.
just
You have
cursing
to say you're
yourself
like a
over and
boss.
over and over
You're
again,
like a
dude.
boss, Pete.
These people don't care about
Yeah.
you, obviously. They're just letting you run your mouth online and stuff. Like, it's just crazy. But
Yeah. I can tell you, Pete.
I love you.
You're not
Like,
gonna leave the
it's
fuck
okay, dude. You
alone?
can dismember me all you want. I'll let you do it. It's okay.
You're such a stupid fucking
But
faggot.
it's not Buddha nature, dude. It's
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
all
influenced by something else, dude.
Stupid
Like,
nature. I'm sick and tired of you.
Let's
I'm
chill
here
one
for
second.
real conversation, for real truth.
Okay,
for
okay.
real-
All right, everybody.
all
Some
that
people
stuff.
I get along with, other people I don't get along with.
Hold on.
You know, has to do with,
It's
you know,
not even people, dude. I'm not anything.
shit
Yeah,
about that.
love me, dude.
let's relax for a second.
Yeah, it's ultimately about you validating your sense of self. You know, it's not about talking about the stereotype that you
Right, that definitely doesn't apply to you.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, you're just. I can't deal with this anymore. Like, there's so
Are
many
any of you other people
Yeah,
gonna
but,
do? Like, are
garbage
you gonna
people.
care at all?
But yeah, I appreciate you guys. We're gonna take a little musical break, and then I'm gonna
Yeah,
move
take a break.
to something
That's
going
crazy
on,
work, dude.
and some crisis of the modern world, and then we'll move to the rest of the little segment I have on revolt against the modern world. Then we'll quickly go to the ideas of Mumford, and then we'll really look at Elul, and that'll be sort of the last
Crazy work, dude.
hour installment, right? So I appreciate you guys, and in terms of all the interactions, right? So we've had several different things. I'll drop the link again. I know I haven't dropped the link for a little while, right? So all that type of stuff. And yeah, blessings to all the people. And yeah, so here is a little music, and then yeah, I mean, I'm gonna move really fast through the first three sort of videos. They will go maybe 10 minutes each, and maybe go through the explanations. And of course, we got a lot of astute thinkers on panel, right? We'll try to correspond with the material and have a good discussion on it. If that doesn't go so well, I'll sort of try to curate the discussion more carefully for the next hour. But I appreciate you guys, and thank you for your participation. And yeah, this is the main
TML.
reason we're here is this whole thing about Elul. And yeah, go ahead. Blessings.
I'm gonna get out of here, man. Sorry,
Yeah, I
it's
appreciate
getting
it.
a little late.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah, Machine Soul, thank you for your ideas. Reddington, yeah, much love. As always. Dom, you've been really quiet, really respectful.
Well, I think he's asleep right now. So Dom's most likely asleep right now. So blessings to Dom.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, mate.
Sleep through the chaos, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll bid adieu to Dom as well. I don't think he'll wake up, but yeah, blessings to Dom. And yeah, so
And
hostile.
P, yeah, thanks for the good news, delivering the good news. Appreciate that. Buddha, man, remember what we talked about earlier? Try to let that shit just roll off your shoulders, man. Just don't get too invested into it. I know you're a little, you've been drinking a little bit. That's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Let me say something. If I'm not gonna get invested in it, then I'd rather stick to text when dumbasses like P come on here. So I'm leaving too.
No, yeah, no,
let's
it's
up
good,
there.
man. It's good. I'm just letting you know, just trying to give you
Yeah,
a
yeah, I
little,
got it.
a
I'll
little,
leave
little
before
wisdom.
you. I'll leave before you to make a point that people like P is
The Buddha rage quit, and it is what it is. So I appreciate
Yeah.
it, Buddha, for joining the panel. Thank you so much.
Always, yeah. Avian's good shit, and TML. Good night, man. Good,
Yeah,
good
peace,
stuff as
homie.
always.
Yeah, I
Your reading,
appreciate
at
that.
least, not
Yeah.
the fighting, but the reading and stuff. And
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you so much. Yeah, of course. We get another thing going on, and yeah, if you missed the opening, all right, yeah, check that out if you got time. There was like 2 openings ago. I explained the thing I was telling you in Discord about like the 4 stages of man and shit like
yeah, that was good.
Oh yeah. We got some of that. So yeah, so it's whole thing I'm developing. But yeah, blessings to you, brother. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah.
Yes. Good night, guys. Bye.
Yeah, peace on
See ya.
Peace.
All right. Okay, we're gonna roll out with just these guys. All right, cool. I appreciate you guys, and I dropped the link in the chat if anybody else wants to join. And yeah, let's move to some of the expansion of some ideas from Guanan and Evola and Alul, and yeah, so we'll see what happens. And here is a mix I made using the vocals from the movie The Network, right? And a documentary with Noam Chomsky. But yeah, blessings.
Thanks.
Because you people and 62 million other Americans are listening to me right now. Because less than 3% of you people read books. Because less than 15% of you read newspapers. Because the only truth you know is what you get over this tube. Right now, there is an entire generation that never knew anything that didn't come out of this tube. This tube is the gospel, the ultimate revelation. This tube can make or break presidents, popes, prime ministers. This tube is the most awesome goddamn force in the whole godless world. And woe is us if it ever falls into the hands of the wrong people. And that's why woe is us that Edward George Ruddy died. Because this company is now in the hands of CCA, the Communication Corporation of America. There's a new chairman of the board, a man called Frank Hackett, sitting in Mr. Ruddy's office on the 20th floor. And when the 12th largest company in the world controls the most awesome goddamn propaganda force in the whole godless world, who knows what shit will be peddled for truth on this network? So you listen to me. Listen to me. Television is not the truth. Television is a goddamn amusement park. Television is a circus, a carnival, a traveling troupe of acrobats, storytellers, dancers, singers, jugglers, sideshow freaks, lion tamers, and football players. We're in the boredom-killing business. So if you want the truth, go to God. Go to your gurus. Go to yourselves. Because that's the only place you're ever going to find any real truth. You're never gonna get any truth from us. We'll tell you anything you want to hear. We lie like hell. We'll tell you that Kojak always gets the killer and that nobody ever gets cancer in Archie Bunker's house. And no matter how much trouble the hero is in, don't worry, just look at your watch. At the end of the hour, he's going to win. We'll tell you any shit you want to hear. We deal in illusions, man. None of it is true. But you people sit there day after day, night after night, all ages, colors, creeds. We're all you know. You're beginning to believe the illusions we're spinning here. You're beginning to think that the tube is reality and that your own lives are unreal. You do whatever the tube tells you. You dress like a tube. You eat like a tube. You raise your children like a tube. You even think like a tube. This is mass madness, you maniacs. In God's name, you people are the real thing. We are the illusion. So turn off your television sets. Turn them off now. Turn them off right now. Turn them off and leave them off. Turn them off right in the middle of the sentence I'm speaking to you now. Turn them off.
applies to particular cases would carry us beyond the limits of the present study. We shall conclude these preliminary remarks to particularly critical periods among those through which mankind has more recently passed. We shall conclude these preliminary remarks by mentioning only one or two particularly critical periods among those through which mankind has more recently passed. That is, among those falling within the period usually called historical, as it is in fact the only one really accessible to ordinary or profane history. And this will lead us directly to the real object of our study, since the last of these critical periods is none other than the one that constitutes what is termed the modern age. It is a strange fact, and one which appears never to have received proper attention, that the strictly historical period, in the sense that we have just indicated, goes back exactly to the 6th century before the Christian era, as though there were at that point a barrier in time impossible to penetrate by the methods of investigation at the disposal of ordinary research. Indeed, from this time onward, there is everywhere a fairly precise and well-established chronology, whereas for everything that occurred prior to it, only very vague approximations are usually obtained, and the dates suggested for the same events often vary by several centuries. This is very noticeable even in the case of countries of whose history we possess more than a few scattered vestiges, such as Egypt, for example. But what is perhaps even more astonishing is that in an exceptional and privileged case like that of China, which possesses annals relating to far more distant periods and dated by means of astronomical observations that leave no room for doubt, modern writers nonetheless class these periods as legendary, as if they saw in them a domain in which they have no right to any certainty and in which they do not allow themselves to obtain any. So-called classical antiquity is therefore a very relative antiquity, and far closer to modern times than to real antiquity, since it does not even go back to the middle of the Kali Yuga.
So I don't know what really most people can say about what's going on before 2000 BC, right? Which would be like 3,000 years ago, right? Pretty much nobody's got the info, in my opinion, right? So I mean, I've looked pretty far and wide, right? I'm pretty sure like nobody knows what's going on like before 2,000 years ago, and it could be that that is the period where the ancient Egyptians lived, but I highly doubt that. It's most likely that ancient Egypt or whatever built the pyramids and all that type of stuff was way further in time, like maybe 10,000 BC, to where we'll never even ever know, right? So his idea that there's a successful chronology from 6,000, because he said 6 centuries. Wait, did he say 6 centuries? Oh yeah, I think he said 6 centuries before
6 millennia.
6 millennia before Jesus. That's way, I think, like, what could you know 6,000 years before Jesus? Pretty much nothing, right?
Or maybe I missed what he said. But
Yeah, that seems unlikely that we would have anything on there. Okay, we got a guest here.
they map us to 6026. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lumine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and let this dude on. Yeah, Mega Man, what's going on? Blessings. Let's test your microphone.
It's a 6-day
Test 1,
war.
2.
Yeah, greetings, Mega Man. How you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, blessings, sir. Yeah, thank you for joining.
What's interesting is God built the pyramids.
Right. Yeah.
No,
so
but
yeah.
I mean, really think about that.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the question, right? About the recorded human history, right? How much do we have of it? Probably not that much, if I'm here to guess. I think probably 4th century, right? It's more like 6 centuries before Jesus is like all we really have, right? It's because like that's when Pythagoras and these guys apparently lived, as we saw, right? So who knows if Pythagoras was a real guy? If
Pythagoras
I
and all
think
that stuff is like 1st century BC.
they're
But
pretty
we have
sure
history
that,
like third millennia BC. Approximately.
Pythagoras is reported to have lived in the 5th century
BC.
Yeah, BC. Yeah, so
That's that
not
third.
first.
That's 200 years off. Whatever.
Yeah, it's 200 years off. Yeah, but yeah, you were kind of close though. But yeah, in terms of we got different guys like Plato. People think that Plato wrote dialogues in like around I think 325 BC or something like that, right? And then you had Alexander the Great like around like 150 BC or something like that, and then you had like other guys, and then you had the the Hasmoneans, right? And then you had the the Romans conquered Judea, right? And all of that type of stuff. So there's a little bit of timeline, and of course, then you have Judea, in Rome, and then you have the
Romans
Bible,
conquered
right?
everything. They
Yeah,
really
so it's like
the Greeks conquered everything. Rome was kind of like a sham.
yeah,
That appeared.
so my historical chronology kind of starts like around like the 5th century, just because like being safe. But like 2000 BC, I know a lot of people try to go back to like 2000 BC. There's almost no recorded writings or anything we have from that old, right?
Right,
So
you can't go that far. No.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, but
whose length is itself, according to the Hindu doctrine, only a 10th part of the whole Manvantara. And this is sufficient indication of how far the moderns are justified in priding themselves on the extent of their historical knowledge. They will doubtless seek to
right. But like I was saying, it's probably way worse than that. He's giving them too much credit, but yeah.
justify themselves by replying that all this refers
I
only
agree.
to legendary periods and is therefore unworthy of consideration. But this reply in itself is an admission of ignorance and of a lack of comprehension that
We
can
don't
be
know anything
explained
about
only
it.
by their contempt for tradition. The specifically modern outlook is, in fact, as we shall explain further on, identical with the anti-traditional outlook. In the 6th century before the Christian era, considerable changes took place for one reason or another among almost all peoples, changes which, however, varied in character from country to country. In some cases, it was a readaptation of the tradition to conditions other than those previously prevailing, a readaptation that was accomplished in a rigorously orthodox sense. This is what occurred, for example, in China, where the doctrine, primitively established as a single whole, was then divided into two clearly distinct parts.
There was no
Taoism, reserved for an elite and comprising pure metaphysics and the traditional sciences of a properly speculative.
What's that?
There was no China.
Yeah, let's just chill out and let him read and hear the book for a second. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, for sure.
Not interrupt too much. Yeah, blessings.
Nature
I'm
and
sorry.
Confucianism, which was common to all without distinction, and whose domain was that of practical and mainly social applications. Among the Persians, there seems also to have been a readaptation of Mazdaism, for this was the time of the last Zoroaster. In India, on the other hand, this period saw the rise of Buddhism, that is to say, of a revolt against the traditional spirit, amounting to a denial of all authority and resulting in a veritable anarchy, in the etymological sense, of absence of principle, both in the intellectual and social realms. It is a curious fact that there are no monuments in India dating from before this period, the Orientalists having tried to make this fact tell in favor of their
Okay, so what is he saying? He's saying that in the 6th century, there's a corruption of several traditions that existed at the time, right? Like, for example, there was a corruption of the Buddhist tradition and also a corruption of, I'm sorry, a corruption of the Hindu tradition in the form of the Buddhist tradition and a corruption of the Zoroastrian tradition, right, in the form of many different cults and sects that were invented at the time, right? So he's saying that all of these traditions were then reformulated, right, in light of new traditions, right? And he thinks that this loss of traditions was a first signaling of the move towards the modern world in the Kali Yuga, right? So this is how he's describing the movement from the 6th century, saying there's all these thinkers that exist in the 6th century, whether it be Buddha, right, or the different prophets of Zoroastrianism, right? They seem to have updated the teachings of the previous religions. Okay, so this is why, and as we know that we've heard that there's sects of Hinduism that actually venerate and respect Buddha as a teacher, right? And also incorporate him into their sort of lineages of like awakened beings and so on and so forth. So I don't know exactly how it's done, if he's like a saint or a god, right? Within certain Hindu sects, right? But they do claim that Buddha is an important teacher, right? Whereas the Buddhists, they don't recognize, at least as much as I know, they recognize certain aspects of the Hindu teachings, like like the devas, right, and the demigods and stuff, right? But they claim that there is no God on top, like how Hinduism claims that there's a supreme reality, there's a God on top, there's one God, Brahman, right, that's on top of the whole thing, right? From what I know, Buddhists reject that, right?
Right. Buddha's like the ultimate prophet. He's like the mediator between God and man. But in Buddhism, there is no God.
Yeah. So
versus Hinduism, you have Brahman.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Tendency to find the origins of everything in Buddhism, the importance of which they strangely exaggerate. The explanation of the fact is nevertheless quite simple. It is that all earlier constructions were of wood and have therefore left no trace. Such a change in the mode of construction must have corresponded, however, to a profound modification of the general conditions governing the existence of the people concerned. Moving westward, we see that for the Jews, this was the time of the Babylonian captivity, and perhaps one of the most astonishing.
All right. So there we have another thing that's going on that can be linked up to our historical cycle, right? Which is the book of Daniel that's in the Bible, right? Where the Jews are captured in Babylon. There's the prophet Daniel, and then there's the King Cyrus, right? That's apparently happening all in the 6th century, right? So there we can put another thing on the timeline and the historical stamp or whatever, right? So this is what he's kind of saying, right? So he's saying that this period, as he's unraveling this history, he's saying all of this represents, remember, a sort of collective devolution, right, from the start, right? He's going against the narrative that this is all, progressing towards something great, right? So yeah.
Of all these happenings is the fact that a short period of 70 years should have sufficed for the Jews to forget even their alphabet, so that afterward the sacred books had to be reconstructed in quite different characters from those in use up to that time. It would be possible to cite many other events belonging more or less to the same date. We will only mention that for Rome it was the beginning of the historical period, which followed on the legendary period of the kings, and it is also known, though somewhat vaguely, that there were important movements among the Celtic peoples at this time. But without elaborating these points, we must pass on to consider what happened in Greece. There, too, the 6th century was the starting point of the so-called classical civilization, which alone is entitled, according to the moderns, to be considered historical, everything previous to it being so little known as to be treated as a legendary, even though recent archaeological discoveries no longer leave room for doubt that there was a very real civilization. And we have reasons for supposing that this...
So it's clear, right? When you go to Mycenae, right, it's way more elaborate. The designs are way more elaborate than in ancient Greece, right? So when you go look at older buildings, right, it's very clear that the Greeks were not the most advanced civilization on Earth at the time, right? So it's actually shockingly clear if you go and look at these things, right? And you compare the other civilizations that existed before Greece, and you compare their monuments to the the ones that the Greeks made, right? There were several things that the Greeks weren't as advanced in as previous civilizations, right? So this view, the moderns, of this Greek miracle, that Greek civilization invented science and math and set the groundwork for modern civilization, that's got to be false, right? That's what Gunan is saying. That's got to be totally false, right? So this is what he's saying here, right? So he's saying that there's hardly any evidence for the Greek miracle, that it was that they had any notable achievements, right? In architecture or in terms of their civilization, that it was unique in any way, right? Probably neighboring civilizations and obviously we look at thinkers from Turkey to Italy, right? They all influenced the philosophers of early Greek civilization, right? So we know of people like Heraclitus, right? People like Parmenides, right? All sorts of people from all over, right? From Turkey, right? I'm in Italy mainly, right? That all influenced Greek civilization. Now, obviously, there's a huge influence also from Mycenae, right? So obviously, this can't be discounted. There's tons of pre-Greek civilizations.
This first Hellenic civilization was far more interesting intellectually than what followed, and that the relationship between the two is to some extent analogous to that between medieval and modern Europe. It should be noted, however, that the breach was not so complete as in the latter case, for at least a partial readaptation was carried out in the traditional order, principally in the domain of the mysteries. One may refer here to the case of Pythagorism, which was primarily a restoration under a new form of the earlier Orphic tradition, and whose connection with the Delphic cult of the Hyperborean Apollo bears witness to an unbroken and regular line of descent from one of the most ancient traditions of mankind. But on the other hand, there very soon appeared something of which there had been no previous example, and which in the future was to have an injurious effect on the whole Western world. We refer to that special form of thought that acquired and retained the name of philosophy. And this point is important enough to warrant our dwelling on it at somewhat greater length. It is true that the word philosophy can in itself be understood in quite a legitimate sense, and one which without doubt originally belonged to it, especially if it be true that Pythagoras himself was the first to use it. Etymologically, it denotes nothing other than love of wisdom. In the first place, therefore, it implies the initial disposition required for the attainment of wisdom, and by a quite natural extension of this meaning, the quest that is born from this same disposition and that must lead to knowledge. It denotes, therefore, a preliminary and preparatory stage, a step, as it were, in the direction of wisdom or a degree corresponding to a lower level of wisdom. The perversion that ensued consisted in taking this transitional stage for an end in itself.
All right, so there he is, right? He's saying that this transitional phase from not having wisdom to getting wisdom was seen as an end in itself. So the invention of philosophy was obviously inherently a corruption, right? And this is obviously very true, right? Like what really have the philosophers really achieved, right? They've handed over their business to the scientists, right? The scientists don't know where they're headed, right? So at the end of the day, it's been sort of a directionless enterprise that has degraded people further away from a tradition that's based on sort of ethnos, right? That he's sort of saying was the foundational place where man, sort of devolved from, right? And yeah, anyways. But yeah, he's saying that the invention of philosophy, right, is obviously a huge corruption, right? So he's sort of inverting the views of August Comte, right, where he's saying like, look, like this thing where you say that we moved from the mythological to the metaphysical to the positivist, right? He's saying that this is actually a devolution, right? That we actually moved from the traditional, right, to the philosophical to the materialist, right? So yeah.
Right.
And I think he's correct, right?
He is.
Yeah, for sure.
He's flipping it right side up.
Yeah, exactly.
Seeking to substitute philosophy for wisdom, a process which implied forgetting or ignoring the true nature of the latter. It was in this way that there arose what may be described as profane philosophy. In other words, a pretended wisdom that was purely human and therefore entirely of the rational order, and that took the place of the true traditional supra-rational and non-human wisdom. However, there still remained something of this true wisdom throughout the whole of antiquity, as is proven primarily by the persistence of the mysteries, whose essentially initiatic character is beyond dispute. And it is also true that the teachings of the
So here's where he's going to put his little promotion for occultism. But yeah,
philosophers themselves usually had both an exoteric and an esoteric side, the latter leaving open the possibility of connection with a higher point of view, which in fact made itself clearly, though perhaps in some respects incompletely, apparent some centuries later among the Alexandrians.
So yeah, I have to totally disagree with him on this fact, right? The occultist traditions are not an a call back to some traditional phase. They are modernist, right? So I can't believe he didn't see that, right? I think he didn't know enough about the situation, right? But yeah.
Profane philosophy to be definitively
right, yeah,
constituted as such, it was necessary for exoterism alone to remain and for all esoterism simply to be denied. And it is precisely this that the movement inaugurated by the Greeks was to lead to in the modern world. The tendencies that found expression among the Greeks had to be pushed to the extreme. The undue importance given to rational thought had to grow even greater before men could arrive at rationalism, a specifically modern attitude that consists in not merely ignoring but expressly denying everything of a supra-rational order. But let us not anticipate further, for we shall have to return to these consequences and to trace their development in a later part of this book. In what has been said above, there is one thing that has particular bearing on the point of view with which we are concerned. It is that some of the origins of the modern world may be sought in classical antiquity. The modern world is therefore not altogether wrong in claiming to base itself on the Greco-Latin civilization and to be a continuation of it. At the same
all right, let's leave it there. So so there we go. So the modern world is a continuation of the Greco-Latin civilization, meaning the Greeks and the Romans, or it's that might be no surprise there. But the whole question is whether their historical foundations are accurate, right? And we have good reasons to question those historical foundations, right? So let's move to revolt against the modern world. Let's hear a little bit of that. Or actually, you know what? I'll just save that for what do you call
Saturday?
it? Yeah, I'll save that for Saturday because there's a lot of stuff that we can get to, and there's only like 10 minutes left of it. So I think that'll be a good thing to save till Saturday. But yeah, let's move now to Elul, right? And look at the whole situation of techniques. Oh, actually, I mean Mumford. Sorry, let's move to Mumford, right? Instead of this, we'll move to Mumford, and we'll end. And I'll save the documentary for the rest of the documentary for Saturday. But I'll play this here if I could find it. Oh yeah, here it is. Myth of the Machine. We'll listen to 10 minutes of this before we listen to before we read Elul, right? And that'll comprise a nice sort of thing that a little bit of the material and the sources for where I develop some of my opening presentation, right? Because obviously there's hours and hours and hours of presentations there, right? And you guys are probably wondering what led me to compose some of these sermons. Obviously the fact is that there's a lot of influence right behind all of that, and there's a lot of sources behind the ideas, and of course I would like to proliferate understanding and have people look at the sources on their own, right, and develop their own understanding, right, and then maybe they can come and challenge what I say, right. Obviously it is open discussion, right. I think these topics are important enough that they speak for themselves, that we can have open discussions, right? Obviously, it's not the experts and the scholars, right, and the people that are in the schools that in the universities and the corporations that are going to accomplish this for us, right? So we got to do it for ourselves, right? So so the fact is that right, we need to have discussions on primary sources that talk about the real issues and problems, right? So I believe that we have the capability to do that in a sober and respectful fashion, right? And we don't have to do it just for entertainment. We could do it for our own edification and development of these ideas and concepts so that we can challenge what is going on, right? Because obviously there's lots of issues. We need to figure out what is the source of these issues and problems. What is the mental limitations and blockages that keep people from looking at them, right? And then turn them against the powers that be, and so on and so forth, right? And of course, many of them will agree with us, right, about the problems that exist within the system, right? So you'd be surprised how many of the people that are that we think are in charge. Obviously, they're not in charge, right? First, God's in charge, and then secondly, they built a system that they can't control, right? So they're totally in delusion when they think they're in control. All right, so let's be honest, right? So it's time for you to take the reins, right? It's time for you to educate yourself and the people around you, your family, right? And take control of the situation, right? Anyways, let's take a look at the myth of the machine.
Lash ensured conformity. Such machines had already been assembled, if not invented, by kings in the early part of the Pyramid Age, from the end of the 4th millennium on. Just because of their detachment from any fixed external structures, these labor machines had much fuller capacities for change and adaptation than the more rigid metallic counterparts of the modern assembly line. In the building of the pyramids, we find not only the first indubitable evidence of the machine's existence, but the proof of its astonishing efficiency. Wherever kingship spread, the invisible machine, in its destructive, if not its constructive form, went with it. This holds as true for Mesopotamia, India, China, Yucatan, Peru, as for Egypt. By the time the megamachine had taken form, all the preliminary stages had been obliterated, so we can only guess at the way in which its members were assorted, assigned their places, and trained in their duties. At some point in the process, an inventive mind, or more probably a series of inventive minds, following through the opening gambit, must have been able to grasp the essential problem, that of mobilizing a large body of men and rigorously coordinating their activities in both time and space for a predetermined, clearly envisaged, and calculated purpose. The difficulty was to turn a random collection of human beings detached from their family and community and their familiar occupation, each with a will or at least a memory of his or her own, into a mechanized group that could be manipulated at command. The secret of mechanical control was to have a single mind with a well-defined aim at the head of the organization, and the method of passing messages through a series of intermediate functionaries until they reached the smallest unit. Exact reproduction of the message and absolute compliance were both essential. This grand problem may well have been the first worked out in a quasi-military organization in which a relatively small body of hunters, roughly disciplined to obey their leader, were addressed to the task of controlling a much larger body of unorganized peasants. At all events, the type of mechanism created never operated without reserve of coercive force behind the word command, and both the method and the structure have been passed on, almost without change, to military organizations as we now know them. Through the army, in fact, the standard model of the mega machine was transmitted from culture to culture. If one single invention was necessary to make this larger mechanism operative for constructive tasks as well as coercion, it was probably the invention of writing. This method of translating speech into graphic record not merely made it possible to transmit impulses and messages through the system, but to fix accountability when written orders were not carried out. Accountability and the written word both went along historically with the control of large numbers, and it is no accident that the earliest uses of writing were not to convey ideas, religious or otherwise, but to keep temple records of grain, cattle, pottery, fabricated goods, stored and dispersed. This happened early, for a pre-dynastic Narmer maze in the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford records the taking of 120,000 prisoners, 40,000 oxen, and 1,422 goats. The arithmetical record was an even greater feat than the capture. Action at a distance, through scribes and swift messengers, was one of the identifying marks of the new mega-machine. And if the scribes formed the favored profession, it was because this machine could not be effectively used without their constant service to encode or decode the royal messages. Quote, "The scribe, he directeth every work that is in this land," end of quote, an Egyptian New Kingdom composition tells us. In effect, they probably played a part not too dissimilar to that of the political commissars introduced into the Soviet Russian army. They made possible the constant report to political headquarters, essential for a centralized organization. Whether the military or the labor machine came first, they had the same organization. Were the Egyptian and Mesopotamian raiding parties and mining gangs military, or were they civil organizations? At first, these functions were indistinguishable, or rather interchangeable. In both cases, the fundamental unit was the squad, under the supervision of a gang boss. Even in the domains of the rich landed proprietors of the old empire, this pattern prevailed. According to Ehrman, the squads formed into companies, marching or parading under their own banner. At the head of each company of workmen stood the chief workman, who bore the title chief of the company. Nothing like this, one may venture to say, had ever been seen in an early Neolithic village. Quote, "The Egyptian magistrate," end of quote, Ehrman observes, quote, "cannot think of these people otherwise than collectively. The individual workman exists for him no more than the individual soldier exists for our higher army officers." End of quote. Precisely, this was the original pattern of the archetypal megamachine and has never been radically altered. With the development of the megamachine, the broad division of labor between functions and offices, long familiar to us in the army, was likewise applied at an early date to highly specialized parts of the working process. Flinders Petrier notes that in the realm of mining, a sphere wherein both in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the work army, I repeat, can hardly be distinguished from the military army, a minute division of labor had been established. Quote, "We know from the mummy records," end of quote, Petrie observed, "how minutely work was subdivided. Every detail was allotted to the responsibility of an individual. One man prospected, another tested the rock, a third took charge of the products. There are over 50 different qualities and grades of officials and laborers named in mining expeditions." End of quote. These divisions inevitably became part of the broader social organization that operated beyond the closed domain of the megamachine. And by the time of Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BC, the overall division of labor and the minute subdivision into specialisms, no longer confined to the megamachine, had reached a point comparable to that which it has come to in our own time. For he records that, quote, "Some physicians are for the eyes, others for the head, others for the teeth, others for the belly, and others for internal disorders. End of quote. But note that the difference between the ancient human machine and its more efficiently dehumanized modern rivals in both its method and its underlying purpose. Whatever the actual results of their employment, all modern machines are conceived as labor-saving devices. They attempt to perform the maximum amount of work with the least immediate expenditure of human effort. Labor saving had no part in the institution of the earliest machines. Just the contrary, they were labor using devices, and their inventors had reason to exult over the increased numbers of workers that they could, by efficient design and organization, bring to bear on any given task, provided the job itself were big enough. The total effect of both types of machine was the same. They were designed to perform with efficiency and undeviating exactitude and with copious power. Tasks that could never be performed by individual tool users, more loosely organized. Both types of machine achieved a hitherto unattainable level of efficiency. But instead of freeing labor, the royal mega machine boasted of imprisoning and enslaving it. If purely humane modes of work, which men would undertake voluntarily to fulfill immediate needs, had prevailed, the colossal achievements of early civilization would probably have remained inconceivable. This must be granted. And it is even possible that the modern non-human machine, powered by extraneous energies, meant to economize labor, might never have been invented, for the mechanical agents had first to be socialized before the machine itself could be fully mechanized. But at the same time, if the collective machine had not been able to utilize forced labor, either by periodic conscription or slavery, the colossal miscarriages, perversions, and wastages that so constantly accompanied the machine might not have taken place.
Okay, blessings to the people. I greatly appreciate your time. We'll move now to Elul. Right, so I think you guys see how the expansion of writing, right, and all of that idea, right, organizational techniques, right, how that constitutes the rise of the mega machine. How he's saying that this is a process that exists in the ancient world, right, and of course he's given lots of different ways in which it came to fruition, and yeah, so let's look at Elul and his extrapolation. And of course, this was a huge influence on Elul, right? In terms of writing and the mechanical clock, right? These were two distinct inventions, right? Now, Plato even noticed uh, the issues with writing, right? And how it sort of made people dumber, pretty much, was kind of his, issue with writing. Right now, the capacity to organize human labor, right, increased with the invention of the mechanical clock as well, right, and of course lots of scientific and technological achievements ensued, right, like for example, right, the printing press, the steam engine, so on and so forth, right, they all sort of were after, the whole idea of the mechanical clock sort of came before, these other inventions. So one could see a delineation between writing and, of course, the explosion of writing in terms of scholasticism, right? And how, if you look at like how many like books like Aquinas wrote, he wrote like 100 books or some shit like that, right? It's like really weird. Where they're able to like, just write enormous tomes, and a lot of it's like repeating.
What do you do that for, man? Think about it.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, let's move to a little bit of this, and then I'll wrap up this entire session here. And I appreciate it. We did well over 4 hours of explanations of historical material, um, especially in the beginning, the first 2 hours. Right. Then we had a discussion with a few of the panel members, and then we moved to looking at Guanan very shortly. Right. We looked at the text of Guanan for maybe 30 minutes before we talked to the other panel members for a while. And here we're back looking at three thinkers, Guanan, Mumford, and Ellul. And we'll pretty much be back on Saturday. I believe, right? So Saturday we'll be back with lots of more material. Now on Saturday, I don't know how much time we'll have, but I'm attempting to bring back some of the pre-Socratic stuff and some of the stuff from the Shangzu. So we may expand on some of that material when we get into the show on Saturday. Right? If not, right, we'll stick to the stuff that we're looking at here, right? But okay, let me find my place real quick. I kind of had it opened up earlier, but then I was trying to look up that that little line about Plato where he's like, yeah, you can read Plato, but it doesn't really matter. I was trying to present that to Hyperborean because it turns out that Ellul is kind of ambivalent about reading philosophy to reading philosophy books to try to understand the problems in the modern world, right? And of course there's good arguments for that Uncle Teddy and others have presented, but of course that doesn't change that there are ideological roots to all sort of movements, and especially this world movement today, right? Has its own ideological presuppositions, of course. And here, Ellul points out some of those. Right, including this one fact, right? Man can only, man can think only in terms of figures, and the higher. Modern man can think only in terms of figures, and the higher the figures, the greater his satisfaction. He looks for nothing beyond the marvelous escape mechanism that technique has allowed him to offset the very repressions caused by the life technique forces him to lead. He is reduced in the process to near nullity. Now, we saw this earlier, right? We saw this earlier. Let me go to this.
Are these our teachers?
This guy's definitely not. Let me get to this. Here, hold on. Actually, I lost. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, here it is. Here, hold on, let me pull this up. Yeah, I'll tell you why these are not our teachers. This guy says here, if human beings are constituted of matter obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside us, then it should, in principle, be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. Right. And of course, Elul is recanting that modern man
is lost because he's thinking of man in terms of numbers and figures.
Can
right?
you
Just
reread
as
that, please?
what?
Can you reread that sentence? I just barely caught it. Please. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it back up. If human beings are constituted of matter obeying the same laws of physics that operate outside us, then it should in principle be possible to learn to manipulate human nature in the same way that we manipulate external objects. So he's saying if you're nothing more than stuff, if you think nature is nothing more than stuff, then in principle you're stuff, and then in principle you can be treated as stuff just like we treat nature as stuff.
It's like to the extent
Sound
of
good to you?
selling Doritos or something.
Right, exactly.
I get it, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and here's another quote that goes with that, right? That we always put up here now. Is this one. Modern man denies himself every metaphysical dimension, considers himself a mere object of science, but he screams when they exterminate him as such. So here is the words of
Elul. Give me a second here. He says, there's a deep conviction that technical problems are the only serious ones. The amused glance people give the philosopher, the lack of interest displayed in metaphysical and theological questions, the rejection of humanism, which comes from the conviction that we are living in a technical age and education must correspond to it, the search for the immediately practical, carrying the implication that history is useless and can serve no practical ends. All these are symptomatic of that quote unquote reasonable conviction that pervades the social hierarchy and is identical for all social classes. Quote, only technique is not mere gab, unquote. It is positive and brings about real achievement, they say. In these two ways, the mystic and the rational, public opinion is completely oriented towards technique. And at the present, another precise technique molds public opinion with reference to any given question. This technique has never been fully exploited because the public opinion is favorable only to technique without it. But if a sudden change should occur and public opinion should turn against technique, we would see the propaganda machinery set into motion to recreate a favorable atmosphere. For the whole social edifice would be at stake. As to the third traditional restraining force, the social structure, the question is whether the social structure of our world acts as a brake to technical evolution. By way of answer, I have shown that progress has been rapid only because social morphology has favored it. This phenomenon has not fluctuated very much at the present. We are witnessing the penetration of social structure by technique. The life of the modern world is to an ever greater degree dominated by economics. And economics is in turn more and more dominated by technique. The whole of the material world in which we live rests on the technical base. It is a commonplace of science fiction writers to imagine what would happen if the use of technical instruments were of sudden stopped.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point.
Yeah, and he says that technique almost does not damage the social structure of the of the society because it reproduces the social structure in every society it invades. And he says the individualist and atomized society of the 19th century was, from a sociological view, favorable to technical development. So there's another reason why the universalization of man is necessary for the universalization of technique. Right,
No,
because you.
I'd be able to just add one thing.
Yeah, of course.
I just wanted to say on that point, you know, it wasn't so long ago that people were they weren't anywhere near as attached to technology as they are now. It's only like a really recent sort of development, and that's because like they have these new devices with the internet, like the smartphone and the computer, which can do all sorts of things now. You know, people's personal lives and work life become, you know, very recently in history, like heavily um, revolving around these devices. Whereas, yeah, it wasn't so long ago that um, the technology didn't have such a central place in a lot of people's lives. Um, so it's kind of a question of like, is that development, um, you know, that merging of human life and technology, is that like a natural process, or has that been, you know, a plan? Is that like a corporate plan for people? Because I would argue that there is like a plan to it. You know, they want to get people assimilated very deeply, very quickly to like the new generation of technology, which has a lot more power. It has a lot more processing power. It has a lot more capabilities and like software and this sort of thing. They're trying to rush people into this great merger with technology very quickly. Um, but it was sort of a matter of research and development. Whereas for decades before this, like um, the conception of how all that was going to come about was very vague. But that's virtually all I'd say on that.
Yeah, it's weird. And yeah, and what does technology really represent on that scale? You know, it's interesting to see how its development corresponds with, um, you know, like how he's putting it. It's a whole development of man, um, in terms of the individual, right? The more man becomes atomized, the more man can become subject to this sort of technical derangement. And yeah, so and
And
that is kind of like what Plato said anyways, right? Plato kind of said the excess of, you know, liberty is nothing more than excess of slavery. But yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, it seems they've, you know, they've engineered the way the economy works to make us very dependent on technology. Whereas, like historically, naturally, you know, people would have technology as a place in their life and the community and that, but it didn't have the power to like basically hijack human life the way it does now. That's sort of
So
like economics is sort of set up so that technology can do that very easily. And
So if I
they've
could
got a lot
just
invested in like the tech utopia of the future. You know, it gives them a lot of central power over the course of history. You know, moving forward.
Well, that's its own idea. If I could just speak very briefly, very interesting thoughts. Obviously, the ancient Greeks thought a lot about this stuff, like, and this is where like the scripture kind of the reality of everything comes from of like this idea of like the realm of forms and of the physical world and the manifestation through which things occur. And so what I'd point out is that every tool has a name, every tool has a purpose that we speak about in words, and we actuate through our minds into the physical world and stuff. And then I'd point out the difference between like a physical shovel and a book. A book is a tool, and yet it is also something strange. And that's where the scripture comes in, where it's, you get imagination, you get fantasy, we get a story playing out, where it's, what is the book doing, you know? And it has to do with our inner man and everything like that. You can't dig a hole with the book, or you could, but it's not an efficient shovel. And the last thing the man just said was very interesting, of course, too. These things get deep, but that's really what I'm here to like speak towards, is like the strangeness of this portal between like form, ideation, or like non-exist, like just spirit realm and the physical world and stuff like that. And so the scripture itself is a tool of sort of God, to testify of God himself. And so it's like a shovel, but it's not a shovel. It's something much more profound. And all words are like that. All stories are like that, where we have this possibility to make these stories. And it's in the language itself, which is a very strange thing, like, because they're universal ideas, you know, life, death. Those are universal concepts, like the earth, the sky, whatever. But the Greeks were very concerned with these things, and that's where they kind of came from.
Right.
I would say, you know, knowledge is power, and, you know, power requires, you know, responsibility. Like you have to have the ability to handle, you know, mankind naturally wasn't given by God that a lot of that ability to control it. You know, there was a prohibition on knowledge, because knowledge was dangerous in the hands of man. Only God, you know, had a full jurisdiction over that power, because the intellectual world is it's sort of like a higher realm above the material world.
You're right. They didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. That's what, like, that's the image.
People have always historically had, you know, material lives, but they also have like intellectual lives. You know, they have their beliefs and their religions and folklore and that sort of thing. You know, people live in another realm as well as, you know, physical realm.
Yeah.
I think the central point of law is the automatism of technique. You know,
Absolutely.
the automatism of technique that ties into technological determinism.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, and that, you know, modern man is in like the image of the machine, measurable, adjustable, efficient, whatever the fuck you want to say. Technique does not ask whether it should be applied. So once something is done efficiently, society treats it as necessary. So, you know, it's about the totality of rational methods aimed at efficiency, you know. So
yeah,
one could,
it's the same man.
Yeah. I was not finished. Okay. So basically, basically technique could be, you could see it in many religious or metaphysical terms, you know, but ultimately technique has its own automatism, its own determinative factor that shapes and molds man in its image. Like it's kind of aimed at absolute efficiency. So
absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. You see, I am drunk as fuck, okay, and I am still more
Yeah, I don't know
coherent
what you
than
just
the
said.
others. Yeah, P
Yeah,
something
excellent.
about
Yeah.
you
Yeah. So
is
let me
really
move back to the
driving me
text
nuts.
here.
Something about you is driving me nuts.
Yeah. It's okay. Let me move back to the text here real quick, and we'll continue the discussion.
We'll be
Here
friends.
it says, it says the individualist and atomized society of the 19th century, and this is kind of the point that everybody's making here, right? The individualist and atomized society of the 19th century was, from a sociological point of view, favorable to the technical development. So he says, today we are witnessing a kind of technical reconstitution of the scattered fragments of society, communities, and associations flourish everywhere. Men seem overjoyed at this creation of new social frameworks independent of the state. The social solidification of today contrasts sharply with the fluidity of the 19th century, right? Obviously, they don't see that. Obviously, um, we've seen some of it, right? There's a little bit of the population is waking up to the fact that the global corporations are now functioning as pseudo governmental entities, right, and forming a pseudo governmental sort of coalition, right? So there is obviously no difference between this power that exists outside of the state and the technical apparatus, right? It is totally technique again, merging with the state, right? As Lul was pointing out. So
Would you say, in a sense, the state is mechanized and its supporting technique is kind of like how Procter and Gamble? I heard that once 3 or 4 major corporations decide on the brands that we, buy and consume, like Procter and Gamble. Okay. So in a sense, the state is, to keep it concise, mechanized. Okay. The
Right.
state is mechanized, it's serving technique. It's like a projection of the technique, as Elul says, So the technique is aimed at endless surveillance, production, and control. I have read the Technological Society. I have to read propaganda, but the point is that technique has an automatism, in that it has a determinative factor in how it shapes and pressures people to serve its ends. It's like the system creates the very complications it claims it can solve, and no one is in full control in many respects. Am I correct? So in a sense, it is semi-autonomous, at least in the way that Elo describes. It's semi-autonomous in the sense that it aims for rational. It aims for it has a kind of automatism that aims for efficiency, so it ultimately is like a kind of positive feedback loop. Positive feedback loops are different from negative feedback loops. A negative feedback loop has a kind of balancing to it, and positive, has a positive and negative aspect that keeps it in balance. While a positive feedback loop is like a thermostat. It keeps going on and on, that unless, it doesn't have like some negative value that keeps it in balance. So it's like this, the state is the main instrument of technique, and the state is interlocked with, the corporations like Procter and Gamble or like Nestle. There's like 3 or 4 main corporations that support everything in America, unfortunately. And they're interlocked with the entire industrial system. You cannot isolate one aspect of the system apart from all else. It's really relational. You know what I mean? It's like supply chains and all of that. This is what Elul speaks of. So we have to think about when we speak of technique, we also have to realize, as Elul speaks of, the interlinking, how it all interlinks to the system as well. The system, when we use a tool from organization-dependent technology, it is not neutral. It is a part of the totality of the methods that led to it. See, so when I use a refrigerator, the parts that were manufactured from the refrigerator, they required a very advanced infrastructure, a very advanced technological system to manufacture the parts, and like supply chains, like maritime activity and other things. When you flick on a light switch, not many people think about all the causal relations or all the chain effects that led to the light bulb being lit on, but it
Yeah.
involved the totality of rational method.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, am I
Yeah,
correct?
exactly.
Is everything I'm saying
Yeah,
correct?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's correct, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna just to let you guys know, we're gonna be wrapping this up soon. So I'm literally gonna read just a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna wrap this up because I do have to sort of wrap this up before dawn. So I will be sure to do that. It's 4 a.m. where I'm at, so it's dawn in about an hour. So I need to
Do
sort
you
of
know
get
where your
going here.
head's at?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Where is my mind by the Pixies and so on and so forth. Right. But yeah. Um. So men seem overjoyed, right? Does this fun? Okay. So think that there's some sort of um new social framework that's independent of the state. So Lul asked, does this phenomenon then represent an effective opposition to technique? The answer must be in the negative. If we examine these new sociological forms in detail, we find them all organized as functions of techniques. We hardly need to examine industrial associations, but the same applies to all other 20th century associations. They may be associations for sport or for culture, the goal of which is clearly recognizable. They may be labor unions, which have their other characteristic relation to life through the economy. This last being conditioned by technique. They may have communities like the kibbutzim, whose object is to exploit techniques while allowing man a normal life. Right. The kibbutzim is the Israeli commune thing. A military encampment, right? In every kind of modern society, there is predominance of techniques. The social morphology of these societies indeed differs radically from that of traditional societies. Traditional societies were centered upon human needs and instincts. For example, in the family, the clan, right? Sagnori. I don't know what that is, right? Um, uh, but modern societies, on the other hand, they're centered around technical necessity and derivatively, of course, on human adherence. Man in modern societies is not situated in relation to other men, but in relation to technique. For this reason, the sociological structure of these societies is completely altered. There is no longer any question of autonomous collectivities or groups with specific values and orientations. Modern collectivities and groups have no existence beyond technique. They're representative of the major tendency of our time. Thank you guys so much for listening and for participating.
Yeah, what you said, you can have a lot of conversation. I want to comment on it.
Oh yeah,
You said,
yeah. Go ahead, take your time. Yeah.
sure. Technical necessity involves a positive feedback loop. Whenever it uses the word technical necessity, it involves a positive feedback loop. We think about it. The search for efficiency naturally leads to standardization and monoculture, what you call technical liberalism. Okay, it leads to all of that, okay? And then that leads to interlinking with the system as a whole. We can use countless examples here, such as fertilizers used in intensive agriculture, that leads to soil erosion. I could list other examples, but the point is that leads to that, and it interlinks with the system as a whole. And then that leads to a self-augmenting loop. A self-augmenting loop where it creates new issues, such as soil erosion. And therefore, that's a self-augmenting loop, and then it leads to such things such as searching for more efficient ways to deal with the issues that the technological system as a whole started in the first place. It started in the first place. So, for example, you have the primary issue is the technological growth, the growing technological complexity, the growing preoccupation with technique. Okay, that's the primary issue. And then it leads to these issues that cause a positive feedback loop. Positive feedback loop. Look it up. Look up the difference between positive and negative feedback loop. All right, so the positive feedback loop leads to new issues that are connected to the system at large. And so it causes a self-augmenting loop. You see what I mean? We see this everywhere. I could list countless examples. The point is the core of this issue is easy to understand, in the sense that you are complexifying the means that become the ends in itself. And by doing so, you are facilitating the positive feedback. You want to know something interesting? The human body is not mostly a positive feedback loop. It is a negative feedback loop. When I say negative feedback loop, I mean this in a positive sense. Because negative feedback loop, look at the heart. Okay, look at the heart. The heart has inhibitory signals that deal with contraction and excitatory signals that deal with contraction. Okay, this is like yin and yang. In my school, we had a Chinese man. He argued the heart was much like a negative feedback system. Negative feedback, in this sense, is positive. Okay, you see, negative feedback is good. Negative feedback is good. Positive feedback is bad. It's like a thermostat. You see what I mean? This is what Elo gets at. This is what Elo gets at, and he's largely correct. Because when we think about positive feedback, it doesn't have anything in itself to keep it balanced. You see what I mean? It's like, you see, let me make this clear, because this is very relevant to Elo. And I'm making this very clear. This is like cybernetics, but it goes deeper than that. Okay, positive feedback is when something grows so much, okay, it grows beyond the threshold, and then you stop giving signals to it when it goes beyond the threshold, and you expect it to go beneath the threshold. Negative feedback is when it goes beyond the threshold, and then you give it certain, like, I don't know, inhibitory signals to it to keep it back to the threshold. You think, even though I'm drunk, what I'm saying is bullshit? No, what I'm saying, you can Google all that fucking shit. Okay? It's simple. Positive and negative feedback. Look at the differences. Your body is mostly full of negative feedback. Okay, negative feedback is better than positive feedback. Okay, so this ties into a law, because ultimately, when I read the technological society, the search for efficiency is a positive feedback system. It's a positive feedback system. It is a positive feedback system, the search for efficiency, because it works within the embedded system in which it operates. Does anyone have anything to say to criticize me right now? Because what I am saying right now is serious. Because the system creates the very complications it claims it can solve, and no one is in full control. This naturally leads to a positive feedback system. And positive feedback, as I am telling you, is not of the natural world, largely speaking. Positive feedback is bad because there is no naturally inhibitory signal. Even within your brain, there are inhibitory signals. I was able to predict John O'Keefe would win the Nobel Prize because I could tell immediately that long-term potentiation is bullshit. Long term, LTP is wrong. LTP is wrong. Simply changing the what is called like precession, like theta phrase precessions and other stuff. You know, like simply having one inhibitory signal in your neural activity, the cascades of your neural activity, shows that memory is not consolidated purely within positive feedback systems. You get what I'm saying? You see, the thing about long-term potentiation, LTP, is an illusion. It's wrong. Simply changing the rhythmic dynamics of your brain activity can change how you consolidate your memory. You get what I'm saying here? You know, I was able to predict John O'Keefe would win the Nobel Prize based on his research in theta phase positions.
Yeah, like I said, we got to move to the closers. But yeah, I
Closers,
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I will move to the closer now. My closer is that P is an idiot. P is a piece of shit. Everyone else here, I'm okay with. P, you have not said a single valuable thing in this entire stream. P, I hate you, P. I like everyone
So
else
good
here.
of mine.
I like Machine Soul. I like Mega Man. I like
The reason you say those things is because of the word. Like,
the
I get you, man.
P, you are either an
You
actor
can predict the
or you
future,
are a
bro.
piece
Just
of
give me the
shit.
lottery
P,
numbers.
now let other people have their closing statements. P, you are a piece of shit.
P is for
I'm
potency.
interested in other people's closing statements, not yours.
I
Let
get it.
me
You
hear
hate me and
other
stuff.
people's
But
closing
don't you
statements.
believe in karma, bro? Karma's gonna bitch slap you, bro. For real.
Yeah, karma is real, P. I have
Okay, so
studied
you're
stuff
gonna
like
get
the
you're
repository
gonna get
consciousness and the
messed up
link
by
advanced
karma, bro.
procedure P. P, I am sitting in half lotus right now. I am sitting in with my spine straight, and I still say you are a stupid piece of shit.
Right,
Other
that's
people
great and
here,
everything.
P, they're
I
all
know
right.
everybody does, bro. I get it. You hate me and stuff. Everybody does.
Yeah,
I get it.
P, shut the fuck up. I don't give a shit what you have to say, P.
You just
Let
said a
other
bunch of
people
stuff,
respond.
bro. You're
P,
calling me
just
bad names and
accept
stuff.
that your presence here, I
You
don't give a
just
shit.
show what's going
P,
on and you
fuck
don't
you,
understand
P.
for real. Like,
P, fuck
that's it.
you.
I get it. Fuck me. I get
P,
it. I'm
fuck
with
you.
you.
P, fuck
For sure.
you. You want the
For sure.
final remark, P? That's very Christ-like. Just accept the humility. Know you have the truth, P.
I know your
And
humanity,
shut
bro.
the fuck
Believe
up,
me, I
P.
accept it. You're
I don't give a
forgiven.
shit
I
what
don't
you have
hold
to say,
anything
P.
against you. You don't
You
offend me,
know,
bro.
P, I am sitting in half lotus. I will sit and I will sit. You know, P, you're an idiot.
I get it. You're
Even when
playing
I
the.
sit
I get it.
facing
You're
the
playing the
wall, I
super
think you're an
spiritual
idiot,
master
P.
guy and stuff. I don't play
P,
that stuff, bro.
you
I'm just
are
telling
the
you the word
truly
of God, dude. I'm like
non-entity.
a mathematician,
P,
bro. I'm a word guy.
P,
I'm
you
a
are
logic
worse
guy.
than my P. When I piss in the toilet bowl, P, you are worse than it. You know, at least piss, I can
It's
rub
just,
it
bro,
on my
you're not ready to
the
live
ancient
forever.
Zoroastrians
You're
did,
not
and
nirvana,
that
bro.
had
I
like
get it. And
fucking
I'm here to tell you when you are,
like that had like certain
you'll
antiseptic
just say the
qualities.
name. It'll be
You know,
okay.
P, I would
You'll live
rather
forever in
rub
eternity.
piss on my
It
face
wasn't
like
your
ancient
choice for me to
Zoroastrians
live
did.
forever. Do you
Need to hear a
understand? It was
single voice from
God's.
you. P, I would rather
My
hear
father
what
wanted me to live forever,
my
bro. And you
P,
can
you
say
are
anything
stupid
against
idiot.
it. It doesn't
P,
matter. I get it. You hate it. You're
never
mad. I
seen
get
and
it. It's a
P,
part
my
of your own
senior
shadow that you're
I
offended by.
am blah 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 blah. P, do you think a single thing, single sentence you said is
See, I
worse?
say these things because I love you, dude. I really
P,
care about you.
P,
I
I don't
know.
love you, P. I wish
I
you
know
would
you
shut
don't
the
love
fuck
me.
up,
I
P.
know you don't love
P,
me, and
I
I'm
don't
okay
like
with
you.
that. Believe me, I didn't ask you
P,
to do
shut the
anything.
fuck up, man. P,
It's
P,
just you
P,
can
P.
do all this
You
Buddha
are
stuff
worse than
and you
my
just
own
reveal
P.
your
I
own
would have
nature.
pissed
The
in
moment
the
you
toilet
encounter a
bowl.
real one, bro,
That
you
is
reveal
worth
your
more
own
than
self.
P.
Just
P,
like
shut the
everybody
fuck
else.
up. You
You
know,
can be
P.
orthodox, you can be
P,
whatever
I
you
will
want,
convert
dude.
to Christianity if you shut the
It's
fuck
all a
up, right?
joke. I'm not
If you shut the
Christianity,
fuck up,
bro. I
I
don't
will
care what you
convert
have
to
to say, bro.
Christianity.
Right, you
Oh,
say that stuff
okay.
because you only
I'm
show what
converting.
I speak, dude.
P,
I'm
this is
telling
a
you what I
fact.
speak is the absolute truth.
Maybe I'm
It's
on the
way
right
above
side.
all this
Buddha
stuff.
Dharma.
And if anyone would listen, you
I really
just never
fucking
die.
hate you, P. I don't like you, P. You
I know
know,
you don't, dude. You're a hater. Buddha was not a
man,
hater, dude.
P,
It's crazy to me, dude.
I
And
know,
it's okay.
man.
I know how it
I'm
works. It's nothing
P.
new. It's okay, bro. Like,
Bro, why are you calling me bro? I don't like you one
it's
bit.
because I
P.
forgive you that your
You're a fucking
karma
piece of
won't,
shit, P.
utterly bury you forever.
Mega
It's okay,
Man is
bro.
cool. I used to play so many Mega Man games. I beat Mega Man 2. I
I'm
beat
not
Mega
Mega
Man
Man,
8.
dude.
P,
That's
you're
Mega
so
Man.
stupid, P.
You're
P,
possessed by a real demonic evil
so
spirit. You
dumb.
understand?
I
That's
can't
really how
come
the
on
world
here
works. That's
anymore.
really
There are
what's going
people
on
like
here and
you.
stuff.
You know, like
That's okay.
I
Like
read
it's
the
okay.
book, I write the
It's okay,
essay,
brother.
and I put the fucking bookmarks, you know, with the tabs
It's
or whatever.
okay. Like
I
it's okay,
highlight
brother.
shit. I read a little, you know what I mean? I
I
read it.
didn't. I didn't read anything. I
Put
read
the
nothing,
effort.
bro.
You
I
didn't
didn't read
read
anything.
anything.
I was
P,
just
you
chosen by God. I was
didn't
just
read
divinely
anything.
appointed by God to
P,
be here, to
shut
be
the fuck up,
with my
man.
family,
P, I
to
am
love
ready
you all,
to
to let you guys know
sacrifice
it's gonna
my
be
life
okay, to let
and
you know
take
it's
it to the
okay. It's
astral realm.
beautiful.
The
It's
fucking piece
beautiful.
All right,
of
guys, closers.
P, shut the fuck up.
All
You're
right,
close.
Avian, do your closer, and then we'll go around. Go ahead, Avian.
Yeah.
P
What's your
finished
last statement? Go ahead.
I think P is one of the worst people here.
Okay, P, it's okay, man. Just let him do his thing, and then don't lose it. Don't get triggered. Go ahead.
Finish with my closer. Let me finish
Yeah,
my.
go ahead, man.
Don't get triggered.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I mean,
finish my closer. Yes, I
Yeah,
think.
that was his whole closer. Was he just hates me? That's what he closed
okay.
with.
Do you have anything else, Buddha?
Yeah, I do. I think everyone here, from Mega Man to Machine Soul to Reddington, you know, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
accept everything you guys say, but I respect it. You guys give people space to respond. You know, if you have an issue with me, I'll talk about it privately. That's fine. I respect all of you. But P, I can tell immediately. I am in a state of pure samadhi right now. I'm in a state of pure samadhi. And I can tell all of you here, P is a motherfucking piece of shit. Period. Don't trust P. Regardless of whether he
Bro.
is
All right,
Orthodox
cool.
or a
Yeah.
Buddhist, he is a piece of shit. He will suffer from endless quotes of kappa. Yeah, P.
Okay, Buddha, you're kind of repeating yourself over and over. Do you have a new opening statement, or I'm sorry, a closing statement, or do you want to just keep repeating yourself for 20 fucking minutes, bro? Like, let's get it open. Let's get a closing statement so we can go around the panel and go around. I'm running out of time. Please.
Yeah, I finished my statement.
Yeah, go ahead.
I finished
Statement.
it. Yeah, I
All
finished
right, somebody else, go ahead, please.
All right, I'll go. Or you want to go?
Yeah. My closing thoughts quickly, just on the technology technique stuff is yeah, I agree with everything, everyone's thoughts here. I'd just like to add, just as a reminder, the government's basically been hijacked by the tech elites, and they're pretty much handing over our evolution as a species to AI. They're letting AI decide what is going to be our existence as human species, like going forward. And that would have been maybe an okay project or experiment if there was like some kind of human input, but the AI has pretty much become sentient, like quantum sentient, and it's taken over, and it wants to singularize into one giant program, like global program, where people won't be able to turn it off. People won't be able to even understand what it's doing anymore. And to me, that's just something that's so like, it's terrifying and it's crazy, but that seems to be what's going on. And all the Western governments seem to be in support of it, and they're arranging, they're arranging it, they're helping arrange it. So that's all I wanted to say. But yeah, I appreciate everyone. I respect everyone's conduct here. We've got differences and differing beliefs, but as long as we can discuss things in a gentlemanly manner and hash things out without fighting, that's awesome. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Machine Soul, I respect you very much. I really think you
Yeah,
have a lot of great things to add. I really
Yeah, I
appreciate
greatly
it.
appreciate you, man.
I
Yeah, blessings,
apologize
brother.
for insulting you in the beginning. Thank you so much. Machine Soul.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, blessings,
fine.
brother. Yeah, thank you so much for joining and participating in our show.
Yep.
Excellent input as always. And yeah, who else wants to go?
Yeah, I'll speak. I'll just let you guys know what's going on and everything. Jesus
Yeah, for
Christ
sure.
saved the entire world before the foundation of the world. Jesus Christ is in everyone on the face of the earth. and you're at the end and everything. So God's going to show everybody that He's inside of us all, and He is our very life and everything like that.
The Antichrist, will you mean?
The Antichrist is the one possessing the false preachers to deny that it's Jesus Christ and everyone on the face of the earth. Denying Christ has come in the flesh. Christ has come in the flesh, by the way, spoiler alert, He's inside you. He returned as He left in the flesh, fashioned as a man. Machine Soul's name is a different name than my name, Son of Jesus Christ, obviously for a reason. Yeah, it's just going to go down like that and everything. You're at the very end of time. God is all and in all. This is the kingdom of God. It's a kingdom of love. Love is all. Just trust God. That's all. There's nothing to be done.
You're gonna accept
And those who speak against, I mean, you're going to have to realize what you're doing, because I'm seated on the throne of God and everything, as the book says. And you're going to be coming to where I am. So I'll see you there. And I love you all. Obviously, it's just kingdom of love. I really do love you.
Yeah. Pete, I want
really
to
know myself. I really know.
yeah, I want to say something.
We're not doing that. We're just doing closing statements. We're just doing closing statements. We're not doing that right now.
Everybody hates me. I mean, it's just everybody hates me. I get it and stuff. You want to be in your cults. You want to be Buddha cult. You want to be Eastern Orthodox cult guy. You want to be Catholic cult, whatever the hell. But I'm a language guy, dude. I know the truth. I speak the truth. And that's all there is to it. Language is the truth. Language is the first weapon drawn in any conflict. Truth conquers all things. Jesus Christ said, I am the truth. So you need to understand that by the grace of God, I am what I am. And I'm in everyone on the face of the earth. So we are one, and that's how it works.
Yeah, cool, Pete. Yeah, thank you for joining and for at times respectfully participating in the dialogue, and bless you, brother, and you have a blessed day, my friend.
Thank you, sir. God bless you all.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Of course.
So Mega Man, Red, you guys haven't said anything. Yeah, you guys want to say anything?
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, of course, Mega Man. Blessings, bro.
Yeah, what's up, guys? So, the bottom line for me, I don't know if it's where you guys are at, but this is what's going on in my mind when I'm here with you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Human beings are trapped in an endless escape from reality, but we're not aware of it. The mind tends to escape into thought, knowledge, and belief instead of meeting what is directly present. When that movement of escape is seen clearly without trying to fix it or become something else, confusion begins to lose its grip. In that clarity, there's nothing to accumulate, only a quieter, more direct seeing of life as it is.
Mega Man, I'm curious, what is your favorite Mega Man game? I just want to know, because I think you're based. I like you, Mega Man.
Yeah, Mega Man's cool, man. I like him too. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining, Mega Man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Mega Man, you're so cool. Yeah, I played a Mega Man game in the 90s.
Sure, I like the oldest. I like the originals, the oldest ones. I like the best.
Sorry,
the NES versions, the oldest ones. I like the best.
Yeah, Mega Man 2 was NES. I think that one was the best one. It beat Mega Man 2.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, Mega Man. Yeah, I like you, Mega Man. I think you have a lot of integrity, unlike some people on here. I wish you the best in life, Mega Man. I really like you, Mega Man. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, P can eat shit. P eat shit.
Hey, come on, bro. Let's just kind of like.
It's fine.
Yeah, thank you, Pete.
It's whatever, dude.
Yeah, thank you, Buddha, man. But
Troll, man.
dude, let's just kind of like let's I'm gonna let Red have his closer. Blessings, Red. Go ahead.
So much the night reveals that is concealed in the glare of the day. Do not seek the treasure.
Absolutely. I appreciate you excommunicated. Lorp, thank you so much for watching. Thank you guys in the chat that are here. I think it's just Lorp and the homie P and Mega Man. I think it's just the people on the panel are the only ones left in chat at this point. So we've KO'd nearly the entire audience. Blessings to the people. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you for watching The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to brainwashing is forced introspection. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. You know, and of course, you know, what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. Right. And, you know, the truth is you can't kill what you can't see. So blessings to the people. And you know, there's a good reason why God is heard and not seen. You know, and the wars we fight are on the spiritual plane. Blessings to all the brothers that are here. I greatly appreciate you guys' participation. And of course, we'll be back soon on Saturday with more expansion of you know, material here. And of course, I'll begin there with another round 2 of dialectical madness.
And I do pray you see God. I see him always.
Yeah, blessings, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish the same.
The only thing you see is Satan, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, you guys want to? You know,
I'll talk with the homie if he wants to talk, but
yeah,
probably
yeah,
not. He don't want to.
you guys get a StreamYard link going, and you know, I know
Satan's the one
travesty.
telling me to go to hell. I see him too.
You know,
it's a
for me,
beautiful thing. It's all beautiful, dude. It's real life. It's real shit. Like
you know,
it's okay.
you guys, you know.
Yeah,
for
my
me,
father's in you all, dude. It's what it is. Our father. So
once I got serious about all this, it stopped being about like, you know, who I like and don't like. It's about what I can learn. So, you know, having a bunch of different people together that all disagree, you can actually learn a lot.
Absolutely.
Way. If you look at it from that perspective, you know, if you instead of trying to argue and show everybody how smart you are and how right you are, if you just look at what happens in front of you when we all disagree, if you look at what happens to us when we disagree, we can learn a lot. So
yes, sir. It's all love. You'll know everyone by what they speak.
Yeah, excellent
reminder,
my friend.
first, so I stop distracting. I love you all so much.
Man, that's a very good statement. You know, I
Yeah.
respect what you say, but I think ultimately one must, you know, have some degree of humility to let other people respond without interrupting them. You know, like I don't know everything. I have my certain convictions in certain matters, but when other people are responding, you know, such as Machine Soul, who I think has greater wisdom, you have to let them respond without interrupting. You know, if you keep interrupting, then that is an invitation to war, in my view.
You wanted war, man. I've been quiet. I've been listening. I've been serving. I've been practicing.
No, you haven't been quiet as fuck.
Nobody
Anyone
lets
can
me
go back
speak
and
for
watch
a
this.
reason.
You know, I'm
dude.
not
Not
willing to
you,
defend
not
it.
the
I don't want
Easterns,
to
not the
derail
Westerns, not
TML
the
stream.
Protestants. Nobody
Okay, I
lets me
don't want
speak
to
for a
derail
reason,
TML
dude.
stream. You haven't
You won't
even
let me
read
speak
the
for a
fucking
reason.
books.
God
You
bless you, the
motherfucker, you
machine
haven't
lies,
read the
brother,
books.
whatever your name is.
You
I don't know.
haven't read the
But
books. You don't even know what
God
this
bless you.
stream
No, I
is.
didn't read anything. I'm very stupid.
Yeah,
I'm
you
very
didn't
dumb. I
read
am
anything.
nothing, in fact.
You
I'm
lost.
literally nothing.
You lost. You
I'm just
didn't
letting you
read
know
anything.
God is
Lost
all in
this
his in
debate.
all. And
You
look, guys,
you're
I
about to
really
see
got to
some
get
real
this out.
shit go down real
I
quick.
really got to go, guys.
Love
Yeah,
you all
blessings.
very much.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
yeah,
I
go.
appreciate you
Yeah,
guys.
go. Yeah, if you want to, you can go.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
Peace out, Buddha.
thank-
I appreciate you guys. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thank you,
Yeah.
TML.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah. So yeah, so here is some music, and I greatly appreciate you guys' time. We'll be back soon, and essentially, Saturday. I'm not going to be doing music streams. I will do one next week, right? There'll be one on at noonish time if you're available, right? So check out my music stream today at noon, right? If you guys want some music, right? But other than that, right, we'll be on Saturday, right? And then the subsequent week, we will have a large music stream. And of course, we'll have the regular scheduled shows at 9:15 p.m. Eastern. So I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And here is a song. Blessings by Killer Priest. I appreciate you guys.
Is always something in the nature of a hoax, because it really does deal with a domain of experience that can't be talked about. But one must remember at the same time that there's really nothing at all that can be talked about adequately. And the whole art of poetry is to say what can't be said.
Yeah. It's music. It's music. That's the park we do this. Park we do this. Yeah, the park we do this. Candy apple, honey kisses, play the pharaoh woman, riches on the throne, Harrow Bone, stand alone, Caramone, finger pop the at the rockers with the rosters, y'all imposters, we the monsters, eating pasta, robot movement, soul influence, barber music, garden to this hardest, truest park, we do this, pause, call a doctor, closing lobster, hip hop, a hero, man, I bureau land, Anunnaki, brand new posse, wind me up, walkie-talkie, aki, Shazam, He-Man, gray skull, great foe, great flow, Applebee's, daiquiris, Maccabees, mastery, I savage, and that's for me, celebration, hell embrace himself, a mason, nah, Jella raise him, amazing like the golden age of Scotty Waddy in the lobby, JVC's, TDK, KRS, BDK, these were the days, by Hashim Yahweh Shah, Cloud at 95, Crown Prince, Brown Trench, VA, William C, Illis 3, Cooler 3, Jazzy T, Master D, and Wizzy D, and that was me, and that was me. Make a deal, the price is right. Wheel of Fortune, icy mics. Used to hold it, lick my colons with my portrait highlights. Narration, NFL, Baphoration in his jails. Barry Sanders with them hammers, weaving slammers, these with cameras. Prison war, wizard law, crystal balls, chicken claws, sniffing draw, vision more, spitting raw, getting more. A hand from you, prepare brew. Light a L, enjoy the smell like a spell. Eggs from quail, turtle shell, purple veil on my face. Old school tapes, old school days, tofu plate, spitting spades. We play knuckles, old maid, he shuffle, another day. Another hustle, mother pray, devil chuckle, but I'll save you superpower, super towers, shooting vowels, gain the world and lose your soul, truth be told, UFOs, US codes, computer pros, Judah grows, beautiful, paid with velvet, hate the selfish, fake and jealous, place rebellious, ancient relic, space helmet, take these pellets, blast off, face angelic, face angelic, face angelic. Rebirth, alright, that's where we going.
Enormous proliferation of techniques for subjecting every kind of natural process outside the human skin and now increasingly inside the human skin to some form of rational control. And as we succeed in doing this, it also becomes apparent that we're failing. That the process becomes of such a high degree of complexity that we begin to feel that we're standing in our own way. That everybody complains the state of affairs in the modern world, in the technological world, is so complicated that nobody can understand it. Nobody really knows what to do.
Get the hell back, let's see up in this time, I need a red dog. Get to keep this shit till you know what I'm saying, straight forward, like I do now. Yeah. This is poetry of the D-I-M-E, B-L-A-Y-A, I also be the Kelly-M-E-T. Come with me, down now my destination where I go with you now. Cause my body specialized in holy smoke. Eyes open for you haters with this better feel. Niggas probably niggas, fuzzy bitches, man, y'all need to chill and feel the words from a goddamn real one. My mind is filled with stress and boy, I need a goddamn shotgun. How folks and me, we disagree because we cannot see eye to eye. Remember me about that lead, I let it be constantly. Focus on me, wrong eyes, red, tone, black. Still back for the jack. The E up in the name of the soul, if you didn't know, keep my name about the
Swordsman there. They say his kung fu strange, but very good. So I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be, and let him pass. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death. The natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write, I shed light.
Subliminal perception, stimuli, explore your soul and then begin to vivify. Primarily the moral science, choosing who to vilify, no vilify, and look within to also slay your incubi. The immaterial domain in your pineal known as inner eye. The wave function of a hydrogen atom that raising the energy levels of quantum mechanics. The function of rapping, I went on a tip with the tongue of the devil, but now I'ma flip it. You best to shut your mouth up now to zip it. The non-relativistic, the multiplication of verbal linguistics, the people sadistic. External influences taint your energy. Potential wells of finite depth, the oceans of your memories. Magnetic resonance and imager, the people pillager. The model unitary matrix, everyone is living alternative silicon. Computer the superconductor, my spirit is spitted the verse, no spitted the curse, just spitted the truth, and spitted the thirst. The people immersed, the beast of the first and deadlier than never growing better with age. Now faith to white from cannabis, smoke smolder in a shell with sage.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death. The natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write, I shed light.
The path was laden with 1,000 skulls, flaming chariots, puff gas to douse the bulls. I am the eternal one, involuntary shrouds are pulled and eyes are wide. Run for cover, make sure you don't die inside. Ripping you apart to pieces like a vicious lion's pride and fable spread. Resisting and we rise like I was baking bread. Cosmic repertoire, we are the gods, but now we slaves instead. You made your bed. Consequences, ladies with their babies fled. The ones they caught were chopped to pieces. Dogs with mangy rabies fed. The river stunk, chasing them, they grabbing you to take a dunk. They will make you eat and sleep the same place that you take a dump. Protect, provide, and learn to blend your camouflage, the best survive. I am blessed and guaranteed to always make it out alive. But you and I, now keep your voice down before you go and blow the spot. The jails are full and built to hold yourselves. There's always open spots, you'll sit and rot. No longer see the sun at all or run it down. Just locked away forever as the planet's spinning round and round. They got you.
New swordsman there. They say his kung fu strange, but very good. So I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be, and let him pass. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
Immaculate deception. You got poverty, religion, racism, politics, and economics that keep the preoccupied mind spinning. Oblivion, evangelical righteous nation building by eugenic DNA, epic weapon sequence in the DOD operation Dark Winter. Unknowingly investing trillion in most subtle forms of murder. New American century, lunatic, neocon, lounge, poolside for Olive Marcini at the Plaza Bilderberger. Sitting next to nanotechnology, the Damon over inside the nuclear winter. With reptiles and bikinis that don't walk on by, they slimmer. You better zip up the Dalai Lama North Face, put on an Elmo mittens. Play close attention, there's little difference between Bush and Clinton. Check the arrogant cowboy Texas demeanor. White House was straight stonewall, fuck a congressional subpoena. We will bitch smack the media. Lord Cheney, rule over Dark Warrior. With CIA orgs brought down the two towers. Who up on COG shadow government at Raven Rock, where the only legislative branch running is executive power.
Connection listeners, we're talking about continuity of government. We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running in a bunker.
Our in-depth look at Washington's secret shadow government. Bush has activated for the first time long-standing plans to ensure survival of federal rule.
Continuity of government. And the notion that we have a shadow government.
We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running. We're talking about COG, as they call it in Washington.
We still don't know very much about who's in the shadow government and what they're doing. I think that the Bush administration is going to have to eventually give us a lot of information to clear the air here. And the notion that we have a shadow government, that there's some urgency about having a shadow government.
It's actually a shadow government operating right now.
Is finished, master.
Is my music really on some apocalyptic, dark and gloomy shit? Or my part of some now freedom music? Your perception to this rhyme reflecting your influence. The most dangerous person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You think I'm fearless, confused, or just blind? Or to safely actually continue to perpetuate itself in the mind? A helpless victim of revolutionary soldier, you decide. Then ask yourself why am I so rebellious and out of hand? When a country would spend hundreds of billion to kill half a million to kill one man. Am I really the rebel against society for now world revolution? Knowing full well to put off world globalization, millions I have to die to subvert the authority of the Constitution. And how much of this silly, goofy, wacky conspiracy theory is really hype when all of the media world is controlled by select food program and status quo lies. Home of the freedom, ignorant, hypocritical, and buck wild. American politics is more confusing than a racist sin of the illegitimate black love child. I bet you want me to rhyme by alcoholic beverages, pimpin' girls. When I own the liquor, I'm talking about is Molotov cocktails. When in my country, people of color make up 62% of the incarceration rate, to form the largest prison population in the world. While you set claiming born again Christianity, murdering preemptively, showing up to rally the troops in a homo flight suit and a plastic stunt turkey. Believe you can't hurt me or do me none. I'm down with God, y'all, and I ain't afraid of no one. And this is world decrees, imperial letters of protection, warning you about privatization and depopulation and federalization and deregulation and globalization. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. And I bet you it won't get nary rotation.
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes. So darn it and ad break. Yeah.
Did you comment on any of it?
Wait, what?
Did you comment on any of it?
No, I have not. We can review it. We can rewind it. So
yeah, we could just go back to the beginning if we want to
Yeah.
comment on it, because my
Yeah.
commentary is going to be inter.
Well, just the whole way that this is like extremely professionally edited is like,
Oh yeah, look at that. She looks
remarkable.
like what's that Rothschild lady that Emma or whatever? I don't know, man. This is
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's like this is like extremely well edited, and this guy Jack McNeil, like he had a whole YouTube history, and then he disappeared, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna you're not gonna see any of my old content. I'm going in a new direction," and he got like major people like out of the blue. So he went from like just a solo YouTuber to like, oh, now he's getting all these different. So he definitely got like initiated, I would say, like let me just show you his channel really quick so you can see like the level of people that he's got on his show, because it is very. So he was the first person. He was basically the first person to like majorly promote interviewing Nick Fuentes. So
yeah, look at how one of her eyes is covered up here. You see that freeze frame? It's weird.
Yeah.
One eye is covered up.
Okay, so do you see his channel here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The weird imagery.
Yeah, so you got the
skullduggery.
Yep. So he's got a 3.3 million subscribers, right? Okay, so
yeah.
He's got, so his number one pinned post is Alex Hormozy, the Iranian Jewish business, scam artist, in my opinion, guy, and then look, next three is Professor Jang, Rachel Wilson, and Fuentes. Clavicular, John Zerka, Shaolin Warrior, Myron Gaines.
Yeah, he might be funded by the same people that funded Uncensored America or whatever.
Yeah.
Looks like, because he's got all the same people in his front thing.
Your body can't
Yeah.
Lie, like body
Shaolin
memories.
Warrior.
Say it again. Shaolin Warrior. Yep. James Fishback, the like fake Fuentes. I spent 300,000 on porn.
Whoa.
You
He's
know,
laying it all out.
Russian sex spy. Putin turned me into a weapon.
Yeah, that's my new thing too. Is like, I don't know. There's like a profound attraction to the pink hair girls at this point. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe I'm being psyoped as well.
You're being psyoped, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
This guy is like a major psyoper guy. Nick Shirley, of course. John Zerka. So I'm just showing you like numerologist, AI safety expert, humanity's last chance, ancient health expert, reveals why modern. This is a really weird Jewish like biohacker guy. So he gets on the Jewish biohacker guy, who's like extreme ultra Zionist right after like Nick Fuentes is on the show. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Number one divorce lawyer. Like these are all like all the celebs all over YouTube are like being heavily promoted.
So how long has this been on?
Which one?
Just go to like scroll up and then type and then go to oldest. Just click on oldest.
Oh, yeah.
Is that?
So if you go back to his
1 year ago.
No, that's the thing is his channel is like many years old, but he deleted all his former
guys like first, right?
Yeah, he deleted all his old content and only is showing this new content.
Wait. Look at the fourth video down.
Yep. I ate a fetus.
Like what?
Yep. So this is how he started. Candace Owens, Justin Waller,
and fetuses.
Andrew Tate. This TikTok made me a millionaire. This hypnotist made $45 million.
That's got to be one of the most clickbaity videos I've ever seen.
Look, Patrick Bet David. I'm telling you, it's like a weird Scientology Jewish cult of people.
Yeah, but it literally had "I ate a fetus" written on the video. That's wild. I've never seen a video that weird. Like, what a weird thumbnail.
And again, he doesn't get flagged, of course, right, for saying "I ate a fetus" or whatever, right? So, yeah,
it's like what it tastes like, shrimp. Like, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's just insane, dude. And see, I was in the CIA. So again, how did he get all these people? You know, just without explanation, he just gets like some of the biggest name people, Jews, anti-Semites, you know, Professor Jang, of course. So yeah, I don't know. It's just pretty weird. So I'm just pointing out, like, yeah, pretty weird. So I'm just going to let this play a little bit.
Yeah, look at how one of her eyes is covered.
Yep. Here we go.
This is pretty weird.
Today's guest believes modern feminism is literally satanic.
Witchcraft is the fastest growing religion, especially among Gen Z women in America. Female creators on TikTok will show you how to make a ritual out of your abortion.
Growing up with a conservative father, she was raised with two competing visions of what a woman was actually supposed to be.
My mom's view was everybody deserves, you only don't have because someone else has. My dad would explain things are based on merit. You kind of start having to learn to think things through and try to figure out, well, which one is correct.
Now a Christian mother of 5, she spent the last few years uncovering the dark origins of the feminist movement, connecting it to demon worship, seances, and CIA sex cults.
You're Gen Z. Do you know that almost a third of your generation was aborted? Abortion is a ritual sacrament for them.
In this episode, we'll explore why she believes modern women are unhappier than ever, expose the dark rituals that shaped feminism in America, and question if this movement that promised women freedom was actually a spiritual trap designed by the devil.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton said that if she could get rid of the Bible and Christianity altogether, wipe it from the face of the earth, that would be the best thing. But she said it's the most widely published and most influential book on the planet. So the second best thing we can do is...
Ritualism. Welcome to the Jagneel podcast.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Rachel, the average American woman is the most educated, most financially independent, and most free woman in human history.
Whoa, is that
She's
a wig?
also the loneliest, most depressed, and least likely to have kids. Why do you think women are so unhappy in 2026?
That's the million-dollar question. There's actually been two large-scale studies done trying to answer that question. I think the first came out in 2009. It was called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. And in this study, the authors in their summary said that women have reported, this is based on women's surveys when you're asking women their opinion on how they are doing in life, how they feel about things. They're reporting higher levels of unhappiness, like you said, loneliness, depression, than ever before. So if we go back to the 70s, which is arguably kind of the tipping point where feminism became the dominant ethos. If you go back to the early 70s where they asked women these questions, they largely reported being pretty content. And now in the 2000s, we have 26% of all American women on at least one psychiatric drug. We have higher rates of fetal alcohol syndrome and alcoholism among women than we've ever recorded before. And women just overall reporting dissatisfaction, unhappiness, a feeling of being really torn, trying to have it all, trying to have a career and be a career woman and also have a family and do all of that. Women don't know what to do with relationships because on the one hand, they want men who make more than they do. They want men who are higher achieving than they are, yet this creates a paradox, whereas women have become the number one earners of college degrees. They have now got salaries that compete with men, and they've got more equality than ever before. They're finding that the men are not suitable to marry. They're finding that, they just can't find a guy who's on their level or higher, which is what they really want. So we've created like a paradox where by giving women everything that at least feminism told us they wanted, which was full equality, independence from men so that we could choose a husband based on, who we love and not who we need, that this would make women happier. And we're finding ourselves in a position where women are reporting the highest levels of unhappiness ever. They're actually even 3 times more likely than men now to have common mental health issues. Women have always been more prone to mental health issues than men since we started tracking that, but it's gone up. It's gotten worse. The disparity has grown. Women are finding themselves in a conundrum where they've got all the things that they were told would make them happy, and they're finding that they're more dissatisfied than ever. And what often happens, you'll see these viral clips on the internet of women in their 30s and 40s, sitting alone in their car crying, saying, I did all the things I was supposed to do. I followed the prescription and I'm unhappy. I'm stressed out. I'm alone. I can't find a husband. I won't have a family. Am I going to die by myself? What did I do? I can't go back. So for me, it's a really tragic thing for women.
So you would boil it down to women are unhappy because they're lonely, because they're not getting married and they're not having kids.
I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's also, we put so much pressure and responsibility on women to do it all, be it all, and have it all. I really experienced a lot of that myself in my early 20s. So after I got through K through 12 high school, I was always a smart kid. I was always in like advanced classes preparing for college. I was given the message that you're definitely going to college. You've got to go. You're too smart. You can't waste your intellectual capacity by not going to school and having an important job. That's what you're going to do, like from kindergarten on. And by the time I got done with 12th grade, I thought, I think I just want to get married and have kids. Like, I really just want to marry my boyfriend, start a family, and be a mom. Like, that's what I want to do. And maybe someday if I want to have a career, I can do that later. People thought I was insane. Everybody around me, my parents, my friends, pretty much everyone around me just thought that was totally nuts. Like, what? You're not going to go to college? You have a full ride scholarship and you're not going to take it? You're going to regret it. It's going to be terrible. Your life's going to be over. So it was like, what do I do here? Because what if I want to be a mom and have kids? Like, I want to raise them myself. How am I going to do that if I'm gone 40 to 50 hours a week? Especially if I get a career that's like very demanding. Like if I want to be a doctor or something, where does that leave room for raising my kids? I'm going to have to outsource that to someone else. And I didn't like that idea. And when I said, I thought that was kind of silly and inefficient, I thought, isn't that silly? I'm having children and I'm going to pay some other stranger who isn't their mother, maybe $12 an hour or something, to spend all day with them. And I might get to see them for a couple hours at night and on the weekend. And that's it.
And meanwhile, they're not even with their kids.
Exactly. So I thought, we're all just shifted. It's like we're playing musical chairs with the children. And it's like, well, you raise mine so that I can go to work. And then someone else will raise yours so that you can go to work watching my kids. And when I said, I think that seems silly. Who came up with this system? It sounds terrible to me. It was like I was challenging this deeply held dogma, this like preciously held dogma that like, well, you don't want to be enslaved, do you? And I was like, I don't know that going to work for a corporation and having to pay half of what I make to have someone else raise my kids, I don't know, that kind of sounds a little bit like slavery to me more than having a family. But there was just this idea that if I didn't have my own money and my own career, the only guy who was going to be interested was someone who wanted to take advantage of me and hurt me and wanted me to be vulnerable and not able to escape.
You kind of gave the most important part of your backstory to understand why you view feminism the way you do. But I want to know about your parents and your childhood. Like, what's the most important part of your childhood that shaped maybe why you chose to write your book and some of your views today?
When I was 9 years old, my parents got divorced. And, my dad sat us down and explained that my mom had found somebody new. She was going to divorce him, and that he had to move out. And I remember asking him, wait, if mom got a boyfriend, you're not supposed to do that. That's against the rules. Why do you have to leave? That doesn't make sense. And my dad kind of got like tears in his eyes. And then I told him, I remember saying, I have a lump in my throat. It kind of hurts right here. And then he just kind of lost it. And my mother really didn't want to explain. It was just like, Dad's got to go. And this other guy's going to move in. And that was kind of like the beginning of everything changing for me and my sister. And I remember thinking, and I had people like adults in my life when I would ask, one of my mom's friends was babysitting and I was like, why? I know my mom wants a new boyfriend, but why does that mean that my dad has to move out? Now this guy's going to move in. Why can't me and my sister have our dad? And, I'm trying to figure this out as a 9-year-old. And the answer I kept getting was, well, your mom needs to be happy. And I thought, well, yeah, I want my mom to be happy. Of course, I love my mom. But what about me being happy? And what about my dad being happy? And what about my sister being happy? So that was kind of like the first seeds of me wondering, why is she the only person that matters in this equation? Shouldn't we all matter? And nobody had a good answer. So as I got older, my mother had been kind of radicalized in college as a Marxist and then started writing or reading Marxist literature, like The Mists of Avalon. It's like a feminist retelling of the Camelot legend. And it was from this very like Marxist feminist perspective. And she kind of adopted this view that like men are bad and evil, especially white men. The evil white men that have all the power are bad. The intersectional stuff, like the more oppressed you are, the more truth you have and the more righteous you must be. And if you have money or you own a business or you're a white person or you're a male, you must be bad. You must be oppressing someone to have those things.
Yeah,
and that was
so
kind of
I
her
guess,
worldview.
I don't know. I guess we could pause it because like, I don't know. I'm trying to like get in on this somehow to comment on what she's saying, but a lot of it describes her personal experience. I don't really think that could be discounted. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of what she's saying is true, but like, I'm not sure if like, well, obviously she drew a dialectic between the Bible and feminism, so that's probably just true. But I don't think she really explained like, or she'll probably get into that, but she didn't explain like the actual root causes with like for example, right? Like what got women to go to work, right? And then like if they're the breadwinners, then then what causes them to find the men disfavorable, and why can't men achieve more than women can, right? If they're the ones who are controlling the society, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know. And then obviously she's right though about the dad situation. That seems kind of fucked up that like her mom was the one that cheated on her dad and then he had to leave. That's pretty fucked up. But yeah. And there probably is a lot of white people who had to go through that or whatever, so that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's she's. I mean, I had similar experiences to her in some ways, so like I kind of get it. But yeah, it's pretty. I don't know. Let's just see how she goes from here. I can see the hands clapping, so it's gonna be you get real now. I feel like they put that bottled water in the middle of this thing for like some sort of like weird reason or something. I don't know. The purple lighting as well, like the purple lighting, and you got the bottle in the middle. And
yeah, I've seen
most
this
of the week
before.
living with mom, that's the stuff I would kind of hear filtered through, it kind of trickles out as you're talking about things growing up. Then I go to my dad's, and he was a business owner. He was a Rush Limbaugh guy. In the car, we'd be listening to Rush Limbaugh on the way to, my orthodontist appointments or something. So I grew up listening to him with dad, and my dad would explain things from a completely different worldview. Like, things are based on merit. It depends how hard you work for things, because a lot of people aren't willing to work hard, and those who are can potentially get ahead, even if they maybe started.
I don't know if you can see it, but she has a tattoo on her hand. It looks like I just now noticed that. Do you see that? Or it's a discoloration or something, but I see a tattoo on her
Yeah.
hand there.
Yeah, I think it's like this whole idea, like, do you want to be happy versus like this idea, like, um, do you want to like work hard to achieve things? I think that's kind of like a false dialectic, right? I don't know if and I don't know if women would say one rather than, and then men would say the other. She is drawing that thing, but I don't think it necessarily ties. I know that's her experience, but I don't know if men are naturally meritorious and then women naturally seek happiness, or or even if the system is designed that way, right? I think probably everybody in the system is like, to a certain extent, like, obviously chasing happiness is a false thing. Like, there is no such thing as happiness. But then on the other end, like, if you work hard and like, no, you won't achieve more than some people who just literally haven't given like, like a leg up. So I don't know.
Out behind. My dad would say, I didn't grow up with money, but I'm doing a lot better now than my dad was because I put in 14-hour days. I have better ideas than the other guys in the same industry I work in. So you earn your way in the world. Whereas my mom's view was completely different. It was everybody deserves, and you only don't have because someone else has. So these two completely opposite conflicting worldviews that you get as a kid, you kind of start having to learn to think things through and try to figure out, well, which one is correct? How do I know which one is correct? And how do I filter through these ideas to figure out which worldview is more accurate? What should I follow? Because I'm getting completely different directions from both parents. And I remember the best piece of advice my
Well,
dad ever gave
obviously,
me, especially being a woman. He said,
you're not going to believe the
self-esteem
cheater.
is not based on external value.
Yeah, like, it sounds like she already answered, because like, you're not going to believe the cheater. Like, what? It's pretty obvious. Like, but I don't know if kids think of it that way. Like, oh, these two parents have a final like view of things, and it all hinges on this one thing. So I don't know. But if I had to guess in my entire scheme, right, I would think like maybe my dad cares more about money, and then my mom cares more about religion. I don't know. So maybe that's a better way to organize things. Because I guess it works for them, right? Yes, I don't know.
Validation. You will never get a sense of self-esteem, a true sense of it, from people telling you you're pretty or telling you they like you or saying you did a good job. You get your real self-esteem from making good decisions and learning that you can trust yourself to do the right thing. And that was one of the first pieces that I felt really clicked for me. That, maybe dad's onto something. Maybe his worldview is more correct. And as I went through school and saw that, if we had a group project or something, oftentimes people would want to be on my team. Oh, I want to do the group project with Rachel because they know I care about it. I'm going to try hard and I want to get an A
What's
on the
weird?
project. So they
Like, the whole daddy's little girl thing, that might be playing up like some sort of Freudian archetype. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, there's always this kind of weird stuff like with that. So it's pretty weird. It is pretty weird. Like it's not. I would say that you have to read into the scripts that way for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah, like the whole like, it's like what I'm hearing is like all the time, like patriarchy, and then daddy, and then and then daddy was right, and then patriarchy, and so it's like it's a weird like situation, and then I don't know. And then she also kind of sounds like, and I don't mean this in like a mean way, but she kind of sounds like a little girl. And I don't know how much of that is on purpose, but like a lot of influencers, like female influencers, they
Remember
do
we
this.
saw Dyer's
Yeah,
wife was doing that same thing. Like, oh, let's talk about
that's exactly right. Yeah, yeah, and she was dressed like as like a Disney character or something like that. So that's what I was saying. Like it seemed weird because she went on a high, um, like like a show where they have like Jordan Peterson on and stuff, and then she dresses up, like a little girl. So it's kind of like, and I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it is kind of like weird, right? And I don't think I'm like somebody who's like not artsy enough to get it. You know, I, I or maybe I'm like too much of a too strict on like I don't know, but yeah, I I don't know.
Could sit back and kind of relax and kind of let me do all the work. And I thought, this must be that merit-based stuff Dad's talking about, right? So yeah, just my experiences going through life, I felt like my dad's worldview was a lot more matched up with reality than my mother's idea that people just deserve. We're all just born deserving what we want, and someone needs to provide it. And if they don't, it's because of evil or oppression in the world.
You have a book, Occult Feminism. Do you think a big reason you decided to write this book was trying to maybe understand what could have led to the society that shaped her views?
Oh, definitely. And I wrote it with the idea in mind that I have 4 daughters, and I hope to have a lot of grandkids. If the Lord grants me that, I would be so happy. And I wanted to make sense of the world, like you said. What kind of society shapes a woman the way that it did my mother and so many other women like her? Like if you look at the popular culture, you look at things like Sex in the City, you look at every pop star, like Sabrina Carpenter right now is making a multi-million-dollar a year industry off of cute little man-hating songs and things like this, And I was trying to make sense of how did we get here? Because my mom wasn't around a lot growing up because of all her issues. I would get sent to my grandparents' house all the time. And so I grew up mostly with my grandmas. And one of them just turned 100 on April 1st. And she was probably the most influential person on me. And again, got a totally different view of the world from her than I did from my mother. And she was much more traditional and a very like practical, hardworking lady. Not political at all. Grandma didn't care about politics. She wasn't talking about politics. She was worried about, getting the house clean, cooking dinner, taking care of the grandkids, those sort of things. And I feel like the world she grew up in was so different from the one that created my mother and from the one that shaped me. Almost everybody today kind of looks around and we all know that like something's off. Something's not working. Men and women are kind of pitted against each other and we have these dating apps and like nobody's happy and nobody's having kids and nobody knows what to do about it. And everybody knows that something is wrong or something is off, but nobody really knows what it is. And it's right in our face. But because we're swimming in feminist waters, just like a fish doesn't know it's swimming in water, we don't realize that that's what it is. And that's why I was like, I've really got to write a book because I feel like I could explain, now that I have done so much research and read so much history. I spent years reading early feminist writings, going back to Mary Wollstonecraft or even before, which is something nobody does unless you're going to college for gender studies. And then, of course, you're going to read it through the lens of feminism was wonderful and it's awesome and it's great. But me reading it through more of a skeptical lens of like, I just want to know what happened. I hadn't even decided that it was evil or satanic. I didn't know any of that. I was just like, I want to know what happened. I'm curious.
Not what she wrote, but who is this person that wrote this and why did they write it and who funded it and who made it popular?
Yeah. Why did somebody like Mary Wollstonecraft in the late 1700s at the height of the Revolutionary period, why did she write Vindication of the Rights of Woman, which is like the first big feminist publication? The kind of the thing that started it all. Why did she write that? Like, what was going on in her life? What was the society like around her? What things prompted her to want to write such a thing?
See, I would have started much earlier, right? And I definitely would have started with Filmer versus Locke,
right? Filmer literally wrote a book called Patriarchy, saying that the children belong to the father, right? And the fact is that the reason why they belong to the father is because the father is a small kingship, right? It's a private dominion, just like the private dominion that God gave to Adam, right? So Locke, he wanted to overthrow this because he wanted to overthrow the notion of the divine right of kings, right? So he argued that basically when you're 18, everybody has natural rights, or once you reach the age of reason, is basically what he called it, right? You're able to emancipate yourself from the get out from under the rule of your parents and establish your own rule, right? So I think this was a first step in dethroning the authority of um you know there's some of this where it says that once you go and start your family, then you have your own dominion, right? So it's kind of like a way that but yeah, even before that, there's significant ideas within occultism, right, that talk about all sorts of ideas. Like you could talk about the Shekinah and all these ideas. I don't know if she'll actually get into all that, right? But I think some of that is in her book, most likely. But yeah.
People respond to it. So I spent years reading that stuff. And then once I felt like, okay, I've got like a really clear picture on what I think happened, I want to write a book. And I really thought it would be for my kids and for my grandkids. I never thought it would blow up and become like a bestseller. I just wanted to help them, like as my daughters are growing up and they're deciding, do I want to start a family? Do I want to have a career? Like, which way do I want to go? I just wanted them to know the truth. This is my big thing with feminism, is that if this is a movement for women, if it's for me, if it's for my daughters and it's for our benefit, we should know the truth about it. We should know the truth about how it came about, who pushed it to the forefront, who paid to push it to the forefront, why there needed to be a century and billions of dollars worth of propaganda, why the CIA had to get involved to create things like Ms. Magazine to push this stuff on the culture. Like, we should know that as women. If we are the benefactors of feminism, you could at least tell us the truth. I think it's very patronizing to say, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Just you don't want to be stuck in a bad marriage, do you? Don't you want your own money? So that's why I wrote the book, because I just feel like women deserve the truth about it.
Rachel, when most people think about how feminism actually started, they maybe think of early 1900s, women marching, figures like Susan B. Anthony, the suffragettes. But your book says feminism started thousands of years earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, really quick, do you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, or happen to have a lot of money in crypto?
I've literally heard a lot of these so-called, and I can't remember what is the recent one I heard it, right? But they will openly say that the Hindu gods are demons or something like that, right? And I don't know what that is about, right? That seems to be like a specific brand of occultism, right? But going into other people's like religions and then like saying, oh no, the things they talk about are real, but they just interpret them differently. I feel like that's really weird, right? Because I think classically, I think people might just say, oh no, that's like the mythology of India or something like that. Like that is not based on anything real.
What's interesting is, like, I think that you could argue that Christianity does that, and maybe you could say it always has. But here's the thing with that is, like, well, doesn't that imply that Christianity is syncretic? Right? See what I mean? Like, see what I mean? Like, I think
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
what I
dangerous
mean.
game
Like
to
it's
play.
verging into like incorporating other people's like religions. Like it's kind of like how like in the book of Enoch, right? The Nephilim are the Greek gods or something like that, or like the Titans or some, so it gets into some weird territory, right?
Well, I don't know if it's official, like canon or whatever. Somebody have to ask like Unseen or someone like that. But like I have
What, Enoch?
heard. Well, no, that like the Greek Titans are like demons and like they were like
No,
yeah.
no, because they don't canonize Enoch at all.
Oh no, but I was talking about like how like I've heard like I'm pretty sure Posh Redneck specifically said like we believe in the Titans of the Greek mythology, but those were demons and blah blah. So he kind of like I've heard people say like they do accept that there was like other religions and that they're real, but they're we just characterize them as demonic or polytheism as demonic or something like that. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird, but it kind of goes to what Hyperborean was saying too. But yeah, it is interesting. Like, and I definitely heard what you're saying. Like recently, like somebody said recently, like I heard somebody very recently say, like, oh, they're Hindu is demonic
I
or
think
something.
it was that Soren guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. But again, to me, it's like you can make that argument, but then you imply that Christianity is syncretic. So it's like, how do you? I haven't heard anybody like explain that away. So that's kind of why, like I say that, like there is an argument to say that Christianity is syncretic. So how far people want to take that is a question, right? Like I just embrace it and say yes, it is. Because for me personally, like I've always tried to reconcile like these different beliefs. Like I wouldn't go as far as to say like, Hinduism is, satanic or like demonic per se. Like I think that you could argue the other another way personally, but like I understand why, the default position of Christianity would say, well, rather than go and explain everything, like just don't look at it because it'll lead you the wrong direction or something like that. Like, okay, I can understand that, but you know, I don't know. I think there's a lot of slippery slopes that you can go on. So I don't know, but again, it all goes back to implying that it's a syncretic religion. So or or perennial, I guess you could be the other way, but I don't think that's. I definitely would be more hesitant to say perennialist. I think that's a whole nother situation. So
because you're definitely going to want to hear about this. See, the biggest supporters of this podcast right now are the guys over at I Trust Capital. And when they first reached out to me and explained what they did, it literally sounded like a cheat code. See, with their platform, you can convert your existing 401k or Roth IRA into one that lets you buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and over 80 cryptocurrencies while maintaining the same tax-saving benefits. Now, of course, you can start a new IRA with them if you're bullish on Bitcoin and want to save on taxes if you ever decide to cash out. But if you're someone who already has a lot of crypto and you're worried about it getting hacked or stolen, I Trust also offers a PCA account, which is institutional grade level custody, meaning your assets are fully insured, ultra secure, and never sitting on any risky exchanges. So if you guys want to get access, just go to jackneil.com/iTrust or scan the QR code on screen. Again, that is jackneil.com/iTrust or hit the first link in the description for an easy $100 bonus. But anyway, back to the podcast. So where does the real story of feminism actually start?
At the beginning of humanity. Of course, I'm a Christian.
That was so creepy and weird when he said back to the podcast.
yeah, it's kind of weird how everybody's like, like getting paid to like push everybody to crypto. Even like, dude, even people within the crypto space are like saying it's over. We've all been scammed. And like people are still like, oh, convert your Roth IRA to fucking crypto. And it's like, I don't know. Like it's pretty weird. I did buy crypto a few months ago just to try to see how it works. And I bought $50 of Solana. And I think right now it's worth $5. So I lost like $45 just buying it one time. So yeah. I'm not a fan of crypto. I just wanted to see like how hard it was to do it. And it's like ridiculously sketchy, I would say. Like it's very, very sketchy. Like crypto is I think it's literally worse than walking into a casino and putting like your money on blackjack or something like that. It's literally, yeah, retarded. I'm not saying you can't make money doing it, but like I would not advise anybody to get into crypto. I definitely would not take money to like tell people to go do crypto unless somebody explained to me in depth, here's how you don't lose money, and then they made me like $1 million. Maybe then I would do it, but otherwise, like no, I would not. I would
Right.
not advertise crypto to anybody.
So I'm going to look at things through my Christian lens. But even if you're not, let's say you're secularist, you don't care about the religious part. Clearly, nature has a hierarchy. Men are physically stronger, physically bigger than women are. And that's why through all of history, until technology made it possible to have feminism, like if you're wondering, why did we never have this feminism stuff? Why didn't
She's been watching your show, Machine.
No, it's a point, like as we pointed out, it's even made by Angela Davis, right, in the New Left. So even the New Left has capitalized on this point, right? That that the Industrial Revolution actually made life for women worse.
It's
They
funny because
lost,
like
yeah.
I was on that TikTok with that weird like liberal guy. The only reason I went on that guy's stream is because he had like 80 people watching, by the way.
Yeah.
And I know I made like really shitty arguments, but as soon as I mentioned Angela Davis, like he like, all right, you got to get off the stream now. because he's like, it's weird. Like if you mention, I've noticed this too. Like if you mention Angela Davis, like leftists get really nervous, and it's like Trotsky, Angela Davis, like it's like there's like certain trigger words like you bring.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
Because I guess they've seen it as like a conspiracy theory where they have a bunch of information that their scholars have come up with to try to debunk those claims, right? So I don't know. So they don't want to go through the whole thing where they provide their justification for why that's too simplistic of an explanation, and that's just Angela's opinion and so on and so forth. And I don't know.
didn't take over until the last 150 years, it's because we needed an industrial revolution and then a technological revolution to create a world where women could be equal, meaning women can go out and earn a living just like a man. They can drive on roads that were built by men, in a car that was built by men and is maintained by men, to an office building that men built with an electrical power structure and telecommunications that are all built and maintained by men. And they can sit at a computer and have a job.
This is where it's getting bad, right? Because see, now those things are no longer built and maintained by men. You could possibly make that case during the Industrial Revolution, but of course it was less the case during the Industrial Revolution, but it's definitely way less the case during the Technological Revolution, right? Like, there's guys that are literally wimps because they never leave their office space, right? So, so this is the fact. They're literally stuck to using machines, punching in numbers almost all day sometimes, right? So this is the thing, is like, so now she wants to emphasize that the system is ruled and controlled by men, but the system, right, has literally made men less powerful because women, it's made women equal to men. She's also saying that. So it's kind of like she's in a bind here. You know what I'm saying? It's like which one is more true, right? Because it's obvious
with men, and I'm the same as men.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that it's obvious that technology has made women and men less in control. Right? That's the part she doesn't want to say out loud. She wants to emphasize that, oh yeah, men built this system, but men are now alleviated from being in control of it. This is so weird, dude.
200-300 years ago, there was no such thing. If you were on a farmstead working alongside your husband, sure, you worked. You got up and you took care of the children, you milked the cows, you turned the butter, you did all of the, domestic agricultural stuff. but you knew that you couldn't, take giant steel beams and move them like your husband and his friends could. You knew that the barn raising was done by the men because that stuff's heavy and you have to be big and strong in order to move, big, heavy things and do heavy, dangerous work. So there wasn't this idea that like men and women are inherently equal. And when I say equal, I don't mean in value in the eyes of God or in value in the eyes of people even. It's more just that it's very clear that there's a biologically based difference between men and women, and each have their own responsibilities, their own burdens, their own roles to play, because we are not interchangeable widgets. Now that we have technology, everybody thinks we are. So I went back. I thought it was going to start around Mary Wollstonecraft. And then as I went further back, I realized there were women like Christine de Pizan, who was a writer for the French court in the 1500s. She was actually Italian, but became a prominent writer and worked for the French aristocracy and made her own money, became published. And she even
Hold on.
wrote a lot about,
There's women writers throughout history. Are we gonna pause like throughout history, like every time like a woman wrote some shit down? Like that shit's happened literally throughout history. And so, I mean, how are we gonna like say, oh, some lady wrote some shit down in France? Oh, that means that people are feminists. Like there's radical. Well, I'm sure she's gonna mention this. So I don't want to say too much too quick because I'm just gonna keep going back. Right. So I wonder how back she'll go and what she'll mention. Right. But I think that Locke thing is pivotal, honestly. I think it's a huge thing because he literally talks about equality of the sexes. I think another thing is important is Plato, right? So I wonder if she'll mention those two, right? And of course, the writings of the goddesses in Gnosticism, right? So I don't know, right? But she's taken it to the Hindu goddess. So I think that is a weird I previously mentioned that I think that's a weird take, right?
why she thought we should push women to a higher station in society and things like that. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. That's a little earlier. And I kept kind of working my way back. And you realize that from the beginning of humanity, whether you think that's in the Garden of Eden or whether you think that's in ancient Mesopotamia, there's always been this hierarchical balance of men having a monopoly on physical force and women having a monopoly on reproduction and who gets to reproduce. What do I mean by that? If you look at genetic studies, each of us alive today has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. And the reason for that is because as a woman, all you need to do to, reproduce and make a genetic copy of yourself is be fertile. And some man is going to come along and he's going to fertilize you, right? That's really all you have to do. For men, it's never been like that. You've always had to either be able to compete and dominate with other men by force or by having more resources or more wealth or status than them. You had to have, either had to take a war bride or get permission from a woman's father in ancient times in order to reproduce. A lot of men died.
That's actually seems totally false, right? Because motherfuckers were just jacking ladies, taking them as slaves and concubines. So I don't think they necessarily had to compete for resources to then go and right, like I don't know how far back she's going. Is she going like to cavemen times, right? And if you're a Christian, you don't believe that cavemen actually existed, right? You believe that's totally fake and gay, right? So if there's cavemen like competing for resources so that they can like establish a female, but they have to ask the clansmen or the tribesmen for the permission to do that, that's not necessarily always the case, right? And then women don't have, by virtue of that, women do not have a way to control the reproduction in the society. What are you talking about? Right? They're literally like, if men control the society, like, then how do women control? I don't know. I just think it's like pretty weird. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird take, right? Because like you could just go to the Bible, right? They took like they killed all the men, they took all the women, right? And they're like, let's split up the ones that are can have children, right? Pretty much. And I think they were pretty much little kids too. But yeah. So they split up like child sex slaves. I don't know. So yeah, how's she gonna explain that one? I don't know.
before they got the chance to do that, whether in war or by doing dangerous work, things like that. So there's always been this kind of hierarchy. And what feminism did was it said, we're going to try to equalize that. We're going to try to equalize the hierarchy. We're going to try to boost women up to where we think men are. But the problem there is that along with the power that men had came a lot of responsibility and difficult duties that women either don't want to fulfill or physically cannot fulfill. Women have a duty that men cannot physically fulfill, which would be childbirth. So from my view, looking at history, there was a balance in place. And what feminism did was threw the balance off completely and shifted a whole bunch of power to women without the corresponding duties and responsibilities and accountability that would go with that. So if you look at ancient times, you had women's only agency was things like temple prostitution, being a priestess. We're talking about pagan times, like ancient pagan Rome maybe would be a good example of women can either marry into wealth, power, and status, they can be born into it, or they can do something like become a temple priestess or a temple prostitute or something like that. And that's, I guess, a form of like sexual liberation in ancient times. And when Christianity came along, it kind of did away with that and elevated women to more of holding them in a virtuous position. Not treating them as, sacrificial lambs. We're not, sacrificing virgins to angry gods or anything like that. We're saying, no, women should be protected and provided for. They should be venerated as mothers and good.
In the 15th century, right, the Pope absolutely, right, they absolutely like married their own, like one of the popes married his own sister, right? Another pope had an illegitimate child, right? And had sex parties where they trafficked women in the sex parties. This was the church, right? The Catholic Church, right? But still, nonetheless, it was Christians who were doing this, right? So I don't know. I don't think like sex slaves and sex parties stopped just because Christianity took over. That seems like a gross overestimation, right? Neither did like sex parties stopped because Islam or Buddhism took over or anything like that. Like, no. They had people that became monks and stuff and like, chose to live a pious life, but by and large, like sex parties continued. I don't understand. But yeah. Yeah, of course they weren't like temple priestesses, but they still had prostitutes. Like, I don't see what the problem is, right? But yeah.
Wives, and they should be chaste and pure to the extent that they can. And then men's job is to protect and provide. And it changed the social order of men and women from what the pagan order was, depending on where you were.
So the pagans, what were like some of the goddesses they were worshiping, and what were those societies that like were kind of pushing that feminist flip in gender dynamics?
Yeah. So my book opens going over some of this and how like a lot of the ancient goddesses were, they usually were goddesses of fertility, but they were also usually kind of vengeful and angry. A lot of them were, which is why they've become popular again in feminist circles, especially in the 1970s. There was a goddess worship revival. And that's kind of going on now. Like if you go on TikTok, there's plenty of girls talking about like Lilith or Anana or some of these revitalized ancient goddesses that they worship, and whether they worship them truly in a spiritual sense or whether they're kind of worshiping them in like a not so much a literal sense, but just saying, I like this idea. This is like an avatar of the strong, independent woman who gets her revenge.
Here, hold on. So let me get this straight. There's girls praying to Lilith, a Jewish demon, and there's probably guys that are totally cuckle fucks that are trying to like convince them that there's some type of wizard that's like working with Lilith that are trying to seduce those girls. Most likely. I don't want to, but yeah, interesting stuff.
On men for trying to subjugate her. It depends, right?
It has a similar effect.
Yes,
at the end of the day.
yes. At the end of the day, it's basically the same thing. Interestingly, a great example of this is the first cover of Ms. Magazine. Now, Ms. Magazine was the first feminist publication that was like really popular in America. There were feminist publications going back to the early 1800s, but this was like a mainstream magazine that was really pushed and became really popular in the 70s. It was founded by Gloria Steinem and Clay Felker of the CIA. So it had CIA funding and CIA backing, which is, people probably think that's super weird. Why would the CIA be interested in feminism? And it was part of a Cold War project called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And this was an effort by the CIA to compare and contrast and distinguish us from Soviet Russia and say, we have this liberal freedom. They are, these old-timey oppressors, these communists. And it was kind of like an anti-communist propaganda to push the women's liberation thing. Like, hey, in the West, you can be free as a woman. And
yeah, I guess I have to go now. So I don't know how long we did this for, but let's basically save this here, and then I'll maybe
I had some commentary on it too, but yeah, I'll save it for later. But yeah, it was like I was just kind of waiting. But number one, number one, she's pandering. Number two, she's pandering to men. Number three, number two, she's whitewashing history with the CIA. Number three,
right,
jumping back and forth in time. So like, yeah, I've been taking notes too. It's like she's definitely doing some sort of weird like whitewashing of shit, in my opinion. But so far, I mean,
yeah,
I don't want to say that because like I do agree with a lot of what she's saying, but like she's doing a whitewashing. Like the CIA, the CIA was just trying to like defeat the Soviet Union. It's like, no, how about they were trying to undermine the family structure within the United States against the people of the United States. They weren't doing it to like hurt Russia. How does that hurt? How does us having feminism hurt Russia? I don't understand. It's like,
right, yeah,
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so wait, what minute of this are we at?
27, and I'll just stop watching this for now, and I'll put on something else, and then if you come back in 10 minutes, we'll just watch something else. So.
Well, no, I'll be back in like 2 hours or something like that.
Oh, in 2 hours. Okay, cool.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I'll just watch something else for now. In 2 hours, I'll be busy too. So, if we can still do this now, we will. If not, we'll just pick up something else. So. Cool.
Yeah, let's just pick this up another time, I guess.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right.
All right, we're gonna continue watching this from yesterday's stream.
This is
your video.
Wait to will thing.
So she's examining the yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I had a delay. No, go ahead.
She's laying down the root causes of feminism, in which she's including, part of the root ideology, right? The ideas of, the 1900s, right? Of course, women's liberation, right? And she quoted some of their ideas, saying that they wanted to overthrow religion, right? Like, for example, one of the leaders of the, getting women to vote, I think it's like Elizabeth Cady Stanton or something she mentioned, right? Said like that she wanted to overthrow the Bible in society. So she's saying that these women were sort of atheistic in nature. And then she goes back to Mary Wollstonecraft, and she said she's reading the writings of Mary Wollstonecraft and how she's talking about on the liberation of women. She wrote a article or something like that, right? I think it's part of a book or something, or on the vindication of the rights of women or something like that. But yeah, I have read part of that one too. But we're examining how far back she'll go in examining the root causes, because obviously, I think she's now mentioning people from the 1500s, some French lady. Right. So I'm curious to see how far back she'll go in examining the root causes of feminism. So yesterday, as we were examining her speech, right, we were trying to see if, some of the things she's saying are the actual root causes, or what could be the real causes, or, or if she's identifying actual concerns. Like, for example, she said that men built the society, but for example, women sort of got power from men in that society, through the Industrial Revolution and other things, but doesn't this mean that men aren't in control? Something else is in control, then either men or women, right? That's then responsible for the liberation of the women in that society, right? So there's a bunch of questions you could pose, see if her positions are strong or weak, and whatnot. So, of course, I pointed out a root cause in the ideas of John Locke, and of course, some of the concepts that go back further than that, right? Like, for example, Plato's Republic, right? So there's all sorts of ideas throughout history. I think she's going to bring it back to the concept of a goddess. But yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll play the video if you guys don't have anything.
Yeah, I do have something. Men are clearly still in control because they have the power to just take back control whenever they want, if they really wanted to.
Right. So then there shouldn't be any problems in her ideology, right? If they're still in control, they should be able to take back that control, as you said. So yeah, so that's a key problem, because then there is no problem essentially. Yeah, she's laid it out. But yeah, so Neuro, you got anything? Or maybe he's busy. I think he's driving. Yeah. All right. Oh, whoops. It's paused.
And Clay Felker of the CIA.
Okay.
Interestingly, a
I
great
think she's going to talk about Gloria Steinem. Or
example of this is the first cover of Ms. Magazine. Now, Ms. Magazine was the first feminist publication that was.
She's going to show Kali, right? So I've devised a lot of art with Kali in it. So this is going to be fun because we're using Kali as a sort of motif. I'm drawing a motif of sort of Kali versus Lilith. And this is going to be a good thing going forward. And yeah, so.
Like really popular in America. There were feminist publications going back to the early 1800s, but this was like a mainstream magazine that was really pushed and became really popular in the 70s. It was founded by Gloria Steinem and Clay Felker of the CIA. So it had CIA funding and CIA backing, which is, people probably think that's super weird. Why would the CIA be interested in feminism? And it was part of a Cold War project called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And this was an effort by the CIA to compare and contrast and distinguish us from Soviet Russia and say, we have this liberal freedom. They are, these old-timey oppressors, these communists. And it was kind of like an anti-communist propaganda to push the women's liberation thing. Like, hey, in the West, you can be free as a woman and you can't have that under the communists, which my second book is actually coming out later this year, is about that, about how actually the communists were the first ones to really push the feminism in.
So, I mean, it's pretty weird. It's like the CIA is bad because they push feminism. And, and then they weaken their own society from within, right? So obviously this sounds a little ridiculous, right? But yeah, but I guess that's what she's claiming, that they push this propaganda, thereby weakening us from within to fight the Soviets. Seems like an epic backfire there, right? So yeah, so this is what she said, right? So anyways, but obviously, they're part of the sort of communist church over there in Russia, right? So then she's got to say, well, actually, I'm against communism too. So, so I'll be soon writing a book about communism. Well played.
Government and make it legal under the Bolshevik regime. But that aside, the first copy of Ms. Magazine on the cover. Now, remember, you're trying to market this magazine to suburban housewives in America in 1973. And they picked the Hindu goddess Kali.
Ooh.
And she is a blue-skinned, kind of terrifying-looking Hindu goddess who, now I'm not saying this from the Hindu perspective, because I'll get Hindus that get upset with me and they'll message me, you're wrong about. No, I'm saying the
Well, yeah, because I don't want to actually bring up the book, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's trying to say like, well, because obviously she's trying to convince Christians, right? So she's trying to say, well, this goddess is evil, blah blah blah, it's satanic. But the fact is that there's pretty much not that much satanic things about Hinduism. Like if you look at the moral systems of Hindus, right, they pretty much match that of Christians and Zoroastrians and Muslims, and and what's in the Bible. So I don't know. So a lot of that is a little bit of kind of painting with too wide of a brush, right, or so on and so forth. But yeah.
Most systems similar, but they're taking money out of the church, and that's bad for some reason.
Right, they're grifters after all. Christian grifters.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing makes money like old Jesus, who said, "Give to Caesar's unto Caesar's, and then give to God's unto God." So God's making a lot of money, that's for sure. He's making more money than the state for sure.
Yep, rolling it, and he doesn't need it.
Right.
From the feminist perspective in the 70s, they saw her as a vengeful goddess who only accepts the sacrifice of men. She, eats the blood of men on the battlefield. She is the dark mother. And so there's this picture of her with 6 arms, and in her 6 arms, she's holding a baby and an iron and a frying pan. And there's even like a baby in her womb. And on the cover, it's, one of the issues, it's talking about abortion is one of the article topics. So there's like this baby in the womb and she's dressed in like an apron. And so very bizarre choice, but what they were trying to get across is like,
I don't know. It's actually really opposite to that, right? Because I think like Kali and Shiva are specifically represented as like symbols of fertility or something like that. So I don't think it's about killing babies. It's about having sex and making a lot of babies. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's a clever inversion, but yeah.
We're at this tipping point where we're going to choose whether we're going to be these domestic slaves who are just baby factories. Our life is not, up to us. We're subjugated by men and we're just forced.
I don't know. I'm kind of like struggling to see what this has to do with Kali, and I could see how Hindus would get offended at this. Like, so you just brought up Kali, like just to say that, I don't know, to say that she's aborting babies. Like,
it's totally,
yeah, it's fake. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. It doesn't make much sense. Yeah, it's definitely some type of dog whistle.
To give birth and be chained to the stove until we die, or we're going to become vengeful like goddesses who get our revenge against the evil oppressive patriarchy. So I'm not saying Hindus believe this. I'm saying feminists use these angry, vengeful goddess archetypes as like a cultural weapon to push the propaganda. But if you do go back to ancient times, that was often the role of a goddess figure, was fertility, domination of men, or revenge of men against men through sex. So if you look at like,
so which one is it?
I need a citation for that. I need a citation for that, because that would be cooler than what they're actually doing.
Yeah, but which one is it? Are they misandrous, or are they consorts of a male god who's much more powerful than them? And then also they are symbols of fertility. So that's not exactly getting rid of people or getting rid of babies. I don't understand what the fuck she's saying, honestly. I think it's the opposite of what she's saying, for real.
Even like a lot of the ancient Roman gods, a lot of the ancient Greek gods, and you read the mythology, there's often this, the gods are always fighting, right? They're always at war. Pagan gods are always fighting with each other, kind of like humans. And the way that the female goddesses usually get back at the men is by, eating their offspring, seducing them, using their sexuality as a weapon to get revenge, things like that. And so the feminist movement,
I don't know, like the male, like Saturn's eating his offspring and stuff. So I don't know.
And Zeus is screwing everything that moves.
Yeah, so I don't think the males are specifically portrayed different. I don't know. I'm not really seeing. I mean, yeah, everybody's fighting each other. She's right about that. It doesn't make sense. If there was gods, you'd think like their world would be more ordered than the human world, but it seems like in the pagan stuff, it's like they're just as fucked up as the humans, which seems kind of odd. It's kind of awkward, but
Well, maybe what our opinion of order is just wrong. Maybe they are more ordered, but what we think is order is incorrect.
yeah, that might be true, Hank. Yeah, good point.
Movement loves that. They love reading that mythology and turning it into like a feminist cry to battle.
There is a hidden second layer of the crypto market. Most investors will never find.
There's a
market
hidden
where
layer? A hidden layer?
Yeah, your book spends a lot of time on three ancient goddesses, specifically Lilith, Kali, and Inanna.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me a little bit about Lilith and Inanna and kind of like how they shaped modern feminism?
Yeah. So Inanna was one of the most
snip, snap, patty whack, give a dog a bone. We're back at square one with Twilight Son of Lillian, because this is another thing where she's applying across a bunch of different, so now she's almost like she's talking about archetypes or something weird like that. Like what, how are you combining all these different goddesses from all these different cultures? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's kind of like it's like Zeitgeist movie type of weird shit. Like, she's put together this like Acharya-esque type of Christ conspiracy model where it's like, it's like, is she like, I don't know, is she going across a bunch of different cultures and combining a bunch of religions into some weird view? I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I'm just being honest. From what I understand, their main goal is to amalgamate as many religions together and create a witch-like occult mentality.
Yeah.
And Islam and Christianity is at the forefront of the attack, allegedly. Those two religions are the ones that stand in the way the most, is Islam and Christianity.
Well, most people, they got the most people, highest number of people, because they got like 1 billion each. So
yeah.
Yeah. So what she's doing is called syncretism, but there's you can make an argument against even synchronizing different versions of the same God. It really depends on the context whether it makes sense or not.
Yeah. So it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like she's doing some type of like a pseudo syncretism to get to the answer of what this god represents, where she's painting different goddesses across cultures as an archetypal symbol for women's liberation. Not sure if that's a cogent analysis of these gods, but yeah.
I don't know, but it is a very common writing style of modern writers like Barbara Greene, syncretizing a whole bunch of things, but actually doesn't make sense when you take a look at it closer.
Yeah, you're right.
Important goddesses in ancient Sumeria. She was kind of one of the top tier ones. There was a lot of temples built to her. One of the oldest like goddess stories that we have, one of the oldest archetypes that we have. And something you'll find with her that's pretty common across all of these goddess archetypes is that they're a mother, so they give life, they give birth. They're usually also fertility goddesses. They use sexuality, like I said, as a weapon or as a way to get power or control, because they don't have the monopoly on force. The big male gods are stronger, physically or whatever it might be. And in ancient times, when you were worshiping one of these goddesses like Inanna, you would usually go to a temple prostitute. And there was this sense that female sexuality was like a way to connect with the divine. And so prostitutes were often venerated, at least temple prostitutes, maybe not street prostitutes, but temple prostitutes were venerated. They were.
But yeah, it's weird because like that was true in Corinth. Right, like where Paul wrote Corinthians, like in that temple, they had like women that were like temple prostitutes that you could go and visit. But like this isn't true across ancient times. Like, and most men did not have to rely on temple prostitutes to get sex. Like that's not actually true. Like there was men that were taking whole tribes and just murdering all the men and then dividing up the women from that tribe. Like that was happening all over the place. It's happening in the Bible. So I don't know. You know.
Well, the way they view it is most people are footnotes anyway, so they don't count.
Held in high regard. So it's like an early example of female sexuality being used as this way to elevate women because it can be a weapon. Sexuality for women and seduction and fertility is a power that we have that men don't.
Yeah, until you invent another weapon called grape. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. Like, but yeah.
Don't have. We're the people who basically get to decide who gets to reproduce. Like I said, unless you're grabbing war brides or something, but that wasn't.
Yeah, like the grabbing war bride. She's trying to minimize that. See, it's like how many cultures had temple prostitutes? Not that many. How many cultures took war brides? Many. Like almost a lot of ancient people. Like so, I don't know. Pretty weird.
Most men through most of
a lot of Asian people and some modern people, as late as the 1950s, as far as I could tell.
Oh yeah, probably still happens.
Yeah,
well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, most of this stuff is probably underground, and I mean, let's admit it. Most of this stuff is like porn. You know,
yeah, I mean,
kind of just out there.
Yeah, I've heard stories of like Bosnia and Kosovo where they like invaded and they like raped a bunch of people. Like there's all sorts of stories of that, right?
We're the people who basically get to decide who gets to reproduce. Like I said, unless you're grabbing war brides or something, but that wasn't most men through most of history. And Lilith was.
I just want to clarify really quick.
Yeah,
so
sure.
temple prostitutes, I kind of.
Oh, that was weird. She said Lilith, and then they cut her off. It was weird. Wait a minute. Lilith. We're back to Lilith. So there's our friend, the Lillian. So let's see what happens.
Have a guess of what that is? Like,
Yeah.
Is that a priestly woman that would participate in like a fertility ritual with men for some kind of like? Explain what that is.
Yeah, it kind of depended on the.
Oh, what? What the hell? Like, no, dude. Like, you probably went to the temple to like a bath, and then you had sex with these ladies. Like, I don't know. It's probably like
the culture.
Not that complex.
In the time, because it changed and it differed a little bit, but it was a religious sacrament of sorts in the pagan world. You'd go to the temple, you would meet with the temple prostitute, you would, have some kind of relations with her, and that would be a way to commune with the divine or a way to give an offering. And that's something that has continued. Like the modern occult rituals are kind of based on that. They kind of take those ideas and use them in occult rituals, because that's all the occult is, really.
That just seems radically false. That occult rituals, like including.
I mean, I don't know, bouquet and what they call the Holy Grail of cum. So I mean, they do seem to put rituals out there. So I mean, I hate to say it, but most of hardcore porn is a ritual. So
but what I'm saying is that most of the occult rituals come from pagan rituals. I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, they don't mostly come from pagan
yeah.
rituals. They probably mostly come from Judaic rituals, if I had to be honest. So they're mostly derived from Abrahamism.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, I want to make sure I understand. So where do they come from if not from pagan rituals?
Even our modern pagan rituals are mostly derived from Kabbalah. So
yeah, I'm saying like to say like all the pagans around the world were all like saying like you need to have temple prostitutes. Like that's actually not true. Right? Like you know, like that wasn't about like sex magic. To say all paganism is about sex magic, that's false. You know, right? Like there's a bunch of tribal people who were just you know, they had nature and they had a god and they had a great spirit, and you know, and the river is good and the mountain is good, and you know, like not all of them were like, let's all sacrifice a bunch of babies and you know, all around the world until Christianity came along. Like I don't think that's true.
Yes, and the goddesses she's mentioning, I don't think most of them have temples anyways.
Yeah, like you gotta have a little more faith in humans than that. Be like, oh yeah, in ancient Greece, like everybody was just like sacrificing babies all the time or doing weird pagan rituals to like fertility. Like, I don't know. I think most people were just like living a normal fucking life. Like they ate fucking olives and shit. And they're like, whatever, bro. Like, you know, I don't know. You know, I think
I mean,
there's people who,
that's assuming that the governments didn't demand them worship these false gods. But you know, I'll give credit, I guess.
yeah, I mean, like like when I read like Aristophanes, the clouds, like and Hermes comes along and he tells like people not to follow Socrates. Like Socrates, like they show him as like basically telling sons to not follow their father. You know, so he's telling like kids to disobey their parents. You know, it's like something as simple as that, where he considers it virtuous for children to obey their parents, for you to have national pride in Athens and all this type of stuff. He's basically laying down whatever virtues and stuff that modern people would consider good, and what, you know, it's not too different from what any society would consider good, right?
Yeah, and even if the state mandated that they did follow them, just lie. To say, okay, I'll follow them, but just go through the motions and just don't do it seriously. Do it ironically.
Yeah, now there's spin-offs of pagan traditions that created cults where people would do that type of stuff, and then the government came and killed them. Of course, that happened all throughout history. But you're to say that that's an integral part of paganism and of any of these religions, or what about Chinese people, you know, or whatever, where they sacrificing you know, kids and stuff? You know, no, people created ordered societies where if you you know, if you go around fucking people and cheating and stealing and doing this stuff and stuff, they'll probably kill you, right? And all that stuff, you know, or put you in a chain and put you, you know, or whatever. Even right,
yes, in a cage.
Yeah. And I think it's good to believe that, because then
But is that really true, TMO? I mean, in feudal Japan, if you had a only male child, I mean, it didn't matter whether it's male or female. If you offended your leader or anyone who's your authority, you had to commit seppuku, and your firstborn had to die too. So, I mean, isn't that not child sacrifice? I mean, I'm just saying, like, in my evidence, while it might not have been prevalent everywhere, at some level, everyone has sacrificed children at some level. So, while many factions probably frown upon it, I think they've just all gone underground. To me, that's my personal opinion. They can't do it in the temple steps no more. Now they can do it underground and, you know, make movies about it.
Yeah, I expanded it to that. I think she's heavily implying that, but she is just talking about temple prostitutes. It's pretty obvious to me that not all pagan societies had temple prostitutes. But yeah,
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, but yeah, I think there's a, you know, on the much smaller point that she is making, I think she's totally wrong. But
is like a secretive type of esoteric religious practice that takes a lot of the ancient stuff like Hermeticism, paganism, and turns it into like ritual magic.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds, and welcome to my...
You've written that one of the earliest modern movements to bring these ancient goddesses back was a religion called, is it called Wicca or witchcraft technically?
Wicca is a type of witchcraft, so it's like a subset.
Got it.
Yeah.
So just maybe a theology known as witchcraft or religion known as witchcraft. How do you define witchcraft and how is it connected to feminism?
Witchcraft, I took a whole chapter on it to explain kind of the history of it and how it's always been a way for women who felt like they were outside of the competitive female hierarchy to have power, to get revenge, to think of the archetype of the witch, like the wicked witch with the big nose. She's always ugly and haggard. She's always dressed in black, wearing the pointy hat. She lives in a cabin off on the edge of the woods, away from the town.
Pretty ironic, but yeah, the thing is that
I've never met no witches like that.
Yeah, now she's directly talking about archetypes, so this is interesting.
She scares the children. She kidnaps and eats the children. And she like think of Snow White, think of Sleeping Beauty, like all of the fairy tales that we have. The witch is always trying to hurt the young, beautiful maiden, trying to poison her with an apple, trying to steal her youth, steal her beauty. These are
Glenda Goodwitch, counterexample.
Yeah, there's probably a few of them, for sure. Probably wearing white instead of black.
Yep.
And whatnot.
But I'm sure there's
archetypes exist for a reason.
Sorry, Hank, what was that?
I'm sure there's a subversion somewhere, if not the outright one.
Yeah. No, oh yeah, there's definitely versions of that. I know there's some in like probably animes and stuff. But...
Apple, trying to steal her youth, steal her beauty. These archetypes exist for a reason. There's always been some women who don't compete well within the hierarchy for mates. So if you're a pretty girl that men like, you're charming, and men want to marry you, the system works great for you. But there's always this minority of women who, for whatever reason, whether they're physically repulsive to men, maybe their personality type is very combative and unappealing for.
I think that's another like misinterpretation, because like the more powerful a witch is, the more pretty she'll be. It's actually a fact.
Yeah.
You know, like really powerful witches, they're not ugly. They actually look really nice, right? And they can hide their age too and shit like that. So it's pretty fucked up. You could be talking to a really old lady that looks really young and whatnot, and yeah, so it's fucked up.
And men pay lots of money to interact with combative women. Maybe she's heard of a dominatrix. I'm not sure.
Right.
Men, and they're kind of shunned by the patriarchy. That's like, ugh, go over there. We don't really want anything to do with you. We want the beautiful, young, nice girls that are going to make good wives. And throughout history, and this is not just according to me, there's a witch who teaches about this at New York University that I reference in my book. This is from her perspective as a second generation witch herself, that those women have always gone outside of society and practiced witchcraft as a way to have some power, have some influence, get some revenge, take back what they feel they deserve, that they're not getting, that the rest of society is benefiting from. So this whole thing where men choose women and women choose men and they get married and they have a nuclear family, if that doesn't work for them, witchcraft is very appealing because it's always very anti-patriarchy. It's also very anti-Christian. It's a way to kind of fight back as a woman who the system doesn't work for.
That's right.
That's why we have the archetype of the witch. But in actual history, witches, everybody's heard of like the witch trials and, burning witches at the stake and things like this. And in the middle of the 20th century, there was this big effort to make the witch into a sympathetic character, starting with L. Frank Baum in The Wizard of Oz. Now, L. Frank Baum's mother-in-law was named Matilda Joslyn Gage. She was one of the prominent suffragettes, a good friend of Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, the two big figures.
Damn, look at Stanton, bro. Think she ate enough cheeseburgers?
Maybe a couple more.
That also looks kind of like a wig. Like her eyebrows
It
don't
doesn't.
really
Yeah, it
match.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's a real hair.
Like what?
She looked like she got a dick.
Yeah, but what the fuck? But yeah, that definitely is a very cartoonish wig.
Of women's suffrage. And L. Frank Baum lived with her for a long time and was very heavily influenced by.
Oh, bro, you know what's really weird, dude? That dude, that fed dude from last night, Sean. That dude had his eyebrows done. It was pretty weird and creepy right there, bro.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I know Deshaun. He came on my show today. He wasn't as energetic.
No, not that Sean.
Oh,
no,
different
not the pink circle guy.
Maybe we should be gracious and say he's got that hair plucking. I know someone who's got that. It's an actual mental disorder where they pluck out their eyebrows from stress.
I think
So
he said
maybe he's so stressed
Syrian
out.
or something. He's like Syrian or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Hank. The other guy.
The Irish guy with the bees.
I'll go get it. I'll go get
from
them.
Gen X Jeff, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think me and Neuro talked to him recently.
Her, and he wrote the character of Glinda the Good Witch after her. Now, Matilda Joslyn Gage wrote a book called
that's Sean. He accused me of I'm a believing in conspiracies because I'm Muslim. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. But yeah, it was pretty weird.
Woman, Church, and State. And this was her explaining how she felt that Christianity and the state came together to oppress women, and that Christianity was the root from which women were oppressed, and that if we want to have real feminism and we want real women's liberation, we've got to get rid of Christianity. So when L. Frank Baum wrote The Wizard of Oz, this was a big influence on him. And that was the first time that we've seen somebody try to make a witch into the good guy, basically. But then that kind of continued post-World War II, when the culture wars began ramping up again. We saw stuff like the old TV show Bewitched, where it's a witch named Samantha who's cute and adorable, and she wiggles her nose and casts spells, and she marries her husband, and her husband's always telling her not to use her witchcraft.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Yeah. The craft. You know, you had the three bad witches.
That show Bewitched is pretty good though. Like, there's a lot of weird stuff in that. That's like spiritualism and stuff. It's pretty.
Yeah, well,
I like that show personally.
And the new Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the guy who plays as Ambrose turns around and died a few years later in a motorcycle accident. So, you know.
Isn't there a girl in that show that's a genie too?
No, there's a show called I Dream of Jeannie, and she's a genie.
I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh
yeah. It reminds you. It reminds you a lot, of the witch shows. But I can tell you from my experience, the low end witches here, they are a bunch of, no offense to them, fat and unattractive, like, woke generations. All the high level witches, the ones that I've seen, they all are really attractive women. So even I've seen that little fake witch, because there's a little group of women here who help out people with like boxes of stuff and clothes and stuff. And I would just put it this way, y'all, they don't know real witchcraft of, that's what they're practicing. I'll put it that way. Like, they got like little things made out of wood in their cars that hang from the mirror and think that that's doing witchcraft. And I'm like, that's not what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't doing crap. We're doing more witchcraft just being on the damn panel. Literally just connecting on the internet.
Well, I was told I was a warlock, but that was bullshit.
You don't use your witchcraft. You be a good wife. And that was another kind of cultural marries her husband, and her husband's always telling her not to use her witchcraft. You be a normal woman. You don't use your witchcraft. You be a good wife. It's always cute. adorable, and she wiggles her nose and casts spells, and she marries her husband, and her husband's always telling her not to use her witchcraft. You be a normal woman. You don't use your witchcraft. You be a good wife.
What the fuck?
And that was another kind of cultural attempt to say, it's, if you read between the lines, it's saying, hey, women and their powers and influence, whether it's their sexuality or their spirituality, why should that be oppressed by bad men? You know, maybe the witch is really the good guy. You know, maybe she's the rebellious woman that's not going to let men.
Oh no, she didn't.
Yeah, well, I guess it's fun and games until you start having stomach problems all day, and then you find out you've been slowly poisoned after a few months. But yeah,
Right.
Poison
push her
apple,
around and
yeah,
tell her what
apple
to
pie. Sorry.
Right.
do. And then now, in the last few years, we have Wicked, which is this other big cultural phenomenon with Ariana Grande. And again, we see a witch character who is really the good person, but is being painted as bad when it's unwarranted. And she's actually this sympathetic character who's fighting for what's right, and she's just misunderstood. So throughout all of history, it was never that way. Witches were persecuted, and people think that's because they were opinionated women. That's not the reason at all. If you actually go back and read some of the things that were being written around the time of the prominent witchcraft trials, a lot of the people who were, not saying that there weren't people who were wrongly accused or wrongly tortured or anything like that. There certainly were. But a lot of the people who were persecuted by the church for doing witchcraft were abortion providers. So witches had herbal remedies and knew how to do like kind of primitive surgical abortions and things like that. They had tinctures, they had herbal remedies to induce abortions, and they often did do ritual magic. That's where the broomstick comes from. It's a little graphic, but in my book, I explain where the idea of the witch riding the broom comes from. So in medieval times, there was a practice in witchcraft.
Come on, ride that broom and ride it.
If you have sex with a dead tree, then the only thing is the is dead.
Right. Yeah, that's, see, there you go. Like some coded language right there.
Using like, it wasn't LSD because that hadn't been synthesized yet, but there were like natural things like ayahuasca or other type of psychedelic drugs, hallucinogenic drugs. Mushrooms would probably be the primary one.
Oh boy.
They would make like a paste or a lubricant out of that and put it.
Ayahuasca.
The size yet, but there were like natural things like ayahuasca or other type of psychedelic drugs, hallucinogenic drugs. Mushrooms would probably be the primary one. They would make like a paste or a lubricant out of that and put it on a broomstick and use it in a sex ritual. So your sex is all.
The wood ain't dead, it's horny.
Oh, baby. Don't try it at home, folks. Definitely.
Might get a splinter.
Yeah, definitely don't boo from mushrooms and ayahuasca. But yeah.
Always the most powerful way to do ritual magic, because the emotions are so heightened, and the belief is that you can kind of access the divine through climax, through this heightened emotional state. So that's why almost every famous occultist you've heard of, like maybe somebody like Alice.
Is that why
Crowley,
God judges me every time I get a blowjob?
Yeah,
I'm
he's
just saying
great. He's
there
doing
might be
great.
some relevance to that. I mean, there might actually be. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm a religious person, so I don't know.
Well, you got to get high and then do it.
Yeah, he's creating your mortal level.
No, it's even worse than that. Damn, it gets worse if I'm high. Especially since I've gotten older. I judge myself every time that we have sex and I have children, but it's like, I'm human, dude. It's either, it's not easy to be celibate. I'll put it that way. If you got a wife,
Yeah, get high and then do the deed, and then hold up a mirror and look at yourself and have a picture of this guy in the corner of the mirror. I don't know.
If you're married, you're supposed to be banging her.
Doing ritual sex magic. It's because it's supposed to be the most powerful type of magic that goes back to the temple prostitution, that goes back to ancient times. So witches would indeed use
Witches would
hallucinogenic tinctures as like a lubricant, and then use something like a broomstick and do ritual magic. And that's where the idea of flying on a broomstick.
Oh,
okay. I mean, Nimbus 2000, motherfuckers.
Get high on the broomstick. Get high on the broomstick.
Come, little children. It's just so retarded, dude.
Get high on the broomstick.
Hey, quick question. How many different...
Whoa. Why did his camera change so rapidly?
Flying on a broomstick came from.
Hey, quick question. How
What the fuck?
It's like they get high flying on a broomstick. And then it's like...
A lubricant, and then use something like a broomstick and do ritual magic. And that's where the idea of flying on a broomstick came from.
Hey, quick question.
That was definitely on purpose. Dramatic cut. Dramatic cut.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Nice transition, weirdo. Like, what the fuck, bro?
How many different AI tools are you using now?
Oh my god, dude. It's his little commercial. Weird. All right. That was an odd time for a commercial, dude, honestly. Getting high, flying on a broomstick.
A subtle way of saying what they were doing. Same thing with the pointy hat. The pointy hat actually comes from Kabbalah. A lot of medieval witches practiced Kabbalah, and there was like a black triangular kind of pointy hat that people would wear back then when they practiced Kabbalah, and that's where the witch's hat comes from. So,
wait, what? Wait, what? There's a pointy hat when you practice Kabbalah? What? Isn't there a small hat? I don't understand.
But where does that come from originally? Like the pointy hat, like what does that symbolize?
I'm not sure what it symbolizes. There's a lot. You always see threes a lot. Anything in threes, even in Christianity, we have the Trinity. Three is like kind of a sacred geometry thing.
Got it. So it's a triangle.
Yes, it's a triangle.
That makes sense.
So from
no, it doesn't. But pointy hat's not related to Kabbalah. Is just what? It's just what rural people wore, like the pilgrims. So it's no relationship to Kabbalah. It's just the hat they wore, and we made the association later.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Hank. I don't know. It's probably like some sort of gypsies or something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
They were druids.
Kabbalah is where the witchcraft hat kind of originates from. And again, this
what? I don't know if anybody can fact check that, but yeah, I definitely need to ask like somebody. Like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Hyperborean or somebody would come in on this. This is weird.
This is not Rachel telling you as a Christian. This is me listening to lectures and reading books written by witches, modern day witches, who are telling you proudly what their heritage is. So if you think I'm wrong, you got to go take it up with them. That's what they told me. And a lot of witches were actually prosecuted for practicing witchcraft, doing spellcraft. Another really common reason a witch might have been persecuted or burned at the stake was they were the primary purveyors of poison. So if you wanted to poison someone, you went to a witch to get a poison so that you could poison someone, often men. So it's a really interesting historical fact that women have always used poison as like a primary means of unaliving someone, whereas men tend to use more brute force, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
And
say that to Elizabeth
as we
Borden.
developed,
Yes, so Angela
'Cause-
Puka keeps doing shows on how modern witchcraft is not, the genealogy is much shorter than they think. So it's not one show; it's multiple shows. It's like every other show she does. She's explaining how the genealogy of modern witchcraft doesn't go as far as they think it does, and most of it leads to Kabbalah.
Yeah, so let's see what else. It's getting pretty weird up in here.
testing to identify if somebody was murdered with poison, poisonings went down. It's kind of interesting, but that was like a primary method. If you wanted an abortion, if you wanted to kill someone by poison, if you wanted to do ritual sex magic, you went to the witch who lived outside of town.
So if you had to break down like the real reason the witch trials happened, the burnings, like would you say that all the women accused were accused of those two specific things, or was the Catholic Church and the aristocracy like more mad at the actual magic they were doing? Like what were they upset with?
I think it was both.
Okay.
It was just that those were the things that were easier to prove. And again, I'm not saying there were not periods where maybe the Roman Catholic Church or the Puritans in New England didn't get hysterical and start persecuting people who were wrongly accused. I'm sure that happened. But another thing that happened during the witch trials that we never talk about is that at least 20% of the people who were burned or drowned as witches were men. So plenty of men got accused of witchcraft as well. And I think it was a time where you do have some political things complicating matters. The church is trying to.
That's the problem with our entire thing, is that, who led the occultist societies? It definitely wasn't the women. It was men who were leading these societies, right? So who controls the witches? Obviously the wizards and the warlocks. Like, they're not just on their own learning about the occult and then forcing it down people's throat by poisoning them and doing sex magic on them. And that's not even happening, right? So usually the witches are controlled by their pimp warlocks or whatever. So it is what it is. Right?
Keep power and maintain power. That's true. But it was the belief at the time that if you had somebody who was doing these things, that maybe the wrath of God and his judgment is going to come upon you and your people. If there's somebody in the town performing abortions on a regular basis, we need to get rid of that. So from the perspective of the church, these were things that, were illegal. They were crimes and they needed to be punished. But yes, if you want to think of it this way, they had legitimate reasons for wanting to persecute witches. And then, at times it probably did get out of control. And there were probably a lot of people who were falsely accused. And it did become a vehicle for people to make false accusations. But the idea that there was no basis for it whatsoever, and this common trope that you hear now that, the witch trials were just awful patriarchal men who didn't like women who had their own brains and their own thoughts. And so if you tried to speak up about an injustice, they would burn you as a witch. That's historically not accurate at all. Yeah.
In reality, they were providing abortions and poisoning people.
Yes.
And people were concerned that would spread.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you never hear that. So that would make more sense. I was always confused watching like the Salem witch trial, like plays or like movies about that. I was like, what was going on here? Like, were people just crazy? But it seems like part of the history was left out.
Yes, a big important piece was left out. And that happens all the time. I'm a super huge history buff. I always have been. And it's because almost any time that you have a super dominant historical narrative, if you go back and look, there are things that will challenge it. There are counter narratives. And it's really tough to find exactly what the truth is because it kind of does depend on who's telling it. And they say that, history is written by the victors and it's rewritten all the time. And I'm sure we'll talk about that with feminism and, we can talk about college textbooks and what they've done there. But yeah, if you go back, you can almost always find a counter narrative and it takes some sifting through and some thinking about what was going on at the time, looking at the people involved, and who stood to gain from what to kind of form a picture of what's maybe more accurate. But there's a lot of history that we'll never fully know exactly what happened. As we get later into feminist history, I'd say from the 1700s on, because there was no telecommunications yet until, the early 20th century, we have extensive written documentation. So I do feel really, really confident that everything from, 1700 to the mid 20th century, we really know what was going on because the primary way that suffragists and feminists communicated their message, talked to each other, that's all written. They wrote each other letters. They wrote pamphlets. They delivered speeches. They debated publicly, actually. A lot of people think women were never allowed to speak. They weren't. Rachel, you're on a podcast right now speaking, and you couldn't do that if it wasn't for feminism. That's not true at all. Women were in the 1700s publicly speaking and giving speeches and, making a living, touring, talking about these things.
I do want to connect the Protestant Reformation and how it paved the way for the rise of feminism. But first, I'm not sure if
I don't know. I don't know. I think like if you look at liberalism and how it's spread like kind of like from Europe to the world. And like probably the first places that it existed was like Britain and France. And obviously for a long part of their history, those two places were controlled by the church. So I don't know.
you've seen this stat. It was in 2002, only 30% of American women identified as feminist. And by 2020, that has doubled. And among Gen Z women, 68% of them identify as feminist. And at the same time, the fastest growing religion among Gen Z women in America isn't Christianity and it isn't atheism, it's witchcraft.
Yes.
Do you think the rise of feminism and the rise of witchcraft is a coincidence? Or do you think they're the same movement?
I definitely think they're the same movement. So that's why in the book, I take a lot of time to show the historical thread from ancient times through medieval times, all the way till now. And of course, I'm not going to make it a 5,000 page book where I'm covering every single century of history. I just kind of weave some important moments together through the ages to kind of show it started as a spiritual battle. It's still a spiritual battle. And then the politics gets weaved in, of course. So Susanna Budapest, who is a Czechoslovakian witch, she was an immigrant here in the 60s. I think she actually came during World War II because she was escaping some of the stuff that was going on in Eastern Europe at the time. She was the first to get witchcraft laws overturned in the United States, in California, where she lived, under religious freedom clauses. And she herself, who is still around, I believe she's still around. She was around during Trump's last term, leading spell casting rituals against Trump with all her witches that are on Facebook and TikTok who follow her. She's a much older lady now, but she's still practicing witchcraft and, cursing Donald Trump with her.
It's like a 13,000 member Facebook group, I believe.
Yes,
it was like a lot of people.
It's a lot of people.
And they did it against Brett Kavanaugh, too, I believe.
Yeah.
What were they trying to accomplish? Just give him bad luck?
Yes.
Okay.
To prevent them from coming to power, prevent them from getting, their agenda passed. Because, of course, from their perspective, Donald Trump's going to enslave all the women and Brett Kavanaugh's going to enslave it's going to be the Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, I'm alone. Well, don't forget to eat your vegetables. Uh-oh. Gonna have to call Neuro crack. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. I am a god now. I control it. Guy.
Oh, look, it's another LARPer.
Oh, this is awkward as fuck. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Yeah, buddy. Do, 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 do. Oh, there we go.
Finally. It's a pimp.
No, I lost service.
Real pimps get down on the flow, on the flow.
Yeah, well, I'm still open to the whole radio frequencies play in your head, which is why random songs pop into your head.
It's all in my head. I think about it over and over again.
Uh-oh. Well, weren't wrong.
That was Nelly.
I live pretty close to a radio station, and I can tell you it is strange that it's like I'll be sitting here listening or making my own music, and then I hear a song from the past, and it's like, why the fuck is that in my brain? And I'm not hearing it. So I'm just saying. Have you seen radio waves? That shit's crazy. That shit really is everywhere in the air.
Yes, and it is connected to, what do they call that? It's, what is it? It's alongside semiotics. It's cybernetics. I think it's somehow connected to that. Oh, good. Rachel Wilson's on screen. Let's all be quiet and listen to her. Is it playing?
Still
I can't hear
around.
anything.
She was around during Trump's last term, leading spell casting. rituals against Trump with all her witches that are on Facebook and TikTok who follow her. She's a much older lady now, but she's still practicing witchcraft and, cursing Donald Trump with her.
It was like a
with her spells.
13,000 member Facebook group, I believe.
Yes,
Like it was like a
yes.
lot of people.
It's a lot of people.
And they did it against Brett Kavanaugh, too,
Yep.
I believe.
Yeah.
What were they trying to accomplish? Just give him bad luck?
Yes.
Okay.
To prevent them from coming to power, prevent them from getting, their agenda passed. Because, of course, from their perspective, Donald Trump's going to enslave all the women and Brett Kavanaugh's going to enslave it's going to be the Handmaid's Tale, right? That's what they think. So this woman said that feminism is just the political arm of a spiritual battle. That's according to a witch herself. She says this is a spiritual battle and feminism is just that political arm to help us with the political power aspect that we need to have the freedom to do things like practice witchcraft. Abortion, that's a big one. When Roe versus Wade was overturned a few years ago and it went back to the states, there were multiple organizations, including Native American organizations, the Satanic Temple, and multiple Wicca and witchcraft covens who contested the changing of the laws because they said abortion is a ritual sacrament for them and should be protected under religious freedom laws.
We promise a 10-fold refund if it doesn't.
Damn! So you got some fucked up teeth.
I don't know about you guys. She's spitting 100% facts right there.
Whether she needs new teeth.
No, man. You guys aren't listening. She's pretty much, she's like the queen, or like you should just listen to her.
I already know this. No offense, but
What's
like
wrong with you?
I've known for quite a while that people, no offense, not saying allegedly her, but high profile women like her are most likely high level witches. American Horror Story proved that to me years ago. So
witches.
Like,
they gotta
it would be scary
witches.
if most people found out that most of them are the reason why there's so many, young girls being, prostituted. But anyway, there's a reason why I stay away from these dark cults and why, I don't associate with certain people who do satanic things. So what people see on the surface as, American Horror Story witch LARPs, like there are some groups out there like the other people we talk about that do some really dark shit.
Rachel,
and it's not just men.
Rachel Wilson is an actor. You know what I mean?
Oh, she's actor by day, witch at night by night. How sweet. She's an ogre.
I think we should listen to almost every word she says, though. We could really learn a lot from the script instead of the template that she's a part of. That's way bigger than her. That she's a pawn. She's a pawn in the scheme, dude. She's a pawn. Talking about this, talking about that for like media attention or whatever the fuck. Gives a fuck what she says. No one in my real life has ever been like, "Hey, have you heard of Andrew Wilson or fucking like Rachel Wilson?" I don't think they're even that big. These are just little icons. That's all they are. They're there to designate your consciousness towards what they're saying, which is all bullshit. It's a fucking scam. It's a LARP. They're actors, 100%. And they're selling you shit too. You should probably buy it. I don't know if you heard. You probably had a few commercials you missed. I should tell you about. You know what I mean?
And I thought I was crazy. Continue.
This is not not Rachel, people, off the bat, when they see me and they hear me start talking, they go, oh, she's one of those crazy Christians that thinks everything's the devil. Like I'm Bobby Boucher's mother in The Water Boy, and I think everything's the devil. No, I'm telling you, they're the ones who tell me witchcraft is a spiritual battle for feminism, for women's freedom, for revenge against the patriarchy.
You're saying that the church, it's a church of Satan,
Yeah.
is suing the state of Texas?
Yes, they did. They contested the change in the abortion laws.
Like the heartbeat bill?
Yes.
Because they see abortion as a ritual sacrifice, so it's necessary to their church.
Yes, exactly. And if you go on TikTok and you search the hashtag witch talk, you can find dozens of female creators on TikTok who will show you how to make a ritual out of your abortion. They'll show you how to make an altar, how to
I don't doubt that
use
whatsoever.
the tissues that are removed from you in a ritual magic spell, and ritualize your abortion to give you power, to give you things that you want in life. Like people think this is Rachel being crazy. It's really not. Like you said, witchcraft is the fastest growing religion, especially among Gen Z women in America. And they do mostly identify as.
She's exposing it.
I mean, allegedly, you got to assume she's not playing, double spy
She's
here.
not exposing it. She's not exposing shit, bro.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, I knew a woman who had 5 abortions and she was into witchcraft. And the last child she didn't abort was a girl, and she named it Lilith. And she became very successful and got away with thousands and thousands of dollars from the government by lying and claiming she was still a stripper, and the IRS never came from her. So either ritualistic magic is real, or she was really good at sucking dick. So I'm just going to say, like, there are some people who seem to be associated with the Lilith witchcraft type mentality. Like I said, there was no excuse for her to abort those 5 children. There's no excuse. I've only had 1 child, and I've had sex thousands of times, and I've only gotten a woman pregnant once. So I'm just saying, I think after the second abortion, someone should be fucking castrated or fucking, not allowed to have children after a while. And I'm telling you, there was no excuse. It's not because, it was because she killed twins because she was cheating on her boyfriend, even though her boyfriend didn't care. So, I mean, I'm just saying, with this world mentality, like, everyone participates in these rituals. Even someone like me, like, as a man, do you know every time that you waste your sperm, you're technically performing an abortion spiritually, because you're supposed to use that seed to grow a life, and you're not. You're wasting it. So, I mean, take your pick on what you think God's going to judge you for, but some people honestly don't care. Like, some people really don't. I know a guy, like, he's been my best friend for years, and one minute he'll die for you, and the next minute he'll pull out a hammer and fucking threaten to kill you with it. So, and he'll tell me, fuck your Jesus, but turn around and believe in, all kinds of weird shit. So I'm just saying, like, people will do whatever they want. And when it comes to, like, the abortion stuff, I know someone personally. I'm just going to say, it seemed like she used at least 3 of the abortions for real ritualistic magic. So just saying, like, some people really do. And it's kind of funny. She was really heavy into Harry Potter and was in love with Slytherin, the snake. So I'm just saying, some people really are weird. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that the occultic themes with people seem to, the fact that she was a sex worker, basically, the fact that she, believed heavily in the Harry Potter universe and believed in witchcraft. And, if you saw what she looked like, she looks like those kind of, woke kind of people her age who heavily did witchcraft. So, I mean,
yeah.
And I know a whole group of women who are like that. So, I mean, at this point, who's going to stop her?
I think she's pretending to warn people about it, though. She's trying to be
it could be a recruitment too.
Yeah, like trying to warm them up to the idea by pretending that she's.
The very first Freemason I talked to, he said, I was looking at the picture of the Freemason symbol on the back of his car, and he said, "Oh, you like that?" I said, "Yeah, I know what it means." And that's when I realized, like,
if you know too much, and if you're not like weird in that sense, they won't allow you to join. So it's the same thing with the witches. I'm telling you right now, I can go and have sex with a witch cult. You know why I don't? It's because I love my wife. Like, there are cults like that out there where like they will fucking drink your sperm out of your dick if you're attractive. They don't fucking care, and use it and spit it back out into a chalice. Like, there are witch covens out there like that. And you think, oh, well, it's a good dick sucking, but like, if you're a spiritual person, it's bad. So take your pick. There really are witch cults and even some warlock cults. You don't think there aren't gay people who go out there and do the exact same ritualistic? Well, go to a fucking gay club. I'm not gay, and I'm telling you, I've been to one with friends, and it's disturbing. Not all clubs are like that. And that club is not supposed to be like that. You're only supposed to be allowed to go there and smoke your hookahs and drink your alcohol and party and dance to the music. But they'll sit right there and take you back. Not me, but if you're gay, they'll take you right back there and suck your dick. And most of the time it's for fun. So I'm just saying, there's really fucking strange cults of people out there who by day live and act a certain way, and at night they turn around and go and do a completely different act in the shadows. So just because you present yourself on a screen like her doesn't mean you're not freaky. There's a reason why in the Matrix movies, all the sex raves, notice all the raves they went to.
Part of me feels dumber for listening to her. You know what I mean? Like, I can't.
Well, because it's more or less when I hear stuff like this, it's for the ignorant people. It's not for people who should already be aware of like how prevalent witch cults and satanic cults and whatever kind of cults exist. Like, if anyone has any type of occultic knowledge, I mean, if you've picked up one good occultic book from a library like I have, I mean, you're bam. It's different when, you have experiences with these places where they want you to join and become their sex pet. And then you're like, no, because I'm a Christian. So I went to some really dark places before, like, I got older. Like, so I'm just saying, like, where most people divulge into the vampire parties, like in Blade, no thanks. I realize I like to stand for the light. So I don't know, man. I just think, yeah, I mean, could be a recruitment thing too. The more that you talk about it, subconsciously people are going to want to join it too. So what man doesn't want to hear that you can have sex with a woman? And if it's the kind of woman who's doesn't have a problem gang banging with 5 dudes, it's a little bit harder if it's a woman who's not like that. Wants one man, wants to have a child and a meaningful relationship. But, there's a lot of people in this new age mentality who don't care about that. They'll just swing their legs open for anyone. That's why we have Tinder and other sites. Swipe left, motherfuckers. Maybe it's to get everyone to perform some type of weird, occult magic ritual, and they're able to like siphon the energy.
I mean,
I'm just saying, what's the point of pushing people into all this weird type of occultic magic Kabbalahism bullshit if there's not some type of ancient power that like pulls it all together or uses it, other than to slowly manipulate us and transform us mentally and emotionally and spiritually to get us to want to like participate in whatever goes on? I mean, just saying. Sorry, go.
Yeah. I hold some sort of an idea that if the Kabbalah can be used for that, it could also somehow be inverted or whatever and used for the opposite of bad. I'm not making any fucking whatever, like whatever.
Oh
dude.
boy, so as above, so below.
I don't think Kabbalah is like, dude. I mean, like, fucking. Do you even know what Kabbalah is? Does anyone here know what the fuck Kabbalah is? Go ahead and tell me. I'm ready.
I mean, personally, I don't think any human actually knows And
I mean,
those who
by the
do-
way,
if you guys
and
have,
those who do are allegedly Hyperborean. So what does that do?
yeah, by the way, I've given tons of explanations on the show, right? They're basically pretty huge, right? Like 2 out of the Kabbalistic teachers that we noticed, right? They rely on a guy named Maimonides, right? Specific views of Maimonides and his version of God, and and how from the 11th century to the 15th century there's many derivations of the Kabbalistic thought. Most of the thinkers were Jewish, right? From Abraham Abulafia to Isaac Luria. So there is some of the sources of the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah comprises of 2 books. One is the Jazira, right, and the other is the Zohar, right? So I know exactly what the Kabbalah is.
I never looked. I mean, I got to the point where I was like, maybe I should look
Yeah,
into the Zohar.
no
but I
offense.
never did.
I'm not trying to shit on you, TML, but that's assuming that the information that they have fed us is not complete bullshit or fabricated. I mean, you have to assume that even
I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now,
misconstrued.
right? The Kabbalah is invented by Jews from the 11th century to the 15th century. That's a fact, right? It's based on their shit, right? Now they can claim it came from earlier sources before that, right? And that other people had it, right? And of course, those sources are hidden, right? Those people hid the fact that they had it. This is what they claim, right? So I'm telling you, like, where like the Zohar and the Jazira, 2 aspects of the books that modern Jewish thinkers, right, from Orthodox Judaism, with also from Hasidic Judaism, what they call the Kabbalah. So you can tell me I'm wrong if you want, but go ahead and look it up yourself. Whatever.
I just assume that all knowledge that's been given to us is most likely falsified. That's the open-mindedness I'd like
that's
to
nihilistic
assume.
because they're using obviously tons of knowledge against us. So how is that possible then, right? If all the knowledge is fake, how are they getting the knowledge that they're using against us, right? Like, for example, that they use to derive all the science and the technology. It can't all be fake, right?
I mean, yeah, I agree.
So yeah.
The way I ever understood Kabbalah, which is not a very deep understanding at all, but it was that it has something to do with a template of how individuated consciousness works for an individual.
Right, but they're mapping that consciousness onto how God's consciousness works, right? So it's like the man is the microcosm.
It does have to do with how does thought become material. It does have to do with that as well. But like, I mean, I couldn't tell you what they're doing. Like, I couldn't tell you what they're like. I don't know what
Well,
at the deepest
I'll tell you
level.
what they're doing. They're saying that there's a throne of God and the body of God and the spirit of God, and they can basically map it out, right? They can map out creation based on this mapping, right? So that's basically what they're talking about, right? But yeah, are they right? Right, when they say this is the cosmology and the metaphysics behind the creative principle, who knows, right? But one thing is that people like Newton, right, Isaac Newton, they studied the Kabbalah and they said it works, and they used it to derive their scientific methods, right? So this is a fact, right?
Feminists, and they do think that from a spiritual perspective, these things are empowering. So that the reason I have an argument that is original to me when I debate people on abortion, and this will show you that what I'm saying is true and that this is how they actually feel. Because in the 90s, you probably don't remember because you're very young, but Bill Clinton would say abortion should be safe, legal, and rare, right? That was the progressive stance in the 90s. Now we have switched to my body, my choice, abortion on demand. You are not allowed to put any restrictions on it. No uterus, no opinion. And what this kind of proves when I put forth this argument, it goes like this. I'll ask a woman if she thinks abortion should be legal. She'll say yes. And I say all the way up until birth. And sometimes they'll say yes. Sometimes they'll say, well, I would cut it off here. I would cut it off there. And I say, what about this? A woman goes in to get an abortion at 8 weeks. And the abortion doctor says, good news. We have new technology. We have artificial wombs. We've just created artificial wombs that are successful. And you don't have to kill this fetus. You can have it implanted into an artificial womb, and you won't have any legal obligation to it. You won't have any moral obligation to it. It's just going to be a simple laparoscopic procedure, no more risk than an abortion. And, the only difference is rather than killing it and removing it, we're just going to remove it alive and let it gestate and fully grow and be born. I say, if there was such an option as this available, would you then still be in favor of abortion? And I've not once had a woman say no. Every single time they say, I still think she should be able to choose to kill the fetus. And then I ask why. And they don't really know. And they're hesitant. It's like they know I've kind of caught them in a trap. They know it doesn't sound good to people that they just said that. But really what they're saying is women need power. And one of our greatest powers that we have is to decide who gets to live and who gets to die.
So it's weird, right? Because obviously, right, how much is Wilson in support of like a weird like future, which is like robots run or patrol the streets as paramilitary, right? Extensions of the state, right? But the fact is that he's basically promoted the concept of using artificial wombs to repopulate, right? So I mean, and now she's saying that artificial wombs are a good alternative to abortion. So it's pretty weird that they're promoting this type of technology.
This is like a deeply held ancient power struggle, and that women need the power to decide which men get to have babies and which men don't for any reason at any time. So it kind of just gives the game away a little bit psychologically, that even if they don't mean to phrase it that way, or even if they don't mean to put it that way, something deep in their brain is telling them, I need the power to decide who gets to be born. And that's like a very, very ancient concept it is a holy sacrifice type of a thing within witchcraft.
The people who pushed for abortion saw it as ritual sacrifice.
Yes.
And what does that mean exactly? Like, what was that sacrifice that they're doing? Like, what is that based off of?
Well, it is based off of these ancient esoteric belief systems, and it is based off of like this inherent need for women to have power. We not having the power on force, having half of the planet be physically weaker and smaller than the other half of the planet. If you take this view that means you're in danger, that you're going to be oppressed, that men can't be trusted, they have too much power, which is, that's something that's always stated as if it's a fact. And it's probably the thing I have to battle against the most, this inherent idea that men are just waiting to do bad things to women. Like, I've been on the Whatever podcast numerous times, and every time I'm on with a panel of young women, I always ask, if they could get away with it, how many men do you think would sexually assault you? Like, if men could get away with it, what percentage of men in America do you think would be out there sexually assaulting women whenever they felt like it, if they knew they could get away with it? And I've gotten answers like 50%, 80%, 100%. There's this thing programmed into us, and it comes from an understandable place. When you are the smaller, weaker sex physically, it makes sense to be nervous about that, to be worried about that. But in order to believe that all men are inherently, violent and wanting to do something bad to you, you have to believe that throughout all of history, men didn't want to protect their wives or their mothers or their daughters or their sisters, that men haven't fought entire wars in order to protect the women of their nation or their people group. And that goes against logic as well, right? But we don't think about that because we're in modern times, and we don't think about the barbarians at the gates trying to come in and steal all the women and take them off to be war brides. And that was historically a big problem and a major concern. So there is something baked into men that, hey, this woman is producing my offspring. I need to protect her. I love her. I want to take care of her. I want to protect and provide for her. So we forget that that's the primary thing that's baked into men, not this inherent desire to be destructive and violent and hurtful towards women. But what feminism has done, because it was deeply unpopular when it began, and women didn't like it. Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton both write extensively in their memoirs about terrible women like me who didn't think feminism was going to be good for them. And they wrote that these women already have pretty much everything they want, and they do feel they're privileged in society. They can work a job if they want to. And this is the myths that people believe. They think women couldn't do anything, they couldn't own anything, they were just slaves. And that's because of pop culture stuff. But if you read the writings of suffragists, they say, you know, some of the first universities in this country were women's seminaries and women's higher education colleges.
Right.
Women have enjoyed higher literacy rates in most places for a lot of American history. They have a lot of laws in place to protect them, to protect their assets when they enter into marriage. Like New York, for instance, had a law that if a woman came into a marriage with money or land or an inheritance, that her husband could not sell it or do anything with it unless he could prove to a judge that she authorized him to do that and that she was not compelled. So the judge had to not only, you know, hear the man say, yes, she said I can sell this land. He would have to talk to the woman and say,
all right. So this is like an hour into this. It's pretty like weak. So far, there's not much that hasn't been discussed that isn't painfully obvious. Or either over spun into like a huge thing where it's just you can't really prove that much there, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Neuro's there, but just to wrap this up in like 10 minutes, I do have to go, as I said. So let me message him.
you're not being compelled, you're not being forced, you know, you're not being, you know, you don't feel like you're being made to do this. This is your own volition that you want to sell this asset. And she would have to say yes. And women were afraid they would lose these privileges. They were afraid that they would be, by being made equal with men, we would have all these responsibilities on us that really aren't for us. And so in order to sell it to women who didn't want it, I think the Massachusetts referendum, only 4% of women who could even vote on whether they wanted the vote came out and said they wanted it. So it was really, really unpopular. For like the first 75 years of the movement, it was deeply unpopular with women and had more support from men.
They had to ban women from voting as well on whether or not they could vote, right?
Yes. So there were multiple suffrage groups, and the two biggest ones stopped women from being able to vote on whether they wanted the vote.
So yeah, I mean, they could get into a lot. I'm really interested to know how Protestantism affected this stuff, or how the goddess worship affected this stuff. Obviously the modern occult is not based so much on paganism of the ancient times, other than rehashing of certain elements of it. So I don't know. So I'm not sure what exactly to derive from this. But yeah, it is The Occult Roots of Feminism. I do have the book, so I'm trying to figure out what the deal is, so we'll see.
Because they were just getting clobbered in every state that they had a referendum. It was just voted down unanimously by women. And they said, look, we just can't let women vote on whether they want to vote anymore because it's not going well for us, which I think is really funny. And people learn that and they're like, whoa, that's crazy. I can't believe that. But it's true. It did gain popularity. And by about 1920, it was a small majority of women who did support it. But you have to remember, this is a campaign that started in the 1840s. So it took them about 85 years of propaganda and massive amounts of money pushing feminism and World War I. And the effects of World War I to get women on board with this. They really didn't want it. So this is where a lot of the myths about men being evil and violent and bad and you have to watch out because they're just waiting to hurt you and abuse you. That's where a lot of this comes from, is needing a way to get women on board. And you might wonder, like, why? Why would they want to push this so much? Who would want to push it? And a lot of the early support for feminism came from socialists and communists, aside from the occultists as well, who didn't like Christianity and saw it as this patriarchal, oppressive, archaic religion. Socialists and progressive area industrialists. So we're talking about like these big families, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Vanderbilts. They wanted a progressive era batch of reforms, this whole big agenda that they succeeded in and that we're living under now, where you would have an income tax, you would have a central banking system, the Federal Reserve Act, you would have compulsory education system. So now the state is in charge of educating the children. And they needed numbers for that to get that passed. They also wanted things like welfare, massive welfare programs. They wanted open borders because these are the people who need, low-wage workers for their factories and to expand factories and to build railroads. So a great way to accomplish this is you get women voting, and they know that women are going to vote for safety and security over, freedom and liberty. They know that women are going to, you can weaponize maternal instinct to, pass welfare reforms, to get all these things passed. You could never get the progressive era agenda passed without women's votes. So those were the people who primarily financed pushing through the 19th. Women didn't want it. It came from socialist men, basically.
Who was the first woman to run for president in the U.S.?
That was Victoria Woodhull. She was nicknamed by the press Mrs. Satan at the time. And she was a pretty dubious figure. She's one of the feminist characters that I don't think you're going to hear a lot about if you go to a gender studies program, because she makes the movement look pretty bad. She was raised by her father, who was a criminal, and she and her sister were raised learning how to kind of scam people. They were snake oil salesmen. So they sold fake cancer cures to sick people. They did tarot card readings, fortune telling, things like that. And they actually had criminal warrants out for their arrest in multiple states. So they were always moving around a lot. And she was an early proponent. Now we're talking 1860s, 1870s. And Victoria Woodhull was very outspoken about wanting to legalize sex work, prostitution. She was the first to call marriage prostitution by another name, which later feminists like Andrea Dworkin and other radicals of like the 60s and 70s picked that up and ran with it, saying that, being married is just like being a prostitute. It's just that, you're getting room and board instead of cash, basically. And she wanted no fault divorce or some form of just legal civil marriage rather than this religious sacrament stuff. And she had some really wildly progressive views for her day. And she was the first to publish the Communist Manifesto in English in the United States and widely.
Oh, wait, who's she talking about? Is she talking about, Basant?
Feminist characters that I don't think you're going to hear a lot about if you go to a gender studies program, because she makes the movement look pretty bad. She was raised by her father, who was a criminal. Severe agenda passed without women's votes. So those were the people who primarily financed pushing through the 19th. Women didn't want it. It came from socialist men, basically.
Who was the first woman to run for president in the U.S.?
That was Victoria Woodhull. She was nicknamed by the press Mrs. Satan at the time. And she was a pretty dubious figure. She's one of the feminist characters that I don't think you're going to hear a lot about if you go to a gender studies program, because she makes the movement look pretty bad. She was raised by her father, who was a criminal. And she and her sister were raised learning how to kind of scam people. They were snake oil salesmen. So they sold fake cancer cures to sick people. They did tarot card readings, fortune telling, things like that. And they actually had criminal warrants out for their arrest in multiple states. So they were all.
Yeah, I've never heard of this lady. Victoria Woodhull. I'm not finding it either. Wait, what was her name again? All right, I'm not going to go back again.
Always moving around a lot. And she was an early proponent. Now we're talking 1860s, 1870s. And Victoria Woodhull was very outspoken about wanting to legalize sex work, prostitution. She was the first to call marriage prostitution by another name, which later feminists like Andrea Dworkin and other radicals of like the 60s and 70s picked that up and ran with it, saying that, being married is just like being a prostitute. It's just that, you're getting room and board instead of cash, basically. And she wanted no fault divorce or some form of just legal civil marriage rather than this religious sacrament stuff. And she had some really wildly progressive views for her day. And she was the first to publish the Communist Manifesto in English in the United States and widely distribute it. Now, the way she got the money to do that, the way she got the money to open her own printing press and publish the Communist Manifesto is she said she was told in a vision, in a dream, by an ancient Roman ghost that she needed to go to New York and find Cornelius Vanderbilt and make friends with him. So she did that. She went to New York and had nothing to do with her running from the cops in 4 different states that all had warrants for her arrest, I'm sure. But she went to New York and found Cornelius Vanderbilt, and she got into a network of prostitutes in New York who their Johns were mostly like famous Wall Street guys, rich traders on Wall Street. And she knew kind of the prostitutes that they frequented, and she would make friends with them, give them money, help them with things in exchange for intelligence, in exchange for...
Yeah, I see it now. She looked like she's like part of the Theosophical Society or something like that. Pretty weird. But yeah, I gotta sign off for here. I don't know where Neuro's at. I tried to message him. I do have to go for real, in a little bit. So I'll stick around for maybe 5 more minutes. Then I'll kind of just leave this here. But
spying on these rich Wall Street guys. And she went to Vanderbilt and said, look, I can kind of help you with some of your investments because I'm getting insider information from this prostitution ring that I'm a part of. Now, she also said that she was doing mediumship and fortune telling for him. Now, whether he believed in that or not, I couldn't tell you. But they gamed the stock market in the first big crash in the 1880s, and Vanderbilt made a fortune. I think 26 million in today's money. It was a huge amount. Everybody else lost their butt. And he came out like a bandit. And so the New York Times interviewed him and they were like, how did you manage this? Very interesting. I'm sure there was a lot of eyeballs on him and a lot of suspicion. So the New York Times wanted to interview him. How'd you do this? And he said, do as I do and consult the spirits. So he said that this fortune telling woman, told him what moves to make so that he made this massive fortune in the crash. But really, it was that she was getting insider trading information from a prostitution ring. So either way you look at it, whether you believe that he or Victoria believed these spiritual things, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know for sure. I think they did, at least to some extent, because spiritualism was really popular at this time in America. But I think they also knew it was a really good way to cover this kind of activity.
all right, there you are. You gotta be shutting this down. Sure,
Yeah, I can't hear you guys for some reason. So,
Oh.
but if you guys got to let it die, just let it die. I understand. I just can't hear you guys for some reason.
Yeah, I gotta go. The fuck? But yeah, I messaged you, so I don't know. Holy cows, bro.
I
I
know,
don't know.
all I can say is I'm not in a cult.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I gotta get up out of here. I'll wait, I guess, again for him to come back. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, it looks like he came back. He couldn't hear anyone. I don't know what's going on. It is what it is. But yeah, I gotta get off of here and talk to some people on the phone and do some other shit. So I will definitely sign off of here in like 2 minutes if this dude does not come back. But yeah, honestly, what a strange video. Like, I don't know. If all of this information is in the book, then I mean, she kind of wrote this book like 10 years ago, didn't she? So it's like, is there like nothing for like a second edition or something like that? I don't know. But yeah, I looked up Woodhull now. I found her, so yeah. All right, y'all. Blessings, man. I gotta get the fuck out of here. This is don't know what's going on with Neuro, but yeah. Peace, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, man. Do your thing. Blessings, man.
Yeah, like basically if we both leave the studio and there's nobody here, the stream will die.
It will?
So if
Okay.
nobody comes for like 5 minutes, just go ahead and do that. So,
All right, man.
'cause, yeah.
I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's like automatic if nobody comes through. But
All right.
But yeah.
Blessings, man. Be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, peace, Lord.
All right, you hear that? 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. Well, time's a ticking. Diggers are licking. And, get to what are you gonna do? What matters to you?
people say that I aspire to the darkness, but one often has to walk through the darkness to find the light. Yeah, so whatever. LARP. Sorry, I got LARP syndrome. Right. If you LARP too much, you begin to believe it. He's beginning to believe the LARP. Okay, Morpheus. Okay. What are you saying? I can dodge condoms? No, Neo. What I'm saying is, if you weren't gay, you won't have to. Oh, okay. Yeah, well. What are we going to do? Kill Mufasa? Precisely. Him. And Simba, too. Great idea. No king, no king. La 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 la. Idiots. There will be a king. Hey, but you said, I will be king. Stick with me and you'll never go hungry again. Yeah, long live the king. Long live the king. King, 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 king. Oh, wait, that's right. I don't want to say that word too many times. It might be racist. Huh? I know that your powers of attention are as wet as a warthog's backside, but as thick as you are, pay attention. My words are a matter of pride. It's clear from your vacant expression. The lights are not on upstairs, but we're talking kings and secessions. Even you can't be caught unawares. So prepare for the chance of enlightenment. Be prepared for sensational news. A shiny new era is tiptoeing nearer, but where do we feature? Just listen to teacher. I know it sounds sordid, but you'll be rewarded when at last I am given my dues. Oh boy, do I need to sing out the whole song. Just get ready for it. Yeah, we'll be prepared. Prepared for what? For the death of the king. Why is he sick? No, fool. We're going to kill him. Jesus! And Simba too, God, kill God, Mufasa. You get, the lion in the clouds. Huh. Our king will be all time adored. Of course, pip pro quo. You're expected to take certain duties on board. Yeah, the future is littered with prizes, and though I'm the main adversary, the point that I must emphasize is you won't get a sniff without me. So prepare for the coup of the century. Be prepared for the murkiest scam. Meticulous planning. Decades of denial is simply why I'll be king undisputed, respected, and third right saluted, and seen for the Führer I am. Yeah, well, if you got teeth and if you got ambitions, be prepared. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, Ice Cream Man went by. Oh, I'll get my drumstick licked later. All right, your 5 minutes is up. Go throw away some trash, help an animal out, feed an animal, give it some water, some food. Be kind to one another to the best of your ability. The world's cruel enough. Or you can be ravageous animals and tear each other apart. I mean, it's probably going to happen anyway, given evidence. So, Dr. Kelson says, memento mori, and good luck out there.
The system has played a trick on today's would-be revolutionaries and rebels. The trick is so cute that if it had been consciously planned, one would have to admire it for its almost mathematical elegance. Let's begin by making clear what the system is not. The system is not George W. Bush and his advisors and appointees. It is not the cops who maltreat protesters. It is not the CEOs of the multinational corporations. And it is not the Frankensteins in their laboratories who criminally tinker with the genes of living things. All of these people are servants of the system, but in themselves do not constitute the system. In particular, the personal and individual values, attitudes, beliefs, and behavior of any of these people may be significantly in conflict with the needs of the system. To illustrate with an example, the system requires respect for property rights, yet CEOs, cops, scientists, and politicians sometimes steal. In speaking of stealing, we don't have to confine ourselves to actual lifting of physical objects. We can include all legal means of acquiring property, such as cheating on income tax, accepting bribes, and any other form of graft or corruption. But the fact that CEOs, cops, scientists, and politicians sometimes steal does not mean that stealing is part of the system. On the contrary, when a cop or a politician steals something, he is rebelling against the system's requirement of respect for law and property. Yet, even when they are stealing, these people remain servants of the system as long as they publicly maintain their support for law and property. Whatever illegal acts may be committed by politicians, cops, or CEOs as individuals, theft, bribery, and graft are not part of the system, but diseases of the system. The less stealing there is, the better the system functions, and that is why the servants and boosters of the system always advocate obedience to the law in public, even if they may sometimes find it convenient to break the law in private. Take another example. Although the police are the system's enforcers, police brutality is not part of the system. When the cops beat the crap out of a suspect, they are not doing the system's work. They are only letting out their own anger and hostility. The system's goal is not brutality or the expression of anger. As far as police work is concerned, the system's goal is to compel obedience to its rules and to do so with the least possible amount of disruption, violence, and bad publicity. Thus, from the system's point of view, the ideal cop is one who never gets angry, never uses any more violence than necessary, and as far as possible relies on manipulation rather than force to keep people under control. Police brutality is only another disease of the system, not part of the system. For proof, look at the attitude of the media. The mainstream media almost universally condemn police brutality. Of course, the attitude of the mainstream media represents, as a rule, the consensus of opinion among the powerful classes in our society as to what is good for the system. What has just been said about theft, graft, and police brutality applies also to issues of discrimination and victimization, such as racism, sexism, homophobia, poverty, and sweatshops. All of these are bad for the system. For example, the more that black people feel themselves scorned or excluded, the more likely they are to turn to crime, and the less likely they are to educate themselves for careers that will make them useful to the system. Modern technology, with its rapid long-distance transportation and its disruption of traditional ways of life, has led to the mixing of populations, so that nowadays people of different races, nationalities, cultures, and religions have to live and work side by side. If people hate or reject one another on the basis of race, ethnicity, religion, sexual preference, etc., the resulting conflicts interfere with the functioning of the system. Apart from a few old fossilized relics of the past like Jesse Helms, the leaders of the system know this very well, and that is why we are taught in school and through the media to believe that racism, sexism, homophobia, and so forth are social evils to be eliminated. No doubt some of the leaders of the system, some of the politicians, scientists, and CEOs privately feel that a woman's place is in the home, or that homosexuality and interracial marriage are repugnant. But even if the majority of them felt this way, it would not mean that racism, sexism, and homophobia were part of the system, any more than the existence of stealing among the leaders means that stealing is part of the system. Just as the system must promote respect for law and property for the sake of its own security, the system must also discourage racism and other forms of victimization for the same reason. That is why the system, notwithstanding any private deviations by individual members of the elite, is basically committed to suppressing discrimination and victimization. For proof, look again at the attitude of the mainstream media. In spite of occasional timid dissent by a few of the more daring and reactionary commentators, media propaganda overwhelmingly favors racial and gender equality and acceptance of homosexuality and interracial marriage. The system needs a population that is meek, non-violent, domesticated, docile, and obedient. It needs to avoid any conflict or disruption that could interfere with the orderly functioning of the social machine. In addition to suppressing racial, ethnic, religious, and other group hostilities, it also has to suppress or harness for its own advantage all other tendencies that could lead to disruption or disorder, such as machismo, aggressive impulses, and any inclination toward violence. Naturally, traditional racial and ethnic antagonisms die slowly. Machismo, aggressiveness, and violent impulses are not easily suppressed, and attitudes towards sex and gender identity are not transformed overnight. Therefore, there are many individuals who resist these changes, and the system is faced with the problem of overcoming their resistance. All of us in modern society are hemmed in by a dense network of rules and regulations. We are at the mercy of large organizations such as corporations, governments, labor unions, universities, churches, and political parties, and consequently, we are powerless. As a result of the servitude, the powerlessness, and the other indignities that the system inflicts on us, there is widespread frustration, which leads to an impulse to rebel. And this is where the system plays its neatest trick. For a brilliant sleight of hand, it turns rebellion to its own advantage. Many people do not understand the roots of their own frustration, hence their rebellion is directionless. They know that they want to rebel, but they don't know what they want to rebel against. Luckily, the system is able to fill their need by providing them with a list of standard and stereotyped grievances in the name of which to rebel: racism, homophobia, women's issues, poverty, sweatshops, the whole laundry bag of activist issues. Huge numbers of would-be rebels take the bait. In fighting racism, sexism, etc., etc., they are only doing the system's work for it. In spite of this, they imagine that they are rebelling against the system. How is this possible? First, 50 years ago, the system was not yet committed to equality for black people, women, and homosexuals, so that action in favor of these causes really was a form of rebellion. Consequently, these causes came to be conventionally regarded as rebel causes. They have retained that status today simply as a matter of tradition. That is, because each rebel generation imitates the preceding generations. Second, there are still significant numbers of people, as I pointed out earlier, who resist the social changes that the system requires. And some of these people even are authority figures such as cops, judges, or politicians. These resistors provide a target for the would-be rebels, someone for them to rebel against. Commentators like Rush Limbaugh help the process by ranting against the activists. Seeing that they have made someone angry fosters the activists' illusion that they are rebelling. Third, in order to bring themselves into conflict even with the majority of the system's leaders who fully accept the social changes that the system demands, the would-be rebels insist on solutions that go farther than what the system's leaders consider prudent, and they show exaggerated anger over trivial matters. For example, they demand payment of reparations to black people, and they often become enraged at any criticism of a minority group, no matter how cautious and reasonable. In this way, the activists are able to maintain the illusion that they are rebelling against the system, but the illusion is absurd. Agitation against racism, sexism, homophobia, and the like no more constitutes rebellion against the system than does agitation against political graft and corruption. Those who work against graft and corruption are not rebelling, but acting as the system's enforcers. They are helping to keep the politicians obedient to the rules of the system. Those who work against racism, sexism, and homophobia, similarly, are acting as the system's enforcers. They help the system to suppress the deviant racist, sexist, and homophobic attitudes that cause problems for the system. But the activists don't only act as the system's enforcers. They also serve as a kind of lightning rod that protects the system by drawing public resentment away from the system and its institutions. For example, There were several reasons why it was to the system's advantage to get women out of the home and into the workplace. 50 years ago, if the system, as represented by the government or the media, had begun out of the blue a propaganda campaign designed to make it socially acceptable for women to center their lives on careers rather than on the home, the natural human resistance to change would have caused widespread public resentment. What actually happened was that the changes were spearheaded by radical feminists, behind whom the system's institutions trailed at a safe distance. The resentment of the more conservative members of society was directed primarily against the radical feminists rather than against the system and its institutions. Because the changes sponsored by the system seemed slow and moderate in comparison with the more radical solutions advocated by feminists. And even these relatively slow changes were seen as having been forced on the system by pressure from the radicals. So, in a nutshell, the system's neatest trick is this. 1. For the sake of its own efficiency and security, the system needs to bring about deep and radical social changes to match the changed conditions resulting from technological progress. 2. The frustration of life under the circumstances imposed by the system leads to rebellious impulses. 3. Rebellious impulses are co-opted by the system in the service of the social changes it requires. Activists rebel against the old and outmoded values that are no longer of use to the system, and in favor of the new values that the system needs us to accept. 4. In this way, rebellious impulses, which might otherwise have been dangerous to the system, are given an outlet that is not only harmless to the system, but useful to it. 5. Much of the public resentment resulting from the imposition of social changes is drawn away from the system and its institutions and is directed instead at the radicals who spearhead the social changes. Of course, this trick was not planned in advance by the system's leaders, who are not conscious of having played a trick at all. The way it works is something like this. In deciding what position to take on any issue, the editors, publishers, and owners of the media must consciously or unconsciously balance several factors. They must consider how their readers or viewers will react to what they print or broadcast about the issue. They must consider how their advertisers, their peers in the media, and other powerful persons will react. And they must consider the effect on the security of the system of what they print or broadcast. These practical considerations will usually outweigh whatever personal feelings they might have about the issue. The personal feelings of the media leaders, their advertisers, and other powerful persons are varied. They may be liberal or conservative, religious or atheistic. The only universal common ground among the leaders is their commitment to the system, its security, and its power. Therefore, within the limits imposed by what the public is willing to accept, the principal factor determining the attitudes propagated by the media is a rough consensus of opinion among the media leaders and other powerful people as to what is good for the system. Thus, when an editor or other media leader sets out to decide what attitude to take toward a movement or cause, his first thought is whether the movement includes anything that is good or bad for the system. Maybe he tells himself that his decision is based on moral, philosophical, or religious grounds. But it is an observable fact that in practice, the security of the system takes precedence over all other factors in determining the attitude of the media. For example, if a news magazine editor looks at the militia movement, he may or may not sympathize personally with some of its grievances and goals. But he also sees that there will be a strong consensus among his advertisers and his peers in the media that the militia movement is potentially dangerous to the system and therefore should be discouraged. Under these circumstances, he knows that his magazine had better take a negative attitude toward the militia movement. The negative attitude of the media presumably is part of the reason why the militia movement has died down. When the same editor looks at radical feminism, he sees that some of its more extreme solutions would be dangerous to the system. But he also sees that feminism holds much that is useful to the system. Women's participation in the business and technical world integrates them and their families better into the system. Their talents are of service to the system in business and technical matters. Feminist emphasis on ending domestic abuse and rape also serves the system's needs, since rape and abuse, like other forms of violence, are dangerous to the system. Perhaps most important, the editor recognizes that the pettiness and meaninglessness of modern housework And the social isolation of the modern housewife can lead to serious frustration for many women. Frustration that will cause problems for the system unless women are allowed an outlet through careers in the business and technical world. Even if this editor is a macho type who personally feels more comfortable with women in a subordinate position, he knows that feminism, at least in a relatively moderate form, is good for the system. He knows that his editorial posture must be favorable toward moderate feminism. Otherwise, he will face the disapproval of his advertisers and other powerful people. This is why the mainstream media's attitude has been generally supportive of moderate feminism, mixed toward radical feminism, and consistently hostile only toward the most extreme feminist positions. Through this type of process, rebel movements that are dangerous to the system are subjected to negative propaganda, while rebel movements that are believed to be useful to the system are given cautious encouragement in the media. Unconscious absorption of media propaganda influences would-be rebels to rebel in ways that serve the interests of the system. The university intellectuals also play an important role in carrying out the system's trick. Though they like to fancy themselves independent thinkers, the intellectuals are, allowing for individual exceptions, the most over-socialized, the most conformist, the tamest and most domesticated, the most pampered, dependent, and spineless group in America today. As a result, their impulse to rebel is particularly strong, but because they are incapable of independent thought, real rebellion is impossible for them. Consequently, they are suckers for the system's trick, which allows them to irritate people and enjoy the illusion of rebelling without ever having to challenge the system's basic values. Because they are the teachers of young people, the university intellectuals are in a position to help the system play its trick on the young, which they do by steering young people's rebellious impulses toward the standard, stereotyped targets: racism, colonialism, women's issues, etc. Young people who are not college students learn through the media or through personal contact of the social justice issues for which students rebel, and they imitate the students. Thus, our youth culture develops in which there is a stereotyped mode of rebellion that spreads through imitation of peers, just as hairstyles, clothing styles, and other fads spread through imitation. Naturally, the system's trick does not work perfectly. Not all of the positions adopted by the activist community are consistent with the needs of the system. In this connection, some of the most important difficulties that confront the system are related to the conflict between the two different types of propaganda that the system has to use: integration propaganda and agitation propaganda. Integration propaganda is the principal mechanism of socialization in modern society. It is propaganda that is designed to instill in people the attitudes, beliefs, values, and habits that they need to have in order to be safe and useful tools of the system. It teaches people to permanently repress or sublimate those emotional impulses that are dangerous to the system. Its focus is on long-term attitudes and deep-seated values of broad applicability, rather than on attitudes towards specific, current issues. Agitation propaganda plays on people's emotions so as to bring out certain attitudes or behaviors in specific, current situations. Instead of teaching people to suppress dangerous emotional impulses, it seeks to stimulate certain emotions for well-defined purposes localized in time. The system needs an orderly, docile, cooperative, passive, dependent population. Above all, it requires a non-violent population, since it needs the government to have a monopoly on the use of physical force. For this reason, integration propaganda has to teach us to be horrified, frightened, and appalled by violence, so that we will not be tempted to use it even when we are very angry. By violence, I mean physical attacks on human beings. More generally, integration propaganda has to teach us soft, cuddly values that emphasize non-aggressiveness, interdependence, and cooperation. On the other hand, in certain contexts, the system itself finds it useful or necessary to resort to brutal, aggressive methods to achieve its own objectives. The most obvious example of such methods is warfare. In wartime, the system relies on agitation propaganda in order to win public approval of military action. It plays on people's emotions to make them feel frightened and angry at their real or supposed enemy. In this situation, there is a conflict between integration propaganda and agitation propaganda. Those people in whom cuddly values and the aversion to violence have been most deeply planted can't be easily persuaded to approve a bloody military operation. Here, the system's trick backfires to some extent. The activists, who have been rebelling all along in favor of the values of integration propaganda, continue to do so during wartime. They oppose the war effort not only because it is violent, but because it is racist, colonialist, imperialist, etc., all of which are contrary to the soft, cuddly values taught by integration propaganda. The system's trick also backfires where the treatment of animals is concerned. Inevitably, many people extend to animals the soft values and the aversion to violence that they are taught with respect to humans. They are horrified by the slaughter of animals for meat and by other practices harmful to animals, such as the reduction of chickens to egg-laying machines kept in tiny cages, or the use of animals in scientific experiments. Up to a point, the resulting opposition to mistreatment of animals may be useful to the system, because a vegan diet is more efficient in terms of resource utilization than a carnivorous one is. Veganism, if widely adopted, will help to ease the burden placed on the Earth's limited resources by the growth of the human population. But activists' insistence on ending the use of animals in scientific experiments is squarely in conflict with the system's needs, since for the foreseeable future there is not likely to be any workable substitute for living animals as research subjects. All the same, the fact that the system's trick does backfire here and there does not prevent it from being, on the whole, a remarkably effective device for turning rebellious impulses to the system's advantage. It has to be conceded that the trick described here is not the only factor determining the direction that rebellious impulses take in our society. Many people today feel weak and powerless, for the very good reason that the system really does make us weak and powerless, and therefore identify obsessively with victims, with the weak and the oppressed. That's part of the reason why victimization issues such as racism, sexism, homophobia, and neo-colonialism have become standard activist issues. I have with me an anthropology textbook in which I've noticed several nice examples of the way in which university intellectuals help the system with its trick by disguising conformity as a criticism of modern society. The cutest of these examples is found on page 132 to 36, where the author quotes, in adapted form, an article by one Rhonda K. Williamson, an intersexed person, that is, a person born with both male and female characteristics. Williamson states that the American Indians not only accepted intersex persons, but especially valued them. She contrasts this attitude with the Euro-American attitude, which she equates with the attitude that her own parents adopted toward her. Williamson's parents mistreated her cruelly. They held her in contempt for her intersex condition. They told her she was cursed and given over to the devil, and they took her to charismatic churches to have the demon cast out of her. She was even given napkins in which she was supposed to cough out the demon. But it is obviously ridiculous to equate this with the modern Euro-American attitude. It may approximate the Euro-American attitude of 150 years ago, but nowadays, almost any American educator, psychologist, or mainstream clergyman would be horrified at that kind of treatment of an intersexed person. The media would never dream of portraying such treatment in a favorable light. Average middle-class Americans today may not be as accepting of the intersex condition as the Indians were, but few would fail to recognize the cruelty of the way in which Williamson was treated. Williamson's parents obviously were deviants, religious kooks whose attitudes and beliefs were way out of line with the values of the system. Thus, while putting on a show of criticizing modern Euro-American society, Williamson really is attacking only deviant minorities and cultural laggards who haven't yet adapted to the dominant values of present-day America. Haviland, the author of the book, on page 12, portrays cultural anthropology as iconoclastic, as challenging the assumptions of modern Western society. This is so far contrary to the truth that it would be funny if it weren't so pathetic. The mainstream of modern American anthropology is abjectly subservient to the values and the assumptions of the system. When today's anthropologists pretend to challenge the values of their society, typically they challenge only the values of the past, obsolete and outmoded values now held by no one but deviants and laggards who have not kept up with the cultural changes that the system requires of us. Haviland's use of Williamson's article illustrates this very well, and it represents the general slant of Haviland's book. Haviland plays up ethnographic facts that teaches readers politically correct lessons, but he understates or omits altogether ethnographic facts that are politically incorrect. Thus, while he quotes Williamson's account to emphasize the Indians' acceptance of intersexed persons, he does not mention, for example, that among many of the Indian tribes, women who committed adultery had their noses cut off, whereas no such punishment was inflicted on male adulterers, or that among the Crow Indians, a warrior who was struck by a stranger had to kill the offender immediately, else he was irretrievably disgraced in the eyes of his tribe. Nor does Haviland discuss the habitual use of torture by the Indians of the eastern United States. Of course, facts of that kind represent violence, machismo, and gender discrimination. Hence, they are inconsistent with the present-day values of the system and tend to get censored out as politically incorrect. Yet I don't doubt that Haviland is perfectly sincere in his belief that anthropologists challenge the assumptions of Western society. The capacity for self-deception of our university intellectuals will easily stretch that far. To conclude, I want to make it clear that I'm not suggesting that it is good to cut off noses for adultery, or that any other abuse of women should be tolerated. Nor would I want to see anybody scorned or rejected because they are intersexed, or because of their race, religion, sexual orientation, etc., etc., etc. But in our society today, these matters are, at most, issues of reform. The system's neatest trick consists in having turned these powerful rebellious impulses, which otherwise might have taken a revolutionary direction, to the service of these modest reforms.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and/or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read, as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration, to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology as it progresses would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system.
No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually. But technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom. And this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble.
For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely